you honestly, I wouldn't use them against you unless I thought it'd be fun. So I sit at home alone in your t-shirt. I'm wondering where it went wrong when you always said it, how you liked me better than anyone. We cannot talk, we cannot just shrug or dust it off, erase that thought. Cause I cannot pretend I am your friend, I am your nothing. I don't feel bad, I don't feel anything. I don't feel anything. I don't feel anything. I don't feel bad, I don't feel sad, I don't get mad, 'cause I don't feel anything. And you're sending texts like you are writing up your thesis. I don't have the faintest idea why you would be hung up on me when you were the one who said it, that we had to end it. We cannot talk, we cannot just shrug or dust it off, erase that thought. Cause I cannot pretend I am your friend, I am your nothing. I don't feel bad, I don't feel anything. I don't know what you want, I don't know why you call. We've been here before, so go on back to her before you wake up in the morning regretting all the texts you're sending. Heard other lines before, I roll my eyes when I see that you're typing. So go on back to her before you wake up in the morning, 'cause this is just getting boring. I don't feel anything. I don't feel anything. When I see you, I can't help but fall back into my emotions. Cause all the good times that we had is flooding like an ocean. Sometimes I wish we made it through the summer. I never thought I'd lose my homie, love a friend, but it's over. I'm falling in the deep end. I cannot swim. I'm falling fast, falling in the deep end. I cannot swim. I'm falling fast, falling in the deep end, deep end, deep end. I'm falling in the deep end, deep end, deep end, deep end. I'm falling in the deep end, deep end, deep end, deep end. I'm falling in the deep end, deep end. When I see you, I can't help but fall back into my emotions. Cause all the good times that we had is flooding like an ocean. Sometimes I wish we made it through the summer. I never thought I'd lose my homie, love a friend, but it's over. I'm falling in the deep end. I If I heard that if I heard that if I heard that if I heard that
We are here on the final day of Esports World Cup Overwatch 2, and the semifinals are upon us. It's DP here with Avril, and Avril, first matchup of the day. It's going to be Crazy Raccoon versus Team Falcons. This is a matchup that we didn't necessarily think we'd be seeing in the semifinals at the start of the tournament.
I mean, we'll see it eventually, but I mean, given that it's single elimination, anything could happen. No one's going to pick these two teams, but to be honest with you, Falcons, they kind of dropped enough maps to make this happen themselves because, like, you know, the way the seedings have been working, Twisted Minds ended up getting first in their group, right? So Falcons, if they wanted to get first in their group and kind of avoid the situation, they needed to make sure they beat Twisted Minds 3-0, but also to make sure they didn't lose to LGD in their groups.
Yeah, and I mean, it's so difficult too, because I feel like in the course of the tournament, right, like, every team has been mortal to an extent, except Crazy Raccoon. Even for some of our fellow analysts, right? You talk with Jake in the green room, and Jake's just like, no one's beating Crazy Raccoon. They're invincible. Like, it's not going to happen.
That's what it seems like.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Crazy Raccoon so far, they're the team that haven't really dropped any maps so far. They seem to have the least amount of weaknesses. You just haven't really seen them kind of falter to anything. They're not even really losing that many fights, especially the teams they're supposed to beat cleanly. So they look like the strongest team. We had some theories coming into this in terms of our predictions, like, who's going to take away the tournament before we see any team. And it seems like based on meta, Falcons had a really good shot. A bunch of us did go for Team Falcons. You went for Zeta Division.
Oh, yeah.
And Zeta, they still got a chance, but really, we probably all unanimously at this point agree Crazy Raccoon still look the strongest based on performances, leading up to the final.
Yeah, I mean, anything could happen in one series of Overwatch, right? But right now it's kind of the situation where it's like, well, it's Crazy Raccoon's tournament to lose, or at least what we think. And the scary thing about this, Avril, too, is that all the other teams in the tournament, barring Crazy Raccoon, they've been pushed to the limit at times. So there's a lot of good data on what they value for their bans, for their map picks, etc.
Yeah.
Crazy Raccoon, they're still kind of in the era of, I don't know, maybe sometimes we'll ban a Roadhog, we'll play whatever. Again, I think Jake had a funny comment on the desk yesterday where he says, well, yeah, they played Zarya, but that doesn't count. It's Crazy Raccoon. Like, you can't actually decide if they're playing something good or not because they can get away with it.
Well, I think at this stage they have, shown enough. At the beginning, I was like, maybe they are just kind of trolling with their picks. Are they just, banning Roadhog for fun, playing Zarya for fun? But when you start to really see them play against the quote-unquote tougher opponents, yeah, they're still sticking to the same stuff. They're still banning mostly the same stuff. They're still making the same substitutions, playing a lot of the same heroes. I would actually expect today, most of that stays true. Maybe there's a couple of hidden things they'll bring out just for Falcons or just for whatever's in the finals. That kind of was the case for Crazy Raccoons versus Falcons in Dallas, where it seemed like they did save a couple things just for each other. But for the most part, I think Crazy Raccoons have been, fairly respectful in the way they're playing, just making sure they're playing a lot of their actual real stuff, which I was a little surprised by, but maybe that's also the correct thing to do because they haven't dropped maps. Whereas Falcons, if they try and make some funny substitutions or play some stuff maybe they shouldn't, that's when they've actually dropped maps, and that's hurt them in the tournament.
Now, our second semifinal of the day. This is the semifinal that really, it could go any particular way because I kind of look at it in that Zeta Division, at times, while being very, very good and very, very solid on paper, you look at the performance on Control and Flashpoint, and at times you just wonder, well, what's going on there? And then the Toronto Ultra as a team in general, not just even this tournament, but historically, they have their good days and their bad days. You don't really know what sort of Toronto Ultra is showing up. So, I know for me, Avril, I look at this matchup and I don't exactly know what to expect. I can think of scenarios for not only either team winning, but either team winning 4-0 or the series going 4-3. It's all over the board.
The funny thing about Zeta, having watched them for a while now, is I think this is a team that plays to their opponent's strengths a lot. This is why they often will drop maps to teams that you don't expect them to. Twice in a row now, you look at the Asia main event, they nearly lost to Bleed, and here in EWC, they nearly lose to Bleed again, or at least nearly drop 2 maps to them. But then, every time Zeta still ends up winning. The only teams that Zeta seem to not get past ever is Falcons and Crazy Raccoons. So I would still probably favor Zeta going into the Toronto game. But Toronto have stepped up massively. I think they've overcome a lot of their confidence issues. It seems like, whatever was holding them back in Dallas seems to be a thing of the past because the previous games we've seen out of Toronto have been very, very convincing.
Yeah, I mean, Toronto, I think, it's easy to sort of get to the narrative like this one player is being a hero or otherwise, but it's really hard to discount how good a player like Sugar Free has been, where, the Sugar Free, you have the Sugar Free Merit DPS line, and Merit is almost like the appetizer relative to the main course of Sugar Free. And that's saying a lot given how good Merit is historically, right? So, and on top of it, too, you have cases where players like Vega have come into their own on the Alari, right? Someone has also had some very, very good tank games. I mean, not all these pieces necessarily come together all at the same time for Toronto, but when they do, they're very scary. Yeah. Scary enough to beat Crazy Raccoon if they get to finals. That I'm not sure of, but scary enough to potentially beat Zeta and upset them, especially if Zeta comes in cold. Very much so.
I think Zeta are a more well-rounded team, though. That's probably the one biggest weakness for Toronto, aside from, any potential stage nerves or anything like that, because what I've seen out of Toronto so far this tournament, they have mostly been sticking to, one or two types of compositions or one or two types of styles. Merit in particular has been very limited this tournament. He's played like, 95% Ashe, right? And anytime we've seen him off of Ashe, it's been like, please, Merit, get back on Ashe. Please just play Ashe again. Don't play anything else. I agree, Sugar Free has been pretty good this tournament. But he's the kind of guy where you also want to make sure he's on the Tracer. I think he's had some weaknesses on the Echo. And it's the type of team where, in some cases, you do want two Sugar Frees depending on the map or depending on the composition you want to play.
Just clone Sugar Free, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, but beyond that as well, you got Zeta's. I don't think you've seen everything out of Zeta because they can play more than what they've shown as well. Between having Fearless and Burner on the team, it opens up their compositions quite a lot. I know someone can play a lot of tanks, but we go back to the discussion of someone can play a lot of tanks, but what is he really best in the world at? He's not better than Fearless on a Winston. That's just not the case. I would argue some of Bernard's picks on the off-tank as well either match or exceed someone's capabilities on an individual level. So your main strength of flexibility on Toronto is something we haven't really seen this tournament. I would actually argue that's been a bit of a weakness for them, the flexibility.
Yeah, I mean, that's also a really good point because you think about all the other top teams, they all have essentially two tanks. That's been the go-to for your top teams in the tournament right now is that you have tank flexibility. You have two people in the tank role, and admittedly for some teams, they're not really going to it as much, right? But
the tank is not really where they're weak for flexibility. I think it's everywhere else. I think it's the other four positions,
Yeah, but it is interesting how, you take a look at Zeta, right? The fact that they have one of the more distinct tank flexibility splits between Bernard and Fearless where they're both super, super good on their specific maps. I also think, going into this meta where, people thought Diva, Diva is really strong, right? But people are actually a little bit surprised that, you're seeing Fearless as much as you are. People thought, they added Fearless, but how much are you going to see him play? And, the answer right now is actually quite a bit. They are really liking running the Winston comps with Fearless. It's just that, the downside is that it's kind of hard to use the Winston comps as much as you'd like because, the Ana can get banned, which removes the Winston from being played, and then the Winston can get banned. So, even in a first to four, right, two of those maps, and the other team can deny you from playing that.
I think we're going to see a lot of Winston today, actually, in that matchup. Someone probably wants to go to the Winston more. And obviously, Zeta has played a lot of Fearless, but at any point, you want to take the bans and you can just play Bernard. I think Bernard's hero pool is really good. Alpha Yi, you talk about Sugar Free being really good. I think Alpha Yi's been fantastic as well. And despite the fact that he's been spamming a bunch of fire, he's not locked to the fire. It's not like Merit where it's like, okay, Merit can only play the Ashe at this tournament, maybe a little bit of the Widowmaker, everything else doesn't look good. For Alpha Yi, he looks best on the fire right now. But guess what? If you remove the fire, he doesn't have to play. If you deleted fire from the game right now, Alpha Yi would still be a top DPS in this game.
Yeah, I mean, I also wonder if that would almost be for the better at times, because the Alpha Yi Fair, to me, when I look at it, it's had some good moments, but I also feel like there's moments where Alpha Yi has been on the far and it's just sort of been, well, I exist to distract you from Flora, taking everyone else, right?
You win, you win.
No, you do. It's that's kind of one of those difficult things when you look at it where people just he's not doing anything. It's well, the mere fact you're running a Farah is probably creating some opportunities for other people in your team because it's such a distraction.
I actually think it's the opposite. He is doing everything, though. He's doing so much. When I looked at the Alpha Yi Zeta versus SSG game, but even other games than that, I mean, obviously Fire is going to have a lot of impact versus SSG, but there were games where it's just I'm looking at these maps give him everything. He's getting every single nano. He's getting all the pocketing, he's basically being thrown all the resources in the game because he's the guy actually taking matters into his own hands as a true hyper carry, one of the, the flex DPS hyper carries that we expect at this level, and he's just doing it. But he doesn't have to do it on fire, and I think that's one of the most important things.
All right, well, we have gone through our two semifinal matches, and now they're coming up right now, later today. The action is going to be great to see, and of course, after that, we'll get the grand finals later in the day, and we'll crown our champion.
I mean, it's the first time playing in front of home crowd, so it feels insane. Because playing in front of home crowd gives you insane advantage, which is good.
I think for Surmer Zed, this is definitely a huge opportunity to play in front of the home crowd. And for Team Falcons overall, to be representing Saudi Arabia, to already be performing so well in the Esports World Cup, and to be one of the favorites in the Overwatch tournament, I think it just looks incredibly good for Falcons.
Team Falcons has a great chance to go all the way. I mean, I think right now they're one of the top two teams in the world there with Crazy Raccoons. So I think they have a fantastic chance. I think obviously playing here in front of like a little bit of a hometown crowd will definitely help them, potentially propel them in the top 2. But they do have to kind of get over that hump of Crazy Raccoons, right? They kind of keep always finishing second. This one they have to win.
I think there's absolutely going to be a rivalry there. Those two teams have clashed. They've been together in the championships. They're always each other's final opponent. And so I think there's mutual respect. They both understand that they're both incredibly strong teams, but the individuals on each of those teams aren't going to settle for less than a world championship. I mean, a second place is going to be a failure to either of those teams, and only one of them is going to take that championship.
I mean, they're an insane team. They have good players, all of them. They beat us twice. 3 times, actually, I think. Hopefully we can win it this time.
I think it's clear that Team Falcons and Crazy Raccoon are fighting for the world dominance right now. They're really, so far, there's been no one else in the whole world that have really pushed them to the limit. In Dallas, they didn't drop a map to teams from other regions. And so they really, I think, put their mark on Overwatch right now as some of the best teams to ever play the game.
I feel like I need to win more and more till I retire. One tournament is not enough. If there's no EWC, I'm retiring because there's no Overwatch League, so why would I play?
I think Falcons play such a strong overall game. I really look at that back line, though, the supports. I think the supports, especially with the way the bans are going to go probably this weekend, are going to be asked to do a lot of different things, and I think they have a fantastic support line, right? So I think that'll definitely propel them forward.
Honestly, I think Falcons have a great shot at seizing the championship here in Riyadh, and I think it would be so meaningful to them to get revenge for their loss in Dallas to Crazy Raccoon. But I don't think it's going to be easy. I mean, the individual players on Crazy Raccoon are so incredibly good. You can't write them off, right? We saw that in the past when these two teams clashed.
I want to thank the fans and all the people who supported us throughout the year. Hopefully we can win this time because it's the biggest tournament in the year.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a very special day. Championship Sunday, the first ever Overwatch Esports World Cup Championship. We have 1,000 points towards the Esports World Cup Club Championship on the line and $1 million prize pool. 4 teams have made it to the semifinals. 2 of them will make it to the grand final, and 1 of them will be able to stand on these stairs and cement their presence for the first time ever at the Esports World Cup totem. We have a lot of things to talk about, so let's send it back to the studio, and I'll meet you guys at the stage.
Hello, one and all, and welcome back to the Esports World Cup. We have made it to the final day of Overwatch 2, and it's time to start dishing out our $1 million prize pool. I'm your host, Chris Puckett. So excited to be here and finalize our champions in Riyadh. We, of course, have our big brains. We got ZP as well as Hunter from Down Under, and I want to start with you, Hunter. We're on Champ Sunday. How are the vibes in the building coming in?
I mean, it's really looking good for all of these teams at this point. If you've made it this deep into the tournament, you've got to have some confidence that you can take it home. And honestly, these final matchups that we have, we've got nothing but close games all day long.
ZP, we only have 4 teams left in the tournament. You called one of them that none of the other analysts had faith in. Zeta Division still kicking.
Yeah, Zeta Division living up to expectations here, where I knew they'd be good coming into this tournament, and so far, I think they still have the potential to go all the way, but still going to be a very tough task, even should they get to the grand finals, because they're likely to go against the one and only Crazy Raccoon.
It's all single elimination, best of 7s from here on out, but let's take you back to the start and show you with the 16-team pools that we started with. It's just 4 remaining: Crazy Raccoons, Team Falcon, Toronto Ultra, and of course, Zeta Division. Everyone else has been sent packing. They're on their way home, some of them securing prize money, but the lion's share still up for grabs here, Hunter.
That's right, $400,000 to the first place team here in the tournament. Who is going to take this home today? Only one can take it away, but already there are so many club points up for grabs as well.
Absolutely, $20 million up for grabs in the club championship. That's the big picture here. But ZP, the players on the stage are more focused right now on this trophy. If you haven't seen it yet, let's take a look at some of the coolest hardware in esports.
The Esports World Cup is a unique tournament and will have a very unique trophy system, consisting of keys, game trophies, the Club Championship trophy, and the totem. Introducing the key. This symbolizes a participant's right to compete in Riyadh. Each team or player will receive a personalized key consisting of the inner key and the outer frame. Winning a competition earns you a game trophy. A champion's key will be inserted inside. The frame will be placed into the totem, a physical block on display in Riyadh, serving as a progress bar of the Esports World Cup. The totem will remain in Riyadh as a chronicle of the Esports World Cup history. Those who get eliminated throughout the competition must give up their keys and see them crushed. Their broken keys will be tossed into the totem and encased in resin, symbolizing those that tried to win but fell short. However, as an additional privilege for winning, each game's champion gets to select 3 opponents' keys to be encased in the base of their trophy as an additional, more personal prize. Losers will go home with their keys replaced with a token that marks where they ended their journey. Witness history unfold at the Esports World Cup.
It's Championship Sunday, and as you can see, we are leveling things up across the board here in Riyadh. It's the Esports World Cup 2024, and these players are playing for the trophy. With each win, they're able to put their key in the trophy, and of course, with every championship, you are taking one step closer to locking in points and earning serious cash in our $20 million club championship. Team Falcons have been on top of the game. The question is, can anyone catch up with 4 weeks to go? This is going to be a huge day for all of the Overwatch players. It's been a blast so far. The bad news, though, if you lose, you walk away with nothing. Only the champions will get the trophy, and to find out who's on top of the leaderboard, we send it to Quickshot.
Hey everybody, Quickshot here from EWC Central. The Overwatch 2 playoffs have moved into the semi-final stage and will conclude with the finals later on this evening. So let's take a look at what impact that will have on the EWC Club Championship update brought to you by STC. Now, of course, in the EWC Club Championship, you only accrue club points if you place in the top 8. So losers from our round of 12 did not secure any points for their respective clubs. Yesterday, virtus.pro and Twisted Minds were eliminated in the quarterfinals, which means both clubs are locked in with only 60 points from the Overwatch 2 tournament. Meanwhile, Team Falcons, who eliminated VP, will at least secure 275 points if they lose today. If they win, it'll be a minimum of 600 later on in the final. Now, this further extends their lead in the club championship standings. With a total of 3,500 points on top, 1,350 ahead of Team Liquid, it's going to be difficult. virtus.pro and Twisted Minds sit just outside of the top 10. They're not yet good enough to appear on my graphic at 335 and 410 points respectively. For Zeta Division, Crazy Raccoon, and Toronto Ultra, this is their first scoring tournament, and they're now sitting at a guaranteed minimum 275, assuming they don't advance further than the semi-finals. All three clubs have at least one more participating team here in EWC, which would give them a chance to be eligible for the club championship. But that team also needs to place in the top 8. If you want to keep up to date with that club championship, as well as all the other games, mini games, learn about what's happening at EWC, as well as tune into our very special interview-packed edition today. We are on stream Thursday to Sunday, 2 till 6, at twitch.tv/EWC and youtube.com/@EWC. I've been Quickshot. We'll see you later. That does it for this edition of EWC Club Championship Update, brought to you by STC.
Thank you, Quickshot. So once again, Falcons are on top of the leaderboard. ZP, you still have an opportunity if you're Crazy Raccoon, Toronto Ultra, or even Zeta Division to tie these teams at the 5th place position. You get 1,000 points if you win this. And of course, if you want to win the club championship, you have to secure a trophy at some point over the 8 weeks.
Yeah, so it's a twofold thing here. You not only need the points, you need the trophy. And yeah, anytime you get this deep into the tournament where you're in striking distance and the semifinals where anything can happen, you really want to bring it home and secure it here.
And you can see the top 10 is sitting around 660 points. Even if you make it to the grand finals, Hunter, you're going to get 600 points. So you're right there in the running, hoping that some of your other teams and other titles can pull through for you. Who do you think has the best chance out of Crazy Raccoon, Toronto Ultra, or Zeta Division?
I'd have to give it to Crazy Raccoon. I mean, if you've been listening to me throughout the last couple of days, you'll see that I'm something of a Crazy Raccoon head.
Okay.
Here we are again. I'd say the Crazy Raccoon, without a doubt, has the highest chance of taking home the biggest prize here today. All of the club points, as much money as they can possibly grab.
They've been bowling their way through the tournament. They haven't dropped a game yet, and they have been putting up highlights every time they take the stage. Speaking of highlights, let's revisit our top 5. These are your Aramco top 5 highlights from our round of 8. ZP, so many great games, so many great players, but let's kick things off here at number 5 with a little Winston play from our guy, Fearless.
Yeah, I mean, this is just Fearless's MO, right? Great Winston play year after year. Makes primaling an entire team look easy, even though I assure you it is not. Just great game sense, great execution.
Coming in at number 4, it's Oliver Defara, sugar-free, flexing off of that tracer and showing he can rain death from above.
Yeah, no, Sugar-Free, you wouldn't expect him to be taking over on the Pharah, but here he is with a 5-man barrage. Next up, we've got Wamain1 on the Echo. This is a flex DPS player that was brought in at the last minute to fill some gaps for ENCE, and then here he is absolutely taking over, clearing up for the side of ENCE.
ENCE is gone, but we got Maimon in our top 5. Congratulations on the Echo play. Coming in at number 2. How about some Ash from Flora, ZP? Are we going to see more of this today?
Yeah, we absolutely will, especially when you look to players like Merit. But I got to tell you, players like Flora also good. Ash, a mainstay this entire tournament here so far. And whatever team can run the best Ash might have a chance of taking it.
Your number 1 play, though, on the day is Sauna. Despite the loss, he popped off on the Tracer, giving virtus.pro their only map win as he solo carries them all the way to the final checkpoint. Incredible stuff from all of our players, and of course, you can catch all of these guys on their personal streams, but only a few of them are left in the tournament. We've narrowed down our teams from 16 to our final 4, and you can tell it was intense on that stage. Let's take a look at some of the best reactions here in our Pepsi Reactions highlights. Man, elation, depression, we saw it all, Hunter, and let's take a look at some of these. The excitement from all of the players as they enter the arena.
Yeah, no, we've got Toronto Ultra walking out here, Violet as well. So many different players from so many different parts of the world all walking out onto the stage here. So much money on the line, all that pressure, a little bit of pride too. You can see Sugar-Free hoisting his team's key up in the air. There is a lot at stake with every single one of these games.
And ZP, the fans were loud and proud for Team Falcon last night. They've been here all week. They've been here across all of the weeks of the Esports World Cup, and we can expect them to be equally loud tonight.
Yeah, I mean, the home crowd advantage is massive. This is a pure Falcons favorite crowd, and hey, Falcons also leading the Cup Championship right now. I don't think those two things are unrelated.
As you can see, Twisted Minds, they had their mascot trying to get people fired up, but it wasn't nearly enough. Twisted is out and powering forward will be their competition as the Saudi team looks to rebound later in the year. But Toronto Ultra, Crazy Raccoon, and Falcons and more all moving forward to celebrate today, and they will all be playing in best-of-7 matchups. So when does it all start, and who's taking the stage first? Let's take a look at our schedule here, Hunter. We're going to open things up with a banger. If you've been watching Overwatch 2, you are familiar with this showdown. Crazy Raccoon getting the best of Team Falcon back at DreamHack Dallas. And after that, we'll see Zeta Division versus Toronto Ultra. Which one of those opening 2 matchups in our semifinals do you think is going to be closer?
I think that the Zeta-Toronto Ultra match is probably going to be the closest match that we see today. These are two teams which, even though they're in different regions, they're very stylistically matched. They play lots of the same comps, and honestly, it's just going to be seeing whether they can break each other in the same matchups over and over again, because I doubt you'll see all that much counter-comping taking place between the two of them.
Absolutely. That first match kicking off around 6 p.m., 1800. ZP, talk to me a little bit about that matchup of Crazy Raccoon and Falcon. What's the history between these teams in the semis?
The history between these teams is that they have been the 1 and 2 teams in OWCS Asia, neck and neck. And this is a matchup that, quite frankly, people thought would be happening in the grand finals. Falcons, though, dropping a few more maps than they should have earlier in the tournament, put them in a situation where they had to play Crazy Raccoon earlier. But this, for many people, is being called the true grand final, so to speak. So I think even though Crazy Raccoon is favored, I don't think that this is an easy matchup at all. And I definitely expect Crazy Raccoon's perfect map streak to end.
It might end. It might continue. Anything can happen here in Riyadh, and of course, you have to be thankful if you're Zeta or if you're Toronto Ultra, you're on the other side of that bracket, avoiding the 2 juggernauts until you're playing for that $400,000 in first place. For now, though, let's check in with Danny Lim to find out who he thinks has the biggest match on the day.
Thank you guys so much. It's time to reveal the Jamil Motorsport match of the day. And today's match of the day is none other than Team Falcons versus Crazy Raccoons. This is a hard one to predict because both teams are so good. I feel like Crazy Raccoons are the favorites coming into this match. They are, I think, 13-0 right now. They haven't dropped a single map. But I'm going to go brave. And I'm going to go with Team Falcons getting this win. I mean, sure, they're also a great team. And also, I really believe in the home crowd buff. That's a real thing. So Team Falcons, let's go.
There we have it. Let's take a look at our players as they are now entering the Boulevard. It is so awesome to see everything outside of this studio. This place is coming alive, and as you can see, the players are getting the preferential treatment picked up by the golf carts on their way into the studio here, ZP.
Yeah.
Talk to me about these Crazy Raccoons.
Look, this is a team that is absolutely locked in. You have the idea where earlier in the tournament, people go, oh, Falcons, they're messing around a little bit, doing some substitutions they didn't need to do. No, there's none of that from Crazy Raccoon. This team is so good because, quite simply, they are all business all the time. And also pretty intimidating if Lip walks up to you because he's a very tall man.
He is a very enormous human, and enormous in-game is this, man. Proper and crew have been so fierce. You've seen some fantastic tank play from the team as well. Hunter, what should we expect from the Falcon squad?
Well, you see the Falcons squad, much like Crazy Raccoon, they have this incredible range of flexibility.
Okay.
Hopefully today, we might see Sir Majed, the hometown hero from Riyadh, rolled out, maybe a little bit of double flex support played as well, because it would be lovely to see Sir Majed actually take the main stage for this playoff bracket. But honestly, I mean, we're going to see lots of roster substitutions for both of these teams throughout the series, I suspect.
ZP, can you tell me a little bit more about Sir Majed? Why is he so special here in Riyadh? Why do all the people seem to love this guy?
Look, I mean, Sir Majed is the hometown hero. I haven't seen this much love for a player since Overwatch World Cup where Mickey went to Thailand. It's just people love rooting for someone with hometown history, and Sir Majed, while I don't think it's super likely he plays today, if he does, the crowd will love it.
First match of the day is Crazy Raccoon taking on Team Falcon, and these players are ready to face off. Let's take a look.
저희가 투서딜을 좀 지금까지 좀 많이 했었고 다른 팀들은 이제 히트 스캔이 있어가지고 좀 여러 가지 조합 유동성이 없긴 한데 저희는 이제 투서딜이라서 어느 정도 저희만의 유연성 그런 게 강점이라고 생각해요.
상대팀은 메인 딜러가 없는 것과 메인 딜러가 있다는 것. 평소에 다른 이전 대회에서도 많이 이겨본 적이 있으므로 똑같이 하던 대로 늘 팔콘을 상대했던 것처럼 하면 쉽게 이길 수 있을 것 같습니다.
하는 상대를 이기려면은 팀원들 간에 서로 신뢰하고 이제 같은 생각을 하면서 게임에 대해서만 생각하면 이길 것 같아요.
팔콘만의 도끼를 버티는 거라고 생각합니다.
물론 중요한 거는 당연히 우승이라고 생각하는데 저는 일단 지금 있는 팀원들과 사우디에서 우승해서 좋은 추억을 만드는 게 목표입니다. 딱히 부담은 없는 것 같아요.
충분히 쉬운 경기가 될 거라 생각합니다.
The players are ready to go, and so are we. Before the matches kick off, though, we want to ask you at home, as always, who do you think is going to take this one? Head on over to stcplay.gg and get your predictions in right now. And you may want to listen to these two before you click that button. I want to start with you, ZP, as we take a look at these players and these rosters. Crazy Raccoon has been on top of the heap since the start of Overwatch 2 here in 2024. So talk to me about what separates them from the competition. Walk me through each player and what you've seen from Lip, Heesang, Shu, Chorong, and Max.
I think the number one thing here, Puckett, is consistency with every single one of these players. How often do you look at Lip and think Lip is having a bad game? Doesn't happen. Always gets key pickoffs. Shu, you take a look at what Shu does as support. How many times do you see him ever make misplays on BAP, ever not have the immortality field in the right place, not make game-saving plays? It doesn't really happen. And it's just so consistent to the point that you just expect them to play well. Even teams like Team Falcons, right? They'll have down games, they'll have up games. Crazy Raccoon, for the most part, they only have up games.
Hunter?
On top of this, you know, the depth of this roster extends just beyond the graphic, you know. There's also Junbin waiting in the wings to fill in every main tank with serviceable off tanks if need be. Every single gap that possibly needs to be filled, the Crazy Raccoons do it with consistency, as you said, ZP.
I was told that Junbin is the greatest tank in this tournament. Do you agree with that take?
That's a tough one. Greatest take is just one of those things. It's like, what's your preference here and there? I don't even know if I could say greatest take. I feel like there's a class of greatest tanks, and Junbin is certainly in that. But greatest singular, that's a tough one.
Well, if Junbin isn't the greatest tank, where do he and Max rank amongst the competitors in this event?
I'd say that, Junbin and Max, they're kind of a yin and yang. We've got the best main tank, the best off tank right there for Crazy Raccoon. That's the thing. They complement each other extremely well. Every gap that Junbin has, Max fills it perfectly, and vice versa. So really, they're both ranked at the top.
I like that. And if we're looking at this team to have an identity, are they a dive squad? Are they a rush squad? Are they a poke team? What should we expect to see throughout these 7 games?
I mean, look, they're comfortable in the dive, they're comfortable in the poke. The reality is that they can play any style they want to play. I mean, you probably won't see them do a whole lot of space station style stuff. That's uniquely EU. But other than that, this is a squad that they can basically mirror you on anything you decide to go on and probably beat you on it.
Symmetra haters out there, take a lick right there from ZP, but we of course have to mention the competition in this one. Crazy Raccoon has not dropped a single map. On the other side, Falcon has been up and down. They've played with their food. They've been bit a few times, but they were able to power pass virtus.pro to make their way to our semifinals today. Proper and Stalker always fighting for the MVP award, but it was Hanbin who caught our attention yesterday.
I was saying that Max might be the top-ranked off-tank here, but truthfully, Hanbin could be a step above as well, because Hanbin is a true legend of the off-tank role. Junker Queen, Zarya, he is the sentinel. He is always there with a cooldown in the back pocket, ready to bail a teammate out and take over the lobby. Much of the praise that I've levied towards Crazy Raccoon, it can also be extended to Falcons. This is an extremely versatile roster. They can play every hero in the pool. The only question mark for Team Falcons is whether they want to utilize Sir Majed, because Sir Majed has an elite-level Illari, elite-level flex support heroes, but whether or not they choose to integrate him into the roster in a very high-stakes match like this is probably the biggest question mark for Falcons.
I know the locals would love to see him on the stage, but if you're a betting man, you would take Chio and Fielder, of course. Can you tell me about the history of this backline? What do the Falcons have on their roster in support?
Look, I mean, you talk about players that are going to make game-saving plays on the regular. You look no further than Fielder, right? Fielder is just incredibly consistent. As much as we've praised Shu for doing that for Crazy Raccoon, Fielder at times is every bit the equal, especially in close games where it matters most, which is why you take a look at the series, I don't think Crazy Raccoon is going to come out unscathed.
Who do you think has the stronger DPS in this matchup, Hunter? Because we are seeing some of the best on the planet to ever play the game face off today.
I think in the flex DPS role, Stalker and Proper, they're very, Stalker and Hisang, they're very evenly matched. It's very close. They are both people that fill that role perfectly. You'll never catch them feeding. You'll very regularly see them on the right side of the kill feed. So they are elite players. But I think the biggest gap comes in the stylistic difference between Lip and Proper.
Okay.
Lip is an elite hit scan player, the best hit scan player in the world, no question. Whereas Proper, he's a flex DPS player like Stalker that fills over the hit scan. He plays the role a little bit differently. He moves around more. He plays with more aggression, but perhaps he suffers from a little bit less consistency than Lip.
I like that call out. Keep your eyes, though, on the teammate of Lip. Hisang has a player profile, and we want you to get to know the man.
제가 게임을 시작했던 나이는 대략 8살 때부터 했던 것 같아요. 제가 오버워치를 시작했던 나이는 아마 그때가 몇 살이었지? 12살? 후반부터 시작했던 것 같은데 오버워치라는 게임을 알게 되고 한번 해봤는데 너무 재밌어서 그때부터 계속 쭉 했던 것 같아요. 제가 게임을 계속 쭉 했었는데 그 상위 랭크를 한번 찍고 나서 그러다 다른 게임도 좀 하다가 재미가 없어서 오버워치로 돌아온 후에 계속 게임을 했는데 점수도 계속 올라가고 그러다가 제가 딱히 진로를 생각하고 있던 거 아니어서 게임을 잘하는 것 같은데 프로게이머를 한번 해볼까 하고 했던 게 15살이었던 것 같아요. 지금은 제가 잘하고 있다고 생각하는데 언제까지 이렇게 제가 잘한다고 약간 자신감이 있을지 모르겠지만 항상 제가 프로 쭉 하는 동안은 진짜 계속 잘했으면 좋겠습니다. 계속 폼을 유지하고 연습을 하는 거에 대해서는 딱히 힘든 것 같진 않아요. 제가 좋아하는 게 게임이기도 하고 사실 다른 걸 좋아하는 게 거의 없다 보니까 게임만 계속 하니까 그냥 제 일상이 되는 것 같아서 상관없는 것 같아요. e스포츠가 지금은 저의 인생의 거의 전부인 것 같아요. EWC가 생긴다고 들었었는데 그렇게 막상 생기니까 좀 신기하기도 하고 좀 여기 와보니까 되게 잘 돼 있어서 좀 좋았던 것 같아요. 그래서 계속 했으면 좋겠습니다.
That is Hisang, and he and Lip were putting on a stellar performance to open up yesterday's show. They had a quick 4-0 in the quarterfinals. And for those of you who missed the match, we have some insanely talented editors here at the Esports World Cup who put together a little montage for you. Hunter, as we take a look through this play, walk me through some of the big players from Crazy Raccoon and the big moments in that best of 7.
This first map here of Ents versus Crazy Raccoon was just absolute domination on the side of Crazy Raccoon. Time and time again, Hisang was getting the better of his counterpart. Lip was setting up perfectly for every single dive. Shu and Chorong going for the Lucio Ana dive style, which is a very high risk reward, and it paid massive dividends.
Yeah, and here's the other thing, too, when you look at this. How often do you see Kevster have a very quiet series? Because that's what this was. Even though, Kevster on the fire, not quite as impactful as Kevster on the Tracer, but Kevster is on the Tracer, there's still really weren't many big moments from Kevster, and that was just because how do you make big moments happen when you're getting checked point for point by the opposing DPS and the supports are making it happen? There just wasn't the room, even for a DPS player as good as Kevster, and that was more or less on Crazy Raccoon just being that shutdown of a team.
Shu was a master on the Baptiste, but I had so much fun, of course, watching the hit scan, and of course Chorong doing a nice Illari yesterday. Is he bringing that character back out, that hero I should say, back out today?
I would not be surprised at all to see a little bit more Illari coming out from Chorong. That's the thing about Chorong, is he is a main support player at heart. He plays a lot of Lucio, plays a lot of Brig, but he also busts out the Illari to an extremely high level. I'd say that of all the main supports here at the tournament, probably has the best or the second best Illari here.
ZP, out of all the games, we saw Ents getting map pick every time as it was Crazy Raccoon in the driver's seat. What was the hardest challenge for Crazy Raccoon, if any?
There was no hard challenge. It was a complete steamroll. It was not close at all. And this kind of gets into what's going to be a narrative for our upcoming match, too, is that what do you ban? What do you pick against Crazy Raccoon? There's very little you can do to give yourself an advantage, and a lot of that applies to Falcons too. So even though we've had this narrative of ban pick being so important, I don't know if that'll be the case when the teams are this good.
I like that call out. Of course, on the other side, you have Falcon, who is very familiar with Crazy Raccoon. Not only do they run into each other on the Korean servers, they also have matched up on LAN a number of times. Let's take a look, though, at what Falcons did last night. They were starting to heat up as you saw them take on virtus.pro. Shockwave and Sauna doing their best to hang, but they were simply outclassed by proper Stalker and an incredible Hanbin, always protecting them with that Diva.
Falcons going up against virtus.pro here. It was honestly a matchup where I noticed time and time again, Falcons were trying to push themselves more into Lucio compositions. virtus.pro, very comfortable, very strong on the double flex support comps, and I could see that Falcons were trying to drift things in the other direction, enable Chio's Lucio play, go fast, have the flex DPS of Stalker pushing very aggressively into the backline of virtus.pro.
ZP, the only weakness I saw yesterday was Gala going on flanks with moments like this, using that Illari ult, but ultimately, you saw the team take notice of that. They adjusted and they absolutely shut him down each time he tried.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about Crazy Raccoon being consistent, but Falcons, even though they have some down maps, when they're on, they are on. And virtus.pro, they were a scary team coming into this, especially if you talk about a team that can play really fast, really chaotic, and, especially players like Sana that just make magic happen out of nowhere. Falcons were just too good. They were very consistent. You had phenomenal play out of Fielder and Chio, and tank-wise, Smurf came in, had a good moment, and I don't know, Falcons is also incredibly versatile, and though they don't get rated as highly as Crazy Raccoon, it's still why I think they can do some damage today.
Great stuff from Sana at the end for virtus.pro, but it simply was not enough to keep them. They do steal one map, though, from Crazy Raccoon. So do you think that was a map error or a little bit of hubris, as Jake said last night?
You know, I look at this and I do kind of wonder if it was more on the hubris end. I just feel like Falcons is a team that will occasionally take maps off. Not as an intentional thing, it sort of happens, but I don't think it'll happen today.
It's been so fun to watch these guys. Today, we get to see them showdown against Crazy Raccoon, and this is probably the biggest match for them on the year. Why? Well, you want to get to that grand finals. You want to earn more points for your club championship. And with Falcon currently in the #1 spot, another tournament win would basically lock up the $7 million first place prize.
Exactly right. Falcons are already so far ahead in the standings that a first place position would essentially lock them in. But honestly, even without a first place finish, they're so far ahead, they've got to be comfortable as an organization.
They have a huge lead. Crazy Raccoon on the other end here, ZP, looking for their very first points of Esports World Cup. Do you think these gentlemen can make that happen tonight?
I think it is incredibly likely. Of course, they're going to have to get through Zeta. My pick in the grand finals, should they get there, but on the whole, if you're looking at the results of the tournament so far, if you're looking at how the teams have played, you got to favor Crazy Raccoon right now.
We're going to give our players a little bit more time to get set up before they enter the Qiddiya Arena and take the stage. So let's take a moment to get to know Lip, one of the most dangerous men in the venue.
I think Crazy Raccoon's probably #1 favorite coming in, although there's probably the EU teams and the NA teams maybe looking down on that a little bit. But after the Dallas major win, there's no way they aren't on top. Like, Lip is one of the best in the world and one of the GOATs right now. Their backline, almost unstoppable. Crazy Raccoons, like, they are the team to beat. If someone takes them down, it's an upset. But in my mind, they're just going to wipe every team off the face of the map.
리아드에서 자신감이라고 이제 물어보면 이때까지의 과정들을 보면 힘든 과정도 많았고 어떻게 보면 뭐 쉬운 것도 있었고 힘든 것도 있었는데 뭐 다 이겨내고 1등 우승을 많이 했었으니까 댈러스 메이저도 그렇고 뭐 아시아 EWC에서도 그렇고 그러니까 이제 사우디 월드컵도 뭐 힘든 일이 있어도 저희 팀은 잘 해낼 수 있다고 믿고 자신감은 충분히 있는 것 같습니다.
Right now, I would consider Crazy Raccoon to be the best team in the world. I think they have just a great resume throughout the year so far, incredibly strong players. And I think before somebody takes them out, I think you'd have to consider them the best team in the world.
저희 팀이 세다고 생각하는 거는 뭐 오래 하지 않아도 이미 뭔가 잘 맞춰진 합이랑 다른 팀들보다는 수준 높은 피지컬이라고 생각합니다.
I think Crazy Raccoons are the best team in the world. Easily. I don't think there's any contention with that at all, especially how they did in Dallas. Getting knocked down to the lower bracket and then coming back in the finals against Team Falcons, like, what other team at this stage in the game does that? Like, they are undisputed the best team in the world. Like I said before, any team takes them out, that's an upset. Easily.
항상 뭐 이제 팔콘이랑 라콘이랑 이제 뭐 라이벌 관계냐 이러고 뭐 사람들이 많이 궁금해하시는데 저는 개인적으로 일단 뭐 다른 사람들이 보시기에는 이제 라이벌이면 뭐 라이벌이라고 생각할 수밖에 없지만 저는 이제 뭐 어찌 됐든 대결 상대가 저희랑 만나려면 일단 잘하는 팀에 올라와야 되니까 뭐 항상 거의 만나는 게 팔콘이긴 한데 그래도 뭐 팔콘이 제일 잘해서 올라오는 거니까 라이벌이라기보다는 약간 뭐 어쩔 수 없이 붙어봐야 되는 팀이라고 생각해요.
It's not fate. Fate doesn't bring these teams together. They are just the best. #1 and #2 in the world, like, easily. I think Falcons, and especially after the Overwatch League kind of dissolved and then OWCS happened, like, super teams in Korea were formed and Team Falcons was one of them. And I think right now, and I still think Crazy Raccoons are going to be #1, but if Falcons can kind of do a repeat and they can get revenge maybe in the finals, I think that'll be a story for the ages in Overwatch Esports.
네, 크레이지 라콘은 지금 당장은 세계 최고의 팀입니다.
You heard it from the players. Game number 1 in this best of 7 is going to be crucial. It's always control, and we know today we're going to the last control map that we haven't seen yet. Busan is going to be in the building. So let's go to you first here, Hunter. Who has the edge coming into this, and what are you looking out for?
I think the thing about Busan is it's a map where flex support heroes can shine for at least one of the points. So I'd say that Crazy Raccoon probably has the advantage there because that's the team that doesn't have to make any roster substitutions to play double flex support.
I like that call out. ZP on the other side of things. We've got Falcon trying to make this a long series. How many games can they take, Crazy Raccoon?
I think they're taking at least 2 maps. I think the map streak for Crazy Raccoon is ending. I still think Crazy Raccoon will win, but they will not do it unbloodied.
And as we can see, it's 30 seconds away. The stage is loading up. Before we get into it, best of 7. Hunter, you're going first. How many maps do we see? Who walks away with the W?
I'm thinking we're looking at a 5-map series here. 4-1 to Crazy Raccoon. I think 1 dropped, but that's all.
4-1.
And again, 4-2. That's my prediction.
4-2, both picking Crazy Raccoon. I have faith in the Falcons. Let's send it over to the stage to find out who's moving in to the grand final.
An entire week of competition and practice have gone by with a blink of an eye as we saw 12 team keys being crushed at this trophy case. And now, we only have one final day remaining to crown the champions of the Esports World Cup. We are your hosts, Fancy and Milosh, but you can call us Habibis.
Absolutely, and tonight we crown a champion here on the Overwatch stage. We divide $1 million prize pool, and at the end of it all, add points to the club championship tally. Ladies and gentlemen, can't believe we're finally saying this. Championship Sunday begins now.
So let's not delay it any further and let's welcome the first team to walk on stage. Our first semi-finalist, it is Crazy Raccoon. Champions of Korea, champions of Asia, champions of the Dallas Major. The list of accolades only seems to grow. The Korean squad remains undefeated with a 13-0 record at the Esports World Cup, and the confidence they radiate can be felt across the Riyadh Boulevard. Who dares to challenge them and put an end to the win streak today?
I think I have a hunch. And their opponents, or should I say, their mortal rivals, please welcome to the stage, Team Falcons! They shrugged off a 3-way tie in groups, emerging only to sail past the playoffs and quarterfinals and advance to the one game they both dreaded and look forward to all week. Their players might be from Korea, but here in Riyadh, they are at home. A permanent second place has been their result against Crazy Raccoon. Can they break the cycle tonight? Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, please give it up for Crazy Raccoon and Team Falcons!
Gentlemen, please take to your seats and place your keys as we start this very anticipated match. It is actually the most anticipated match throughout this whole tournament. We can't wait to find out who's the first grand finalist of the Esports World Cup Overwatch 2. So let's get it on.
Welcome back into the Qiddiya Arena for the first map selection. And of course, our first hero ban is Chris Puckett and Unter on the mic for this one. And Unter, we already know we're going to Busan. So if you're a coach, what are you starting to think about bans here to slow down the other team?
I think for Busan, because there's no choice in the map here, the ban is probably where you can have the most influence. And I think if you're Crazy Raccoon having that first ban, they would be trying to protect support. It looks like a ban has come out here from Falcons, and they've actually gone and banned out Ana, which is Shu's strongest hero. So they're looking for a strong start here.
They're using it early, trying to slow down Crazy Raccoon. On the other side, we're going to see what they answer back with. You can't pick a support here. It's either tank or DPS, and they say no Diva for you.
Raccoons taking down Diva. That's interesting. We're not going to see any Diva out of Hanbin this map. Maybe we'll see a pivot over to Sigma comps and something a little bit slower. That works well with the Ana ban, but at the same time, we could just see them lean into something faster, more Zarya, more Junker Queen, maybe a little bit of Wrecking Ball.
I like the bans. We're getting things dirty early on. Take away the best heroes from both sides of the stage and see what they can put together. Map 1, so crucial, and it's loading up right now. It's time to get your first semifinal of the day started as we send it up to the casters. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you very much, Puckett. Yes, my name is George, joined by Jake for this semi-finals game. Team Falcons and Crazy Raccoon. Quite the history between these two teams, Jake, of course. I mean, upper bracket finals back in Dallas. Falcons, they managed to eventually beat them in a 5-map series, and then Crazy Raccoons met them once again in the finals. Are we going to see the same thing here? I mean, no lower bracket, sadly, so they can't make the run back, but can Falcons take the series?
There's a lot of pressure on both teams here because this is single elimination. It's do or die. You're right, last time Falcons got the lead, won that first series when these two teams matched up, but this time Crazy Raccoon is looking scary. Hanbin in the server, though, I think this is Falcons' strongest look.
Far air as well here for Crazy Raccoon. Diva and Arnaban, of course, you can see those on the top right and left. Looks like Crazy Raccoon are going to take a forward position here. It's going to be hard for them to kind of deal with Heesang. Falcons are going to have to get out of this choke point. Unable to do so as Proper is fallen first for Team Falcons.
Chorong's Lucio, I think it's fair to say one of the best in the world right now. Falcons want to strike back. They want to get right back into this engagement, not ceding the high ground at all. And Hanbin taking down Shu, that's the biggest pick on the map.
That is the biggest pick, indeed. You can see Jumbin kind of agreeing with you there, having to back all the way off with that charge. Crazy Raccoon did end up capping the point there, though.
You can just feel how evenly matched these teams are. I mean, there is so much firepower on both sides, but at the same time, these are masters of the game. They are so hard to kill off. I mean, this is truly the highest level of Overwatch. Both of these teams could easily find themselves into the grand finals.
Genji for Heesang now. No more Farah on the board. Jumbin dead. Not a good look for Crazy Raccoon so far. Probably getting a little bit of revenge. Flashbang gets reflected. All good, though, for Team Falcons.
Lip staying on the Cassidy. Interesting choice here. He is going to be able to potentially fight off Stalker, but Hanbin Sigma is going to be a really tough threat to deal with. In the past, the Mauga has been played into the Sigma, but it was done with a Venture, and Lip not known for that hero. Tough to see Crazy Raccoons winning this point. I mean, Hanbin with the Flux, this could be a really difficult fight.
Yeah, Salvara coming up as well for Team Falcons. Crazy Raccoon making their way to the high ground, but Team Falcons don't really want any part of this fight, just rotating to high ground. Perfect time for Shu to use his ult. Amplification Matrix doing a little bit of damage there to Hanbin. You can see him kind of dodging out of the way as that Flux didn't find anything at all. And in fact, it's going to be a flip for Crazy Raccoon with Lip opening up with his Deadeye. A lamp to save him as a rock was careening towards him, but he dodged out the way. And now a double sound barrier comes in. The focus is Lip here, but it's actually Proper that falls first. Both Cassidy's off of the map as Crazy Raccoon, their backline just getting torn to shreds by Stalker.
Stalker, he's the one who can clean this up, but Heesang, Chorong, Junbin playing together, stacked up into the fight, trying to get a flip is Fielder. Stalker does find one, though. He wants to make this work. This should be impossible. The best Tracer in the world, though, might be able to get it done.
High noon, there's the point flip. Yeah, Falcons scare away Crazy Raccoons there with a high ground high noon from Proper.
These fights are all down to the absolute wire. You can feel how much these teams want the advantage on map 1.
Falcons falling back, playing the open space. Wisely chosen for a Sigma comp, but Heesang with the blade could cut this one wide open.
Jumpin's got this cage coming in, but I don't think they're going to need it. Whoa. I mean, there's just no way you're escaping this one if you're Team Falcons. Heesang does eventually go down to Chio, but I mean, Crazy Raccoon should have control of this fight, especially with jumping up.
Shu doing so well to stay alive on the outside. He's low. He's trying to get back up to full HP. Falcons blinking away. Junmin wants to drop a huge cage here.
Yeah, looks like he wants to do it, but no, a window is going to get used from both sides. In fact, there's the cage. Traps the Sigma. Grasp already used. Hanbin needs to be killed right here, right now, but Fielder to the rescue. Pops that lamp down behind that choke point and saves his life.
Those fan the hammers from Proper getting through that cage much quicker than I anticipated. Great job by Falcons, and they swing wide, taking a huge angle. Opportunity for Proper here.
They're taking a lot of damage. Proper getting jumped on yet again. What a slam there from Jumpin, knocking everybody sky high, and Lip takes 2, and this is going to be final fight. 80% on the board for Crazy Raccoon.
I gotta say, if Lip can make this hit, I think he's the best to ever do it. I think he is going to be a stronger player than Proper in the pure hit scan matchup.
Lip's POV here, this final fight. Oh, what a grenade there from across the way, seeing Proper. Jumpin setting himself up perfectly there. High Noon in the spawn. It's 97%. Crazy Raccoon just take Falcons all the way to it, and there's only one person that could touch. That was Stalker, but quickly chased down by Chorong. A flip comes through once again for Crazy Raccoon. Hanbin's on the Doomfist. No block. He's only got a punch, but he's pretty damn low, and there it is. Crazy Raccoon with the first round.
Okay, Lip is on one. That map was a heater from him. Some of those shots onto the Tracer were just absurd. But at this point, I've seen Lip play enough where I'm not surprised. I mean, he just delivers. Even when the hit scan might not be the best pick, he's so good, it's hard to justify taking it off. There's a number of players in this tournament like that. But man, what a highlight from Stalker there. Really fighting back on the Tracer, making this interesting. I mean, both teams back and forth throughout the map. Honestly, I like Falcons comp. I think Hanbin on the Sigma has the tools to potentially win this series.
All right, Junmin maybe balling.
Junmin ball. Maybe I spoke too soon. The Junmin ball terrifies me.
Whoa. Okay, is that a good or a bad thing?
Oh, it's the best kind of terrifying. I don't want to be in the server with him, but when I'm sitting back, I'm watching, God, he puts on a masterclass. Soldier from Lip 2. This is a Crazy Raccoon signature comp. Everyone's self-sustainable. Everyone's spreading out around the map, taking wide angles. Team Falcons are going to be assaulted from all sides here if they try to move forward into the center. So difficult for Proper on the Cassidy here. So much pressure from every angle, and he's really the one who has to deliver opening kills.
And he was put under a lot of pressure in the last map too. Stalker in a small 1v1. Oh, no, their health pack's missing. Oh, those Cheerios from Chorong. That's an easy cleanup for the backliner, and there is the point.
Honestly, on this map, I'm not a fan of the Sigma into the ball. I think the mobility that Wrecking Ball offers, especially combined with an entire team that
just dead.
fills in around him. I mean, look at this. You can't stay grouped up on this map. I mean, this is a map famously where it's all about taking those wide angles. Hanbin,
he's actually trying to execute himself.
Beast mode, actually. Yeah, like taking himself out there with the splash, that's an elite level play right there. Faster to reset this way than walk back to the spawn and die later. That is actual presence of mind from Hanbin.
You can hear the audience, of course, cheering on Team Falcons. They're only down a round. It's all good. It's not be a one-round Andes.
Still Cassidy.
Hanbin on Queen, by the way,
here.
now.
I don't mind the Queen, but I feel this Cassidy is going to get cut down from all sides. Just a very range-limited hero on such an incredibly wide-open map. I feel Lip is just going to be free-firing in this map.
Yeah. Hanbin's going to struggle to kind of lock anybody down. They've got double speed boost, I guess, with the shout and with the speed from the Lucio, of course, but Lip is just going to run away from it. That's all he's going to do this whole series. And Stalker caught out again. Look at that lamb coming in way too late. Oh, Jumpin dead, however. Gracie connecting. That ball cut in half. Pulse bomb's good, though, from Heesang. This is just, yeah. Crazy Raccoon are just running around Team Falcons right now.
They're getting styled on right now. I mean, Lip, you just can't catch him. He's constantly kiting away from you, using that sprint. Chorong, Heesang together. I mean, Stalker keeps finding himself in a 2v1. Chio has to stay with Proper and Hanbin. And, you know, Chorong's not limited. He's anywhere he wants to be on the map. I feel like we haven't even seen Crazy Raccoons group up once.
There hasn't been a fight.
Exactly. They're applying pressure from all sides, and the kills are just coming in. Jumpin's just waiting. You got to come to the point. I'm not coming to you.
The UAV ball. I'm telling you exactly where they are. Just counter-rotate and we're all good. Okay, they found him. Eventually. There's the slam. OT coming in at about 5%. Lip with the 5s, so those are going to be kind of annoying, but that High Noon is going to
put him to rest for at least for the time being. He has to chill out on top of this high ground. Falcons still pressuring the point here, but Proper's window getting, or Proper using the window, getting absolutely nothing. Sound barrier comes in. Maybe now they can lock down Jumbin, but a later sound barrier from Chorong. And this window perfectly placed by Shu to cover the entire point. Hanbin dead, and Jake, I think you're right. This is Crazy Raccoon. Just kind of styling on Team Falcons right now. It's a 99-0, make it 100 as Crazy Raccoon take the first map.
It's beautiful destruction here on the server today, Jaws. What a performance from Crazy Raccoon. A statement map one. Junbin bringing out the aggressive Malga Rush. They're fantastic on it, but the ball, I mean, it is a work of art. Crazy Raccoon are in a league of their own when it comes to this style.
I mean, speaking about Dallas, like, Team Falcons to Crazy Raccoon, 3-2 in the upper bracket final. Of course, to knock Crazy Raccoon down into the lower bracket final. Then they matched up against Space Station. Neither team, by the way, Crazy Raccoon and Team Falcons, did end up losing a map to a non-Korean team, right? They didn't lose any maps to NA, didn't lose any maps to EU. And then in the grand finals, Crazy Raccoon got their revenge in what was one of the most hyped finals of all time, in a 4-2 fashion, with Crazy Raccoon winning it out, of course. But I mean, is this them just leveling up to a whole, like, new level, like, astronomical level? Because Team Falcon look kind of lost there.
To be honest, I think you're right. More than Crazy Raccoon. I mean, that's what we expect from Crazy Raccoon. Frankly, at this point, they are elite in the world. I think on every single role, maybe stronger than Team Falcons even. But Falcons, they did look a little bit lost. I like the Sigma on map 1. I think that was a map they could have taken. But map 2, I mean, for my money, if you're good enough at the Wrecking Ball, it is the meta on Busan.
Where do we go next? What do you think?
Falcons, they've got a lot of power here in the series to set the tone, right? You can apply a ban, but it's so dangerous. I mean, there's so many players. We talk about player-hero combinations. We think about flex supporters role. I've been thinking about watching Shu play because talked about Landon's Baptiste, think about Izayaki on the Ana, you know, different players all having their own specialty. And when I look at Shu, I just think he's on that level on every single hero he plays. That is unique. I don't think there's anyone else in the world we can say that about.
D.Va and Ana banned to start the series off. We'll have to wait and see where they want to go next, as Crazy Raccoon off to a flying start. But we'll jump down to ZP and Avril down on the stage, and maybe they can give us some answers.
Thank you so much, guys. It is me, Avril, the ZP here at the Qiddiya Arena. We just got through a very quick first map, honestly. 2-0 from Crazy Raccoons.
Yeah, I mean, it was a quick map. There was definitely signs of life from Team Falcons on map 1, taking Crazy Raccoons to the limit, but man, you get to map 2 and you just see the absolute versatility coming out from the Crazy Raccoon roster.
I mean, Jimbo, we always knew was going to probably come in map number 1. Ball really good on most of the control maps. Ball specifically though, Sanctuary. I think that's what we've got to zoom in on. 100-0 there. Didn't really look like Hanbin and the rest of Falcons had a good grasp on what they needed to play. The Devo scores banned down, so the dive options, the good dive options for Hanbin, they were gone.
Yeah, and not only that, I mean, you talk about things you don't see a whole lot often. You had Lip on the 76. You haven't seen a whole lot of 76 here. And for a lot of teams, you might go, this is a little bit off the standard. You don't see it all that often. Crazy Raccoon is so deep that they can play a hero that you really haven't seen much all tournament long, and not only do well with it, completely dominate and crush the round. Just a pocket pick that they have in their arsenal.
Yeah, I mean, Soldier 76 is not something that we've seen at all this entire tournament, but I think still pretty viable in Sanctuary. It's like that one pocket pick that you can bring through with the ball specifically on that map. So Busan ends up being a reasonable choice or just a reasonable map for Crazy Raccoons. And I really think if you are Falcons, you needed to win the mecha base, because Sanctuary, I just don't think was ever going to go Falcons' way, given how good the ball is going to be from Jumpin.
Yeah, I mean, you saw a lot of versatility at play, but look, this is a long series. Falcons, they can bring this one back, but also to tell us how that can happen, we got Puckett and Unter.
Thank you very much, ZP. That's right, Unter. We are here to provide some insight into map number 2, because if you've been watching this tournament, you know loser of our first game gets to choose not only the map, but also the first hero ban. So if you're Falcons, you have your choice of 4 different game modes. What do you think they want to pull out here?
Well, Falcons there, they looked quite comfortable on the Sigma comp. When they were playing Sigma into a fast Lucio comp, things looked extremely close. So maybe they look to take us to an escort, take us to something flat where they can play more Sigma, try and force more of that matchup. After seeing what Junbin just did on Wrecking Ball, that is a very scary thing.
Get Max back in the game. It may be the strategy, but it didn't work out for ENCE yesterday. Max came in and won 3 straight. So Let's focus on the DPS here. I saw Lip pop it off with the Cassidy. The Cowboy was hitting headshots left and right, really shutting down Stalker on that Tracer. What else can you potentially pull out, or what would you want to ban against guys like Lip and Heesang?
It's always a scary thing banning against Crazy Raccoon, because no matter what you ban, there's always something there. If you try to shut down the Cassidy from Lip, he will come back on the Widowmaker.
Is there anything that you really need to protect on the other side for Falcon, or do they also have a very deep hero pool?
Falcons have a similarly deep hero pool, but if they want to do something like go to a flat map and play the Sigma, then we could easily see them running a protect ban to stop that.
All right, Ante, we're about 2 minutes from this next map kicking off. I have a feeling we might see some new faces. And will Surmajed get in here? Where would the Alari ever fit in across Hybrid, Escort, Push, and Flashpoint?
Oh, I think if we're going to see Surmajed today, it's going to be on Circuit Royale. That is the quintessential flat, wide Escort map where you see constant double flex support comms played. If we were to see the hometown hero anywhere, it would have to be Circuit Royale.
And if you feel like you are the underdog in a matchup, what is a map that could give you an advantage? What is a map that could kind of even the playing field?
I think something like Runasapi could be a good shout, because on Runasapi, there's multiple options of what can be done. The meta hasn't really been decided on that map yet, so you can throw your enemy in terms of the ban approach. They don't really know what they're trying to stop you from doing. So I think if they really wanted to upset things, maybe going to Runasapi would be the pick.
Runasapi, I like that call out. We could see Push early in the series. Normally, we're seeing it around game number 4, but we'll find out where our coaches decide to go. And I'm told you are a wizard, my friend. You called it. Runasapi is going to be our map. Why do you think this is a great pick for Falcons?
Well, Falcons on Runasapi, they've always looked strong. Lots of rush matchups, and this makes sense. They really favor playing Chio on the Lucio. So I'd imagine that's what we're going to see here. We could even go as far as to say that they might be protect banning for support here so the Chio can stay on Lucio.
I was watching a lot of Malga from teams like Space Station Gaming on this map. What are your thoughts here on tanks? Is there a bunch of options? Is there only one hero to pick from? What would you do in the coaching seat?
Well, there are very many options here. As we just saw on Mecha Base for Busan, we saw Junbin on the Malga and Hardman on the Sigma. There are many, many options. And again, you can still pull out something like a Junker Queen into the Malga. There's a lot of variety here. The meta is not stale whatsoever.
We have not seen a ton of Junker Queen. When she's been in the game, she seems to be losing. Will she make a return to a starting lineup? All kinds of questions from us here on the analyst desk, but the big one is, what will these players ban and who is going to be playing? You can see Smurf is in. Does that tell you that maybe we'll see some Winston on this map? Smurf, notorious for his monkey play.
Smurf, famously a dive tank player, but I believe he is also the Malga player for Team Falcons. So there's a very real chance that we see a Malga matchup here on Runasapi.
Why would you go with a Malga instead of, I guess, a Ball or instead of a Winston?
Well, for a map like this, it's really easy for the Malga to close the gap. There's lots of little corridors where you can stand and stall the cart, and then as the enemy is pulled in, you can rush around those corners, explode through with Malga's sprint, and catch someone.
I also think this is a good move if you're the coach. Give your team a little bit of a mental edge here. Yes, we lost with this starting roster, but we have a deep team. We have players that can come off the bench and perform. Let's see if Smurf can carry them to a win. He was in almost all of the games last night as he was able to finish off the round of 8.
Exactly right. And you know, Falcons, they don't only have a deep roster, they also have a deep coaching staff. There's perhaps 3 coaches standing behind them at all times making decisions. So you have to know that there is something strong supporting this second map pick here, because otherwise, you know, Coach Krusty, he'd finally have to address the fraud allegations.
We have our prediction results. Of course, Coach Krusty, by the way, multiple rings in that guy's trophy case for his days back on San Francisco Shock. Well, let's take a look. The Falcon fans are here not only in the venue, but they're showing up online. STCplay.gg says 65% of them are choosing the Falcons in this matchup. Crazy Raccoon, though, striking first at 35%. I don't think they're technically the underdog as much as the fans think.
You know, I'd say that maybe the fans are skewing these results ever so slightly, but there's nothing wrong with that whatsoever. You know, if only you stepped into the arena, you'd probably be hard-pressed to find a Crazy Raccoon fan anywhere in the venue. So, you know, these rankings, you know, Crazy Raccoon, they still might have a chance.
As usual, when we have these substitutions, our players are going to need a few more minutes. You got to plug in your mouse. You got to bring in your keyboard. And, of course, we have Jake and Jaws hanging out in the caster booth. Gentlemen, I got to get your thoughts, Jake. You wanted to know what is going to be the ban from Krusty. He says, well, I'm not telling you yet, but I will tell you we're playing on Runasapi. So what do you think about this map selection?
I like the idea of just keeping the pace hot. I think as good as Chodron is on the Lucio, your best bet for Falcons is when you get that mirror match on Lucio. I think if it comes a game of flexibility on the main support, you've got to favor a player like Chodron, just an incredibly talented individual on the support role. But Chio, Fielder, if they're in their comfort zone playing a Lucio Bap or a Lucio Kiri, I would say that combo together does make magic happen despite the individual skill on the other team.
Exactly right. We've also got the double flex DPS lineup, which could be unlocked by playing something like a Lucio Mauga comp here. So there is a very real chance that by throwing on the Lucio comp, getting the Mauga, they can get the most out of Proper. We saw on the first map that Lip was perhaps besting Proper a little bit on the hard hit scan. If they can take it to more of a Mauga map, to more of a rush map, then we can see the double flex DPS shine, and that is where you will see Proper gapping Lip.
All right, what does double DPS mean to me? I'm a Call of Duty fan. I saw Puckett's tweet and I came running to the stream. So what is the difference between the DPS roles?
Okay, so for hit scan, these are slow characters. Heroes like Cassidy, like Widowmaker, like Ashe. They stand still, they shoot, they don't move very much, their mobility is low. Flex DPS, these are things like Genji, Tracer, Venture, heroes that move really fast. They reward players that think extremely quickly, less about the aim, more about incredible movement and fast decision making, which is Proper's wheelhouse.
I love that call out. Thank you, Unter. Jaws, before you go, who's your favorite player on this stage?
Oh, really? You have to answer me? Come on.
Come on, bro. Name
Shu,
one.
easy. Shu.
Yeah, good man,
Flex
good man.
support. Plays a little bit of Widow as well back in his day. I mean, hey, can't go wrong with that.
Man's got sick aim, and he does it from the support position. Great call from the casters. We will say goodbye to you, and we're going to head to a quick break. When we come back, our players will be ready for game number 2. This is the Esports World Cup.
Ready, set, go.
It's the EWC and you want to play like a pro. Well, we've got a lesson for you. Axe on. You're fresh, ready to fight and grind those long hours. It's how it should be. Axe off. You're slow, unfocused, and lagging. Do you get it? Let's go again. To unleash your best game, you must freshen up first. Get your axe on. Spray, play, repeat. Axe and Esports World Cup.
Welcome into the final day of Overwatch 2 here at the Esports World Cup for 2024. We're live in Riyadh and our players are on the stage ready to go for map number 2. We welcome ZP back in. By the way, ZP, when did you become a drip god, my guy?
Honestly, this is just I love the suit color, and I just said, hey, let's get it made.
I like it as well. Hunter, you had some fantastic predictions. You called Runasapi, but now it's time to find out what we're going to ban. This is going to have a big impact, and it was interesting because the coaches with the higher seed get to choose whether they want to ban first or second. Crazy Raccoon said, Falcon, you go ahead and ban first. We'll go next. What does that tell you?
I feel like it's almost a confidence thing to do it, because to do it so early in the series and just react to the enemy team's ban, I feel there isn't that much of an advantage to it. I think Crazy Raccoons, they're almost doing this to disrespect Falcons.
I like that call out back into the Qiddiya Arena. You can see the Falcon fans are here in swarms, and of course, we're going to Runasapi. This is going to be our push map. ZP, we're going to put 10 minutes on the clock. Whoever can push it further is going to walk away with the W. So let's find out where we're going with the bans. It should be Falcon with the first ban this time around.
Yeah, and again, the bans are going to be very interesting this series because neither team really has bans that they can't flex around, but taking out the Ashe early, this is pretty interesting. I mean, given the hit scan back and forth and how good players like Lip are, I don't hate the Ashe ban.
Hero ban on the other side for Crazy Raccoon. They say no Lucio for you, Fielder and Chio.
I think this is a very interesting matchup here because now we're going to see no Ashe, which is probably the most survivable hit scan, but again, no Lucio. So this double flex DPS style, it's not going to work. We're probably going to see a slow matchup here now.
That may be the sickest flag I have ever seen. All of the players' faces from Falcons printed on it, and the fans waving it across multiple rows. It's a team effort here in the venue, but now you're going to see the depth of this team Falcon. Smurf coming in for Hanbin.
Yeah, I mean, you got one world champion being swapped out for another world champion here. Just, chock full of talent is what you have here for Falcons. But Smurf coming in, it's an interesting pick. Obviously, you get Smurf coming in. You've been seeing him playing things like the Doom occasionally here. Not always the swap they go to.
Map is ready. Casters are loaded. Let's send it upstairs. Jake, Jaws, take it away.
Thank you, Puckett. Here we go. Map number 2 with Crazy Raccoons and Team Falcons off against each other. And Jake, look, Crazy Raccoons still yet to lose a map. Like, they're continuing that streak. 4-0 potential here, of course, is first of 4 in this format, and today, of course. Team Falcons, do they have a chance taking the Ashe off the table to take a map?
I think this is wise to be banning a hero like Ashe against a player like Lip. That combination is terrifying, especially on a map with some of these longer sightlines. At the same time, the Lucio ban was so well done by Crazy Raccoon. I think, honestly, if you were Team Falcons, you were hoping to play a faster rush style here. Going to the Ana Brig, though, Chio and Fielder, no slouches on this comp. Interesting choice, though, the Cass Pharah. Very different, very slow. Crazy Raccoon, the onus will be on them to open this fight up and find kills. A lot of pressure on Proper. He's going to be the target of a lot of this aggression. At the same time, he's one of the biggest threats for Team Falcons.
I mean, he has been for a little while now the best player to ever touch Overwatch. I think there's too many arguments about that.
Oh, big
still
headshot.
Onto he's like 1 HP, still gets him. End up trading, good aggressive nade there from Shu. Follow up from Junman. Always looking good. These rockets still hurting the front line of Team Crazy Raccoon right now, but Shu yet again. I'm telling you, man, this guy's aim is sick. He used to play Widow a long, long time ago when you could flex off of your actual role on support. I mean, Shu, my GOAT. Crazy Raccoon coming up big there with 2 initial kills. They're going to get the pot going.
Stalker over to the Tracer. No need to be so greedy to play Pharah into a hero like Echo, so I think this is a wise swap. Once again, though, all eyes on Proper. Shu is going to be piling in with those nades. If you get caught by a nade as Cassidy, things are done for you, frankly. I mean, you got players like Lip and Chunbin following that up. They don't need anything more than a bio nade. So Proper, one step out of place, he could die. At the same time, a couple headshots could open things up, and his team really needs something from him right now.
Nanobu's coming through from Shu already. Of course, those early kills and that early damage was going to have to, I don't know. I mean, they could just snowball this. A fight win here will be checkpoint for sure.
What a dive.
Jumping into the back line, blocking off some of those heals. Has even got the Primal Rage to boot. The nano boost on Jumbin, a little bit too scared of Team Falcons right now, although this rally is going to help Proper just walk on forward. Just pure donk walk. There's nothing you can do. He's sat behind the giant 4K plasma shield, and he's just shooting with all the overhealth. No fear of no dive as Crazy Raccoon lose the fight.
This is a big tempo swing. One ult for one ult, but Team Falcons comes out on top. They still have the Nano Boost online. They can still get very aggressive, especially behind this Cassidy. And he's saying hasn't really been producing so far in the map. He's been feeling the pressure with Stalker and Proper on Cassidy Tracer. That's a big group of threats that you've got to be watchful for. And 20% to copy feels like pretty far away when you've got threats like Proper on the map.
Oh yeah, you're 2.5 minutes in as well, right? It's quite a long way away, although now only 10%. Double monkey potential? I don't know. I mean, copy Tracer as well. He's can pretty much play anything. Aggressive dive there by Smurf. Shu knows, surely. And he's got Primal Rage, just healing up his backline. Is Proper finding yet another kill. Lipping going down. A nice nade onto Smurf, but Smurf's going to shrug that off. Heesang rips the copy. But what more can he produce? He needs to come up with something here as his backline is getting juggled away. Good sleep from Shu there is going to halt the aggression for the time being as Smurf jumps back to the rest of his team. But Team Falcons still in control of this bot. Smurf jumping in once again. Nano Boost, pure aggression here onto the backline as Shu eventually goes down. And Smurf chasing off Chorong as Crazy Raccoon very much on the back foot.
The kill does come back in. Smurf, what a tricky little spot. Hiding off the map. What? That's a beautiful use of the spot there to try and regen his HP. Kind of a next level move.
I have never seen that before, that spot.
It's a new map, right? These pro players, they're innovative. They find these things first, but Proper charging forward across the map. Without Shu, there's no Bionade, and that's one of the biggest threats.
Char's going to die late as well. That's lead. Checkpoint coming up too. Jumpin still in the spawn.
He is, and he's saying on this Echo, I disagree with this pick. I mean, I would love to see Lip taking that hard hit scan mirror into Proper. I think Lip has the edge there, but due to these players a little bit less flexible than their counterparts on Team Falcons, they're going to have a hard time. They might have to double swap to get back to that hit scan Tracer, and that gives up a lot of ultimate economy. So Crazy Raccoon find themselves in a pickle. Well done by Team Falcons to put them there.
We have checkpoint unlocked. Second round of support. What's coming up now from Shu? Nano Boost deployed straight into the backline. Wasted field to go. My goodness, Jumpin turned him into a meat pie there. Proper dead as well. Shu, you can see, exactly like last time on Team Falcon side of the map. They see the Nano Boost come in on the Winston. They pop the rally, but Fielder instantly getting killed. And that is Crazy Raccoon now in control of the bot.
Man, Junmin, a perfect dive, lands exactly where he needs to for maximum burst with that nano. The follow-up, perfection. He's saying with the copy, this could be huge. In the past, we've seen Echoes fly high into the sky, copy an Ana, and just rain down an unstoppable Bionade from above. A dive like that could be just what Crazy Raccoon need.
Nice duplication.
Oh, here it is.
Free nade. Yeah, Fielder's surely dead now. Jumpin just punching his lights out. Even the Primal Rage being ripped. I mean, look. The checkpoint's coming up here, so there will be a brief interlude while that does end up going off. Jumpin also popping the Primal Rage, making sure Smurf has something extra to deal with alongside that rally. Heesang going down. Still good for Crazy Raccoon, though, as they're pushing Team Falcons back. A lot of low health bars, meaning Lip can clean up as Proper falls.
Such a critical moment. Falcons, they do not want to give up the lead. That would strategically shift the entire map.
They're trying to get there, Jake. It's not happening. Crazy Raccoon gain the lead.
Proper felt the pressure. Gonna take the Echo Mirror. Interesting. So Falcons disagreeing with me, feeling that the Echo is the stronger comp. Still, though, I like this look with Proper on the Echo, Stalker on the Tracer. That is a devastating combo. I think they absolutely do have what it takes individually. Some more flexibility, perhaps, than Crazy Raccoon, that they can make the swap that I think Crazy Raccoon wouldn't swap the same way due to their player preferences.
Oh, what a nade. Chio in trouble. Proper playing a bit of a defensive Echo now, but that nano onto the Brigitte from Team Falcons. Make sure Chio doesn't get obliterated yet again. Jumpin also with the nano in kind. Slowly but surely, they're just wrapping. Just making sure Team Falcons have to look 3 different directions at once in order to stay up. Shu and Chorong kind of moving in now, getting into the line of sight, but these fights, they're all happening all over the place. You can see Proper has found Jumpin, who's been isolated in the back. A nice little health pack pick up there, forces Proper to kind of rotate the main now. Shu falling is not a good sign for Crazy Raccoon. Their lifeline in this fight is slowly wearing out now, as they have very little heals to play with.
Gio will die for that aggression, but they get the cleanup. Crazy Raccoon Unlocking the forward spawn, though, their players are going to be back into the fight, and that late pick onto Chio is going to mean that Fielder's going to have to be pretty careful. Without that Brigitte by his side, he's a much more vulnerable target, especially to something like a Primal Rage from Junbin. And, I mean, he's been piloting the Winston masterfully, going toe-to-toe with one of the best to ever do it in Smurf. So, still, this game rests on the edge of the knife. Slight lead for Crazy Raccoon, but that pick could change everything.
Hey, Jake, they're only 11 meters behind him. This is a very easy push now without Lip just harassing the backline permanently.
I wouldn't say
Raccoon.
This is Crazy Raccoon, but whoa, what a dive!
Smurf Stalker diving on in. No ults needed, and if actually it's Heesang that's going to pop the duplicate on the Winston, but he's instantly destroyed. They've got no backline to back that ultimate up. I mean, this is going to be Team Falcons taking the lead here.
So much pressure. Does Junbin want a Primal to stall out? He doesn't have his teammates, but he's going to go for the clutch.
Chorong and Shu are coming back, and that rally's coming up for Chorong, but I don't think he's going to make it in time with Heesang already going down. A nice stick onto Junbin just reduces health bar even further as he tries to retreat to his backline. Desperately needs heals, but here comes Smurf. Nano boost and the Primal Rage. I'm not sure Shu wants to fly any higher, but Smurf going a little bit too deep, and he ends up being taken down, but Team Falcons still with the lead.
One more Winston coming in. If this time it's proper, wants to finish off that Echo, needs one more shot.
Heesang down. Shu deploying the now onto Junbin to try and stall the point, but stall is really the only thing he can do now. A minute and 45 to go. The fight eventually breaking down as Team Falcons. They're going to have to get out of there. Although they managed to find the pick onto Junbin. That would have been perfect.
Rally pop from Chio. They're very committed to this fight. They do have the lead, but if they get wiped here, things could really swing against them. And Crazy Raccoon, they smell blood in the water. They're chasing hard. Chio goes down. Things gonna be flipping around here. It will be a final fight.
Yeah, here we go. All right.
Oh, Smurf.
Lip still comes up with another big kill. Stalling for time here is what's important for Team Falcons. 92 meters to 78.
Those kills are absolutely critical by the last surviving members of Team Falcons. Really gonna take some of the bite out of this counter push from Crazy Raccoon. At the same time, we've got another Junbin Primal. Proper gonna make the swap over to the Cassidy. A very defensive choice here, but makes sense considering you don't need to make any more progress. You just have to hold it down.
Team Falcons right now with an exceptionally good chance of ending the streak of Crazy Raccoon. Nice nade onto Chio again. Saves the bash, gets out of there. And now it's just the mid fight once again. But we've only got 30 seconds to go. Smurf leaping away after a pulse bomb did connect. And here comes the dive from Junbin. I mean, there's no chance for you surviving there, unfortunately, Proper. Chio falls as well, but with 20 seconds to go. I mean, Chorong down too. Team Falcons could come in this one very quickly with a nano boost.
That's a critical kill. Without the Brigitte, it's so difficult for these high mobility flankers to stay alive and stay aggressive. Falcons, they don't have too many ults available. Nano Primal, it might just be enough. Chorong, he got the back spawn as well. Crazy Raccoon, they need a hero in this moment.
Nano boost coming in from Junbin. Is he the hero that they require? There's actually a nano boost onto Proper of all things. And with OT in session, Crazy Raccoon deciding to get out of there. They have to go for a regroup, but they cannot get off the bot, not for a single moment anymore. Rally popped, but it's not enough to save Shu. Is this really it? Team Falcons wanting to end Crazy Raccoon's win streak, and it looks like it's gonna be Chorong down as the crowd erupts, and Team Falcons, they're going to take this second map here as soon as they clear Lip off the payload, and they tie the series.
The energy is palpable here in the Kadia Arena. The fans are behind Team Falcons, and I can't help but feel that in this map, Falcons showed what they're capable of. When you engineer the scenario where Proper is swapping back and forth from a flex DPS to a hit scan, creating the advantage wherever he's needed, that's something that I don't think Crazy Raccoon can replicate. I think that's maybe the only thing that Crazy Raccoon cannot replicate. In a pure hit scan mirror, maybe Lip has the edge, but Proper, his flexibility proves its value here on Runasapi.
Yeah, Chio's pretty happy.
We're going deep in this series, Jack. I'll tell you what, we're going deep.
Win streak ended as Team Falcons take a map. Let's jump down to the studio and see how surprised they really are.
All right, we got a little rivalry, not just on the stage, but between these two. Hunter said Falcons would only get one map. They just got a map, Hunter.
Yeah, no, if you're ZP, you're probably smiling right now as we've immediately seen a crack in Crazy Raccoons. So, you know, maybe, just maybe, we could see more than one map lost here. I'd not be surprised at all if we see Falcons continue to push the series in the direction of a Winston Arnebrink mirror now.
ZP, you're saying that we haven't seen a lot of mirror play throughout this tournament. Here, these two very evenly matched teams feel that maybe it's best just to copy each other.
Yeah, I mean, these teams have very similar strengths, so it's not surprising that you'd see huge parts of the game be mirrored. Now, Proper did swap off a little bit from the Echo to the Cass, back to the Echo over the course of the series, but I think this series, more than most that we've seen, you're going to see both teams end up playing the same things against each other because both teams are confident they can beat the other team at their own game.
Hunter, what did this come down to? Was it the ult usage? Was it just individual performances from tanks or DPS? What did you see that separated Falcon from Crazy Raccoon in Game 2?
I'd say that probably the clutch plays from Stalker. Time and time again, these sticks landing, winning fights, turning fights again and again. They call him Sticky Stalker back in the Overwatch League days. And he's showing up right now and holding true to his name.
He won our MVP award last night for his performance for Team Falcon. Today, he's trying to do his best to keep pace with Crazy Raccoon and, of course, their man Lip on the own Tracer. So will we see Proper continue to flex? Will we see Lip move off of that Tracer? As we take a look, we got Hybrid, Escort, and Flashpoint still to go. And this time, Crazy Raccoon gets to pick.
Yeah, and again, the conundrum of Crazy Raccoon is that most of the other teams in the tournament, you would have an idea of, oh, they really want to go here. In this matchup with these two teams, this is just you go to whatever you feel most comfortable on more than anything else. You know, both these teams are so solid on fundamentals that there is no sort of this is our special home territory or we think you're really weak on this map. It's a very honest Overwatch.
Hunter, I go all the way back to 2016 as a veteran of this scene. You're a young buck, so talk to me a little bit about Overwatch 2. Are you more comfortable playing some of the old school maps like Hollywood, Dorado, or do you like the newer maps that are in our map pool?
I'd say, you know, the newer maps are probably my favorites. I think there's more room for stylistic forcing of a matchup there. And after the series that we just saw, I'd say that if you're on the Crazy Raccoon side, you'd want to put Lip on a hard hit scan. So you'd want to go to one of the new maps, something like Circuit, where he can shine on Widowmaker.
Widowmakers are our favorites, aren't they, chat? Let us know what you're looking forward to. Headshots galore is what I'm asking for, and we'll see where our players decide to fight. The coach is making some decisions. We talked about Coach Krusty on the side for Falcon. Who's on the bench and who's coaching things over on Crazy Raccoon?
I want to say that Crazy Raccoon has Coach Moon, so that's another Overwatch League champion coach in the wings. Honestly, at this level of the tournament, every coach has some sort of major accomplishment.
Yeah, I mean, the coaching staff has really also shown their merit just in the pick ban phase for a lot of these teams and just getting this far. Again, maybe not the most impactful in this series, but overall, you've seen some teams absolutely fail because of coaches making terrible mistakes. And some teams have, and some teams really succeeding because of it.
McGravy is making his money coaching these days. He's filling in as an analyst for us, luckily, this week, and he'll be rejoining us on the set in a little bit. But he is all smiles right now, seeing this matchup tied up 1-1. The question for me is, what map, of course, are we going to play on? And what do you want to do if you're Crazy Raccoon? What is the weakness of Falcons? Is there a play style that you can force them into being uncomfortable?
Okay, I think for Crazy Raccoon, there are two approaches here that they could take. They could go for a very fast comp. They could try and play Lucio with something like Donghak's Wrecking Ball, not Donghak, with Junbin's Wrecking Ball, and try and play something really fast and really chaotic. Or the alternative, they could bring it to a hard hit scan matchup. They could pick an escort map like Circuit Royale, and they could just have Lip on something like the Widowmaker taking over the lobby.
ZP?
Honestly, he's starting to talk me into the idea of seeing Lip on a Widow map. However, here's the problem in terms of bans. So let's say you go to Circuit and you think, oh, gee, maybe this means Lip is going to be coming on the Widow. Well, you can ban the Widow in that specific instance if you don't want to do the Widow v Widow mirror, even though I think Pride-wise and Falcons would be like, yeah, maybe we'll take that man-to-man matchup. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we do see something like a Circuit into a Widow ban just because it makes sense.
We've got some young talent on the stage as well as some veterans. And we have a guy who's been there since day one of the Overwatch League, currently out in the stands. Danny Lim, what's going on?
What's up, everybody? Danny Lim here. I mean, you guys could hear this. Falcon fans are excited that they just got the map 2 win. The energy is high. It's actually going even more crazier. Just listen. Just see this crowd. Louder! One more time. Right, go. Falcons, you guys gotta win this. Do it for the fans. Thank you, guys.
I believe, at least for now, because I don't know what the map is, but it's time to find out. Where are we going for game number 3, a swing game in the best of 7? And it looks like this is going to be some fun, ZP. We're going to Servasa for Flashpoint.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of funny because one of the themes repeated over and over again over the course of the tournament when you talk to teams that, oh yeah, Flashpoint is where you're going to be comfortable. Everyone's comfortable in Flashpoint, and look, if you're Crazy Raccoon, you just got dealt your first map loss in the series. Maybe a little bit of comfort would do you some good.
Hunter, do you like this pick? Of course, we saw some dominance in that first control. This is like having 5 control points.
Exactly right. I'd say that you'd be totally happy with this as a Crazy Raccoon fan, because this is that first option that I mentioned. Servasa, this is the fast map. This is where you're just fighting again and again and again. They could run a Lucio comp here, and they could just take the pace in their hands.
Can I play Ana on this map?
It's possible for Shu. For most people, Ana would be too much of a liability on a map like this, but Shu, he's somebody that can truly make Ana work on any map.
Flashpoint, all about keeping your players up. You don't want to lose those team fights, of course, but what is my ideal support for this map?
Honestly, it depends on team style, right? But I think the one thing you're going to see a lot here, unless it's banned, is Lucio, because you need the ability to go from point to point. One of the things that continually gets brought up is that if Lucio does get banned on here, you only get like 2 attempts per point. So the odds are very high that both teams will be running a Lucio pretty much all the way through.
I like that call out. We'll see if we're going to see some Lucio taxis or if one of our coaches says, no way. We have faith in our team fights. We're going to put you on the back foot and make you walk across this map. We're going to be heading back into the Qiddiya Arena any moment for game number 3. Hunter, I know at the start of this, you thought Falcons could only take 1 map. Is there a chance they can steal Flashpoint?
I would say so. After seeing that dive matchup, I think there could be more dive throughout this series. So I would be almost confident to say that Falcons is more than capable of taking another map. I think we could see the scoreline evened up multiple times throughout this series.
Shout out to the fans who made it out here for the final day of Overwatch 2 at the Esports World Cup. The arena is filling up and things are getting even hotter on the stage. Servasa, Flashpoint, our next map. The band's coming in from our coaching staff, and it's time to find out what Crazy Raccoon chooses to do first. They said no Kiriko. Is that just protecting the Lucio?
No, this is more than just protecting the Lucio. This is shutting down some of the fastest styles that Falcons could play. If you're going to play a double flex DPS comp, which is the biggest strength of Falcons, it requires a Kiriko. So that has been taken out of the game.
And of course, they're saying no Winston on the other side. So I have a feeling we're going to see Hanbin come back in for Falcons. Do you think that's the move, or do you keep smurfing after the win?
I mean, I think this is the case where you'll definitely see Hanbin coming back in. And look, I said that before I saw what was on the screen, but it's pretty predictable here, right? And taking out the Winston also means that the idea that, hey, you could get away with playing Shu on the Ana here, well, probably not going to see the Ana now that the Winston is off the table.
Junbin is on the sideline. Max is coming in. We're also going to see the return of Hanbin. Talk to me about the tank showdown.
I'd say, you know, with these tanks in, we're more than likely to see something of a diva showdown. We're probably going to see 2 very fast comps where people are just going to be flying across the map over and over again. Putting these off-tank players in, it signifies that they're not looking for a traditional dive matchup. They're looking for one of these new era diva comps to come out into play.
The map is ready. Let's send it upstairs to get game number 3 on its way. Jaws, take it away.
Thank you, Pocket. Yes, Servasa on your screens. Team Falcons, they finally managed to end Crazy Raccoon's win streak in that last map. My word, we knew it was going to be a close one, Jake. We knew that. We have some substitutions coming in. Max Hanbin stepping in. Maybe some Diva. We've even seen a little bit of Zarya too recently.
Yeah, we could see Zarya. I think it's going to be a lot of Diva and maybe even some Sigma. I'm a big fan of Sigma just on the first point of the map. I think once we get to those outer points, it's a lot more tight corners, mobility, where the Diva's ability to get around the map more quickly is effective. But I love Sigma on this opener. I think that nice slow poking style, let the enemy come to you. It's a wide open point. As long as you mark those lanes, and I mean, come on, these teams, they know what's going on. They're going to have no problem blocking the flanks. It's an open map, looks good for them. At the same time, looks like both teams gonna roll out with the Lucio, so a little bit faster look, but like the Sigma does come out from Max. Falcons, they've got to find some sort of fast dive. Stalker on the Mei. This is a really weird composition. Falcons has cooked some things up special.
Yeah. Maybe trying to catch Max off guard, potentially.
Yeah.
Well, damage already. You can see that ice wall and Max feeling it in his back. Rather cold, and now rather purple. Getting antied by Fielder.
The Mei does allow you to slow things down a little bit, build those walls, and grind down the Sigma, who is forced off the point, so slightly positionalized. Oh, Stalker, what an opener onto Heesang.
Yeah, I mean, that's something that Mei's very, very good at, taking down the Traces with those icicles from long range. Oh, magic shoe there, don't know where he went to. Up in the sky.
Stalker, 3?
I mean, Stalker dominant on the Mei there to start us off with, and that'll be Team Falcons came in the point.
All right, Stalker, usually Mei offering more utility, setting up her teammates for success.
Nah, he just does damage.
We've seen some of the Meis in this tournament really show those icicles.
He's a damage kind of Mei. He's not a utility Mei.
A lot of pressure, I think, on Lip and Heesang here. They should be able to deliver a little bit more. Maybe Max can apply some pressure, but I don't think Raccoons have ever seen this Team Falcon strat. I haven't seen it before either, and so this is a unique pullout here for the first map, and I like
nice
the
nade again. Fielder with some cheeky angles here. Nano boost available, goes pretty low, sends Harmon straight in, instantly rocked, and a lot of those micro missiles being eaten there by the Sigma. Still wants to go for the Lucio. The tracking is sublime, but Harmon eventually demet, going a little bit too deep there in the back line. No hope from Chio's sound barrier either, as Team Falcons lose their tank. Well, they're going to beat anyway, it looks like, Jake. And now Fielder trying to take matters into his own hands. Shu and Lip in a little bit of trouble, but so is Max. He may have used that flux, but instantly taken care of by Fielder. No matter who goes down on Team Falcon side, you know the rest of the team are going to back you up.
Chorong just a few percent too slow to the beat, and that makes a world of difference. Falcons clutch the team fight without Hanbin. An incredible play. Max feels the pressure, gonna switch over to the Zarya. I love this choice. Gonna give you some better utility to get your teammates out of that blizzard if they do get frozen. At the same time, a very strong individual matchup against the D.Va. Falcons, they have many tools to work with though. Both teams gonna deploy ults heavily. This is a point you really want to get early control of.
It's gonna be pretty easy to do that as well with this Mei. Those walls on the Zarya, that's pretty much death as the Zarya if you've used even a single bubble, to be fair. And Blizzard, too, to kind of lock down the point. He's sang a little bit of trouble.
Gonna be tough to answer a Bob here, though. A Bob on the point would really almost certainly get a cap for Crazy Raccoon and another pickoff.
Wow, and I thought Heesang was in trouble. Apparently not. High Noon on the sides. Oh, proper. Narrowly avoiding the kill. And there's Heesang asleep, and that'll be one for Fielder and Chio. Hanbin dead, point unlocked, no chance for Team Falcons in this fight.
He's torqued up. Max wants a kill here. Proper overstays his welcome.
Oh, get him.
Hanbin, Doomfist, and a Ramatra crossing the spawn a little bit quicker. You've got to find a Blizzard right now if you are a Stalker, but so much easier said than done. You know Chorong is going to be holding on to that speed boost. Max has bubbles. Stalker, he's been great with the icicles, but can he find the isolation, the freeze? It would be just what his team needs, but it's so difficult. I like the approach, though. Falcons electing go from the high ground. This is a little bit easier for your Mei, better angles. Don't have to worry so much about those backline spammers.
He gets spammed out by Max, though, who's been high energy this whole time. Should have himself a grab in a couple of moments. Here we go, though. Team Falcons put themselves on the point. Bob meets wall. So Team Falcons don't really need to worry about him. Although, oh, that was sneaky. Did you see that? Chorong is just pushing Bob onto the point. I'll give you a little hand, buddy. Not a problem. Gave them a little bit of space at the very least there. And Team Falcons still holding on to a lot of these ults. Got to rip him eventually. Max going pretty low. Dashes back. Hasn't got any bubbles left. Retouches the point at the final moment there. As the Graviton's thrown out. Oh, and it's a good one. A better beat though. Chio saves the team. Throws out a Blizzard to stop Crazy Raccoons jumping on their backline as that overhealth fades away. And eventually now, Team Falcons trying to vet these kills. Heesang, Lip, Shu dead. And Team Falcons are going to find the cap.
I gotta say, a lot of people were calling Heesang the MVP of Crazy Raccoon last time these teams faced off. But right now, it's Stalker's Mei that's just lighting it up onto Heesang. He feels the pressure. Gonna make the swap over to the Pharah. Definitely an unconventional choice here. There's no obvious healer for Pharah. You've got Proper on the Ashe. Fielder on the Ana could be firing back. At the same time, it's a great point for Pharah. You can slide over those walls and bring the spam in from an angle that's hard to stop.
Yeah, both in a ram mirror now. Unfortunately for Max,
what a flank.
His backline just got dominated by Fielder. Proper and Fielder on the flank. Dynamite, nade, all the AoE. Team Falcons, I mean, if they get another pick here, I mean, 85%, that might just be point.
Team Falcons just attacking from the flank. What a big push from Proper, Stalker, Hanbin, all at the same time. The team collapses on Crazy Raccoon.
That's it.
We could be seeing Team Falcons upset Crazy Raccoon on their map pick. We've seen some Flashpoint map picks from these Korean squads. I've not been a fan tactically, but just so much confidence, their individual ability. At the same time, I think Falcons is about to shatter that confidence. Up 2-0 on Flashpoint. Looking really tough if you are a fan of Crazy Raccoon. You do not want to go down in the series on your first map pick. That's your most impactful one.
Yeah, Team Falcons, they've played this map twice already. It was a win versus a virtus.pro, and then a loss in the group stage versus Twisted Minds. So potentially played a factor in why Crazy Raccoon wanted to go here. All right, point unlocked now as Stalker trying to tag the fire out of the skies. Lands one Icicle, but Fielder is already dead. Trading a healer for a DPS. I'll take this raid on the DPS any day of the week. Healing is going to be quite sparse now for Team Falcons.
Should be a cleanup here for Crazy Raccoon. Shu is going to make a world of difference, cutting down that opposing flex support. You'd love to get trades. Chio does find Chorong, goes off the map, but the Lucio is sort of the least valuable trade. He's going to be back to the fight in time for any possible engagement that Team Falcons can bring. So Crazy Raccoon fighting back well. At the same time, the Blizzard from Stalker could be a big difference maker. Nano as well. Heesang's barrage. There's no drone for that barrage, so really could be a huge threat here. Heesang on the Pharah. I think a lot of pressure on him to shut down this backline.
Fielder's going to have to fit an unreal sleep dart here on Heesang to stop that barrage finding value. Hits Nado himself, healing him up as Max is there trying to match him on this staircase, but Chio is already dead. Crazy Raccoon's off to a really good start on this point. Maybe a bit frustrated about the last one, getting picked off and getting flanked here, because 85% of building for Crazy Raccoon, plus finding the stagger onto Fielder. I mean, there you go, that's it.
Crazy Raccoon strike back, and so conservative, they don't even need to ult to win that point. That's huge going into the rest of the map. I would dare say they needed that to get the tempo back in their favor. Both teams, again, with tons of ults. Hanman gonna swap to the D.Va, give themselves a good tool to potentially answer Heesang's barrage, but there are so many ults online. Will Hanman even have the Matrix ready by the time Heesang comes in with his barrage? This crucial opening fight, I mean, it might be for the entire game. If Falcons get an early control, they could be running away with it.
I mean, they've got the ults to do it too. This Blizzard could be a massive detriment to Crazy Raccoon's plan. Of course, they ideally want to get in on the back line, use that annihilation, shred people down, but that is a good start. Heesang being a little bit cheeky there, trying to find an off angle on Falcons, but hey, Proper's going to be there. Sound barrier comes in from Chio as well. I mean, this is a scrappy fight. Annihilation on the point, but I mean, Humpy's just ignoring them. Nano boost straight forward, and this is a defensive annihilation as Team Falcons end up capping. Blizzard thrown in the back as well. This is just chaos. Crazy Raccoon, they're just fighting off the point. A beat from Crazy Raccoons as they just punch on forward. Team Falcons end up biting off a little bit more than they could chew there by the looks of it, but they are still gaining percentage on this point.
Wow, what an incredible kite back by Crazy Raccoon. The heal out from Chorong was ridiculously impactful. Kept them alive through the Blizzard. I thought that would certainly be enough from Falcons, but it was not. Crazy Raccoon bend, but they do not break here on Saravasa.
42% now for Team Falcons. No ults to work with. A very expensive fight for both teams.
And Shu's BAP has been so rock solid. Got that opener onto Fielder earlier. He's got another Amp Matrix to work with, and he makes magic happen with this ultimate.
Well, I guess I suppose Team Falcons at least have the high ground here. Harmon just trying to push and pressure out the backline, maybe buy the rest of his team some space here to capture the point. He's going to get chased down. He's acting more like a tracer right now than an actual tank. There's the window. Makes his presence known yet again, but still has to be a little bit careful. He's only just 1 HP, by the way. He's looking straight at him, but needs to get the reload. Needed something. Self-destruct, can't get it around the corner. Does manage to successfully find the remake as Max is slept and antied on the point. 1 HP, holding the arms up, but not long enough. Eventually turned to scrap metal on the point, and Harbin shrugs off that pulse bomb.
Critical fight for Falcons. They've got to control it. Proper with 2.
I mean,
and the delay on Shu.
Yeah, 94% for Crazy Raccoon as Team Falcons once again take control.
Right now, I feel like Lip's been quiet. Historically, I feel he's gotten the better of Proper in the pure hit scan duel, but Proper has not shied away from it whatsoever in the series, and right now he's looking dominant. We've seen the Nano come to him before. Right now, I'd expect it to come to Hanbin, and a lot of pressure on Shu and Chorong. That beat feels miles away.
We live so close to this, Bob. That's a good start, though. Okay, carry down, Proper dead. Nano boost. Now you're going to try and make something work here. Nice little boop onto Hanbin. Can't quite get close to anybody, and Bob as well is going to isolate him from the rest of the team as opposed to on the point, but Stalker's already dead. A flip here for Crazy Raccoon. And Team Falcons, they're going to need to touch it. But Hanbin's dead. Chio's got beat. Proper has the high noon, but they're just going to take it to a 0.5. It's going the complete distance.
Proper tried to get tricky, tried to pull a gamble flank there, but he was sniffed out by the Crazy Raccoon, shut down, and it cost him the point there. I wonder if he'll be kicking himself for that one. Still, though, a lot of confidence in this Falcons squad. The D.Va, I think, is exceptionally strong here on the point with a lot of these open angles you can get into the back limit. I mean, Chorong seems like he has eyes in the back of his head. He's always peeling Shu, making sure that this legendary Baptiste has the room he needs to work with.
Sound barrier for both sides as well.
Oh, Lip.
Oh. I mean, that's what you're calling out, Jake. It's normally Lip coming up large in these fights, getting these first picks. Oh, Fielder in a little bit of trouble. Sound barrier deployed there by Chio. Fielder dead. I mean, the focus fire here from Crazy Raccoon. They know the target they want, and they are going to get it.
It is expensive, though. It's going to cost you Pulse Bomb, Annihilation, Sound Barrier. These are some of your best ults. Amp Matrix, also very powerful, but with D.Va on the field, a little bit of less consistent of an ultimate. You know, eating that damage is no more effective. But I love this. Get off the hit scan into a fully fast, aggressive style. Shu is going to feel the pressure here.
I love the Venture.
Stalker's been just incredible on the Venture every time he brings it out. I think this is not going to be any different. Should be the initiator of this fight. We're going to see him burrow, go to that backline, and Chorong, you have to deliver a miracle to keep these guys alive.
Venture is so good as well at dealing with Tracer on these flanks. You just send a couple of left dick towards them, and they are out of there.
I think we're about to see the initiation, Jack.
Yeah, here it is. There's the burrow. Nade on the backline. Chorong in trouble. Stalker hunting, searching for the prey. Can't quite find it. It's actually just Crazy Raccoon with a kite off of the point. Stalker waiting for the re-engage again as Hanbin also sets up. Has self-destruct as well. Stalker looking under. There he is. Uh-oh, backline in trouble. No, Chorong with the boot, perfectly placed. However, now Lip is going to be the main focus here from Team Falcon. Although Crazy Raccoon just a ring around the rosy right now. Chio and Stalker come up big with kills and a touch there from Proper to make sure overtime is triggered for Team Falcons.
Well played. The dive seems to have worked. Max going to try and stall things out on the point, but Team Falcons with a significant player advantage want to clean this up without dropping a player. They're going to be able to accomplish it, but Crazy Raccoon just need to win one solid team fight. At the same time, retaking into the Venture is a fraught proposition. This hero is deadly. When you have to clear corners, clumb around close angles, it's incredibly difficult. Venture can safely hide in those corners, not scared. They can just dig away if they need to.
The lamp as well is almost kind of useless against the Venture. They can just use the drill dash to get you out of it. It's a tough life, a horrific day to be a support player. That is for sure when Venture's on the other side of things. Fielder has got a nano, however, so Team Falcons, they might be able to go quite quickly here with maybe Hanbin receiving that one. Bob on the point's going to be good, and there you go. Hanbin with a nano on top of him, but look, he's so low. He's not going to make the best use of this at all as the point almost flips. It's actually Stalker there to touch in the burrow as Proper ends up going down. Lip comes up big once again as Stalker just firing into the back line with the left clicks. The Annihilation, though, is going to have to be dealt with eventually. A good sleep onto Max, but they still need to go for a retouch. Team Falcons with this three-man sound barrier as the self-destruct on point guarantees the remake onto Hanbin. But here comes the sound barrier from Chorong. It's a later one. They got their eyes set on the back line as Fielder just tries to get away, but a perfect defensive play there from Stalker, taking down Chorong, and Proper comes back with a little bit of vengeance too. Point flipped. It's Team Falcons now again in control.
It's incredibly competitive here on the server. Both teams brawling it out, everything on the floor.
One fight as well. Stalker, just a masterclass on the Venture pick. The drill dash off the map. Just sublime work from the Venture, as now his final fight.
Dropper's pulse bomb could be everything here. Max drops low for the touch. He's out of the suit. Drone wasted.
Lip as well on the Sombra to trying to get back. A pulse bomb does land, but it only goes to Harbin, and he's not been demeched. A pulse bomb from Pupper could be the difference maker. As Crazy Raccoon just desperately trying to go onto the point, but Stalker's underground cannot be dislodged, and now it's Harbin's turn to get back. There is a window that's been opened up, but Proper ends up going down. A manual hack from Lip takes him out.
Nano onto Hanbin, it's really their last hope. It's got to come up huge.
Nice
Chio
hack
under
there onto
pressure.
the front line as well, as Chio ends up falling over. Crazy Raccoon has somehow managed to make their way back into this fight. The flip and the map, as Crazy Raccoon come up clutch at the very final moments.
It's a reverse sweep on Flashpoint. Crazy Raccoon backs against the wall for the first time in this tournament. For this team, it feels like the first time ever, but the pressure doesn't phase them. They clutch up time and time again. What a map, but I don't think anyone can feel confident in this series. These two teams are about as close of a match as we've seen all tournament long.
I mean, this is kind of a grand finals in the semifinals, right? A classic Overwatch moment when the grand finals teams you'd expect to at least make it there, meet in the semis, and have to knock one or the other out. Dallas was a bit of a hiccup for Team Falcons there, and maybe this map too, but people were saying Crazy Raccoon came into this as a leveled up team, and you're thinking, like, how could this team level up even more? But Team Falcons is the same, just keeping up with them, an extremely close Saravasa.
Yeah, man, Stalker's May, I thought he had this map on lockdown, but a couple of fights just go the way of Crazy Raccoon with incredible individual performances, sniffing out those flanks. I mean, a lot of teams under the pressure, under the bright lights here in Riyadh would have slipped up, wouldn't have checked those corners, but Crazy Raccoon, they're just locked in, ready for a long series.
Falcons are ready and waiting though on the sidelines, Jake. They got another swing, they got another round, and then they got another few more. First to 4, of course. We'll jump down to the studio, though. The guys can break it down.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, and congrats to Crazy Raccoon for the gutsy play, pulling it out with no ultimates. They're able to seal the deal. And afterwards, Hunter, you hit the Fortnite emote over here. Is that what was going on?
And I had a little bit of something to say to ZP over here for his prediction, because at the end of the day, I back Crazy Raccoon every day in the week in the couch.
I love this rivalry brewing on this side of the stage. All right, so let's talk about the comeback, because ZP, we were so confident. We were in place. We were ready for the game to be over with, of course, Falcon taking it. Where did that turn around?
It turned around once they started to play around the May more. That's simple as this. Because you look at the first 2 points here, where Falcons was dominant. It was a stalker show. Yes. Pure and simple. It was May getting 2 kills, 3 kills, every single fight. Not only getting the kills, but also key walls that just split Crazy Raccoon and really keep them off guard. It's one of those situations where now you talk about potential target bans later in the series. I think if we go to another control map, should the series go long, I think the May ban is absolutely going to come in from Crazy Raccoon.
Do me a favor, if you're watching at home, tell your friends about what you just witnessed and get into this stream, because that may be the best game I've seen over the course of our Overwatch 2 tournament. Incredible stuff, and you can see the elation of the fans. Falcons unfortunately fallen behind, but the good news is if you're a Falcon fan, you get the next map ban.
Exactly right. We've seen some really, really close matchups here. I would say if you're a Falcons fan, you might be looking for a Ramatra ban. That map really swung in the opposite direction when Max wound up on the Ramatra. It looked like Sigma was more or less solved. As soon as Max was on Sigma, Stalker was on the Mei, shutting him down. Zarya didn't look like a big issue, but once Max was on Ram, he was a menace. So if you're Falcons, maybe looking to move towards a map and a ban structure that stops Max from playing that Ramatra, that could be something that they could be looking for.
It's 2-1 in the best of 7, and of course, we also have the club championship here at EWC. After 4 weeks, Falcons are in front. They've already earned 275 points for making this far, but they're trying to add another 600 guaranteed by getting to the finals. Of course, we saw some other action going on around the venue as PUBG Mobile has officially wrapped up Alpha 7. The title. Let's take a look at what was going on stage as these young men get to put their key in the trophy and raise this bad boy.
Ladies and gentlemen, the EWC champions, Alpha 7 Esports!
That stage is so sick. It's like the Cowboys Stadium. You have an LED wall that just takes over the entirety of the arena. And you can see what it means to Alpha 7, ZP.
Yeah, I mean, and look, later today, that's going to be one of our teams here in Overwatch. Going to be good.
We got to send it over to Fancy. Fancy, take it away.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. We just witnessed history in the making at the Esports World Cup as we saw Alpha 7 Esports slam that frame into the Esports World Cup totem and cement their presence in history. It is truly a historical moment at the Esports World Cup. And we are still one more game away from finishing all of our games for this week. And it's going to be Overwatch, but the night is still young. We still got a lot more matches to go. So I'll head back to the studio and talk more about Overwatch. But for now, PUBG Mobile at the Esports World Cup is complete, and Alpha 7 Esports are the champions.
Congratulations to Alpha 7. We said that over here on the Overwatch stage that whoever wins this is getting 1,000 points. You just need 1,100 to be in a three-way tie for 5th. So this is going to skyrocket that team up the leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, the teams that have invested in Overwatch and the teams that have gotten a team this far in the tournament, they're going to benefit greatly when it comes to the club championship. And for Crazy Raccoon, they're really hoping that this is where they get to add 1,000 points to their score.
Let's head back into the Qiddiya Arena for map number 4. It's Falcons map pick, and we'll see where they go. Remember, you cannot choose the same game mode. And it looks like we're going back to the monastery for a little bit of escort. Did you see this one coming, Hunter?
This is a little bit of a surprise to me. I'd say that Shambali Monastery can go two ways. You can play a little bit of Sigma here, you can play a little bit of Rush here. Maybe with the fear of Ramatra after that last map, we'd see a ban. No, it looks like we're seeing a Tracer ban here on Shambali Monastery. So honestly, there's a lot of options. We might see a poke matchup. We could see a Sigma v Sigma.
Sigma v Sigma. We'll see what Crazy Raccoon decide to do. They cannot ban a DPS character. They, of course, will be choosing from tanks or supports here.
Yeah, I think part of the reason why the Tracer may be banned is that Stalker, we just saw from the last map, right? Stalker's really versatile, and while Stalker could do a good Tracer, maybe getting the Tracer out of the way plays to Stalker's strengths.
You got Ramatra back in, so if I am Falcons, who am I putting in as my tank? Same question for Crazy Raccoon.
I'm thinking, you know, now that we've got a Ramatra ban on the table, we're on Shambali Monastery, we're probably going to see a battle of the off-tanks here. It's probably going to be Hanban versus Max, and I'd say both of them are going to be playing Sigma here from the looks of the bans.
Max looks loose, ready to go after they just clutched up in a game number 3. We'll find out. Can Falcons even it up? Let's send it upstairs. Gentlemen, take it away.
Shambali Monastery for Team Falcons, their choice, of course. And yeah, both tanks staying in. Hanban, Max, and yeah, I think Hunter's right. Maybe a little bit of Sigma we're going to see it.
Yeah, especially with that Tracer ban. Very surprised to see that come out from Team Falcons. Stalker, one of the best in the world on that player-hero combination. But it does really make those dives so much more difficult to execute. You can get away with a lot of greed, but Falcons, they popularized this comp throughout the tournament, not been afraid to bring it out. I mean, this is something I would say that's completely new in Overwatch. It's a hybrid style between a rush and a dive comp, playing a relatively the first 4 heroes, right? The DPS, the supports, kind of a conventional rush style, maybe even from a few years ago. But the Diva really adds an element of unpredictability and aggression. A diver, really, that in a rush comp doesn't seem to fit, but Falcons make it work.
I really want Crazy Raccoon to go double flex.
Yeah, I agree. Agree. I think Sigma should be really good against this. I think Diva is going to struggle to get through the front line when you could just eat a big rock to the face from Max.
I thought he was going to go Torb. Crazy Raccoon. Let's get a quick listen in, though. They're changing a lot around here.
얘네 차 버블 한번 더 쳐줄까? 버블 3초 먼저 기다려. 버블 돼 2층 가봐 2층 가봐. 줘봐. 디바치게 기다려. 괜찮아. 템 뺐어. 하나 뺐다. 네이드 뺐다 빨만해. 네이드 없어 지금. 이거 하면 무조건 잡는다 이거. 기다려봐. 그래서 이거 에너지 차면 우리 웨이치 밀만한데 이거. 밀만해. 웨이치 밀어야겠다. 밀어가자. 지금 갈래? 기다려. 메인 적 때문에 그냥 한 번에 넣어봐 그냥. 기다려. 화물 나 오른 빼고 갈게. 기다려. 화물 오른 빼고 갈게. 기다려.
좋은데 이런 거?
화물 오른 빼고 기다려. 화물 이상 가봐.
He's going down super early there. Not too quick to get back from spawn though. He's got the dash, so it's all good, but they're still making it a very slow push here, methodical push from Crazy Raccoon, eventually making it to high ground.
They're gonna fight it out up here. Stalker has to fall back to the low
isolated.
ground.
Armin's just gonna die.
Oh, what a nade!
What was that?
Fielder!
What did I just see?
You madman! That was a desperate scenario. Hanbin feels it. He knows he has to change something. Goes in, creates just enough of a distraction, and Fielder with the aggressive biotic grenade. That's a match made of heaven. At the same time, Crazy Raccoon, those comms are great. I mean, every ability, they're letting each other know. If you have bubble, okay, give it to me now. Whether the enemy Ana has nade available, but clearly that one lost a little bit of dragon.
They had nade available. They had nade available 100%. 4-man bio nade, including a single kill there. Nano May. That's a lot of AoE. On top of that, too, throwing in that Blizzard. Wow. Team Falcons, their defense, like you were saying, Jake, this more hybrid comp that they've almost popularized, this May and this Diva, it is working out. There's 2 minutes to go, and Crazy Raccoon, I mean, specifically Max, no way near that grab.
I think this demonstrates something great. I think a lot of casual fans would say, oh, Zarya, you're just like automatically going to beat something like a Diva, but May really changes the game. Zarya has no inherent mobility, and so you get separated by a May wall.
Oh, you're dead.
You could just be done, right? You could be bursted down, showing how versatile these teams at the top level are. If you make a stylistic adjustment, the tank matchup does not define the game.
We're already on fire on the high ground, but it's all good. Quickly rolling down in the snow, and you should be fine. High Noon.
More of a zoning Noon. I think they were feeling the pressure on the map. One of the great stays.
Charring and Chill, 1 HP. If only they landed a couple of icicles there, it would have been history. Double support ultimate though now for Crazy Raccoon. Same with that grab. It's taken 3 minutes or so, Jake, here, but they finally got ults online.
You can see why Falcons brought us to this map. They look so good on it. The Nano on the Diva, keeping her alive. Charring with the first beat. Chill responds. I mean, huge advantage. Max
Graviton Surge looking at Hanbin. Hanbin he's just wandering around Max right now. Eventually that Matrix will end. There it is. Graviton Surge in the back. They still have to worry about that self-destruct though. Oh, Hanbin. Max with the right click on the ground ends up ending his own life. Chorong and Shu are on the board here for Crazy Raccoon, but the Falcons just flying away with the win here. 20 seconds to go, and Crazy Raccoons, this is looking like a completely different team what we saw in Surabasa.
In the end, though, spawn advantage for Crazy Raccoon. It's going to get that cart rolling. Falcons, without their supports, have to back off, have to regroup. He's saying with the barrage, so difficult against a player like Hanbin, one of the best to ever do it on the Diva. He's going to be hard-pressed to get value with this ultimate.
Hanbin taking infinite damage on the side here. Has to receive a nade from Fielder to keep himself topped up. Barrage still available, like you said, and now the Bob, the bouncer, keeping that payload safe. As Falcons disengage.
Falcons bleeding these ults out of the opposition. They would love a full hold on first. That would definitely bring the tempo back in the series.
Stalker's got Blizzard. Oh, what a kill, though. He sang with a direct onto Stalker. A little bit more of a free barrage now, and he knows it too.
Hanbin, see him. He's being tricky.
Hanbin is super low, though. I don't think it matters if Hanbin sees him or not. Hanbin has to stick on the point. They're going to just peek this little ledge. Team Falcons, they lose their support line as by the skin of their teeth. Crazy Raccoon cap first.
Great decision-making from Heesang there. I think he could have forced things with the barrage, maybe gets one, but could have easily died for it, so he just doesn't deploy the ultimate. He's patient, finds the pick onto a Mei, a hero who can't easily defend herself from flying champions like FR. Wow, I'm sounding like I'm just called him a champion.
They are champions, technically.
That is true.
They are champions.
Everyone on Crazy Raccoon is a champion.
Yeah. Oh, High Noon. Prop here in the dab real quick as he gets booped back. Oh, that was close. Stalker's still with this Blizzard. Much harder to get it off in these small, tight corridors, especially Max looking at you. Another Nano deployed on Hanbin, straight to the backline. No self-destruct for a remake, so has to play a little bit more passive here, but here comes the sound barrier. Chio going to lay one down too. Oh, right into the grasp of Stalker. A lot of those heals getting matrixed away by Hanbin. As what a push. Oh, he actually gets demeked. Can he survive? Can he actually get the remake here? Shu ends up actually going down to the self-destruct. A scrappy fight. And oh, Max with a remake kill onto Fielder. Should mean a whole bunch for Team Falcons, but That was a messy fight.
I mean, what a sick Blizzard from Stalker. The comp Crazy Raccoon is playing. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Blizzard give absolutely no value, just zone the enemy away. But somehow Stalker freezes the Diva and the Lucio, two of the hardest heroes in the entire game to catch with the ult, shuts down the beat. I mean, Stalker's May has been lights out for Team Falcons. What a sleeper pick. Not something I knew he had in the tank like this.
All right, Bob for Lip. Can they get it popping again? We'll see. Choosing a little bit damage there. Little dynamite too. Lip in a bad spot though. And Stalker's wall creating some noon terrain for Crazy Raccoons to tackle. And unfortunately for Lip, he's in an icy tomb now.
I'm calling it right now. If Falcons win this series, it's another Stalker MVP. This May is not something we've seen very much of all tournament. Just a few tastes of it from Team Falcons, but now they're showing their hand against their toughest opponent yet. The pocket pick is working. Crazy Raccoons so far haven't found the answer on Shivali Monastery.
Look at the ults. Nano boost. You have beat coming up. You got Blizzard high noon. Falcons have everything possible here to halt this push. Headshot onto the May, but they're approaching at an awkward angle. A nano boost onto it again. I mean, give it to him. Blizzard. Oh, he's just going to throw it on the point. Harmon has to come back into touch, and he freezes. Crazy Raccoon's getting chased out by Harbin, who's going to have herself just tried to go for the remake in just a moment as Heesang goes down. A high noon for a proper, and there we go. Team Falcons halting the push in the caves. My goodness, Stalker's May looks unbelievable right now.
The ace up the sleeve for Team Falcons, their flexibility paying dividends. Remember, the last time these teams faced off, Crazy Raccoons, they did win in the grand finals, but they lost in the semis. They needed time to see what Falcons was bringing and adapt. In the single elimination format, they don't have that. You have just one shot to take the victory, and Falcons, they want to capitalize. They want to end things. Winning their map pick is a great start. Could be done here on Shambhala.
Yeah, they want revenge, man. From going from Dallas, like you beat them once, and there's nothing worse than losing in the grand finals after you knocked them down to that lower bracket. And in front of a crowd, too, that has been supporting them since the very first game. Chants like 24/7. I'm surprised everybody in the audience still has a voice at this point.
Oh, I think they're going to keep cheering. I think they want to see Falcons in the grand finals. Stalker maybe going to stick with the May on attack. That would be truly wild. I mean, the May on defense, much more straightforward to play. You can defend these angles, hold the objective, but pushing in to a Pharah is a really tall order, even for the May. And yeah, this is looking tough. I mean, if they can make this work, I don't know. Falcons just on a different level, cooking something up that I've never seen before in Overwatch. This ban format has really opened up the game. I feel these innovative, flexible teams are showing their strength.
All right, here we go. Stalker jumping on the May again. Like I said, a bit of a different look here with Heesang on the Pharah. Kind of frustrating to deal with. There's a lot of kind of like hidey places for the Pharah here. Little off angle, keep peeking, re-peeking, peeking, re-peeking, like a lot of damage on the back line. But Stalker as well, but being the May too, you're so chunky. Like, it's so hard to quickly focus them down. It's not like a Cassidy or an Ashe, for example, that have a lot less health in the pool.
And at this level, right, even when you're forced to ice block, your teammates can come in and bail you out of trouble, gets you back in the fight. But, I mean, Heesang is raining down death from above on the Pharah. You can't forget about what a significant threat that is.
All right, rotation from Team Falcons. Nade onto Chorong in the back, and that's a go sign for Harmon. Oh,
Shu, what a nade.
Shu returning one in kind there. Stalker popping the block, and what a headshot from Lip, my word. Stalker was barely out of the ice cube there.
Reaction time from Lip, showing he's still one of the best in the game on these hit scan heroes. There's a reason you remember the name. There's a reason he's been champion before. He does not want to go down easy. He wants to get a lead in this series.
Champion, MVP, like, yeah, there's nothing the guy can't do. Got his own skin too.
May yet to show performance here on the offense. I think it is a much more difficult spot for the hero, and a nano on the Stalker.
Nano again. I mean, it just works. It goes through the Matrix, Jake. AoE too, spraying everybody down, giving everybody a very frosty bath. 2 minutes to go now as they eventually clear Crazy Raccoon off of this high ground. Still have to deal with Heesang, who's closing in on this barrage. Lip taking care of Fielder, though, is a good start for Crazy Raccoon. Stalker takes down Lip, sure, but still, I think both teams right now struggling to get this this point A going.
Yeah, it's a much more conventional comp from Crazy Raccoon. The Brig, I think, can get a ton of value against something like Hanbin's D.Va. It's so easy to get booped away. D.Va basically defenseless against that play. Crazy Raccoon with a ton of ults. Real chance of a full hold here.
So many ults, yeah, 4 on the board. But if there's anybody that can do it, it's going to be Stalker with this Blizzard.
Crazy Raccoon don't want to commit ults. I think they're wanting to have a strong bank for the final fight. Going to give a little bit of position, but threatening a huge flank.
Yeah, Bob coming in. That's a flank in a can there as Bob comes out. All right, quick reset for Team Falcons.
Yeah, Bob doesn't find any kills, but does recreate a lot of space. Falcons, they're going to have to re-clear what is a very dangerous area with Shu, Lip attacking from this flank angle. It's not simple to walk forward.
Do they know? Oh, they definitely know now. Okay, Proper, sorry.
So
turning his attention to it.
Oh, gets out.
Dashes in. Here comes the Bob. Heesang damaging himself with the rocket there as Bob, unfortunately, for Team Falcons, just ends up in the cave. So it's a very easy way to disengage Crazy Raccoon. No need to pick that at all. They end up popping the rally pretty early, though. Now Team Falcons have a lot of ults in the bank as well. Final fight coming up as Chong defending this small little room, but it's actually Heesang to fall first as the sound barrier just sends Team Falcons into the mix.
What a perfect timing.
On top of the self-destruct. No way Max is surviving that one. And that little snow globe there from Team Falcons is going to clear Crazy Raccoon off of this first point. And now with a 3-minute time bank to work with, they can see what they can get going. Come on. Just let him reset in peace.
No shot. No shot. At this level, when you smell blood, you keep going. You clean up. Players like Lip, you do not leave him on the map. He will absolutely not thank you for that favor.
Such an awkward spot for the payload to end as well on that weird corner.
It's a great spot for Mei. Now that you've gotten into the tunnels, I feel the Mei looks a lot better. Much more difficult for Heesang to find these tricky off angles, much more front to back. And a player like Hanbin, I mean, you've got to do something to trick him.
Fielder, okay. Okay, Falcons, going for a little flank here. Crazy Raccoon, though, incredible reaction time. See them whipping around. But Stalker dead to Max of all people. This is not a good look, although Lip not being a little bit in trouble. Heesang to the rescue, finding through missiles in there, making sure Hanbin knows his place.
The rotation's on such a high level. Falcons attacking from this flank angle. Massive.
But there's the nano boost straight onto the Lucio in the back. Chia receives a lamp just in time, though, to stay alive. A coach going high in the sky for Proper as he tries to run away from Max, but the nano boosted D.Va, there's not a chance you're getting away. And Fielder cleaned up. All right, 2 minutes for Team Falcons now.
One thing I've got to compliment Crazy Raccoon on is how effective they are. We got to remember, this is Hanbin diving in under your backline. How incredibly consistent Chorong's been. This guy on your screen, I mean, he's constantly peeling the backline. Hanbin has not really been able to find purchase with these D.Va dives. Now Falcons, only Bob to work with, beat at 80. Crazy Raccoon once again see a real chance to win the map.
Chorong, yeah, putting the shield up. The shield hasn't got too much health. Can't check Proper like that. No one can. All right, Dynamite on the front line. Proper look to put the Bob down, but there's Heesang on the flank. Lucky for them, though, they've got no barrage. A wall up for Stalker. Are they going to be able to touch? Yes, of course they can. Wall eventually falls. It's up to Max now to hold down the fort. The Window's in a good position, too. But look at that! The rally into the backline from Chorong. He gets a multi-man stun, but can he actually stay alive? A couple of packs being thrown out as well as a wall once again divides Crazy Raccoon. Eventually, Chong does decimate it there, but this Blizzard from Stalker might be good enough. It does end up connecting as well as Max is in trouble, but the nano boost was deployed. A safety net there from Shu to keep him up on the point, and this Matrix is just eating up all the heals and all the damage coming through, and Stalker ends up going down. Fielder inting onto the backline as Falcons know they got one fight left.
Geo being stalled out. The Lucio is going to go down here. 25 seconds. I think Falcons should get a touch, but one of the things you see at this level of play, Raccoon, I don't think they're going to be very passive on this defense. They could be charging in, cutting off these Falcons players as they come back to the fight.
Stalker's jumped over to the Sim. Gonna try something cheeky. I mean, TPing up to the window. Okay, no, TP straight to the caves.
Oh, it's broken. Off sync. Stalker naded one.
They got the lamp out, sure. I mean, he's just gonna go down. Shu and Heesang just clean on up. The split from the TP. Just a Hail Mary shot to try and get something, but no, denied. Crazy Raccoon on match point, 3 maps up. As Team Falcons struggling to get that payload in. It was a meter .14 to go. This Crazy Raccoon, yet again, a nail-biting finish, will find themselves on match point. Team Falcons, this isn't a double elim. This isn't Dallas.
I mean, normally I feel like in Overwatch we're highlighting the DPS so much, but in that map, I mean, Shu and Chorong were just unbreakable. You could not get Max off that card. The heals did not stop coming through, and you can see Crazy Raccoon, they know
Max is
what
so
accomplishment that
happy.
is. They've won their opponent's map pick. That's not supposed to happen. At this point, Falcons, they need to find some sort of magic answer. It's going to be a really tough situation to come back in the series from here.
People are saying, look, match of the tournament here in the semi-finals, but Crazy Raccoon running away with this one. They're on match point, Puckett. Anything that Falcons can do? Anything? You got any ideas?
Oh. Thank you, gentlemen. And ZP, go ahead. Tell us how disappointed you are, because you were clapping. You were saying, let's go Falcons. You got shushed by an audio guy, and then it all fell apart. What happened at the end?
Oh, it's so hard to watch. I mean, after an incredible defense by Falcons with the Mei, they were quite literally going uphill with the Mei. Not, necessarily the quickest offensive composition, but they still almost made it work. They had it all set for victory. The Blizzard at the very end, but Max just barely got away. The Nano got onto him just in the nick of time. Crazy Raccoon was able to flip it, and again, 2 maps in a row that easily could have went for Falcons just slip away Puckett by the slimmest of margins.
There were some huge moments in this game. Lip showcasing his accuracy, but also the perfect timing. As soon as the Mei comes out of her ice block, headshot. Headshots galore. But talk me through this final fight, because it looked like we were going to see Crazy Raccoons with no ultimates on the other side. It looked like you had an advantage here if you were Falcon.
This final fight was incredible. There was the Blizzard on cart. Crazy Raccoons needed to stay on the payload, but Shu, he's building up the Nano. And then right as the Blizzard comes out, Max does not get the eat, but Shu, he's ready. He hits the counter nade, he hits the counter Nano. He keeps Max alive just long enough to just keep on stalling. And as soon as that Blizzard expires, the push turn is over for Falcons.
So what is our dance move to celebrate here? Because you are 1 map away from being a genius, Hunter.
Well, maybe I'll save my final take of the L for, when ZP is finally proven wrong.
Yeah, you don't have a dance. That's what he just meant.
It's not ready yet. He'll be watching YouTube videos. Oh, there's a TikTok one for you girls at home. And of course, we are going to see now a 16-1 record in this tournament for Crazy Raccoon. Falcon, congratulations. You took a map off of them, but it could have been 3. This is back-to-back clutches, and most importantly, this was on their opponent's map pick.
Exactly right. These fights have all been basically one fight margin, all of these maps.
Yes.
And honestly, it looks like the biggest issue is Stalker's Mei. Again and again, Stalker's Mei has been countering out Max's aggressive style. Anytime he tries to push, there's a counter wall. Like huge trouble for Lip as well. Lip, every time he tries to take a wide off angle, Stalker is there walling his escape, trapping him inside. So maybe we will see Falcons try and lean into this some more, try and pick the best Mei map possible, and then defensively ban so that they can keep picking Mei.
I like that call out. And ZP, looking at our 3 options here, you only can choose hybrid, right? But you have Eichenwald, you have Hollywood, you of course have Midtown as well. Mei best on Eichenwald inside the castle? Where would you pull her out?
Yeah, I mean, the good thing if you go Eichenwald is that Mei is really strong on point A and also really strong on point C. Point B, you might have to swap for a little bit, but overall, if you're trying to make the most of Mei, which clearly Crazy Raccoon has been struggling with, they have not liked the Stalker Mei, especially when trying to push into a point. If you're trying to enable the Mei, that might be the place to go.
Hunter, when was the last time you saw Mei in the meta?
I mean, Mei has been, it's always in and out. There's a couple of teams where, regardless of whether it's truly meta, there's always a couple of teams like Space Station that come and ruin your day by picking Mei and freezing you in the middle of a server. So I'd say that Mei, it never really leaves the meta, but maybe it's been 3 or 4 months since it's been a mainstay.
And then on the other side, ZP, we've seen the European style. We haven't seen anyone give trouble to Crazy Raccoon, but is there a chance you couple the Mei with the Symmetra if you are Falcon?
I don't think they're going to go Mei Symmetra. I don't think they're going full Space Station. I think they're going partial Space Station here, but still, I think this is a style that's very comfortable for them. It's clearly something that's working. It's Crazy Raccoon. Because again, you take a look at the last 2 maps, Puckett, it could so easily be both maps going the Falcons. They just missed out by the slimmest of margins.
It's been such a tight series, the best of the weekend without a doubt, and this is basically a grand finals in the semifinals. Winner moves on. They're guaranteed $160,000 and still in the running for that $400,000 and, of course, the 1,000 club championship points. We do have the map, I'm told, so let's reveal it when we can. I'm excited to get into this one. It's hybrid. It's going to be Game 5, and, of course, Falcons, they are going to go to the castles. Let's take it to Germany, Hunter.
Eichenwald is an interesting pick because really there's multiple things they can do here. They can try to lean into the Mei on perhaps the first and third points, but let's not forget about Runasapi earlier in the series. They were playing Smurf in a Winston on a Brig comp for dive, and that is very viable on this map. The second point of Eichenwald, exceptional for dive compositions. So we could see more of a dive matchup here as well.
Yeah, I do think what you're going to see here, though, assuming that Mei is on the menu here, Falcons will be leading with a Protect ban, and one that they can also use to sort of get rid of things that can get around the Mei wall, things like the Pharah. They could take out the Pharah, in that case, to protect the Mei, prevent dealing with the Pharah on the other end.
Little double bonus. You like that decision from ZP if he was a coach?
You know, I'd say ZP probably wouldn't be the worst coach in the league. Put him in the spot.
I like that call. All right, we'll get to the stage when we can. We're going to have some substitutions as well. So let's get your predictions on there. Who's coming in, who's coming out for these lineups?
I suspect we're going to see Smurf moving into the lineup. I think that because Eichenwald isn't a pure ground rush map, we're going to see the player that can play more of the vertically enabled tanks. We're probably going to see some Winston in play on Eichenwald, so I would like to see Smurf in the lineup for Falcons.
Am I going to have Max or am I going to have Junbin?
Probably Junbin as well. Again, dive tank player. He is basically the main tank player, so I would assume that we're going to see Junbin in the server as well.
Eichenwald, you're going to see a Widowmaker, I have a feeling, in the first 10 seconds. Kevster, the only one to hit a jump shot here on the main stage. Talk me through another opening composition, ZP. Point A, definitely going to be a little closer to the attacker spawn, so how do you get this done?
Yeah, I mean, the way you get it done, certainly on the defense, you look to run the Mei, just make it really difficult to get through the early choke. Just make your opponent pay for, like, every inch they're trying to get. Meanwhile, on the offense, I mean, look, if it was Space Station, you'd be seeing a sim here, for example, right? It's about compositions that can be fast, get through quickly, and actually have a goal at hitting the point, because it's one of the roughest choke points of the game on point A.
I just want to see a Cassidy nanoed like we did last night. Let's take a look, though, and see who Crazy Raccoon is putting out for potentially the final match to send them to the grand finals. And you called it, Hunter. Junbin's back in. Max is out. We got Lip and Heesang still on DPS with Chorong and Shu, that fantastic backline.
Yeah, seeing these substitutions, I'm growing increasingly confident that we're going to see a dive tank matchup here. I'm not even entirely sure that we're going to see a Mei anymore, honestly, because Junbin being in the server, he is going to play something like Winston, like Wrecking Ball, and these heroes, they don't struggle versus a Mei. If you see Max in the server, you pick Mei. He's always glued to the ground, but Junbin, he picks heroes that fly, so he's going to get right away from a Mei, no problem at all.
Fantastic call out there. On the other side of the stage, who's subbing in for Falcons to keep them in this tournament, to keep them in the running for those club championship points? Hanbin is in, Smurf is out. What do you think of Proper, Stalker, Hanbin, Chio, and Fielder to be potentially the final lineup?
Yeah, I mean, right now, I think this is perfectly fine, especially as Hunter was getting at, the fact that Eichenwald does swap between different styles. Hanbin, very versatile player, I think. And also, Hanbin's kind of the player that's gotten the most playtime tank-wise. Your tournament life is on the line. You go with your strongest lineup, which for Falcons, I believe this is it.
The graphics person just trolled me, apparently. Smurf is coming back in. You called it, Hunter. That's what could have happened with Hanbin in. But ZP, we are going to see some Winston play, I hope.
Yeah, if Surf is in, you're going to see Winston.
All right, let's get to it. The Kadia Arena is open. We got our players on the stage. Our map is selected. And, of course, we're heading to Germany. Eichenwald for game number 5. Crazy Raccoon on match point. Falcon, only one map win, despite being so close on back-to-back maps. Falcons get that first ban. Hunter, where are we going?
Looks like we're seeing a Kiriko ban coming out from the Falcons. This is interesting. It looks like they're trying to shut down perhaps Echo compositions on the side of Crazy Raccoon. It's a lot harder to play Echo without a Kiriko to support you up in the sky. It also stops them from playing very fast comps, which suits Junbin's wheelhouse very well.
What do you think of the Crazy Raccoons getting rid of Cassidy?
I thought they'd get rid of the Mei, to be perfectly honest, given the issues that the Mei has given them, given the fact that if they win this map, it's over. I think this would be the perfect time to ban the Mei if you think at all you are going to see it. So banning the Cass here is a little bit interesting because, again, if you're on match point, what's the point of saving that ban for later?
New tanks coming into the lineups. Falcon gonna try and up the tempo. We'll see if they can get it done and succeed on their attack. The map is loading up. Our casters are ready upstairs. Let's get this party started, Jaws. Go ahead and take it away, my friend.
Here we go, Crazy Raccoon. They just need one more map to continue their dominance. Not just here, not just in their hometown region in Korea, but just across the globe. The best team in Overwatch right now, Crazy Raccoon. Falcons, they can upset Jake, but they've got a long road ahead of them if they want to do so. Eichenwalder is the map.
Falcons, a team full of champions in their own right, so I don't think they're going to crumble. I think we will see them battling until they are off the stage with the key crushed. Falcons, I think they can make this happen in the reverse sweep, but it's going to be difficult. Nigh impossible, it's fair to say, against this Raccoon squad.
Kiriko banned too. Does mean we get to see Shu on the, maybe the Ana, but it looks like Shu right now playing the BAP. And something that I didn't think we'd honestly see is jumping on the Orisa. So what are Team Falcons going to do? Let's get a quick listening as the gates open.
가보자. 안 보여 지금. 날씨도 이제 슬슬. 앞에서 조심. 탱크 안 보인다. 아무것도 안 보여. 안 보인다. 애쉬. 파라 애쉬 파라. 오리사. 오케이. 파우리사 나 메리 살까? 뭐 할래? 파우리사? 파우리사. 나 컨트래? 바쁘다. 뭐 할래? 하고 싶은 거 있어? 루슈 하나. 보이겠다. 루아 할래? 루아 그냥? 루아 하자. 루아 윈스턴? 한 뺐어. 나 에코까지 해볼게 그냥 이거. 전략 준비했네. 형 디바해도 돼? 일단은 나노 파밍 좀 맞을게 오이사 한번 밀자. 첫판 걸려줄게. 에시필 나무 가능? 오이사 반. 이 뺐어 에시 왼쪽에 서 있어. 장 조심. 에시 반. 확인한데 씨 이게 괜찮아 준이 빠져. 오이사 민다. 오른한테 나눠쳐 해볼려. 뒤로 도는 거 조심. 나 밀렸다. 헛방 있어. 오리사 말고 오리사 무시할래 그냥? 왼쪽 찌르면 돼. 왼쪽 찌르자 그러면. 그냥 그 오리사 무시하고 오리사 반대쪽 딱 먹어줘. 왔어. 나이스 3초. 우리 다 왔어? 왔어. 나 밀게. 하나, 둘, 셋, 볼게. 하나, 우리 빠졌어. 오리사 오른쪽 계속. 애쉬 왼쪽에. 오리사 있다. 나 한 번 더 가는. 나 밀게. 오라. 자리 밀었어. 오리사 던짐. 오리사. 죽었다. 잡을 수 있어? 나 천. 살아봐. 나 채웠다. 우리 살았어. 나 죽었다. 오케이. 가비. 야, 이거 윙 쓰고 디발래? 윙 버리고? 윙 쓰고 오케이. 아니야, 하자. 일단 뚫자. 하자. 그냥 교환되는데 저거 들어가서. 저기 차는 거 이번.
It has not been a fight at all. No fighting.
The pressure is overwhelming from Junmin's Orisa. Falcons are talking about what to do. Should we push the Orisa? I don't know. Should we just farm Nano? Talking about their cooldowns, but I mean, they just keep getting dropped by the DPS from Crazy Raccoon. And you better believe Shu and Junmin are a huge part of that as well. This Nano needs to blow the defense wide open. Smurf, Fielder, they need to deliver something massive.
Well, here comes the Bob. Nano to match, but Smurf out of his bubble. Already half HP. Good Lamb coming in. Here's the Primal Rage, but Stalker's already dead. Smurf losing one is not great. Even a window too, but look at this damage from Smurf, although he's getting pretty chunked out himself, actually. The Bob finishing off Chio too, which just leads, once again, Team Falcons into a position where they need to make another push. They need to regroup.
And the big spawn advantage, though. I think they're going to have an opportunity to get back in here. Smurf snips out Heejang. Not going to have to worry about that barrage as easily. Proper on the case. Knows barrage is on the cards. Needs to shut it down.
Well, Orisa back on the case, on the point, 1 million HP, armor, everything. Rocket Barrage comes in on the high ground, but easily dealt with by Proper. Team Falcons lay down that sound barrier. They got a minute to go. They got 2 check marks as well.
Nonetheless, Crazy Raccoon are going to be feeling themselves after a wonderful first defense. Clock is very low. Falcons on a very fast, very aggressive comp. They need to maintain the tempo while the Crazy Raccoon team are waiting on these ultimates. But the Brig, I think, a stronger choice overall. Chio, it's going to be a mirror.
I like it. I like it a lot. Especially the Echoes. I'm always a fan of the Echoes in these dive comps. They blow people up instantly, and the duplications are always really fun to watch. See if they can kind of hold the gate. Nice position for Shu to be in as well. Sniper all the way at the back.
Would not mind seeing a nano onto proper here. Gonna be hard for Smurf to connect with the players like Chorong and Shu on the high ground. Old hands and shutting down a Winston dive.
Cool post bomb from Stalker. Not finding anything, sadly, for him. Team Falcons shoving out Jumbin, yeah. Making sure he's kept in check. But now the hardest point of the map here, just rounding this corner, is the entirety of Crazy Raccoon just looking down on you. Pulse bomb from Lip, also going wide there. No value for the Tracers, but the nano dive. Smurf and Stalker eventually take care of this high ground control.
Smurf Primal Force, though, chooses not to die and reset, but popping one of the stronger ultimates. Falcons have the opportunity to take full map control. They kept their whole team alive. Crazy Raccoon are in a tough spot. Coming through these tight chokes is incredibly difficult against players of the caliber of Fielder. That nade, look at it, both backliners. They thought they were safe there.
Oh, nano booster onto Heesang. Smurf's gonna have to be careful. This beam does so much damage, there's just no leap. Cooldown didn't come off quick enough, unfortunately.
You really want to clean up these attackers if you are the Crazy Raccoons. Team Falcons falling back. Nade onto Chew. What HP?
Chew, my goat. Appeared on the scene in 2017 on Fletter's Flashluxe team, if you remember all the way back then. I mean, that was Fletter carrying that team every single match. The team never had too much success in Apex. But Chew just evolving.
I don't know what you're talking about, Jack, but I appreciate it.
I got some facts. Shoot my goat.
This is a difficult cross for the Falcons, trying to come forward. Junbin takes the flank angle. In a few seconds, he could be attacking the backline. Falcons, they're giving a lot of respect to these defenders, as they should.
Double backline out here for Team Falcons as well. Slowly but surely making their way up. Again, this series has just been so close. There's already a minute to go. Feels like that time bank has just disappeared in mere seconds. Nanoboost coming in. Yeah, Lip hears it, sees Smurf jumping, tries to make some sort of trade. It's just the Winstons just Tesla cannoning each other right now. Yeah, Smurf finds absolutely nothing there.
It does get the attackers in through the choke, which might seem like nothing, is not devoid of value on Eichenwald. It can be a difficult proposition. The pulse goes wide.
Oh, Lip as well disappointed. You saw there in the face cam. Thought he may manage to get a stick. Proper duping the Ana, by the way, as Jumbin rips the Primal Rage. Just these nades from Shu over and over and over again. Oh, Fielder and Shio, they're looking like Grimace out here with the amount of purple on them. Like, this is ridiculous stuff on the defense from Crazy Raccoon.
It's going to be a tough fight for Team Falcons. Crazy Raccoon could elect to charge forward. Smurf, though, he does have the Primal, going to be able to touch this card. But without teammates, he's going to be focused down. Look, Crazy Raccoon converging on him.
All good. Feet like a ballerina there as he dances around the payload. Has to get out. Primal Rage disappearing. Stalker now to touch. Another good nade onto Chio. Stalker trying to retreat. Has got the recall but can't quite use it. Jumping down. Good looks, but they can't get back in time. Smurf jumps in a couple of pixels away from contesting, but he can't quite get there. Crazy Raccoon defense. Oh my goodness.
I'm not gonna lie, some people might call that a C9, but I actually think Falcons play that masterfully. If you just jump into the cart and die, it's game over. Sure, you start the overtime going, congratulations, you will lose to Crazy Raccoon. They know this, they know they have to actually play to win the fight, so they go for the kill just a second too late to get the overtime. Honestly, I thought they had no business in that fight, but masterful plays to make that even in contention, and while they don't complete Eichenwald, many teams can be stopped before this, right? We saw how difficult first point was to take. I do not believe the Team Falcons are out of this. At the same time, Crazy Raccoon, they've set their win condition. They know what they have to do.
Okay. Now Smurf jumping onto the Orisa. It's just, when we've seen Eichenwald this tournament, Orisa really hasn't been a big mainstay here.
No, but I like the thought, right? On first point, you're not really fully committed to this comp. You've got great swap efficiency to get back to the Winston if you need. It's just going to be Fielder, Smurf, Stalker swapping over. But in the end, if you can get some good time off the clock, I dare say you need to get some good time off the clock. So I don't mind at all committing to a comp that really relies on winning a few fights, right? We saw how dangerous that Orisa is. As you walk in on the back line, on the low ground on attack, that Orisa is a predator of a hero, going to jump on top of your backline and cut them down. Different approach from Crazy Raccoon. Let's see what they do once they actually see the defensive comp, right? They played this on defense. Presumably, they know the answer.
JQ.
Interesting call. I think potentially tough against Orisa, but a very skilled matchup.
Oh, good Gracie. Oh, Stalker already dead. There goes the Carnage swing. Oh my. Oh my, he sang. Oh, dearie me. That might be point A being taken by Crazy Raccoon.
And what do you do now for Team Falcons? Are you going to go to Winston against a Junker Queen? That's an incredibly difficult, unlikely matchup. We could see Smurf just disrespected and believe that he's the better player.
Jumpin' changing.
Yeah, maybe he doesn't want the... I mean, Junker Queen pretty rough on Ike second, right? Just like coming in on the low ground. Very different than first point where it's all flat, you know, connect to the back line. It is going to be a Winston mirror to potentially decide our first finalists here at the Esports World Cup in Riyadh. Crazy Raccoon, they are done with Team Falcons. They need to end things now.
Spotted out proper. He's saying just firing a couple of stray missiles. Oh, nice boop as well. Fielder off of the high ground. Not sure they can capitalize just yet. Still have to clear Smurf.
Still, though, I don't love the Pharah in this matchup. I feel Echo is the natural predator, but Lip, diffing Stalker? I did not have that on my bingo card when it comes to the Tracer Mirror. These Concussion Blasts are just destroying the backline.
Good kill onto Jumbin, though, but Lip jumping in, pulse bomb onto Chiu, two-piece for the Tracer. Hits like thunder, disappears like smoke as he finds another one. A good sleep onto proper two. Jake, there's 5 minutes left, mate. I mean, Team Falcons, they're gonna have one more regroup.
Falcons are crumbling. Crazy Raccoon, blood is everywhere on the floor here. Falcons, can they get up off the mat and begin a reverse sweep? It looks impossible from where I'm sitting.
Yeah, Nano from Shu coming up. He's got the nade. He can just hold this door. It's going to be rough. At least Proper's got this duplication, though, so that will at least aid the offense. Good little boop onto Smurf, who receives the Nano, but it's only a 2v3 on the point. There's the dupe. Double Tracer for Team Falcons. I'm not sure there's anything more scary than that, to be honest with you. And yeah, Crazy Raccoon decide better of this fight as they go for a reset.
Fielder helping assist onto that kill against Lip. Stabilizing against the dive. They have another chance, but 4 minutes on the clock.
And look at how many ults that Team Falcons burned. Nano, Rally, and Duke.
This would be honestly one of the biggest comebacks we've ever seen if it starts here from Team Falcons. Barrage from Heesang could be difficult to connect on, but even just blowing up these backlines, even if he dies, it might be enough.
Uh-oh, Smurf and Stalker bash with the Rally. Here comes the Primal Rage. You got to find something here, and Shu is the target for Smurf. Primaling away. The Brig, oh my goodness, the fancy flow is crazy. He gets out of there, but unfortunately met a pulse bomb. Smurf's got to keep this squad alive right now as Team Falcons are trying to regroup. So little to no heals, has to rely on that passive healing. Fielder and Chio coming back in a moment's notice, but this payload's still moving.
It's a messy fight full of trades, but that's exactly what you want on the defense. You have a closer spawn. You're going to get right back to the fight. Heesang swaps off the far, going to go to the Echo, more of a conventional choice, but with no ultimates on the cards, the clock could stall out. Still, Team Falcons, they need perfection. They cannot make a mistake in this position.
Heesang looking to pressure the payload some more. Stalker playing point guard right now and Proper naded. He's down. Shio pretty low too as Heesang just peppering the back line. Oh no! Fielder's fallen over. Shio to the rescue though. Nice little flare and the health pack will end up topping Fielder back off and Shio just trying as he must to keep Jumbin away. A rally onto the point. They C9! Are you kidding me? Oh, Crazy Raccoon! They C9 Falcons! Oh, they knocked them out in front of their home crowd. Their key now crushed. I can't believe what I just witnessed.
Oh my goodness. You can see Raccoons, they don't even want to smile. I mean, what a way to close the series.
A first finalist locked. Crazy Raccoon in the most unbelievable way possible. I'm lightheaded, I stood up so fast.
No way, Jack. No way it ends like that. I mean, to be fair, Falcons had their back against the wall. Crazy Raccoons were delivering an onslaught of pressure, constantly attacking those defenders with just a few meters to push.
But they had the rally going.
Right. Sometimes I'm saying I defend teams. That's not a real C9.
No, but that
fight was difficult. Charlie Niner.
Jake.
10-4.
Classic C9. Crazy Raccoons. First finalists locked in now. Again, keeping their win streak just overall, not even just like in this tournament. Unbelievable amount of talent on the squad. This is the second time, of course, they beat Falcons. I mean, they got upset in the upper semis in Dallas. They ended up winning there, and they might just win here at EWC as well. A team full of not only like veteran talent in Lip, but Chorong, comparatively to someone like Shu, like I was talking about earlier, a relatively new star.
Chorong, I think he's, among those that know, always have seen Chorong as a superstar. But on the main support position, you don't get to highlight yourself. You don't get to be that signature player of the team. But with Crazy Raccoon, he looks faster.
Let's go down to the stage, though. We've got Moon with Danny.
Thank you very much, everyone. We got a very special interview for today's post-match interview. We got Coach Moon from Crazy Raccoons. Another fantastic win for Crazy Raccoons. You guys were 13-0 coming into this match, and you guys, this was the first map loss. So, still very amazing. I want to pick your brains a little bit, Coach. It's, what was the strategy coming into today's match? Because Falcons were always your rivals, and you guys have been fighting back and forth many, many times. So for today, for EWC, what was the strategy? What was the game plan coming into today's semifinals? 자, 오늘 승리 축하드리면서 아무래도 경기 좀 전략에 대해서 좀 여쭤보고 싶어요, 감독님. 아무래도 계속 웃으시는데 살짝만 얘기해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 아무래도 뭐 계속 라이벌로 상대를 하고 많이 겪어왔던 팀이기 때문에 오늘 e스포츠 월드컵에서 준결승전에서 좀 어떻게 준비를 하셨고 어떤 전략으로 경기에 임하셨나요?
일단 첫 맵, 두 번째 맵까지는 저희가 예상했던 대로 흘러갔었어가지고 이 점을 따게 되면 이제 저희가 좀 쉽게 갈 수 있겠다 했어서가지고 이제 뭐 뱀픽부터 시작해서 루나사피 고르는 것까지 저희가 다 예상을 했었는데 아쉽게도 좀 루나사피에서 좀 실수가 많이 나왔다 보니까 그게 좀 안 먹혔던 것 같고 그 이후에는 이제 뱀픽이다 보니까 사실 뭐 거기에 맞춰서 그냥 대응을 했던 것 같아요.
Definitely, I think the most important thing is we sort of predicted what Team Falcons were going to do up until map 2, even for the ban picks and even going into Runasapi as well. Unfortunately, Runasapi didn't really work out how we planned, but after that map, it was just really playing with the ban pick system that the EWC had, and we took it map by map. Talking about ban pick, I do know that it's mostly the coaches that are sort of planning about the ban picks. So, what are your thoughts on the ban picks, and how did you utilize that? 자, 방금 이제 뱀픽에 대해서 좀 말씀을 하셨는데 아무래도 이번 e스포츠 월드컵에서 뱀픽이 좀 처음 선보이게 되셨고 제가 봤을 때 코치분들과 감독님들이 좀 이제 얘기를 좀 많이 해서 이 뱀픽을 하는 걸로 알고 있는데 좀 이거를 좀 어떻게 사용을 하셨나요?
저희 입장에서 너무 쉬웠던 게 뱀픽을 하고 선수를 고르는 거다 보니까 뭐 어려울 게 전혀 없었어요. 저희 입장에서 뭐 그냥 재밌었다.
Overall, I think it was pretty interesting and very fun because we go in by doing the ban picks first and then doing the map picks as well. So overall, it was very fun and very interesting at the same time. All right, let's bring in head coach Krusty from Team Falcons to receive the key. All right. One final match, and then you guys are going to win it all. Any final words, Coach Moon, before we head out? 자, 마지막 이제 한 경기를 남겨놓고 있습니다. 마지막 한 말씀 부탁드릴게요.
지금 앞에 보이고 있는데 오늘 집에 갈 땐 저기에 저희 팀명이 새겨져 있을 겁니다.
I see the little the white statue over there. I am 100% sure it is going to be Crazy Raccoon's name, the plaque being placed into the Overwatch Esports Overwatch World Cup. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you, Coach Wee. Let's take it back to the studios.
Excellent stuff from Crazy Raccoon. Unter, you called it a 4-1. The final score, a small slip up on Runasapi, but you heard it from Coach Moon. He was very proud of his guys. Now, losing is learning, but it looks like these guys have already graduated.
Yeah, in the case of Falcons, I'm not entirely sure what they can learn from this experience other than Crazy Raccoons. When it comes down to the wire, they are just that 1% better. All of these maps so incredibly competitive. But then when it comes down to it, to the final fights, to the final moments, Crazy Raccoon, they're consistently edging out that victory.
Let's take a look all the way back to map number 1, Busan. Walk me through some of the best moments here, ZP.
Yeah, this was Crazy Raccoon's map through and through, especially on this stage here where they put Jumpin' on the ball. You got the rare Soldier 76, and Crazy Raccoon played it to perfection, just showcasing the versatility.
Fantastic Winston work from Smurf when he came in, but at the end, it was Hanbin versus Junbin, and a fantastic showdown of the tanks. But you were calling it. Shu one of the most exciting players to watch, one we don't highlight enough. Those main supports made the difference in this tournament.
Exactly right. Shu, he really, as much praise as I can sing him, it isn't enough. Because every single time a fight is close, he's there. He has the nade to turn it around. He's getting the pick on the Baptiste. He's hitting that clutch sleep. Time and time again, Shu is an absolute clutch merchant. Every time you need him, he is there with consistency.
Yeah, and as you take a look at that last map there, that was where the real disappointment began for the Falcons, where they were so close. They were so close. They were up 2-0 in Flashpoint, and then you look here, they came so close on this map with such an incredible May performance, and yet they fall short at the end. It was a combination that Falcons just could not finish their plate. They could not clutch out maps when they needed it most, and Crazy Raccoon, they were just too good when it mattered most.
It looked like they could take map 3 and 4, but this hold at the door was the difference maker as you saw Crazy Raccoon lock up this series. C9 at the very end. That is not how you want your $1 million tournament to end, Hunter.
Certainly not, but maybe it's fitting. A little bit of insult to injury at the very, very end, where it looks like the series is more or less packed up, and then you finally close it all out by just refusing to touch the objective.
What is a Cloud9? It means you didn't touch the payload to stall it out, and it rolls into victory, much to the dismay of the fans inside the Qiddiya Arena, and of course the management staff. Congratulations to Coach Moon. He's already world champion. He did that in the Overwatch World League. But now, of course, he's playing for a World Cup here. He is one match away, and he might get it if his MVP keeps playing this way. Let's take a look at what Lip brought to the table. The big man from Crazy Raccoon laying down elimination after elimination. Now, Hunter, I know you wanted to give the MVP to Shu, but this combo of Lip plus Shu, it was devastating.
Yes, the thing about Lip is that he is not just a hard hit scan player. You can see here on the first map on Busan, ripping off heads. High Noons connecting, every single shot connecting, but it's not just hit scan for him. As soon as Crazy Raccoon move over to the dive compositions, you will see Lip on the Tracer tearing it up, hitting sticks, playing his life. He does it all.
I feel like with all these Lip player of the matches, there's some viewers at home that are going to be feeling like they're in Groundhog Day right now, going like, didn't I just see this yesterday? Am I replaying history? No, Lip is just that good, that consistent, that Lip is continually being the player spotlighted, though I have to agree with Hunter that Shu, kind of an unsung hero at times, really the backbone behind this team that is enabling Lip to do all of these ridiculous plays.
Fantastic stuff from all of the players from Crazy Raccoon, and what a tournament for Team Falcon. Unfortunately, they fall short. They're still at the top of the leaderboard. They're still in the hunt for the club championship, but now you're starting to find some competition rising to the top as Crazy Raccoon is just 4 game wins away from securing 1,000 points in our club championship.
Exactly right. If Crazy Raccoon are able to take it home today, it's going to rocket them forward in the rankings for the club championship. And I believe that they don't have any points at the moment, so this is an enormous game for them. And then it will put them in the running for the whole thing by winning the trophy, or by winning a championship for the title.
That's right. You have to win a championship if you want to take home the $7 million at the club championships. We'll see how far Crazy Raccoon can go. For now, though, we have to check in with the Falcons and one of my favorite humans, Coach Krusty.
Thank you guys so much. I'm here joined by Coach Krusty from Team Falcons. I just want to say it was an entertaining match. Unfortunately, you guys did lose. But I want to ask you, Krusty, what were some of the problems that your team had for this matchup against Crazy Raccoons?
Well, everything was like super close. I feel like all of the players do their best, but it's like just one piece of a paper difference, to be honest. Well, it was really feel painful. So, I mean, we'll revenge for the next time for sure.
I mean, you guys were always so close, and of course, for Esports World Cup as well, you guys did make it to the semifinals. It's something for you and your players to be proud of as well. One final question is, I know 100% this isn't the last for Team Falcons. What's next for you guys?
Well, it's like every time we keep losing to them, but it's just one piece of paper difference.
Yeah.
I feel like that is the most toughest thing that we need to actually build. So during the seasons, I think we need to really focus at that. Yeah.
All right. One final thing. I mean, you guys were playing in front of a home crowd. Any final words for your fans?
Thank you, Falcons fan. You guys did best, but maybe we're not. I mean, I am not. So sorry for all of you guys, but love you guys, and thanks for coming.
No, I'm pretty sure all Falcons fans love you. You're a great coach. I hope to see you very soon again. That's it for the post-match interview. Back to the studios.
Big hearts for Krusty out there. I know this loss has to hurt. He says, though, we are coming for revenge later this year. We'll see if they're able to get that in Sweden. For now, though, Crazy Raccoon are moving forward. We're going to see Toronto Ultra taking the stage next, and they're facing off against Zeta Division. Unter, ZP, before I let you two go, I need your predictions. You nailed this one 4-1. What happens in our second semifinal?
I'm going to pred a 4-3 for Toronto Ultra. I've seen some pretty suspect dive performances coming out from Zeta Division throughout this tournament. Their core is solid, but I think they can really be exposed by the hero bans format. I think they have a little bit less flexibility. So I think even though Toronto Ultra, they might not be the best pure dive team, they are more capable of exploiting the ban format and getting a one-up over Zeta Division.
Red versus purple in the grand finals. You agree?
In the grand finals, what I'm seeing right now, I'll raise you another 4-3, but it's going to be for Zeta Division.
Either way, we got 2 best-of-7. ZP, we'll hear from you a little bit more, but right now we got to head to a break. The second semifinal coming up after this.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده. الله عليك على صوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
Hi everybody, Danny Lim here, joined by Max and Heeseng from Crazy Raccoons. We're gonna play some foosball and then we're gonna talk about playoffs as well. So 여러분 일단 이거를 해야 되는데 누가 이길 것 같아요? 잘해요? foosball 잘하세요?
처음 해봐요.
잘하세요?
게임 수민이 형이 잘하긴 하는데 저도 잘할 것 같아요.
여기서 이긴 사람 제가 커피를 쏘도록 하겠습니다. 오케이? 화이팅 하시고 이걸 하는 동안 제가 질문을 계속 할 거예요. 뭐 이번에 뭐 프로업 이런 거랑 뭐 질문 몇 개를 할 텐데 일단 경기 시작. 고! 그렇지. 일단 프로 진출하는 거 뭐 당연히 제가 봤을 때 크레이지 라쿤이 뭐 워낙 잘하는 팀이기 때문에 그런 거에 대한 뭐 걱정은 없을 거라고 생각을 하는데 경기를 1대0이네? 경기를 하면 그룹에서 경기를 하면서 좀 이 팀 조금 잘하면 질 수도 있겠다는 생각을 했던 팀이 있나요?
아직 그런 팀은 없는 것 같아요.
한 번도 없어요? 희상 선수는?
그룹 스테이지에서는 없었던 것 같아요.
그냥 순항이었다? 다 쉬웠다? EWC에서 제가 봤을 때 제일 좀 재밌다고 생각을 했던 게 이 그 벤치 시스템이라고 저는 생각을 하거든요. 이번에 처음 좀 오버워치에서 보여진 것도 있고 해서 아무래도 선수 입장에서 벤치 시스템을 이제 경기를 뛰면서 좀 개인적인 소감이 어떠셨는지 어떤 것 같은지.
네, 확실히 벤 시스템이 있으니까 여러 가지 조합 이런 거 활용 많이 하고 그리고 이제 코치 스태프 쪽에서 이제 좀 더 많이 하는 것 같아요.
희상 선수 똑같이 생각하시나요? 아무래도 좀 더 왜냐면 좀 한 번 더 생각을 해야 되는 게 이제 더해진 거기 때문에 조금 더 힘들진 않나요?
이게 약간 벤이 생기면서 약간 상대가 무슨 조합을 할지도 약간 팀 특성마다 좀 다르기도 하고 그래서 준비를 더 열심히 해야 되는 것 같아요.
저번에 달라스에서 우승을 하고 이번에도 그러면 혹시 뭐 크레이지 라쿤 팀에서 봤을 때는 크레이지 라쿤 다음으로 제일 잘하는 팀을 꼽자면 누구라고 생각을 하시나요?
저는 전에는 팔콘이라고 생각했었는데
이제 아니야?
요즘에 팔콘
괜찮아 말해도 돼
근데 뭐 게임 하는 거 좀 보면은
어때? 보면 어떤데요?
옛날보다 좀 못해진 것 같기도 하고 그래서 저는 제타 네,
제타가 올라올 것 같다.
제타가 좀
그럼 뭐 지금까지 일단 여기서 스탑 그만하고 몇 대 몇이지? 지금 4대1? 갈렸네?
저 수민이 형 커피 사주고 싶어서.
오케이. 제가 맥스 선수는 저기 커피를 사드릴게요. 여기 앞에 공짜 커피가 있어서 제가 하나 갖다 드리면 되고. 자, 이걸로 인터뷰 마치도록 하겠고요. 플레이오프에서도 더 좋은 모습 기대하도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다. Alright guys, that is it. This was Max, Heesang, and Danny here playing some foosball. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Stay tuned. Bye-bye.
Only 2 matches remain here at the Overwatch World Cup for Overwatch 2, I should say. Esports World Cup in Riyadh, and here we have the Crazy Raccoons ready to crush one of the 4 remaining keys. It's about to be 3. We got McGravy and Mr. X joining me, Chris Puckett. Max gets the honor here as the tank is going to do the damage.
This one feels awesome, probably for Crazy Raccoon. This is probably one where the venue is emptied out. They do not want to see this key get crushed as you get to see the hydraulic press end the dreams of Falcons.
McGravy, is it going to snap?
Oh, I sure hope so. But I think if you're Crazy Raccoons, you can't worry. You know, you got to think about not letting your foot off the gas because Team Falcons was probably their biggest challenge, but they still have to play the finals.
Yeah, run it to the ground, Max. Let's see it.
Just a bend. Just
the bend. Falcons bend, but they do not break, Matt. Unfortunately for them, though, they will exit this tournament in 3rd. Crazy Raccoon guaranteed at least 2nd place and $160,000 after that best of 7.
Yeah, you know what I was thinking the other day? Like with one of these pieces that potentially breaks off of one of these keys, they should just give that little piece back to the other team just to remind them, like, hey, you were in this tournament.
Just a little consolation prize.
I have to ask you, though, the winner of the tournament, of course, gets to put 3 keys.
Oh, that one's going in.
Whatever teams they want. That one's going in the trophy, says Matt. But coming up next, we've got our 2nd semifinal to find out who plays against Crazy Raccoon in that grand final. Zeta Division taking on Toronto Ultra. If you're watching the tournament so far, Zeta has cruised through the groups. They've taken care of business in the bracket. On the other side, Sugar Free has talked smack not only to Team China, but anyone who wants to step onto a stage for Toronto Ultra. McGravy, Mr. X, welcome back to the stage. And McGravy, I want to start with you. Both my analysts said it was going to a Game 7. Do you feel this is such a tight matchup?
I think potentially, I think yes, but I think there's potentially, I like Toronto in this matchup. I'm not going to lie. This is the broken down Florida Mayhem core versus the broken down Houston Outlaws core. And listen, I'm a little biased here.
One's a world champion.
Biased. I may or may not have been involved, but it was a 4-0. And I'm not saying it's going to be a 4-0 today, but I do favor Toronto ever so slightly in this series.
I don't know. I feel like we've been kind of underselling Zeta Division, I think, throughout the entire time. We were talking about OALGD. We're talking about Crazy Raccoon Falcons. We're talking about Toronto kind of coming back. And this Zeta Division roster is nuts. I mean, you kind of look at their roster across the board. Fantastic players. I think we may be underselling them a little bit. I think they have a good shot in the series.
We have our predictions open. Audience, get in with your knowledge right now. Let us know. Who do you think is taking it? Is it Zeta Division? Will it be Toronto Ultra? That's over at stcplay.gg. Now, Matt, I want to be here for a Game 7. I haven't seen a Game 7 yet here at the Esports World Cup. Does it happen in our semifinal?
Hey, if it doesn't happen here, I don't think it's happening in your final. So if there's going to be one Game 7 today, it would be this one. I think the first series had potential, but Crazy Raccoon just so good, I think, especially in that matchup against Falcons. This one definitely has potential to go down to the wire.
Here's a look at our roster. Starting with Zeta Division, you have the great Farah on Alpha Yi. He can play so many heroes, but that's been my favorite to watch. Flora popping off, earned one of your top 5 plays with the Ashe. And then, of course, Fearless coming in on tank alongside Finn and Violet, the 2-time world champion on support.
Yeah, I think for this roster, you really took towards Flora. I think it's a player that's really underrated. His time on the Washington Justice and Alfie as his duo DPS, he's just flown under the radar a little bit. And I think his Ashe in this tournament has been absolutely critical for their success.
And for this series, I think the Ashe play is going to have to be stellar, right? For Toronto Ultra, Merit has pretty much just played Ashe and some Widowmaker the entire time. Like, has not kind of veered from those heroes. So you look at, like, can we do something with the bans, right, to kind of make Merit kind of change a little bit, or do they allow the floor to just kind of take that head-to-head?
We got Merit and Sugar Free running the damage dealers, the DPS. Someone is the name of the tank, and of course Vega and RuPaul are going to be the support line. Vega, one of the most aggressive Ilaris we've seen in the tournament, but it's RuPaul keeping this team alive. Who's got the most pressure on their shoulders taking the stage here in the semifinal for Toronto Ultra?
For me, it's got to be Merit. They're going to put a lot of pressure on him with, Fearless and Flora, and potentially we see them target him in some of the bans. So I'm looking to see how Merit adjusts.
You agree with that, McGravy?
I'm continuing to look towards Vega. I think the big question mark for this series, and really his whole career, has been, is he able to play the more traditional style of main support? Is he able to play the Lucio? Is he able to play the Break? He's shown that Alari that entire series, but when push comes to shove and you have to play a dive mirror on some of these maps, is Vega going to hold up? I think that's the key difference.
But Zeta Division really likes to play that setup as well. They like to play the Alari with the Baptiste. That's really what we've seen from them a lot of the time. So they may actually not have to kind of veer, at this series at least, veer too much away from that.
Gentlemen, the stage is set. It's time to go semi-final. Number 2 is getting underway. Toronto Ultra taking on the Japanese org in Zeta Division for a spot against Crazy Raccoons in the grand final. This semifinal kicks off right now.
What a way to kick things off here on Championship Sunday. An incredible match that kicked it all in. And in this one, it is another notch in the history of a wonderful rivalry in Overwatch. And well, Crazy Raccoon one more time eliminate Team Falcons to move on and secure their spot in the grand final. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Overwatch at the Esports World Cup.
That's right, but our night is still young and our team's fates are yet to be decided, and they're far from being decided. But it takes 2 to tango at the final, and we still miss another team at the grand final to face off Crazy Raccoon. So how about we introduce our next pair of semi-finalists, starting with Zeta Division. The Korean squad crushed Group C and squared off yesterday against the best the West can offer. Taking down Space Station was no easy feat, but with strength, teamwork, and determination, they managed to meet their expectations. The semifinals and third place has been a glass ceiling that they haven't been able to push throughout this year. Can today be the day that everything changes?
And their opponents, the West and North America's last hope, Toronto Ultra! They flew into the Esports World Cup as the best of North America, and they've proven that in every lobby since, from groups to here at the Qiddiya Arena, except for one. Defeating Korean squad on the international stage has been their Achilles heel. A win today would see them take the mantle of the best of the West away from Space Station Gaming and place it firmly in their hands. Zeta Division, Toronto Ultra, please place your keys and take your seats.
It's one thing to prove your medal to the world. It's another to prove it to yourself. And what better way can you do that except at the Esports World Cup Overwatch? So without further ado, let's get it on.
We can set the world on fire. We can set the world on fire.
We are back in the Qiddiya Arena. The Esports World Cup semifinals continues here for Overwatch 2, and it's time to find out not only our map, but also our bans. We're going back to Busan for control. This is going to be neutral ground, but Zeta Division with the higher seed. They were perfect in groups. Gets to choose whether they're going to ban first or put the pressure on Toronto Ultra like we just saw Crazy Raccoon do in the previous series. It looks like Zeta wants to ban first, and they say no Kiriko on this map.
Which is, like, interesting because we haven't really seen them play a ton of the Kiri for Zeta Division, right? So maybe this is one that kind of targets Toronto, trying to play a little bit more of an aggressive style of play, right? Slow the game down. That's going to be Echo Gun.
Yeah, I think this is kind of a challenge from Zeta Division. They're saying, hey, you guys like to play slow? We think we're better at playing slow. We're down to play the double flex style.
We'll play even slower.
Yeah, we'll slow it down even more. We're happy to take that challenge. So Toronto has a lot of questions to answer. Zeta's, like I said, throwing down the gauntlet.
Does that free things up for Vega on the backline for Toronto Ultra?
Yeah, I think they're saying, Vega, play whatever you want. We're happy, you can do whatever you want. We're happy with it.
The Ana does stay in play, though, so with Fearless out there, expect to see potentially some Winston, right? We were talking about how they're going to put some pressure onto Merit. Fearless, one of the best Winstons of all time.
Great call out there. Someone on the other side of the stage ready to go for Toronto Ultra. This is going to be a fantastic showdown, one that we could see going all the way to a Game 7. But you know they want to finish it quick. You need energy in the tank if you're going to take down Crazy Raccoon at the end of the night.
Yeah, you got another game right after this, right, for this team. So whoever plays earlier in the day, right, little slight advantage, I would say, potentially, where you get some rest, you go to catering, there's an awesome player lounge here, you get to go eat, and you get a little bit of a break.
On the flip side, there's momentum. You just get done playing a series. If you're able to win this outside of 7 maps, and you still have energy in the tank, you're fresh, your aim's good, there's an argument for both sides.
$80,000 secured by both these teams. They're playing for $160K, and of course, a shot at the $400,000 first place prize and the 1,000 club points that go with it. Matt, Talk to me about accomplishments on this stage. Do we have world champions? Who should we look out for?
Across the board, right? I know fantastic players. I think the two players, really on both sides, right? You look at like Flora and Alpha Yi, right? Didn't have the most success, I would say, like in the Overwatch League per se. And then the newcomers to this Toronto Ultra squad, Sugar Free and Vega. Those are probably the 4 players on the stage to look out for. Everybody else is a big time name.
McGravy, who do you give the tank edge to as we saw someone matching up there against Fearless?
I think you give it to someone just because of flexibility. The ability to fight both Bernard and Fearless on even ground is a super big advantage in a hero ban format.
Love that call out, and you can see it is all smiles for Sugar Free. He's been able to smile after the last 2 matches, but he started the tournament going up against that Crazy Raccoon squad who 3-0'd him.
The vibes feel way better at this event for Toronto Ultra than it did in Dallas. Dallas was a pretty poor showing. They come into this, I think they probably feel they're a little bit more prepared. I think the hero bans also probably plays pretty well into what Ultra wants to do, and I think that's really kind of propelled them.
I want to give.
Go ahead.
I want to give a lot of credit to Kasaurus. He might be the only person in the world right now that could ban Mercy, and for me, it would make sense. I think he really understands this format. He knows how to protect his characters, protect his players, and he's setting up his team for success.
Hear that, Ultra? Get him on the payroll. He likes head coach. Why not? Get McGravy there.
McGravy, head coach, another world championship. I could see it happening. The map is loading up. The players are ready. It's time to get game number 1 in the best of 7 underway as we send it upstairs to the casters. Take it away, gentlemen.
Thank you very much. Yes, one finalist decided, the other one we are about to witness who is going to be moving into that grand final. As Puckett was saying, tons of cash here on the line, doubling up that guaranteed prize money, but also the chance at glory, the chance at taking down Crazy Raccoon, who have been on top of the world this entire year throughout. Hello, I'm Achilles, that's Avril, and we'll be guiding you through this best of 7. The big question, of course, coming into this is, can we get to 7? Can these two teams push and pull against each other long enough, hard enough to be able to force out a full series?
Let's get the second semi-final underway. It's Korea versus North America. One thing Toronto has not done so far this tournament is take down a Korean team. They're going to have to if they want to make it all the way to the finals. A team built for success, built for championships. Now the biggest test so far.
All right, well, battle commencing. Fearless tagged up here right off the rip is Merritt. Nearly finding an elimination there on the floor as well. Someone just widely keeping everybody locked away here right on the street side. Point now getting ready to unlock, and Toronto Ultra should have the inside track. Merritt able to find Flora, confirming that kill after quite a bit of skirmishing. Comes up with the goods. Alpha E going to be taken down as Merritt similarly shuts him down, and Merritt now starting to take over the lobby.
And this is the beauty of having that Echo Band come through for Ultra as well, because you guarantee Sugar Free can play that Tracer. Merritt can go towards the Ash. You remove the capability of this Tracer Echo situation, which Toronto Ultra has been kind of awkward in playing. And also, there's a lot of same strengths on these teams. Merritt and Flora have both primarily played Ash so far in this tournament. And now, facing off against each other, it's Merritt mostly drawing first blood.
Yeah, I mean, you see him there, 61% Flora, only at 38, so a lot of neutral damage in those eliminations being found for Merritt, puts him quite far ahead. Finn taking a couple of pot shots there over towards Vega, trying to go ahead and soften him up. It's finally going to be taken low. Does manage to shield bash out towards safety, but Merritt finds another one. Pretty sure he's got 100% kill coming through here. Is Alpha E going to be taken out again? Now he finds Flora once more.
Yeah, he's online. He's dominating this game so far. Toronto Ultra don't even have to use ultimates. RuPaul's timing on the Nano is so much further than Finn's. Finn will catch up here, but not before they lose 2 fights in a row. Fearless with the late death. Zeta need to be really careful here. They're just getting staggered.
They finally find one kill, as Sugar Free will be taken down, but that is far from a reprieve, as he's going to be able to jet right back in alongside the rest of the team who are currently holding forward. Violet dead as that final little stagger very much hurts. Already 60% getting ready to come through, and Merritt, he is not looking to back down. The bomb comes out. Flora flattened, still 34% away from having his own bomb online.
Yeah, I mean, Merritt just got infinite KD right now. He's got the majority of final blows for Toronto Ultra. And Zeta can't even get onto the back line. We're talking about Fearless, best on the Winston here, going up against someone. Current 2023 MVP, now coming to Esports World Cup in 2024, trying to hold on to that as the best tank player in the world. It's working for Toronto Ultra, still so far ahead, 81% and counting.
Sleep cannot connect, but the pulse bomb will. Sugar Free picking him apart. That Nano not coming into play. Flip is there as a bit of a back cap comes in for the side of Zeta Division, so slight reprieve found as they managed to delay, but Fearless far forward. Primal's going to expire, currently antied out. Vega seeking target, spots out the Tracer there for a brief little moment, but already the counter flip is back in. Fearless will give his life to find RuPaul, but these are not victories here for the side of Zeta Division. Toronto Ultra is completely and utterly in control of this map right now.
They want to wait for Fearless, but they might not have the time to do so. It has to be Nano, potentially onto Violet. Turn Violet into the tank, already low HP here. They got plenty of ultimates, but where are the ultimates? Where's Finn? He's just down.
He's taken down. Alfie does manage to find one as Vega will fall. Bob out, someone gonna get dropped. Flip gonna be coming through. Zeta gaining control here for the moment. That's gonna be a Nano out actually on a Sugar Free. Still thinking that maybe they could try to turn the tides here, at least inflict some more damage. Pushes in around the back, does find Alpha Yi, looking for Fearless, takes him low. RuPaul similarly again will go down, but Fearless immediately gets traded. And now the counter flip going right back in here for Toronto.
Can they touch in time? Violet might have to go towards it. Somebody's got the touch indeed for Zeta. Finn can get in here. Okay, Nano to floor. That's desperation, but it has to be played.
But look at the HP bars here for the supports. Merit able to just go ahead and tear them asunder. Violet going to be taken down. Florida has managed to find Vega, but they need so much more than that. Tries to get the flip, but now gets jumped on. The Nano's expired. Takes full damage and gets taken down. Pulse bomb there onto the bubble, but Fearless, he's not leaping towards the point. He's not keeping it contested.
Yeah.
And it is a very one-sided affair and a big statement here from Ultra.
And I think you have to be confident if you are Ultra coming into this. I mean, look at the smiles on the face of the players. You go into this game knowing that this is the final opponent before the grand finals. And that would be the furthest, in fact it already is the furthest this Toronto team and organization has ever been. So how much further can they push? Because I agree with McGravy on the desk. I think Toronto has what it takes to take down a full Korean team, especially a top 3 one.
Yeah, I mean there have been gaps, but in the past year for the side of Toronto Ultra, but I mean as the desk was highlighting, that last tournament, Dallas, not their tournament at all. Did not look great. They come into this one, though, looking very much reinvigorated as well, was a lot more motivated. Now we go into Mecha Base, see if this is going to be a 2-0 affair to start things off and get that lead immediately here for the North American squad.
I'll tell you what, Zeta losing the dive mirror is certainly not a good look, especially the lack of tempo that they had. And it's going to be the Vega RuPaul double flex support backline again, carrying Toronto Ultra through. That's been their bread and butter so far this entire tournament. That's what they've been successful on. And Merit as well, he's the one to watch because he was the one that opened up every single first blood nearly.
And one of the other things they have highlighted was, of course, the flexibility that you get with this guy in that tank role can play damn near anything. A bit of a Bernard in his own right. Now, helps set up here for the opening cap coming their way. Bloody back and forth here between the two squads, but ultimately Ultra, they've won out, they've traded up, and they will be able to get the initial lockdown.
And I want to say Mecha Base as well, it's probably one of the, in my opinion, harder dive maps to play through because you have someone coming through on the Sigma double flex. It's actually kind of hard for Fearless to get in there, and usually you see a lot of teams play ramp here, see a lot of teams move over towards something more brawl favored, but for Zeta Division, they love starting with Fearless gameplay. They love playing over towards the dive. They gotta make this work because they're behind again. RuPaul's gonna get ultimate first. If Zeta Division don't find a way to catch up, Violet's actually competitive here. Maybe we'll see a captive Sun.
Fearless for now, just keeping a couple players contained there at the stairway. Swings back in around the side. Pressure coming through on multiple fronts, but Merit, what did this guy eat today? Finds himself another 2 kills as 4, and Violet both can take it down. Finn now joining him in the grave. No supports, no help. No hope here for Fearless as he will get taken down. Now Alfie in a bit of a bad spot, just trying to dash back out towards the spawn room doors, but someone will be able to find him in the end.
And this is what I'm talking about. If Zeta Division couldn't crack the backline of Toronto Ultra on a far more open map in downtown in Busan, I mean, it's just going to be more difficult to do on Mecha Base. So Toronto Ultra, if you have Merit, Vega, RuPaul on that backline, they're going to be well protected. They're going to be barely touched. If they don't die here, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me because Zeta Division, again, they just can't get in that backline. Nano to Fearless is required here. Last map, Fearless didn't even get the Nano. It went to Flora.
Very true. It was a desperate play. But there you go. Nano does go over on a Fearless. Alpha with a pulse bomb. Sends that one out. Not going to find a stick, but looks like Vega taken down. Flora able to find that kill, but Fearless is left out on an island. Nothing there to bail him out. So in the end, a 1-for-1 support going to be gone, but that front line taken away. The flip still not coming through. Alpha continues to crack things open a little bit more, but Violet now going to be cycled out as Merit finds those headshots. Bob comes into play to keep things occupied, and for now, it's 85% built up for Toronto Ultra.
You saw him a healing part for Merit, so he's still in play. Bob on the point, just collecting more points. Zeta Division can't really do anything about that now. Fearless dies without Primal, by the way. You can really contest the Flux. It's about to be OT here. Zeta Division, they still have entry ability.
Yep, they have this contest, and I mean, Toronto Ultra looks like they will just go ahead, have to back away. get everybody corralled back together, and then look to retake and finish things off. But they're going to be going up against 3 ultimates on the side of Zeta.
A really important trade from Alpha Yi. He was the one that actually got a couple of members on the back line, and as you say, someone goes over towards the Winston himself, so we are slowly changing compositions over. It's looking like a mirror match here, a complete one. But as you have Ultra swapping a couple of heroes, it's Zeta Division that have the ultimates. Vega, what can he do with this? It's double Captive Sons. Vega gets hit.
He manages to connect on him there in midair. Violet going to be taken down, does get him from beyond the grave with that elimination, but Flora, Bob sent out, not really finding too much value. Sugar Free was able to take him down. Jump in, looking for Merit, trying to get him corralled into a corner. Bit of peel going to be coming through, though, as the Ana does arrive, and there's a sleep. Fearless now stranded out. The Dynamite through, the Coach Gun to push him into the wall, and Fearless, he narrowly makes it out, but not for long. The Dynamite claims his victim all the same. Zeta in control here for the moment, but Toronto Ultra can turn their sights over to the point anytime they want.
Finn needs another nano target. I might just have to use it here. They've barely got time to give this fight up. If it goes the other way for Ultra, it's going to be OT straight away. Then Zeta Division have to touch, so Alpha Yi has to stay alive here. He's going to be the one to touch. Buy time for Fearless. Then Finn can nano Fearless in.
Nano's used. Fearless, the recipient, gets his way over onto the point, but Finn's going to be taken down, giving his life there for that ult. Alpha Yi traded out. Vega finding the kill. Fearless antied, dead. This map is over. 2-0. Toronto Ultra came to play, and play they have indeed. They take Busan for themselves, and what a way to kick off this semifinal.
I mean, if that doesn't just give you hope for NA, then I don't know what does. You've seen 3 and 4 in terms of seeds for Korea look a little bit weak this tournament. Zeta Division looking beatable. Fnatic looking beatable. You've had European teams take down Fnatic. And now for North America, their last hope, Toronto Ultra, again, a squad that has had so much hype behind them, built to succeed. They couldn't do that earlier this year. And now you have a situation where they can get into a grand final, and honestly, especially in the dive mirror, they looked extremely favored in that game.
They very much did. The upper hand the entire way throughout, and I mean, I would love to say, well, there were these moments where it got competitive. That never happened here on Busan. This was a one-sided affair from start to finish. Zeta barely, 100% between the two maps, maybe even less, actually, in fact. And this is a fantastic start, as you can see the players giving some waves, maybe having some words for each other across the stage, as well as potentially some people there in the audience who's going to be cheering for them. But onus now on Zeta. They're going to be having their map pick. They're going to be having that initial ban. I'm really curious to see where they opt to take us to really try to enable this team here. What swaps do we see? Does Fearless stay in the starting lineup? Do we see Bernard? We're about to find out in a little bit, but for now, we do have ZP and Hunter standing by down on stage. So let's go ahead and check with it.
All right, thank you, Caster. ZP here with Unter, the breakdown, that first map, and Unter, that was a resurgence from the Toronto Ultra, taking it to Zeta Division, and not only taking it in a dominant fashion, but it was the resurgence of Merit.
Oh, it was the absolute Merit show for that entire map, ZP. Time and time again, Merit winning the hit scan duel versus Flora, a very quiet map for Flora, and even multiple picks for Merit in the neutral, a huge advantage for Toronto.
Yeah, and this is one of those things we were talking about in previous days where Toronto was winning, where Merit was in ways of distraction for Sugar Free to get stuff done, right? But here, Merit was the main course, and that was one of the things we talked about, that if Merit could step up his level of play even more and be just a side-by-side with Sugar Free, it'd be very difficult for other teams to deal with. And I gotta tell you right now, Hunter, I think that Zeta Division has their work cut out for him.
Exactly right. And I wouldn't just give credit to Merit as well. Right off the bat, Vega on the Illari, taking over, applying consistent pressure. It means that Merit, instead of needing to hit 2 shots, he only needs to hit 1. Violet started the map out on Brig. Brig, no guns, so in a long-range duel, Vega immediately getting an advantage for Toronto Ultra.
Yeah, and I mean, look, I would never count out Zeta Division. This is a deep squad, but Toronto Ultra, I just feel like relative to the group stages, what we saw them do on, the first few days, this is a team, Hunter, that has just been leveling up, that's getting more comfortable and is feeling better and better. But you know what? That does it for us here on stage. We're going to throw it over the Puckett and the mustachioed men to give us a better breakdown.
Thank you very much. Yes, Matt Mr. X has been growing out that fancy beast under his lip for a while. On the other side, McGravy's looking way cleaner these days, and I want to start with you, McGravy. What did you see from Toronto Ultra here in game number 1? What impressed you?
Everybody on the roster. I think that was a bit of a beatdown. Looking towards Zeta Division, I didn't exactly see a beacon of hope. I didn't see a player that was asking for help. I saw kind of a 5v5 that was a bit one-sided.
Yeah, I mean, I wish I saw that type of beatdown when I stayed up to watch the UFC fight last night, but I got none of that. So this was just a total blowout. We were talking before you have to kind of like slow down Merit. They did absolutely nothing to be able to do that, where I think if you're not going to be able to do that for Zeta, you're going to be in trouble. As you see, this is the Toronto Defiant account, but now they're the Toronto Ultra, right? Getting that boot camp down in Korea.
Awesome stuff from the Defiant AK Ultra now. They look better in purple, but they came in prepared. There's no better place to train than amongst the world's best.
Yeah, I think that name change from Defiant to Ultra's kind of done wonders for Toronto. I mean, have they broken the mid-curse? They're about to... They might punch their ticket to the finals.
I think they just need to change their name to get over the hump. Ultra's pretty good in COD.
Matt, fun fact. There's a squirrel in that logo. Did you know that? The U is actually a squirrel. It took me about half of the Call of Duty League year to recognize the squirrels, but apparently
Canadian?
Squirrels are quite popular in the parks in Toronto. Little drop of knowledge there for everyone in the chat. Fantastic stuff, though, from Toronto Ultra, and now they're just 3 map wins away from fighting their squirrels against raccoons.
I mean, I think, so here's interesting. We talked about how Fearless was going to like get on top of Merit. Didn't really work out. I wonder if you try Bernard and, you know, you can have like maybe someone flex over and try and play like the Diva. Maybe with Bernard on the Diva and the Sigma, you feel like you can be a little closer.
Yeah, I want to see Zeta Division really target these bans in a way where they encourage someone to play the Diva, put Bernard in, play the Lucio, and I want them sprinting at Toronto. I don't want them to breathe. I don't want Merit, and I don't want Vega to have a chance to sit there and shoot my team down like they has been having.
This is a huge opportunity for Toronto Ultra to earn club championship points. It's their first tournament that they're competing in here at the Esports World Cup. And of course, they've had the edge after winning that Game 1. I can't remember a Game 1 winner that went on to lose the series. So a huge first step for Toronto Ultra, but Zeta Division now gets to choose the map. How do you guys feel about our selection, Matt? Servasa is coming up next.
Quite interesting to go to Flashpoint, but this is a map that you always need Lucio on, right? Like a game mode that you always need the Lucio on. So like McGravy was talking about, make sure that they have the Lucio in the game for Zeta Division. That's going to force Vega to play the Lucio for Ultra.
I like that call.
Yeah, I feel like this is a common theme amongst the Korean teams. They like to play the control maps, and then they also like to take it to the flashpoints right after. Keep the tempo high. They like to stick to the same similar sort of, the very similar map type. So I think Zeta Division feels like they have an answer. They feel like last map was a fluke, and they have a way to solve it.
Here we go, Flashpoint, game number 2 in the best of 7. Toronto Ultra already with one of those 4 box ticked. Can they get 3 more maps? It's time to find out the heroes that will not be in attendance here for game number 2. And Zeta Division starts off with banning Lucio. So you need a Lucio for this map. And they say, you know what, Vega? You can go ahead and play your Alari.
I thought maybe if you were going to play like, you know, Sigma-based competitions or wanting to force those, maybe you get rid of like Ana, and they're going to get rid of Diva. I mean, this is, I feel like, pretty good for Ultra.
I feel like this is saying, hey, Toronto feels like we can play Winston here. Like, we just played the Winston v. Winston. Let's just take the mirror again. This feels like a very similar setup to Busan. Very similar type of map. I don't really get it.
You can see the stage lights are settling in. Our players ready to rock. Zeta Division needs to wake up. It is time to even the score. This is your map pick. You can't go down 0-2 early.
Yeah, I mean, this feels like a must-win map for Zeta Division. To fall down 0-2, the momentum on Ultra's side, then you start to scramble, maybe get a little bit desperate. Making some substitutions. It feels like they need to get on even footing.
Yeah, I think you want to take Toronto out of their comfort zone. It feels like the last 3 series they played, they've taken that 2-0, that 3-0 lead. You need to punch Toronto in the mouth right now. You need them to feel uncomfortable.
I like what I see from the boys on the end of this stage. The DPS lineup for Zeta Division starting to smile, Matt. What can we look forward to from Alpha E and Flora?
I think you're going to see a lot of Ashe play still here from Flora. I also would kind of emphasize that you're going to see less fights here because no Lucio.
Game is ready, as are our casters. Let's send it upstairs. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you very much. Happy to take it off your hands and get back into the action. 1-0 to start things off in a fashion that we might not have anticipated here for the side of Toronto Ultra. Can they continue or have Zeta Division crack the code?
Honestly, Achilles, I agree with the disc here. These bans are a little bit strange. Zeta Division banning away the Lucio. I mean, this kind of, in my opinion, helps out Toronto Ultra, who we're probably going to end up playing the double flexible on the back end anyway. Someone can always start on the Sigma here. It's been very popular for Servasa, especially on market. It's a good start. Sigma, double flex, it's a standard combo for these teams, for most of these teams. And because there's a D.Va ban here as well, remember, Toronto are second banned here, so they say, okay, you take away a support, we get to choose a tank and make sure that Fearless stays in. You ban away the D.Va, Burnout probably doesn't get subbed in. Why is that important? I think keeping Fearless in here is what Toronto actually want. You got a bit of a taste of the Someone versus Fearless dive matchup, and honestly, if you're Toronto, you like that. You like your odds in that matchup right now where Merit outplayed Flora, where everyone just about outplayed their counterparts on that Busan map, so why not just repeat it? Why not run it back? That's good for Toronto Ultra and not particularly good for Zeta.
Well, brief little pause here. Looks like a reconnect coming through. Admins checking to make sure that the teams are readied up, and then we should be able to get things underway. Yes, the timer now ticking. So, brief little one. Ultimately, everything should be fine. So now we can go ahead and get a zoom in, see if you and the analyst desk are going to be correct on this read, but I do find myself in agreement as well. Yeah. It just feels like right now that performance from someone was looking incredible, and that very well can continue given the way that they were performing. And that Ashe can continue to be a big pain point because Merit was having the upper hand constantly.
This is the key difference between these two teams as well. Sugarfree has obviously played a lot of Tracer in this tournament, but Alpha Yi, he's actually shied away from that hero. Not because he doesn't want to play, but he's preferred the Pharah. He is the Pharah believer, the true Pharah believer in the EWC. Can Zeta Division lock in with Alpha Yi again, like they did yesterday versus SSG to take them far?
For now, neutral skirmishes going to be starting off here. But yeah, that much pressure on Alpha Yi here with that Pharah 2 delivered. Was a thorn in the side for all the teams ahead of this. See if he can continue on that track here as Merit taking a bit of damage, lobs in the dynamite, and someone in Merit will end up falling. Flora and Violet going to find those kills. HP bar is not looking great here for the side of Zeta Division, so an opportunity to try to capitalize. It's Sugarfree does manage to get out scot-free. Alpha Yi now going to be taken down as that's the first lockdown of the point going the way of Toronto Ultra. And they turn this fight on its head. Still continuing though as Violet will fall. Sugarfree recalls back, gets that full health, chucked away at down to 20. Flora eventually will find his mark, but can they get the flip?
Largely, Vega and RuPaul untouched there, so they had a lot of impact. Still, Vega did get dived, but he's surviving. Now Summon back into play. Toronto Ultra looking pretty good, 30% leading. RuPaul, by the way, just healing someone up, taking that poke damage, leading to a massive nano difference between RuPaul and Finn. It's really important for Zeta Division to prove that they can also play this double flexes. We've seen this yesterday. Violet also likes to get on the Alara, but he's got to beat Vega. It's Violet, maybe the GOAT of Overwatch versus Vega, the newcomer.
Nade down, not getting the ante. The dive continues here off the back of that nano, and that should just about be the point confirmed here for the side of Toronto Ultra as they continue to clean things up. Merit now looking to surge forward, catch up here to Flora, who for the time being does have the advantage towards that Bob, but it's narrow margins.
It's going to be an awkward retake here. They got a little bit of time, but no Tracer to touch. I mean, this is one of the advantages of Sugarfree being on that hero. And Pharah, in all honesty, on market, yeah, it's just a difficult retake here in any place. So you want to be able to nano Fearless in. You can't really do that. Alpha actually swaps off the Pharah now and gives up a lot of the ult charge, so understands that in this matchup, I think the Tracer is just going to be a little bit more important, especially if you're going to play a true dive. You're going to need that Tracer in play.
I mean, you do, but we weren't seeing that impact from the Tracer on that opening map of Busan, so we need to see a level up here from Alpha Yi. Start finding that regular impact, finding those one clips, finding that backline harass, but for now it's Finn and Violet who are the ones getting tagged up.
We have seen a little bit more impact out of Flora. Osmond does miss, but the Captain Sun drops down.
A little bit of damage there, but yeah, kill cannot be confirmed. Someone now diving forward, looking for a peel off there, trying to pick off an individual player, but Merit able to find a kill. Alpha Yi going to be taken down. Captain Sun going to be lobbed in, and Vega collects a kill on the Finn before getting traded out by Violet, but it doesn't really matter too much as Fearless only able to find Merit on the back end of that one. The Primal's in the back pocket. Violet's going to be antied out. Cap cannot come through quite just yet, but as someone arrives, he will go ahead and interrupt this one from the Zeta side.
He's not really got too much support, though. Supports might be coming back soon. Someone's in trouble here. He doesn't have any support over Zone. Fearless is just going to run after him, so that's actually okay. Fearless is going to clutch things up there. Remember, he was basically solo on this point and decides, you know what? The rest of my team is not that far away. I can do this on my own. Primals and Zeta Division will be able to get that cap, and it was looking pretty dicey for Zeta Division. You saw that Finn actually nanos Violet there in the Desperation, the second Desperation nano we've seen out of Finn this so far in the series. But it does eventually get them this cap. So Zeta, slightly in the head now, but Merit does have a Bob to retake with.
Bob available, sent. Jump into the back line here, split back across Merit with the coach gun, trying to get some heals across, and with that boost coming through, I should say, we'll be able to do so. Sleep on the Fearless, the flip coming through. Zeta Division up to 48% as Toronto Ultra gain control.
It's flawless. I mean, you just dive straight to the back line. Finn and Violet melt. I don't even think the Bob was really the thing that got them that. I mean, it certainly gives them some level of entry, but just watch someone, Sugar-Free, directly jump on top of the Zeta supports, and it doesn't seem like they could do really much about it. They wanted to trade into Merit, but couldn't do so. The Zeta Division, for all the effort they put into getting that cap, they lose it so fast.
Nano here onto someone once again, just dictating the pace here on the side of Toronto Ultra, but a great response from Fearless helps set up for the kill here onto Vega. They get the pick off that gives them the man advantage here for now. Equalized percentages, now the lead gained. Ultra in control for the moment. Want to try to retain that, but Zeta pushing forward, getting ready to rip this from their grasp. The dive comes in, RuPaul gonna be taken down. Sugar-Free traded out, Violet under some fire, but ultimately going to be okay as someone will get taken out. And that'll be the flip coming through here for Zeta Division, holding out hope.
Super important punish from Zeta Division. You have someone in Toronto Ultra going in with the Nano. They want to get aggressive even off the point in Zeta Division. They'll survive that, not even have to use one of their own ultimates, and then instantly reply finally onto the back line of Toronto Ultra. They've been playing far too safe and having way too much free game time. If Zeta can do that again constantly, then they can get themselves into the series with another map win, with a map win, I should say. But Invited looking good on the support ultimates right now.
They are, and that's going to be key here as we get ready to hit 99%. Someone moving forward, the Primal at the ready. Fearless not too far from having one of his own. With that Nano, he's going to be able to get it instantly. Merit taken down, the dive once again, coming up with value. Flip threatened there for a brief little moment, but with Vega taken down to the Captive Sun, seems like it should be Zeta Division tying things up at 1-1.
Someone also primals there, so that's one less ultimate for Toronto Ultra. I mean, if you're Toronto, you probably understand that you do have less ultimates to play through. Someone doesn't want to get any stagger here, so it just resets off the map. They managed to get double support ultimates off of Zeta for just one primal. That's an okay economical exchange. It's kind of what you're looking for if you're Ultra, because your chance of actually retaking on that point was fairly low. So 1-1 now as we head over towards Palace. Still the Bob online, still the entire front line with ultimates online for Zeta Division. Waiting for Vega and RuPaul to catch up for Ultra, though. They should have time, because the point's not unlocked yet. Just barely.
10 seconds remaining here. As Merit just trying to get that Bob ready to equalize. 9% left to go. The Dynamite assisting here. We'll have that potential duel coming through, but Anti out onto 2. Vega and Merit both going to be clipped up. Expires, heals streaming in. Now Nano online. Bob going to be sent in. Gets woken up, but dueling Bobs. It's going to be Zeta's left standing as Vega gets stomped. Fearless diving forward, finding the pick here once again. RuPaul now going to be taken down as Fearless continues to come up with value. The Primal assisting. As that will be the first lock at the point, once again going the way of Zeta now.
And you'll actually remember in the pre-fight skirmish, the Pylon was taken down, so Vega doesn't have the extra healing. He was susceptible to the dive. Fearless knows that. He's got Primal available anyway. He knows he can go deep as well. So Toronto Ultra not quite ready to push. The Bob from Merit does go in, but it gets traded really quickly. Nano onto someone, but instantly you lose Vega. So Zeta Division in control. They have 26 now, and they're going to get their own Nano. So in terms of the ultimate cycling, Zeta in a good spot.
They're in a fantastic spot, really starting to dictate the pace here. And someone with that Primal is going to have to go big. Captive Sun out, sends it. Finn, I believe, getting clipped by that, but Flora with a nice snipe takes Vega down out of the sky. Finn able to stay alive. Merit does get Flora. Might have traded out a 1-for-1 thus far, but with someone getting taken down, that's your tank, that's your support eliminated. Alpha E will get peeled off, so no DPS available here, but there's still so much staying power for Zeta with Fearless.
And just 5% off, 6% off for someone there as well, so just couldn't quite get the Primal off, and now
that's Merit
further
Bond.
stagger kills, and honestly getting kills at this stage at 77%.
That confirms it.
Especially with, you know, RuPaul dying at that. Late death, it's 80+. It's going to be the cap for Zeta. They're going to get this point unless, hang on, someone's going to make it interesting. There's actually no supports at the moment, so all the damage here counts. It's permanent.
And none for either side. Primal's in play. Someone with some staying power helps get the cleave down here onto Flora. Alpha E, that pulse bomb could help try to turn the tides of the fight as someone whittled down a half HP. Fearless waiting for the supports to return, but he has not been killed off. And Flip will come through. Toronto Ultra holding out hope to try to take the lead here on Suravasa. For now, Zeta Division say, okay, let's just slow things down.
Yeah, I mean, let someone Primal. They can clutch that one. Just back out. You have healers coming on in. Fearless is nearly on Primal. You know you've got to be one Primal up here. Flora going down does slow down the Bob a decent amount. So here we go. Where's the stick? Sugar-Free, beautiful.
Finds it, Finn eliminated, and that's the kind of cycle that they need to maintain, pick after pick, whittling away at Zeta Division to maintain control of this.
Because you know Zeta actually probably wanted to go there. They don't want to have to wait too long. They know they have Fearless on Primal coming in. That's an entry for Zeta, but with another player down, it's an instant reset. Merit's going to have the Bob now as well. Flora's still behind.
Nano coming through, looking once again to dictate that pace. The dive will be good. Flora eliminated. And it's just Ult goes in, kill a player, maintain control. That's the cycle here for Toronto.
Well.
But
Actually, Merit dies, so that's 2 ultimates down and a player down for Toronto Ultra.
Yeah, okay, now starting to shift up the script a little bit here is Zeta Division with that pick, but Violent getting taken out again really hurts them as Finn will join him in the grave. Both support's gonna be gone, Floor gonna be taking a nap. As Fearless trying to keep things competitive here, needs to get over to the point. Alpha E for now keeps it contested, forces out the overtime. Vega gonna be eliminated, RuPaul still under fire, will be eliminated as Fearless finds both supports here ultimately, and the bomb comes through as well. Flip threatens someone, however, finding Alpha E. HP bar is so dangerously low on the side of Toronto Ultra, however, now Merit gonna be picked off. Flip is there, Zeta Division back in control. Can anyone get the contest? Because someone still just does not have health. Sugar Free dives forward, forces that bar back up, but they need the retouch and they cannot find it.
Yeah, you can see they just couldn't heal someone up as well. He's literally waiting on the sidelines on a single HP. He's healing off the Pank passive at the moment. And for Zeta Division, a really risky situation where they had their support line traded out just before ultimates were online. And thankfully for Flora, he had the Bob. If it wasn't for the Bob, I think Zeta could have lost that point. He dies just as Bob comes on through.
Oh, well. Now the dive here as we go into the neutral fight flashpoint. The fourth one going to be unlocking here in 8 seconds. And this is all Zeta Division all day long. Kills looking solid for them. But now on the back foot, let's go ahead and listen into the Toronto Ultra.
Yeah.
Monkey close. No,
Yeah.
No.
They Valerio.
안 push 않아.
I don't need. Trade bind. Kill me.
안 나와. 매.
I peel. No more. Take care.
I don't want him. I don't want really one. 못 kill. 한 명씩.
I swing.
일로. Alari's one.
Alari really won. Alari really won to have.
H1.
Oh, okay. Alright. We can go Kirill next fight.
What is?
Well, Violet certainly was one for a long time, but unfortunately Sugar Free down, couldn't quite follow up. And for someone, just a single player there in a lot of trouble. Sugar Free at least gets to come to Flora, so 63%. And counting for Zeta Division might flip very soon. Toronto Ultra, can they group up in time? Vega with the Katsuna Rush, big ultimate, big opportunity.
And here it's still cool, calm, and collected there on the side of Toronto Ultra despite the circumstances. Katsuna Rush going to be used. There's a sleep dart for the peel off. Fearless down on the floor, but
Won't
still
die, though.
Multiple seconds here left on this primal. He's looking to reaggress, goes back in, but now thinks better of it as Dynamite connects, grabs the Mega Pack, and we'll just have to be rerouting around the backhand side here to join in with the rest of the team. But now, overtime forced out. Violet finds a headshot. Sugar Free on the touch, immediately punished. Alpha E in a bit of a bad spot, tries to dash away. Looks like he will be able to do so as Bob moves forward, but Sleep Dart greets him. Merit dead. The jump back forward, someone getting Suzu'd. Getting slowly streamed back up towards full HP. Flip is there, Toronto Ultra in control here for now, but can they run this up to 99 like they did similarly? They're not going to be given the opportunity. Zeta Division immediately get the counter flip back into their favor as they look to go ahead and close up this map and tie the series up. Someone isolated, picked off, cannot get the primal online as RuPaul now surrounded.
Ooh, I don't know about the nano.
Eliminated. Yeah, and the investment was there. Sugar Free,
the last fight.
Not the opportunity to try to turn the tides of the fight. The Bob will be the finisher. The overtime will bleed down, and we will find ourselves tied up at 1-1.
I guess I do know about the nano. You need the nano there because you got no one else to play through. It's a desperate moment for the Toronto Ultra as it's the third and final point required for Zeta Division. And the Bob, it was good for a while, but guess what? More ultimates, including the Bob, were coming online for Zeta in that final fight. And the Toronto Ultra that were just trying to cling on to hope there is what we saw when we came back is Fearless going deep with the Prime or disrupting the Toronto Ultra rotation back over towards the point. And how many kills did Violet get in the final fight as well? So clutch.
Well, we heard them talking about it, saying, I feel like this favors Toronto Ultra. Zeta had something else to say. Let's pass it back down to the analysts now to break down the action from Saravasa.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And we thought this one might be Toronto Ultra taking it away at first, and then all of a sudden Zeta Division showing us we're comfortable in this mirror matchup.
Yeah, I think Toronto just got a little over-aggressive there. They won the first point pretty convincingly, and then they played that second point, and they were pushing into their spawn. They were wasting their ultimates. Their ultimate contact went in the bin, and then they gave Zeta Division that momentum.
Let's take a look at the highlights here, Matt. Walk me through them.
Yeah, it felt like they got a little bit too comfortable, right? I think Toronto felt like, you know, after that first point, like, okay, we probably have a huge advantage in terms of kind of like skill, teamwork, and whatnot. And they kind of let Zeta back into the game, right? And they allowed them to kind of take control. I thought Fearless played much better.
Yeah, we had questions on map 1 for Fearless. He's still a top-tier tank, is he not?
Oh, of course, absolutely. He's the best Winston to ever play the game. What I'd really like to look at is the difference between the main supports that round and how they played. Violet played with Finn the entire time. There was almost never any time where he was flanking by himself. He kept that pylon on his Ana, and it was able to keep his backline alive. Well, Vega, a lot of the times on the flanks, was getting naded, was getting jumped, was getting dived, and dying a lot more, and ended up on that Kiriko, and the Kiriko value instead of Yllari is just not the same.
We're going back to kindergarten. Find your buddy. Stick with him, Vega. We got a map 3 loading up here in just a moment. Before that, though, we had our teams chatting. Let's catch up with the players.
일단 토론토 팀을 이기기 위해서는 저희가 오늘보다 더 열심히 잘 해야 되고 또 저희가 부족한 부분이 있는지 체크도 잘 해보고 피드백도 잘 해서
Around from behind, sleep there on Ahadi. Quite a bit of damage as, oh, that should be off the side of the map. One death, but it's the only one that he will find as it is death from above.
I think we just need to play our game to defeat them, you know. We've been playing insane so far. I think as long as we keep that momentum going and everyone keeps having fun, we'll be fine. Should be a free win.
The rockets through the window, nothing scary. Oh!
좀 북미 팀들이 대부분 러쉬 조합을 좀 많이 하더라고요. 그래서 저희가 러쉬 조합을 이길 수 있는 조합들을 좀 많이 연구를 해와야 된다고 생각을 합니다.
I think we have a lot more flexibility on our team, you know. They kind of have some one tricks on their team. They have Fearless, so like I can only play Monkey, you know what I'm saying?
토론토 팀은 이제 저희 팀들에 비해 소통에서 좀 문제가 있을 거라고 생각을 하고 저희는 그 강점을 살리면은 될 것 같다 생각합니다.
The key factor to decide who wins, it's just gonna be me and Merit gapping the team. Honestly, everyone's gonna gap the team individually.
오버워치 리그 그랜드 파이널에서 토론토한테 4대0으로 졌던 기억이 있기 때문에 좀 많이 긴장을 할 것 같아요. 네.
I don't think any of us have felt any pressure this whole tournament. I think we've all just been having a great time, and yeah, no, there's zero pressure for us. We're gonna show up and win.
Are we ready for this match?
There's no pressure, it looks like, if you're sugar-free. He is cool, calm, and collected, and this is a kid who's been waiting for his opportunity to play on the big stage. Matt, I remember first hearing about him when he was 14 years old. Talk to me about this young man's career.
Oh, I mean, just a tremendous talent, kind of like up there with Tree as some players who've been waiting for a very long time to play at the highest level, but now showing up in a big way. Also, when you hear an interview like that, sometimes you watch it and you're like, that's a little BS, right? Like,
yeah.
doesn't really mean it. But with the way they've been so loose, like around the venue and everything, I believe it. It feels like they have no pressure.
McGravy, it is time to talk coaching here. If you are Toronto's coach, where do you feel most comfortable after dropping that flashpoint?
You really have to think. You kind of have to dig through what happened that map. Do you feel like it was a play style difference? Do you think they figured something out? I talked about Vega on the main support. Maybe they change how the backline plays. I think you keep it something similar. You have to stick with your guns here. You want to be on hit scan. You still want to be on the LRA. I'm looking towards Escort here, potentially a Shambali or a Circuit.
Escort? Matt, you agree?
I think that would be a good shout. I was actually thinking maybe even like a Circuit to kind of see the Sigma back in action, right? I think that's a definite option there for Toronto because they've talked about hey, the Fearless is that Winston one trick, whatnot. No smoke or trash talk for Bernard though. I know they kind of staying away from him.
Well, you gentlemen are smarter than I am. You nailed the map. Let's reveal it. We're going to Circuit.
Yeah, I think potentially you want to see Merit on Widow here. Flora is not an experienced Widowmaker. It's not what he's known for, in my opinion. He is not known as that upper echelon of Widow players, and Merit has his moments.
So I wonder if you see here, Toronto, this is a potential scenario where they could ban out a damage dealer to prevent Zeta from getting a Widow or an Ashe off of the table. That could be something potentially.
Might be a smart move. Is there any way you need to protect the Illari for Vega?
Yeah, I think you could see something similar. We talked about that Mercy ban where they had, like, they just wanted to scrap the support ban altogether. I don't know if I'll see something similar. Potentially you get you scrap the Ana idea. You just completely kill Ana here. You don't want Finn throwing those nades onto the back line. Maybe you just ban out Finn's Ana, keep your Alari, and you play off of that.
I like that call out. We'll see what our coaches decide to do. For now, though, we have the results. Let's take a look at our STC play poll. 60% leaning towards the North Americans from Toronto Ultra. 40% are like ZP and have faith in Zeta Division.
Yeah, pretty close. A lot like how we thought this series would go. Fans seem to be kind of split down the middle.
We head back into the Qiddiya Arena for game number 3. It's all knotted up, and as we mentioned, it's time for some skirt. We're going to Circuit Royale. Who can push the cart further? Will they complete the map? We haven't seen it yet today, Matt.
No, Circuit can be pretty difficult to get through there at the end, the last stage of the map. So I'll take a look. So this is a Pharah ban from Ultra, so this also kind of prevents them from getting rid of the Widow like I was talking about.
Yeah, also Alfie really has really relied on that Pharah through the entire tournament. And talking to the Toronto guys, they prefer to play the Echo here. So they get the Pharah off, and that means, hey, potentially want to take this Echo v Echo battle.
What does it mean without a Baptiste?
Without the BAP, this allows you to kind of play that Ana, right? You can play the Ana's type of play style. You're not really worried, like the Sigma gets a little bit weaker, you know, without that Baptiste in the mix. With Bernard coming in, I think you might see some D.Va.
He has been a fantastic D.Va. How is his Sigma? How does it stack up against someone?
I think he's potentially one of the best Sigmas in the world right now. Bernard is incredibly underrated as an off-tank player. He was dominating me when I played, and he's still kicking now.
Bernard versus someone is the tank battle, but keep your eyes on the back line. Who can stay up and who is going to get their face ripped off by the Widowmaker? We're about to head into the map. This one, game number 3, so pivotal for momentum, Matt.
Yeah, it's a big swing game, right? You kind of think after this, you can pick like a push or a hybrid. I don't think it's really awesome for either of those teams.
There you can see the map is ready, as are our casters. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you. Ready indeed we are as we get ready to go into this map and see who is going to be taking the lead in the series. Circuit Royale, the favorite escort for quite some time here in the tournament. It resurfaces once more.
You see Zeta Division's position here is I think they are starting to target that backline. They do not want the Bap-Alari combo, and while they certainly haven't banned the Alari, I think Bap is an important hero here. Removes, I think, RuPaul's best hero. He is one of the top Baps in the world. So, Toronto Ultra, what was their ban? Pharah. I have a couple of things that I want to say about this. First of all, removes Alpha E's best hero, but there's a secret weapon here for Toronto Ultra. You have to talk about the fact that after SSG have kind of proved it, Ryan is playable on this map, and it does a good counter to the Sigma. So you bait Bernard into the map. Obviously, he's going to play it because there's a Sigma gameplay, the Sigma matchup. You expect on Circuit Royale, but if things go poorly for Toronto Ultra, especially, oh sorry, that doesn't have to go poorly, but once you get to the Toronto Ultra attacking side, you could see the possibility of the Ryan coming through, and you remove the Pharah, which is one of the big counters to Ryan.
Very well could come through. Now, I was curious if Violet was going to be starting things off with that Zenyatta. Saw him playing that versus SSG, and was kind of getting bullied out with it. So opts to going for the Alari.
You know what? What else got bullied? Vega on the Zen actually got bullied by Lip when they play Crazy Raccoon as well. So Vega has a little bit of redemption to do on this here. He certainly redeemed himself the tournament, in my opinion, playing the Alari. But now that they're not going to go for any Alari on this map, Ana and Zen together.
See how this Flora v Merit battle ends up shaking out so far. Minor damage found here for both. His body shot attempt there on the Alfie going to be going wide.
You have to remember as well, Sugar Free really struggled against Shy in this particular matchup. Got domed by Shy's Widow many, many times. Flora, different play though. Flora hasn't really had a lot of Widowmaker gameplay in this one so far, and he's down.
Okay,
Vega.
Well, Vega able to find the headshot, and that's going to be Flora taken out of the equation. HP bar is now quite low as something. Just going to go ahead and hover his way forward. As he overextended, goes down to 8 HP before they bail him out. A huge save to come through, and now this hold very much looking great for the side of Toronto Ultra to start things off. I mean, how many times in this tournament already have we seen as, okay, Flora getting a poison trap kill. How many times have we seen this A defense just immediately fall flat?
Well, Zeta Division at least have something to play through now. Ultimate's starting to come online. Someone knows his limits fairly well in this matchup. Has to use going to grasp fairly early.
Nano
matter because
through.
Sugar Free and RuPaul get the kills.
Yep, RuPaul with one. Nano onto Sugar Free will expire. Now going to be a little bit at risk as they do manage to get the ante, but it's a quick pullback around the corner. They cannot collect. Accretion at point blank range, somehow going to be going wide. Vega able to stay alive as Flora on the return will find a headshot to take down Sugar Free, but now Bernard is dead. Vega fragging at the moment, I believe, the most kills here in the lobby thus far, as this hold can continue.
I do have to say, though, the pressure is on. I mean, it's not like Toronto Ultra winning this without expending ultimates. They do feel like the deaths coming from Flora getting kills are meaningful. So we talk about the Flora versus Merit matchup. They haven't been sniping each other, but Flora is getting a couple of picks on a Toronto Ultra that is forcing resources out. Flux is gone now, so Bernard pretty used that, but he has to be worried. There is a sleep dart on RuPaul. There is a rock from someone. If either of those come through, you're going to lose that Flux.
Oh, cool comment collected. You can see there from RuPaul, and there's the dupe now in play from Sugar Free. Flux coming out from Bernard. Exactly. He gets slept, he gets antied, and he gets screwed. Raw end of the deal there. Sticky Bomb's going to be doing an immense amount of damage. There's the cleanup, and this hold can continue. Toronto Ultra, yeah, they said we want to go to circuit, and they are looking immaculate thus far.
Yeah, I mean, in Zeta Division, this is only the attacking side. Like, remember, once Toronto attack us all, they have options. Zeta Division are far more 1-0 on this map. Toronto Ultra can do far more. And it looks like even without the Alari, Toronto Ultra are still just that much further ahead. Transcendence held by Vega. No requirement to use it so far. Brilliant sleep dart from RuPaul. And like I mentioned earlier, there are so many threats to cancel the Flux, and Bernard, well, he couldn't even use it.
Sight for sight. Merit, second on the trigger, will have that half-second advantage once these expire, but Finn's going to be taken down, and Sugar Free finds the kill. Beam is coming across, turns back over to the Widowmaker, immediately finds that elimination, and shuts down the infra sight. Sticky's on to Alpha Yi. He's still going to pull the trigger here. Going for the dupe as Violet will find one with the Captive Sun. Merit eliminated the break on the dupe, however, going to be coming through, and Alpha Yi left out the dries, the accretion, the rocket connects. Kills found, 33 seconds now remaining. And again, we're talking about how often these defenses have fallen flat. This is ironclad.
I mean, Violet using the Captive Sun, they're really low value. You only kill Merit. That's not a really high value pick at all. Merit can come back from spawn. He can snipe immediately. Now Sugar Free is going to copy over towards the Sigma as well. Violet's already down. The backline's dead. Zeta Division, another reset. No, in fact, there's not going to be another reset because this is the final fight. That's the whole defense. That is a full hold.
Over. It's a full hold in dominant fashion as Toronto Ultra look to take the lead here. The spot out onto Alpha Yi, forced a recall here on this corner, dashing his way in a desperate attempt to make his way over to the cart, but completely sussed out. That cart not even making it really into the hairpin.
I mean, and this is so problematic for Zeta in many ways because now Toronto have shown they can win the dive matchup. They've shown they can win the Sigma poke matchup as well. And you go over towards the attacking side of Toronto Defiant, I mean, the options are here. You can just play the Sigma again if you could think you can just, you know, and obviously they do think they can just beat Zeta on that comp, but you can also just run them over with plenty of other things that someone can play where Bernard cannot. But this is just a cleanup. I mean, you never really saw any significant kills coming through from Zeta onto Toronto at all. Their backline was well protected. Vega was getting frags. Merit was a little quiet on this map, but I think Merit was also quiet because everyone else was getting kills and someone was just indomitable. Never really went down. The backline never really went down. Flora got the only meaningful kills from Zeta, the entire attacking side. And I don't think any of the ultimates were that effective either.
But I mean, even then, it felt like the kills, you could have counted them on half a hand.
Yeah.
There wasn't very many to be found.
Everything they got instantly traded here as well. So Lucio, Anna for the Zeta siders. Zeta are going to be defending. I mean, yeah, there's no BAP, so Bat Brig would have been really good in this sort of lineup. Violet decides on the Zen here as well. You do need to still play some poke. They're expecting a poke matchup here. But let's see what someone does, because like I said, he's got options. You can always default back to the Sigma. They know they're better, but if they want to run over the opponents, the Ryan's available.
Well, it feels like, and not to reopen the wound that's still in the process of healing, it feels like it would take a Falcons on Eichenwalde level disaster class from Toronto for Zeta to be able to win this map at this point.
And they're even going to just run through with a bit of a diva dive. Merit's obviously still going to snipe here.
Bernard's just taking him on the chin. Back-to-back headshots there. As someone just continuously pushing forward, eating some of this damage, eating that accretion, but ultimately able to shrug it off. RuPaul going to be more than happy to just go ahead and keep maintaining that HP bar, building up towards that nano.
Ultra probably will lose a little bit in the poke battle, so they need to find an opportunity to actually get part of this dive in, because they don't have the double flex supports. Zeta do. Discord Orb is valuable here as well. Violet, nice kill to Merit. That will slow things down, but guess what? The payload is actually still already on that corner, nearly capped.
Yep, just about 10 meters left to go here. That's going to be the dive in here from someone. Vega going to be taken low, taken down as Alpha U finds one. Sugar Free going to be traded out, but now Flora at risk. Accretion across, finding the hit, but Flora finished off. Finn whittled away at. Dangerously close to being eliminated, but with that peel coming through, that kill onto someone, he's able to survive.
You have to be careful with these trades because Zeta Division, they have a longer run back. So if Toronto Ultra don't stagger themselves after getting kills, they have a far closer respawn.
You know how that's
the situation now where Flora's going to come back on a cast. Just thinking about the Tracer for a second there as well. Actually, I don't mind the cast because you're playing far closer corners now, so that actually might be good. However, you lose any sort of range battle to Merit if Merit can find angles.
Oh, Merit eating a bit of damage there. Does manage to stay alive and finds the headshot. Alpha taken down. That could be the beginning of the end, but someone does get broken out of the mech. So solid trade back coming through as Infrasight's now going to be in play. Barrier goes up. It's just continuing to take some of this damage, looking for the peak. Bernard falling low. Anti will expire, still down below half HP. Both support ultimates now online, but the Flux also in play. And that's going to be the pull of the trigger. Sugar Free goes diving forward. Nanned up here is the Tracer seeking target. Transcendence going to be used there from Violet. They're now expiring on Bernard. Alvi will find one as Merit gets taken down. Someone having to just backpedal, not wanting to lose the mech, not wanting to have to try to reset here and get staggered. For now, the hold continues, but 2.81 meters left to go. It feels inevitable here for Toronto.
Zeta have to be very careful with their ult economy here. They may have actually overspent on that last fight. Ideally, you don't double support ultimate because Violet can Transcendence for himself. Or if you're going to nano Violet to protect him, don't then use the Transcendence because you have a situation now where Vega's about to find the timing on the sound barrier, and there's nothing really to stop that. Zeta Division have a copy. Maybe if Zeta go early and Alpha Yi does a really nice copy onto, you know, maybe even just RuPaul to get something, a nano at Byronet on the back line. But right now, Zeta kind of left empty. The tank is empty, and Toronto Ultra about to hit timings.
Yeah, beat here from Vega. Just needs that shielding to go through. It could very well confirm the victory here on the map, as well as the lead in this series. Couple shots coming down. Merit dropping to low ground. They're looking to push them back. Contest comes in. 3.58 meters left to go. Break onto the mech. Someone knocked out of that one. Has this up the struck. The pulse bump's going to be good. And there is the slaughter. Just had to build up for those ultimates, and then they strike. Toronto Ultra will take the victory in relatively breezy fashion. A couple moments of concern, perhaps, on that attack. But they set themselves up for success so very well with that opening defense.
I mean, the attack is what you have to talk about here because it's the Zeta attack that was disappointing, right? They couldn't really get past Toronto Ultra at all. And the double flex support's coming through. I mean, Vega didn't look particularly good on the Zen versus Crazy Raccoons, but that's because Lip was sniping up so often. Here, Flora, not particularly fantastic on the Widowmaker, even though I will give credit, he was still the only one getting some kills. Roughly the backline for Toronto Ultra, not that challenge. Someone looking fantastic on the Sigma, as you'd expect. And Burner, someone you think should be much better at that Sigma, was kind of getting outplayed by someone. And it's a really scary moment for Zeta Division because, like I said, they're losing matchups they thought they probably should be better. And they're losing the Sigma, they're losing the Fearless Winston dive mirror as well. They did bring it back a little bit on Survasa to sort of save the day, but currently that was such a dominant 2 maps that Toronto have won versus the slightly more back and forth Survasa for Zeta. Momentum still heavily there for Toronto.
And I think it's a big question. Does this back and forth continue? We saw this same level of dominance from Toronto on the opening map. Zeta were able to equalize. Now onus on them once again. But let's go ahead and pass things back over to the analysts.
Congratulations, Toronto Ultra. They take map 3 just like these two gentlemen thought they would. Circuit Royale, pretty good for them, especially on defense with a full hold.
I mean, I think we thought they would take it. Probably not in that fashion, though. I mean, these maps are lightning fast throughout this series. That was dominant.
It was very clean. So what did you see? What was the difference between the defenses?
Yeah, I think Toronto Ultra ended up going for that Ana Zen defense, which is just a little more greedy than the Alari, and they never reached the backline. Zeta Division did. They never got there, so the Ana Zen was just constantly pumping in damage. They were able to nano Sugar Free onto their backline. There was so much pressure on Zeta Division and none on Toronto.
Yeah, it's wild to say that you can get greedier than like having the Alari comp in, but the Zen is like glass cannon all in on the damage, right? And you know, where the payload was, it was just a matter of time before Ultra was going to break through.
It looked like the Widowmaker was going to work at first, and then we saw the swaps on both sides to the Cassidy. Are we going to see more Cassidy and Ash than snipers in this matchup?
I'd like to see Zeta Division pick a map here that kind of closes the gap, doesn't allow that like Ashore maybe doesn't like play into it as well. So I think we may be even looking at one of the push ones here.
Yeah, no, I agree. Again, I don't think either of these teams are going to back down, though. I think the styles are going to stay similar. Zeta Division has not shown any indication that they plan to back down from this double flex matchup. So potentially, like you said, the push maps, I'm not sure which would be best. Potentially a new Queen Street. We haven't seen a ton.
We haven't seen it
This
really
is potentially a matchup for that.
Yeah, and I think if you felt really confident, like that double flex support, like maybe you say like, okay, let's go to like Midtown. But Midtown, you can see lots of Ashe play, lots of Widowmaker towards the end. Feels like you're playing right into that.
Why is everyone picking Runasapi when it comes to push?
It's the newest map. I think with also it being the newest map, they've had the most time to develop it, right? Where some of the original maps would push, you kind of find things now in terms of the map design once they're out in the wild, where now Runasapi being the newest one, it seems to be the most well-balanced.
Yeah, I think players and teams are pretty simple. I think they just like the map better.
Okay.
It just tends to happen like that sometimes. They just enjoy the map design more. Teams practice it more simply because they like it. Not a ton of strategic depth, in my opinion. I think it's just the better map, in their opinion.
We're not going to Runasapi this time. It will be Coliseum. How do you feel about this pick, McGravy? You're Winston here for Zeta Division.
Well, me and Matt here went 0 for 2. I think we talked about the two other maps. We didn't really talk about Coliseum. But I think for Coliseum, what's really interesting is, again, I talked about the map changes. The map has developed a lot. It used to be different. The middle used to be more closed in. So there's more opportunity to play the dive. So potentially another setup for the Winston and Alari that they were playing before.
Yeah, I'm curious what we see in terms of the ban, because there is like really long-range sight lines at the start here, but once you progress towards that, the Cassidy can really start to like outshine the Ashe in certain situations. So curious to see how they go about it for Zeta.
All right, let's highlight some of the players who has had a standout performance already. Production's asking, do we have anyone MVP worthy? Whose clips should I start collecting?
Merritt's been sick for Toronto Ultra. I mean, he's been really good throughout the entire tournament. Like, when you can have, Merritt playing, whether it be like Ashe or Widowmaker the entire time, he starts to heat up, get in a rhythm. He's tough to stop.
Let's head on over to the arena once again. The Qiddiya Arena filling up with fans as we are getting ready for the grand finals after this semifinal. Crazy Raccoon already locked in. The question is, who will join them? Can Zeta Division tie things up, or will it be Toronto advancing to match point? Zeta Division gets the first ban. Where would you go, McGravy?
It's really interesting. I don't really have a read on what the Zeta Division coaches are looking for. I do think they want to stay within the style, so maybe you just end up protecting your Ana with a support ban.
Mauga.
So maybe on the opposite end, instead of a support protection, this is more of a tank protection. Maybe you want to play the Winston, you don't want to let Toronto ban it out.
There's no subs, right? Pretty fast pickup, and the Ana is going to be banned by Toronto Ultra. Are the coaches on Zeta kicking themselves?
You heard in the player piece that we ran before, right? Fearless was talking about these rush comps from like North American teams. Maybe they are really scared, like, whether it be like a Ramatra or a Mauga Brawl or Rush style comp coming in, but we haven't seen Toronto play that the entire series.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Fearless is honestly talking about, because Toronto's not really known for the rush.
Let's send it upstairs once again. Game number 4 in the best of 7 kicks off right now.
Coliseum, to see if this is going to be Zeta answering back. McGravy, I think a lot of us may be feeling similarly, scratching our heads saying, having a hard time getting a read on what exactly is going on here.
I think the read for me is that it looks like Zeta Division were initially planning to put Fearless in here to play a Winston or a Doom, something divey, maybe even a Ball. He's played that this tournament. So the Mauga ban makes sense. You don't want to be in a situation where, we've seen, again, in the Zeta versus SSG kind of matchup where the hardy Mauga caused problems on Runasapi, so they're trying to dodge away from that now. But as Toronto responds, Kasaurus on the other side takes with the Ana, I think Zeta Division had to reconsider. It's like thinking, can we really play Fearless in here without the Ana? Remember, the bans happen before the rosters are selected. So Zeta, they're going to go back over towards Burner. It's going to be the Sigma, but someone is going to lock in the Winston. So there is going to be a dive. It's just not going to come from Zeta.
Nope. RuPaul going to be there with that Kiriko. Vega on the Lucio, trying to get that speed. Sugar Free on a very deep lurk around the flanks here, but Merritt going to be taken down as Violet, able to find first blood here on Coliseum. Solid start. Sugar Free within like his position red.
Well spotted. Flora knew he was a tracer missing from the map. Someone looked behind. You have a situation here as well where someone is going to instantly swap over towards the Diva. You do have to respect Alpha E's fire here, so that is a good swap. Winston into Zeta Division is kind of average when you also have the fire there, plus you're diving to double flex support. And what's interesting is Zeta are kind of mostly playing the style that Ultra have been playing throughout the entire tournament. It's Ultra that are swapping themselves up a little bit. Vega and RuPaul playing a Lucio carry, something I think has been a little bit more rare from Ultra this tournament.
Has been. As okay, RuPaul going to be taken down. Finn able to find that kill, but Alpha E traded out. Merit with the solid one takes out Alpha E. Getting rid of that far out of the sky. Some pressure here on towards Flora. Have to clear the pylon though, just to make him that much more vulnerable. And Sugar Free going to be taken down. Flora finding the headshot. And Alpha E going to be swapping over here back to the Tracer. But the fight volley going the way here of Zeta Division as they look to continue this push. Violet lone support. Does have that Captain Sun ready to go. Has to set up the pylon just to get himself back up to full HP, but they're getting quite a bit of distance here.
You have to be really concerned about first pick potential here now that Zeta are running Sigma double flex. I mean, Flora is starting to heat up a little bit. Merit still yet to really respond here. At least they're getting equal damages, and we're about to see double bobs come through. Violet also getting plenty of damage in. There's Captain Sun.
Captain Sun coming through. Quick TP and a Suzu out from RuPaul. Looks like HP bar is not going to get popped this time around. It's Violet taken low, but he's still alive. Whips that final shot that he so desperately needed. Flora trying to peel him back. Someone will be able to pursue far enough forward to go ahead and find that kill. Flora going to be taken down as well, as the Kitsune Rush has to be committed here from the side of Toronto Ultra. That will give them their first semblance of control.
They might have opened up the midpoint here for Coliseum, but one thing remains true for this map. The high ground, little spiral going up towards the cap is still difficult to take. You need to have ultimate advantage, ideally. For Zeta Division, the Bob was there, but Violet was really low HP. Didn't get healed up. Captive Sun not giving them the tempo that we're looking for, as Violet now moves over towards a break to alleviate some of that dive pressure.
A lot of musical here is being played. We'll have to see the adjustments here from the teams. As for now, real push beginning here for the side of Toronto Ultras. They try to get the bot out in towards the open. Difference of about 36 meters here for now. Bob from Florida open things up, keeps things locked in place. Answering Bob will get very swiftly taken down. And Sugar Free again going on a bit of a sneaky walkabout.
Probably has a kill
here on the floor. I mean, could he have the kill, or is it going to be that Immortality Field? Well, yes, it's going to be the Immortality Field coming through, but also a dodge out on that Pulse Bomb. Died for though. Vega able to get on top of Finn, finds that elimination. Now Violet going to be taken down, and this is a great moment to strike here from Toronto Ultra. Right as that Amp Matrix comes through, they manage to nullify it completely.
It's just good calling here. I mean, Sugar Free's in the backline. He's telling we can dive this one, so even though the Pulse misses, guess what? Someone follows through. Vega has the sound barrier and a great boop onto Finn to push him back into combat, and now we really are risking that cap coming through. In fact, Zeta might not be able to contest this one at all. You might even see a death if he's not careful.
And Violet does manage to find some stability. Whip shot out. Bernard now having to match here on the Diva. And Pulse Bomb was committed on the back end there from Alpha Yi, trying to find some desperation pick, but it comes up shy. Now everybody at risk here in the side room, and someone, well, he's like, all right, I have a self-destruct. I'm going to try to get back into the mech. Will not be allowed to do so. But with the shield rage, will keep them alive. But they go ult for ult. The rally pops. Alpha Yi going to be taken down in the meantime. The bot so very close to taking the lead as well as the checkpoint here for the side of Toronto Ultra, but ultimately they might have to backpedal.
It's too hard without someone alive, so he's going to swap over towards the Winston here as well, but just to refer back to that previous fight, someone was taking a little bit of risk. He locked out, I think, 3 players on Zeta Division on its lonesome, hoping that Toronto Ultra can do something with everyone else on the map, but Alfie on the Tracer did a really good job of just stalling the payload, preventing the cap, preventing even the flip, and as someone goes back to the Winston, guess what? Alfie back on the fire.
Let's see how they fare. Sugar Free just trying to take note here, keep some eyes over onto Alpha Yi, track that far and make sure that he's not going to be able to get any kind of unexpected angles to weave in those rockets, as right now hovering low on the ground. Will be forced back. Bob locked in here, or the bots rather, locked into a neutral position as the bombs are getting ready to join us here in about 20-odd%.
It's not a lot to counter on Ultra's side, so tempo beat might just have to be the play here for Vega. Finn looking over towards the window. 5 minutes remaining now for both on teams, as there's still, I think, better poke from Zeta Division, but Bernard's so low here, barely staying alive. I don't know if you can play this Finn window with Bernard having to back out. Okay, it's actually going to be respect being shown by Ultra. They're not going to be the ones to do anything here, waiting out the window, and now possibly the tempo beat.
I mean, it looked like they were more than happy just to keep things in place. Bernard with a nice eat will take away Sugar Free's Pulse Bomb. They lose out on Alpha E all the same. Someone, however, going to be traded out as Bernard able to go ahead and find that kill. DPS for the tank. Still going to be a relative trade up here for the side of Zeta Division as they continue to lock this bot in position here at the center. Rush forward, RuPaul taking it low. He's trying to get himself out, but just has nowhere to go. Now Vega's got himself stranded as well. 2 more kills collected here by Bernard. Self-destruct at the ready, and the bot once again going to be pushing forward.
Yeah, double supports down there for Zeta Division. Well played. They were able to survive against a tempo beat and now threatening the cap itself, but there will be a touch. RuPaul nearly onto the ultimate. Prime will be so good for someone here as well. They need to delay. They need to be in a position to be able to stop this. The checkpoint actually does come on through, but can they at least prevent extra meterage here? Zeta, they got their wish. They got what they wanted. They could even back out if they want to here as well.
Someone trying to zone them back. We'll have them contained here in the underpass room for now. Leaps up over the top, dodging out, getting some heals. Just keeping that bot locked in position. But Rally's gonna roll. Zeta Division wanting to continue on their merry way, and for now they will. The bot beginning, shield basher onto someone. Continue rush out from RuPaul, and the Primal Rage is gonna be popped. Goes up and over the top, looking to try to isolate anybody that he can. Gets a bit of a pick off here onto Finn, but can he confirm the kill? Finn trying to fight back, but cannot do enough there versus the Winston. But at the same time, self-destruct gonna be sent, gets himself back into the mech, but they're down that crucial support. Now they're down that far from the skies.
They just don't have any trading here. Alfie doesn't quite have the barrage, and you know, Finn, no window to play through here as well. They still do get what they wanted, though. They got the cap, and they got double ultimates out of Toronto Ultra, so I think it's worthwhile playing that fight. Get the Primal out of the hands of someone, and RuPaul to get the Kasuna Rush as well. So Zeta Division in a position where 3 minutes left to go. They have a reasonable lead. Not enough to really win the map just yet. If we look over towards the macro side of things, we look over towards the economy, starting to look a little bit more healthy here. Flora just needs to catch up to Merit, and then the Bob can defend the point, and they can get past this and just stall things out, get that timer all the way down. Toronto Ultra, without having capped yet, are still in a precarious situation.
Sugar Free again on the hunt. Looking for Finn. Will be able to identify that position, so not going to be able to come up with the goods. And again, when you're trying to go for that BAP, unless the Immortality Field has already been burned, confirming the kill is going to be proved to be very difficult. Sugar Free, though, lobbed in, connects on the shield. Immortality Field is out all the same. They're going to be taken down. Sugar Free eliminated as Alpha swoops into the rescue. And for now, this push going to be denied as the cleanup continues. Alpha finding someone, Merit trying to get his way out to safety, but not sure if he's going to be able to do so. RuPaul will give his life so that Merit can live for a little bit longer, but ultimately he will be claimed.
Just super hard to push in the high ground there. I mean, what they did before Toronto Ultra to try and get the distance for the checkpoint is they had a brilliant dive set up by Sugar Free into Vega, then using a tempo beat immediately onto the high ground for the 5-man. Zeta Division here, though, they have Alfie on the far, which is super hard to take down. It's up to Merit to try and pressure him away, and Flora still has a counter Bob, so the Merit Bob came on through. Flora decides, you know what, I can save this one.
Well, now 1 minute and 45 remaining. Not much time to work with here in Toronto. While it has been close as far as the meteorage is concerned, they still have to get that checkpoint.
And it might cost them ultimates here, just in the neutral and the midpoint, to be able to push back into capable territory. So you're going to lose economy power here for Toronto Ultra if you can't push the bot forward without neutral trades.
Sugar Free again here on the hunt. Bernard just playing out on a bit of an island here by himself. He's diving to the back. It's going to be the Katsuna Rush used here. Bob out from floor, rallying out Pop from Violet. Primal Rage is going to be coming in somewhat. Once again, just trying to get a pick off here, trying to isolate a target, but the juggle is not coming to fruition. He's got to exit. Jumps back, down below half HP. Heals will stream back through, but now full advantage here to the side of Zeta Division, who have that self-destruct. The window nearly online, the barrage ready to roll.
What does Ultra have left here? They used everything. They fired every weapon they have, and now it's under 1 minute. We're about to hit the OT, and Zeta still hold decent ultimates. Finn is about to rotate back into window. Alfie is still holding the barrage because he hasn't had to use it, and it's always going to be useful. At some point, you will forget the barrage is there. Someone's going to get caught out, and especially that is true in the OT. I mean, I think the Alfie passive damage has also been so good because nothing really blocks it out.
I mean, he's just holding Sugar Free really here at arm's length, just stopping him from getting into the back line, just keeping him honest, saying, like, yeah, you don't get access here. Now he's looking to try to take him down. That might be an overstep, and somebody's going to have to turn around and try to go ahead and get some heals across onto the farm, which they are able to do. Bernard playing forward, finds one, Merit gone, someone eliminated with 15 seconds remaining. It seems like Zeta Division are going to be keeping us neck and neck. Just the supports left alive, Vega will die. RuPaul is going to have to try to go for a touch just to force out that overtime, but off the back of that, there is not much more to be done. I don't even think he can get there, and he cannot. Alpha E will use the barrage and seal the deal here on Colosseo. We are tied up once again. 2-2. Both of these teams completely and utterly inseparable.
And the barrage is always a coup de grace right towards the end. RuPaul sitting on 90%. I mean, tempo there just unfortunately not available for the Toronto Ultra. They had one really good push. Again, the sugar-free dive with someone on the Diva going to the high ground with the Vega tempo beat. But other than that, it was basically all Zeta division. They had the lead. They never lost the lead. They got the cap. They bled ultimates out of the Toronto Ultra, and a lot of these pushes in the neutral as well, because Zeta division was so good at defending, put the bot back in the neutral. Toronto Ultra have to burn so many ultimates. I think for me, it was probably over when the bot was in the middle of the map. Toronto 3-ulted, including double support ultimate, and didn't get anything done with that.
Well, neck and neck, just like we like to see it. Maybe this series is destined to give us our first Game 7. Now we'll pass it back down to Puckett.
3 more games. 3 more games. We want to go the distance here on the analyst desk because this has been a fun fight. Kind of fast games, but whoever picks the map is walking away with the W so far.
Yeah, it seems like even how we thought it was a little bit odd. I think Avril as well in terms of like Zeta division and what they want to do in terms of like map and ban seemed to work out pretty well there.
McGravy, what did you see in this most recent game from Zeta?
I think Zeta really identified that the fact there was no Ana on the field allowed them to play the Bat Brig, the really survivable backline. And Toronto didn't really have the damage, didn't have the Ana nade, didn't have anything really to deal with it the entire time.
I've liked what we've seen from both sides. Sugar-free kind of getting silenced in that last game. The ults never really online as a squad as Zeta just kept putting on that pressure throughout push.
Yeah, and I think when you kind of look at how this one went, right, I think you start to see that, Flora is starting to step up a little bit, right, playing much better. I also think that, like, Diva is really strong in the meta right now. Like, there's an argument to be made that, like, even Diva before these, like, major buffs was really good against Winston in, like, that head-to-head matchup, where now Diva's even stronger, and Bernard, I think, just showing how good he is on the hero.
Yeah, I think following up, I think this Bat Diva is kind of an interesting composition. It's kind of this hybrid setup where you have that range damage, but you also have a ton of survivability. So if Toronto stands there and they just sit there and get shot, it's really hard. So they have to go in, they have to go fast, but then they don't have the damage.
Matt, did you ever expect to see Rascal coaching a team in your time?
I mean, maybe. It seems like the natural kind of progression for a lot of players to go into coaching, just like
this one. Maybe he'll be standing right where I am next year. Who knows?
And for the chat, where do I get a green suit like that, McGravy?
Little shop.
Los Angeles?
In Los Angeles, California.
Or you can tweet McGravy. He'll pick it up for you.
He's a good guy. We'll do that for you. Tweet McGravy right now. Tell him what size you need. And, of course, let us know your predictions. We asked at the start who is going to win. 60% felt Toronto Ultra. 40% felt Zeta Division. Matt, after watching 4 maps here, who are you feeling to take the final 3?
Oh, I mean, I think it's almost like you don't really kind of know until we see, like, okay, Toronto's going to pick the map and then Zeta's able to win it, right? Everybody seems to kind of be winning, their home territory, so to speak. Going into hybrid, I think Toronto, they'll try and make, Source has been really good throughout this event, trying to really kind of give them a hand up in some of these maps, so I fully expect them to get an advantage here.
The good news is whoever wins map 1 generally wins the series, but that could turn on its head if Zeta is able to make it back-to-back map wins. Toronto only has 1 game mode to choose from, and it's definitely hybrid.
What I'll say is interesting about this series is that it's not normal for hybrid to be the last pick. Usually map 5 is your least valuable pick, but hybrid is such a diverse game mode where you have so many options. And right now, I think Toronto's happy to be, if you're going to lose a map, I think it's now because hybrid is an excellent choice. I think they have a lot of options, but I think, in my opinion, they're taking it back to Midtown because it's good for the Winston, it's good for the Sigma, and that plays into someone's
You agree with that? You want to see Midtown?
Yeah, I think it would be Midtown as well. I think it kind of plays, for the double flex support if they want. The one you would have not seen Hollywood pick. That for sure is not going to be in it. So I was really between this and Eigenwald, but this seems to be the preferred pick for a lot of teams.
All right, we are heading back to New York City, it looks like. And fun fact, you saw the building Grand Central. There's some arches in Grand Central. Go to the corner, speak into the arch. Someone on the other side can hear you. Found that out 7 years into living there.
Oh.
You're welcome, Matt. Dropping knowledge bombs all over the place. Squirrels,
you ever been
arches.
Never been.
But let's talk about heroes. What do you want to ban right now if you're Zeta? What are you going for, knowing that we are now deep in this best of 7?
Do you expect I think maybe Toronto here to go with a support ban early on. And then I think for Zeta, do you look at like one of the long-range hit scan potentially?
Yeah, I think you want to protect the Vega Alari. They've shown, again, time and time again, they want to play the double flex. Hasn't really changed. So yeah, then it kind of opens up for Zeta. It's not an easy decision. I think banning hit scan's not super valuable. If they ban the Ashe, Merritt can just play the Widow. We've seen some incredible performances on Widow courts, especially on that map. He pulled out the Widowmaker and just
lost though.
Yeah. Not favorable for the crowd. That's why I didn't say it. But you have seen Courts play the Widow, and he absolutely took over. I think Merritt's capable of that. Matt?
Yeah, I think you may be looking at here for Toronto, like, do you just kind of throw a ban like how they did the Mercy right into the support category? Right. I know, protect the Alari or something like that. For Zeta, like, is there a tank that you want? Like, do you want to get rid of, like, Sigma, maybe? Like, you can kind of, like, force someone to play, whether it be, like, Ramatra or Diva here. Like, potentially that could be an option. A lot of different things they can go to if they just pick the support on the other side.
Who's got the better RAM if it does go to the Ramatra?
I think someone's pretty good on the Ramatra. I think that's, like, a style that they feel comfortable playing.
I think he's a lot more experienced on the hero, and I worry about a Sigma ban from Zeta's side because you can just replace it with the Ramatra. You can play slow. Yes, you lose a little bit of range damage, but it's not so much about the damage. It's about anchoring the map and making sure that nobody can walk past you. So Zeta Vision, I don't even know. This is hard. This is a really hard decision. You really got to look at Changun and Rascal here to make a decision.
We have no substitutes. They are going to keep the same 10 men on the stage. Merritt, Sugar Free, Someone, Vega, and RuPaul making up this Toronto Ultra lineup. And of course, we've seen some stellar performances from Someone. We've seen fantastic plays and an MVP award going to Sugar Free already. Merritt's time to earn his MVP potentially for Toronto Ultra, but he's going to have to battle through Flora and Alpha Yi. Let's take a look here as we head back to New York City for Midtown. Hybrid, you got to unlock that first point and then push your little choo-choo truck.
And with Bernard still in the game, it probably tells you that, you know, through the ban phase here, you're going to see, like, Diva and Sigma potentially find their way through, right? Like, if one of those went and you thought you maybe had to play, like, you know, Winston, you know, even kind of like some type of, like, Reinhardt, you know, composition with, like, TPs and whatnot, which we haven't really seen that much from either of these teams, you know, maybe Toronto once or twice. Yeah, so this is definitely why Bernard's still in, right? Winston gone.
Yeah, they wanted nothing to do with Fearless. We said, hey, listen, we're showing you. We're playing slow. We're playing the double flex. We're probably going to try and play the Sigma. We do not want Fearless in here at all. We don't even want to risk it.
What are the most dangerous DPS out here now, Matt?
Well, I think they probably go support now that they've gone tank on the other side. I think maybe they probably weren't even going to play Winston anyway here, so this could be an opportunity for Zeta. Like, do you look at one of those supports to get out of the way?
What is Bernard's best tank with Winston out of the lineup?
Has to be Diva, surely. It really depends on what Toronto wants to show. They shut down the Widowmaker. So as I was saying earlier, they respect the threat that Merritt, you know, proposes to their lineup. You know, Merritt, I wouldn't say you see a ton of Widow. Maybe on the third point, you see it get pulled out every once in a while, but I think he's happy to stay on the Ashe.
Yeah, I mean, he's played Ashe, like, you know, play rates, like, above 90. Yeah, so, like, you know, the Widowmaker would have been, like, an interesting pick towards the end. It's definitely a pick, though, the Widow, that can, like, prevent a team from full capping, right? You can get deep back into your spawn on the defensive side of things and make it really difficult for them to push.
We are just fixing some audio issues out there on the stage, making sure all 10 players are dialed in. And the refs, of course, making sure everyone is ready. It's been a fantastic series so far. We haven't seen a Game 7 yet here at the Esports World Cup. It's time for it now, McGravy. I want to see it right now.
Yeah, I do too. I kind of want to elaborate on the Widow ban a little bit. I think without Widowmaker on the field, I think from Zeta Division, this really shows, hey, we want to play these greedy supports. We kind of want to match you up here because without the Widowmaker, you can play those slow supports without the risk of the headshots across the map. So I expect to see Violet and Finn being a little slow on this map.
Zeta Division feeling confident in their players. Toronto Ultra making sure Fearless isn't causing problems in the back line. The map is ready. Let's send it upstairs to Achilleos and Avril. Gentlemen, take it away.
Once again in position. One of these teams to try to take the lead. Perfectly tied up here at 2-2. Will the pendulum continue to swing back and forth between them? We will find out. But first, we'll see who is going to be able to claim this one. Toronto Ultra thus far looking good. The map pick that we got to see from them Can they put up a similar performance here on Midtown?
And another map 6 guaranteed in the series. Zeta Division just came away from 1 versus Space Station yesterday in, honestly, what was a very tight ending, a very close game that could have gone to 7. Today's game absolutely can go to 7 as well. I'll talk about these bans a little bit here. Toronto Ultra getting rid of the Winston. It's interesting to me because these two teams have very similar strengths, right? I actually didn't think that Winston was going to be prevalent anyway because a low chance that Fearless gets subbed in. Bernard and someone, they're going to play very similar heroes. They have been throughout the entire series. Maybe that Survasa loss for Toronto Ultra shook them a little bit. Maybe they just don't want to deal with the outlier. They're confident in the Sigma double flex matchup. Let's see what Zeta want to do on this first attack as we listen in.
하고 바티 할까 이거? 바티. 완전 맞죠? 얘 딜러가 안 보여.
애쉬였어 일단. 애쉬 1, 2.
가는 중.
이거 나 사이드 깔짝 도와줄게. 맞춰서
트레 같은데? 왼쪽 갈게. 민경. 트레야 이거 트레. 기다려 스킬 한번 채울게. 형 가자. 앞에 한번 가자. 버스 장티. 민경 한번 볼게.
왼쪽 갈게. 왼쪽 갈게.
애쉬도 오나?
민경 나랑 하나 둘 셋
힐터를 깼어. 힐터를 깼어.
애쉬 반피.
애쉬. 일렬이 반피.
애쉬 불터.
다이너 뺐어. 힐좀 줄게 이거.
야, 나 땡긴다.
힐인데. 거기 안 돼. 거기 안 돼. 돌 뺐어. 치마 쳐줄게. 치마 쳐줄게. 일렬 앞에. 아 까비. 치마 반.
트레원. 애쉬원. 바티원.
파티필. 까비. 나 폭스 없어 세훈이 형.
나 병원 갈게. 애쉬 반피.
형 이거 애쉬 정면 다 간다.
야 이거 애쉬는 정면 와.
애쉬 한 번씩만 노리고 그냥 가.
너 가면은 양가 잡혀서 못 들어.
아 까비. 상대 트레라. 좀 빡셀 수도. 아니야 이겨. 싸움 이겨. 어차피 팔아라. 두 명만 이겨.
All right, so some minor insights there for those of you who speak Korean, saying, let's go ahead, take that left side, 3, 2, 1, let's go for the peak, but unable to find those crucial picks that they were looking for.
Yeah, a couple of Ash low comms there coming through as well, Flora, but just couldn't quite get the final couple of shots, and you really need to get Merit down here because now the ultimate's starting to come on through. Finn instantly dies, and it's RuPaul with the window.
A solid setup, just getting rid of that target there, and I mean, this is similar scenes to kind of what we were seeing on Circuit Royale, which is why I kind of mentioned it at the top of this map. Do we just see another dominant hold? It was just that pick after pick, being willing to just cycle an ultimate, find 1-2 kills off the back of it, and then maintain the hold that really got the win for Toronto.
And this is another reason why Ultra probably want to get rid of the Winston, because you want to force Bernard in, knowing that the Sigma matchup is likely, and you already won the Sigma matchup on Circuit, like you said. For Zeta Division, they want to play the Pharah here. That's why the Widowmaker's gone. You don't want Merit challenging Flora on that, but you don't want Alfie shut down either. First Captive's Sun. No real vision here from Violet. Just can't see much.
He lobs it in, but I think it might have been avoided. Hard to tell either way. Vega now going to be opening up with one of his own. Can have Grasp already going to be used. Lobs it to the back. Finds Violet immediately with the help of the bomb. Pick up coming through. Now the Flux invested. Bernard dead in mid-air. They get the Captive Sun, they get that Amp Matrix, and they continue to get this hold.
It's a double flex support ultimate that doesn't do much for Zeta Division. However, Ultra spent more. So we look at the economy, it's still good for Zeta Division. They need to make sure this next push is excellent. You still have the capability where someone can shut down the Flux if Bernard eats a rock. Flora has this bomb available as well for that touch. So Toronto Ultra, they have to get a pick here. They don't have anything to use. But they do have the capability for Vega and Merit to find that shot.
Solid poke damage coming through on the approach. Bernard going to be needing to have a very clean Flux, not get shut down out of this one. There's the bomb, the charge, and Vega going to get pinched. Bernard able to find the opening kill. That's a solid first step here, but they still need to make their way over onto the point.
That's not enough kills. That's not enough kills. You need to see more from Zeta. What is the Flux going to do here?
Looking for the pickup. Is the Accretion going to go wide? The drop down, someone does have that Immortality Field waiting for him. The barrier to come through to try to keep himself protected, but the drop down is looking solid, and he will eventually crumble under the pressure. Alpha Yi trying to go up over the top and get the punish here, but RuPaul does find that kill. Quickly traded out as Violet, able to answer one back. Finn down low, Immortality comes through. Vega caught up. That's going to be the tank now. The supports as well. Dead on the side of Toronto Ultra. Can they go for a retake?
No,
I don't think they can.
Now, Vega's still got a long respawn here. You don't have the ultimates to play through. Honestly, Ultra slowed down Zeta enough. They got 2 ultimates out of Zeta for that push, which was very favorable for Zeta given the economy. So here we go. The Sig matchup looking slightly better for Zeta now compared to Circuit Route. It's going to be an early death onto Violet, but that's fine. Still early stages here for B.
Dead off the rip. Sugar Free just playing elusively. That pulse bomb nearly ready to go. But given the time buying, I mean, how often have we seen the clock really run down on this map? The cap on B is very much not assured here for Zeta.
Yeah, 230 is what you get for capping A, so we're down to 230 already with Merit killing Violet. It's more cycled. Reset here for Zeta. The first death on Violet was okay. The second one, not particularly, but it is a 1-for-1 trade.
Recall out. Sugar Free right back up into the face of this Sigma, though, trying to dash out. He'll be able to receive some healing.
Oh, RuPaul went on a big flank.
Oh my god, yeah, he's in around the backhand side. And this could be quite costly. Sugar Free gets hounded down. Merritt dead moments before. And I think that this has been a bit overcooked here from the side of Toronto Ultra.
Yeah, possibly someone is going to have a slow death here. In fact, they're going to extend this one. They're trying to stagger the Sigma. Alpha nearly pay for it with his life, but even if Alpha dies, it's low value because it's a trace. He'll come back really quickly. So Ultra bit off a bit more than they can choose. Someone and RuPaul going for big plays towards the Zeta spawn. Meanwhile, Zeta were actually winning the fight in the front, and then the slow cleanup. Ultra, at least they still have ultimates, but they don't have space, and they don't have Sugar Free.
He just got evaporated. Must have been a headshot from Violet, perhaps. Now, Captive Sun going to be traded out here on both sides, but someone gets to eat. Violet's denied away. Mortality Field to try to keep them alive for a little bit longer, but Bernard, Finn, both taken low, both taken down. Someone finding the one, Merritt with the other. Violet now at risk, just trying to make his exit. Don't think he's going to be allowed to.
It's multiple times now that Toronto Ultra just have better Captive Sun usage. I mean, Violet had his one here eaten away, but even on A, you know, the Captive Sun exchange goes the way of Vega, and Violet doesn't really find anybody. Vision is low. Toronto Ultra just peel away from it so excellently. So despite the blunder there from Ultra, maybe getting a little bit too aggressive, time is now bad for Zeta Division as momentum shifts. High ground controlled by Toronto Ultra. They have got ultimates coming online. Zeta Division still have ultimates to play through, but they have to push into Ultra here first. So I have to burn some ultimates.
Looks to open, pick up onto one, the drop down. Immortality Field there to greet his pulse bomb from Alpha E, going to be going wide here into the back lines. Pulse bomb lobbed in, stick going to be found. Flora taken down. Sugar Free, I don't even think he quite saw his target, but he still managed to find it.
He needed that. He really needed that one because Zeta Division were about to slam in with some big ultimates. Bob and Flux online. And if Sugar Free doesn't get a kill like that, this is probably high ground and maybe cap threatened. So now with the reset, Zeta Division have to spend a little bit more time climbing back the hill, and RuPaul nearly onto the ultimate. It buys time for Toronto Ultra to once again get support ultimates, which I think have been mostly better used than Zeta, as time is about to run out as well.
Time dwindling. The touch there. Finn dead, though, immediately. Amp Matrix through, and it's all coming just to a conclusion here now as I lose my words. Flora with the Bob will be able to find Merritt. The cleanup continues, however. Sugar Free gets rid of Alpha Yi. Bernard desperately trying to fight back, but he's basically all on his lonesome. And the cart will make it just about to the top of the ramp.
I mean, that was so clutch from Sugar Free again. If he doesn't find that pulse bomb, momentum is so high for Zeta Division. They already have good positioning. They already have good ultimates on board. And you needed to buy time for your supports because once the support ultimates come online, guess what? RuPaul pulls through the window, Finn dies instantly, doesn't even get to use his own Amp Matrix in response. So that's a gigantic win on that defense for Sugar Free and the Toronto Ultra. And let's talk about A as well, because A is where all the time was lost. B started to become a little bit better for Zeta Division, but because they basically only had, what, less than 3 minutes to really play through, yeah, I mean, it was limited. I don't think they really had enough momentum to finish the entire map, and if they were going to finish the entire map, you cannot allow a situation where you lose momentum to a single pulse bomb, which again was well read, because you also did see Finn drop down that lamp, drop down the drone, and Sugar Free says, that's my opportunity.
Yeah, and absolutely took it, but it was looking a little bit suspect at the beginning of that, you know, B stretch defense, that big over-aggression from the side of Toronto Ultra. I thought that this was it. They've absolutely burnt this defense, and then that was going to allow for Zeta Division to get themselves back in. But really good mentality being put on display here from the side of Toronto Ultra, being able to just shrug that off, say, okay, we still have this, let's reestablish an alt lead, let's establish a foothold.
You do see a lot coming through from Violet here, and actually I want to watch Alpha Yi in action because he also needs to be able to make this far work. Let's see if Toronto Ultra can deal with him.
Ash, Sigma. Alari left. Fair playing left side. I'll go right. Here you go. Alari literally close, really close left side.
Back here.
Yeah, I'm gonna take right side.
Yeah, Alari's peeking far left.
He can, I'm gonna take right side.
I can pick.
Yeah.
3, 2, pick me in.
Camera left.
시간.
I'm behind.
노 다이너마이트.
Yeah. Ash looking at me right now. Ash shift. He's just looking at me.
시간. Okay.
I'm inside right now.
Yeah. When Lenny can set up.
Yeah, I'm set up. They're pushing me. Keep walk.
Shoot. Fairlow. 시간.
I have angle.
Heads on.
Ash slow.
Direct. Reach.
I think this fight, once you get him left.
Yeah, I'm gonna go left this
Okay, okay, okay.
We chilling main, okay? Their L'Oreal is gonna be really soon. Save your shit.
I'm ready to bang man.
I think my window a little bit fast.
Yeah. Okay, shit. 3, 2, okay, shit, come on. Shoot.
Very low, very low.
Okay, no shield. What's that left?
Very inside here.
I'm going to fair.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Nope. No, you broke.
Show it, let's
I can window.
I'm
You guys punch cans.
Yeah, ready.
Alrighty, well, so far held at bay here are Toronto Ultras in a division doing a good job of running down the clock. Nearly half the time, they're going to be eliminated. Merit able to find one, his floor will fall, but it's going to be a trade out here on the Ashes as Alpha Yi finds his mark.
Finn still holding on to ultimate, still ready to pounce with that, and Alpha Yi, he's been a problem. Has a barrage nearly available, nearly died there, but still alive. Captain's Son from Violet, this one needs to hit.
Sending it, and it does. Catches that immortality field, but Violet able to find the neutral kill onto Vega all the same. Someone now crumbling, and Zeta Division looking immovable so far here on this defense. Precious time being wasted from the side of Toronto.
It's a huge confidence boost for Zeta Division, who lost Circuit Rail. Now they're winning the Sigma matchup, and they want to be able to hold this on A because there's not that much distance required on B. Toronto Ultra have a lot to play through. If they can just get to B, they can have a really good chance of winning this map. I think Alpha Yi has actually been a bit of a huge problem here. Sugar Free can't get any flanks. What was the first kill? It was Sugar Free flanking, and Alpha Yi shutting him down.
Well, now, down below a minute and a half remaining. Pulse bomb, Bob, the flux nearly there. Bob to open things up as the dynamite flies. Merritt looking to try to open things up, and Finn is completely caught between a rock and a hard place. He will get taken down. Bernard pulls the trigger on that flux. He had no HP. Zeta Division, they let this defense get away from them.
Just a big flank from Merritt. I mean, he goes through train. That's where Finn was going to be hiding. I mean, Zeta Division have players on that high ground, and it initially looked like a weird ball, but it goes directly into Finn's face. He had no idea what was going to come and hit him. Bernard tries to save the day on the flux, but ends up just dying for it. So we talked about the fact that, honestly, Zeta initially at least had good marking. They saw, you know, Vega trying to play the flank, marking Sugar Free with Alpha Yi as well, but no one expected that Merritt was just going to flank through the train, and Finn caught with his pants down.
Yeah, I mean, he just got stuck on the far side of the Bob, couldn't get his way out of there, and then Bernard, a puzzling use of the flux there, to say the least, as Alpha Yi going to be taken down. Sugar Free finding the opening there. Captive Son, lob hits, gets the connection. Has to be a bit of a drop back here as Finn taken low, surviving for now. As the burst will not kill. Immortality field had to be used. Violent similarly suffering quite a bit of damage here as Dynamite greets Vega as they work their way up onto the high ground, but this is firmly, for the moment at least, in control of Toronto Ultra. That being said, Flora answering back, having a different idea. Finds a headshot, Merritt going to be taken down. Vega cannot survive as Flora collects his second. Alpha Yi playing point blank, has that barrage, but also can hold on to it. It's just putting rockets right into the top of heads.
Really well economically played there as well. Only the Bob required. Violet had the opportunity to go for the Captain Sun, but they knew they had the advantage there. Bob on the high ground, pushing players back, and with the initial kill, they can drag the fight down into the underpass. Payload is getting closer. This is the danger that I was talking about. Once Toronto Ultra get this A cap, they're so close to capping B. They only need one good fight. One mistake from Zeta Division can cost them this map.
Violet starting things off though, shutting down this next volley. Sugar Free will fall. More time for Bernard to build up that next flux, the match against someone who's had this in the back pocket.
Yeah.
Finn to get that Ant Matrix online. It's going to be a double support advantage here for Zeta Division as they look to continue this.
I mean, all of this delay is important for all the reasons you listed, because Zeta Division, they spent ultimates, they need a little bit more now. Merritt looking over towards the Bob as well. Bob in the underpass directly in the payload could be problematic. So Zeta Division, they need options. I'm also looking at Violet because the Captain Sun, so far, mostly going the way of Vega. Violet needs more excellent Captain Sun that can swing the fight.
Merritt again, though, looking for a flank opportunity, perhaps.
He wants the high ground Bob, maybe.
The side room, yeah, the Bob at the ready, going to be sent through. Flux now out here from someone.
Alpha Yi caught!
Alpha Yi, he gets caught by that, and Finn going to be taken down. Violet, since the Captain Sun does manage to find one from beyond the grave. So far, 2 for 2, but it's both supports here. Eliminated
Giant
on the side, and now, yep, the accretion at range. Someone able to find the kill. Bernard taken down, and they only needed a couple more centimeters to make it happen. Toronto Ultra meant to fight for this, or made to fight for this one here. Do not get it nearly as easily as they did on Circuit Royale, but they once again have the series lead.
Just didn't have the initiation there from the side of Zeta Division at the end. I mean, still ultimates yet to be played through. I think 2 members, Violet and Bernard, didn't even get to use ultimates before they went down. Alfie being caught by the Flux is absolutely gigantic, but really, it comes down to both Finn and Violet dying first. RuPaul still lives. It's a 3v3 Achilles, but still healing for Toronto. No healing for Zeta. Alfie on low HP, can't really contest. And the payload just doesn't need to go that far, even if Zeta Division, look, if they had a longer defensive distance with a better attack, maybe they could have reset there, you know? But the issue is their attacking side was just too weak, and they needed way more time burned on A defense. It was a good A defense from Zeta Division, but unfortunately, one good flank from Merit cost them that defense, and you have to praise Merit for that. You have to praise Toronto for the creativity.
I mean, Merit has been a thorn in their side, but Toronto, once again, in the lead now with match point. Can they close it out? Let's send it down to the analyst and find out.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, and excellent work here by Toronto at the very end. They're able to get the job done. McGravy, what was the difference maker between the 2 attacks?
I think the absolute difference was Sugar Free on the Tracer and Alfie on the Pharah. The Pharah is really good at denying those small chokes and those slow approaches, but Sugar Free was using his speed and getting to the back line to help open up their attack.
Matt, were you worried about a full hold at all there?
It looked like Zeta was almost going to pull it together, right? They were starting to look pretty good, but that's because you see how strong that Pharah is in that choke, right? Midtown has that like one central choke at the beginning, very difficult to get through. Once Toronto got through that, it was pretty smooth sailing.
Yeah, the game-breaking play there was Merit flanking through a part of the map you don't usually utilize, which is that top train. The flank Bob here, as you see on the highlight, this was absolutely huge. Got the lamp, got the window, got just about everything while getting the kills. This was, I would say, the play of the game for that map.
I love watching Olari versus, or you have Vega versus Violet on that Olari, I should say, the 2Vs. So, Matt, who had the stronger game when it comes to the support line?
I think they were about even. I think it's really Merit, the one that kind of like turns the tides in this series. And I wonder, like, look, both teams want to play Ashe. Ashe very good right now. I do wonder, like, eventually, like, okay, let's just get rid of it just because he's so good on it. Force him to play something else, right? And take your chances.
Well, maybe now is the time to do that because Zeta Division will have control once again. Let's take a look as all 5 game modes open back up. Cool. Do you take the control? Do you, I guess, see that potentially coming into a game 7, or you go into a hybrid escort push flashpoint?
I think potentially this is going to Ilios. I think I might be calling my shot here. Yeah, I think we could potentially see a ban on the hit scan. I think if you're Zeta Division, I'm looking maybe towards a double flex approach because that's not what Toronto's known for. If you can take Merit off of that comfort pick and the hit scan, make him play something else. Maybe make him play that Tracer and swap up the roles. Maybe they could get an advantage here.
You could even potentially go Hollywood and play like some more like traditional dive style comps, right? See Fearless come in, play the Winston, so good on the high ground, right? I know playing those different types of positions on Hollywood. So like there's a few different options in the pool here. I know I probably think it's like a control. Would you even consider Eichenwald? I mean, I don't know.
I think if you're gonna pick a hybrid, I think it's like you said, you pick the Hollywood, you take it to a comfort, you put Fearless, the best Winston in the world, probably the best Winston in the game to ever play, and you take him there.
Will I get to see Dorado this weekend?
I was actually gonna say Dorado's a complete wild card. You can play Winston, but then also if you're really that worried about the Widowmaker, like that is one where Merit can definitely play that.
I was talking about earlier about teams and players not liking maps, and I think Dorado just kind of falls within that category. I feel like for them, they feel like it's just too much of a coin flip, but
did Puckett call the map, Dorado? Did I just call the map?
Let's go.
I was asking questions, let's be fair. All right, we are going to Dorado. I remember this from day 1 in Overwatch, so what can we expect? We have not seen it here at the Esports World Cup, at least not in the Kadia Arena.
Here's an interesting kind of like look potentially on it. Do you ban the Ashe to force the Widow and then play Winston? Because the Winston was banned, I think, earlier by Toronto, so they can't get rid of the Winston again.
Yeah. Right?
That could be quite interesting.
Yeah, the Winston Widow matchup is kind of interesting because it's so much of a jostle for position. It's not exactly a pressure to a counter to a Widow, but it does apply pressure to Merit. It does make him play something that's been a little bit different from this series because, like we said, Merit's pick rate on Ashe is it's probably skyrocketing even now. It's probably 97 to 98% at this point. He doesn't switch it up a ton, so maybe you just make him play the Widow to think a little differently, to get him outside of the box.
Guess what's happening?
What's happening?
Zeta's bringing in a sub. You want to see who it is?
Fearless.
I have a feeling this Winston's coming out, my friend.
Yeah, I mean,
it's time to party.
Yeah, because it was banned, I believe, earlier by Toronto, so they can't get rid of it again. So now you're free to kind of play dive, which is like, it would have been Dorado, would have been like an Ilios like you were talking about, right? So seeing Fearless come in here, not all too surprising.
Yeah, I think potentially from Toronto's side, if you can't target the Ana with the Ana ban, you maybe potentially take away the break. You make them, you make them play that double flex style that's been shown before, and Toronto's had success on it before.
Alpha Yi's Far was already banned earlier in the tournament, so I don't expect it to happen in this match once again. So Matt, do we see more fire play from Alpha Yi? If so, is it all on Merit's shoulders to shut it down?
Potentially. I could actually see like an Echo here even as well, because like we haven't really discussed like a ban on Tracer, right? But Dorado has historically not been a very good map for Tracer. A lot of like verticality in that second part of the map, so it can be very difficult to run the Tracer. Like even Genji comes into play here potentially.
We did see Sugar Free flex over to the Pharah on Midtown yesterday. Is there a chance if Tracer gets banned that he pulls out that hero? If not, what else do you expect from Sugar Free in particular?
You can play the Genji. You can play Genji, you can play Echo. Sugar Free pretty flexible in terms of like some of those projectile characters, so I would expect one of those.
Yeah, I think I would expect the Echo. I think that's just kind of the style. I think he prefers that over the Pharah anyways. I think that's just something he prefers to play, so if you ban out the Pharah, I think he's completely happy to play the Echo.
Toronto Ultra boot camping in Korea, getting ready for this one, facing off against Zeta Division, the third best team in Korea according to our standings coming in. And Crazy Raccoon waiting to find out who they will play in the grand finals. Can Toronto Ultra close it out, or are we going to that map 7?
This is really close. Someone is also known for his Winston. I think this is about as 50-50 of the map as he's going to get.
Well, I think we've just flip-flopped the entire time. I think whoever's actually ended up picking the map and getting first ban has won it. So that would tell you we are going to see a 7.
I'm looking forward to it. Let's shoot some piñatas. Let's get into the arena and kick up some noise. We've got the fans being rowdy already. This is arguably the best match we've seen, and we already had a fantastic semifinal, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, this has been the closest, most competitive match we've seen, really, since the group stages, quite frankly. I mean, a lot of the matches here through the playoffs have been pretty one-sided. I'd also have to say, whoever wins this, like, they have a turnaround then against Crazy Raccoon. It's going to be tough.
Reminder, huge opportunity for Toronto Ultra to earn some club championship points. Same thing for Zeta Division, but with Ultra already secured for Call of Duty later in the Esports World Cup, they're really pulling for their Overwatch team. Let's take a look here at Dorado and which heroes are going to be banned. Zeta Division gets the map pick. They also get to decide who's going to ban first. And I have a feeling they are going to be the first ones to the stage.
Yeah, with Fearless in, it may actually lead you to believe that, the tank category is not touched, or it's like a Diva potentially gone. So there's the Illari right off the bat.
Yeah, showing a lot of respect to Vega. I think they said, we've had enough. We haven't really gained an advantage playing Violet.
They get rid of the Ash.
Take it, Merit. All right, they feel he's going to be able to flex over to Widow. What else does Merit play? Just Cassidy? Is he only a hit scan guy?
He's not only a hit scan guy, but that is absolutely where his bread is buttered for sure. I think you're just going to see the Widowmaker from him here. Potentially at the third point, a Cassidy?
What does that mean for Flora on the other end as we take a look at the tank showdown, Fearless versus someone?
Flora, he can play like some of the Tracer, right? You can have like, him and Alfie are pretty interchangeable on that, and then also can play some of those hit scans as well. I think it might actually be Ultra saying that like the Widow gap is really large between these two, and maybe that's what they want to try and do, because outside of that, I mean, we haven't seen like Sojourn really hasn't been played a ton at this event. It's really just like Cassidy, Ash, and then some Widow.
$1 million prize pool, $400,000 to first. You are guaranteed $160K if you win this match. Let's send it up to Achilleos and Avril one more time.
Well, it might not be just the one more time here, Puckett. We could very well have you send it back up to us if Zeta can get the victory here on Dorado, bring us back to parity, and extend this into a 7th and final map. Dorado, something that we have not really been seeing at all here in the tournament. I believe once over on the B stream, as you and I were just discussing, Avril. Now we have it here on the main stage in this semifinal, but is it going to be good enough for Zeta to get the win?
It's the least pick escort map so far in the entire tournament, and I think it requires like basically a map 6, map 7 to go there. I think the Illari ban, basically, like McGravy says, we get rid of finally Vega. That is the target ban. Zeta Division had been kind of suffering against Illari for a long time, but more important than that, the Ash ban getting rid of Alpha Yee's pick here, forcing him into the Widowmaker. What does that say? That they want Merit into Flora rather. But it's actually going to be Alpha Yee playing the Widowmaker. So Zeta Division, they're just going to run from that. They don't want Flora on this Widow matchup. So honestly, that's a fantastic ban. You've just nerfed Flora so much.
Now Finn going to be taken down off the rip here. The cheeky little attempt on the Mercy boosted Widow shot. Not going to come to fruition. Only thing they were able to spot was Vega's shield on that Brig. So someone now occupying the high ground here alongside Sugar Free. Dive across there from Fearless is Alpha Yee going to try to displace him. Someone going to be dropping down, dropping load here at half health. Needs to get some heals coming through. It looks like RuPaul will be able to hook him up.
And honestly, Flora's been in a similar situation to Merit so far, and that was an unlucky timing of the recall because the Baronade lands in and you need your Tracer into play as well. What I was going to say is that Flora hasn't found much success on the Tracer so far this tournament, and because he doesn't want to play the Widowmaker into Merit, this is now an unfortunate situation composition-wise. Zeta need a lot of value between Alpha and Flora on this dive. Fearless, we know how good he is on the Winston, but they've already lost a dive mirror earlier today to Toronto Ultra.
A lot of damage here, forcing the Widowmaker down off that high ground. Drops off the arch. Shot, though, found as Alpha Yee. Eliminated, solid headshot there. Brief little heartbeat sleep onto Fearless. Instantly going to be woken up as Merit back up into the sky, seeking a little bit more. Softens up Finn, someone collects the kill, and he can continue to push forward, because even if he did get into a bad situation, he has that primal rage.
I mean, as long as Merit is hitting shots, if he's on point, Zeta Division have such a difficult job to get ahead. And beyond that as well, they're also now losing on ultimates. RuPaul ahead of Finn, someone well ahead of Fearless. So once push comes to shove, and Zeta Division actually go towards a threatening of the cap onto A, someone can buy so much time on that primal, and you still need to see a situation where something needs to be able to challenge on towards Merit. And you know what? Merit was actually thinking there could be a flank there. So Infrasight coming through.
That beam going to be coming in here. Alpha Yee unable to find that execute fast enough. And Alpha Yee is playing around with fire as Merit puts him down low on health. Someone at the same time able to cleave down Finn. Fearless around the back here, trading places with Toronto Ultra, but ultimately is going to be met with sleep once more and taken down by someone. Sugar Free will end up falling. Alpha Yee able to find a parting gift kill there with the sticky bombs, but ultimately Zeta is still held at bay, and now just 1 minute and 35 remaining.
Yeah, it's unlikely that kill will be impactful. Sugar Free triple blinking back towards the point, but look at this. Alpha Yee with the flank. This time no Infrasight. However, if you're smart, if you're Ultra, you should know the flank is coming because you don't see the echo.
They set up for the poison trap, but it's not going to get the trigger there. Dupe now going to be in play. Alpha Yee going for copy here on the Ana. Adds another one into the mix. Rally rolling from Violet, now going to be expiring, but kills not found. Space given up. It's just a big pullback here from Toronto.
I mean, you're copying the Ana because you're trying to go for a Baronade, and obviously nothing landed between the two Anas. No Binos until now. Okay, getting aggressive. Merit should die here. 1 HP.
1 HP. Alpha Yee eventually able to find it. Vega as well at the same time going to be taken down. RuPaul falling, and now someone without that primal, not going to have any staying power, will just get cleaned up. The Zeta Division, it does not end here for them on Dorado. They will get that push. They will get that bump up, but it was still good time buying overall from Toronto.
Now Merit still obviously going to keep playing the Widowmaker. The Widowmaker is not going to end until we get to C. So that is the goal for Zeta. Once we go to C, as a Disc J, probably going to move over towards the Cassidy, and that might give Flora the opportunity to play something we can match up against Merit. But for now, Merit will keep on sniping, and Zeta Division will keep getting their heads popped.
I mean, everybody just contesting over here onto that high ground. Merit comes out of bank, finds that headshot, now gets himself situated. Looking for some death from above. Another Infrasight nearly online. And someone just jumping back up top to keep things protected.
You have the Trace on the ground there for Sugar Free as well, just contesting the payload. So even if Zeta Division just want to play an objective game, it's still difficult. Half of them to push them to the high ground without ultimates. Half of them to push the payload along here as well. Infrasight now out. Zeta Division have no choice but to respect it.
Yeah, just backing away. Nothing really more that Alpha Yee can do here. Just trying to clear some players out from around the card itself. It's Merit pushing low. They know that they have Violet completely isolated. It's going to be a very easy setup with the kill. Cart is inching forward here, though, for the side of Zeta, so not allowing for themselves to get completely down and out off the back of that pick as Merit playing up close against Alpha Yee. It's a little bit of damage there from the stickies, but we'll go ahead and get healed back up.
If Zeta do not cap B, then they don't really have a shot at winning this map, because on the attacking side, Ultra going to do the same thing with the Widowmaker. Fearless going in deep now. Does he go for the Widowmaker? Yes, she had slept.
Sleep Dart connects, and that's going to be them trying to just wait this one out. Wake Up does come through, but it's a rude awakening. It does have that anti-across. Merit getting smacked around a little bit here, but ultimately Fearless unable to find much with that primal. Cart still does advance forward, though, and it's getting closer and closer to the finish line of B.
You need Finn to get Nano.
Yep, Nano now going to be coming through. Finn, the target. it, but will survive. No, Sugar Free gets the pulse bomb at the perfect opportunity, but a trade back comes through. A support for a tank. Finn can rejoin and have that nano online as Violet keeps everybody else alive with the rally.
Still a dupe here as well. Allows Alfie to get aggressive as long as he doesn't get sniped out. That is the risk here. Merit wants to go for it. Alfie doesn't want to take the chance. Double traces now. Fierce on top of Merit is huge.
And Merit given his life to try to get that pick, but cannot. Alfie with a dupe on the Tracer. Gives him a bit more staying power. The pulse bomb already going to be built up. Dashes forward, looks for the kill. RuPaul able to avoid that one. The break on the dupe coming through. Alfie back here into the Echo format is immediately gifted that nano. And he shuts down Sugar Free, shuts down Vega, gets RuPaul. A triple kill here for the Echo. You mentioned it, they've got it. The cap on B comes through, and it's going to be 2 minutes and 20 seconds remaining.
And a spawn kill to Merit. Like I said, it was going to go over towards the Cassidy. Now Zeta Division have a really good shot. They got past the difficult part of the map. They defeated the Widowmaker finally. Cost them a lot of time. Whatever distance they get now is the distance required to force themselves to a situation where they can actually win the game. Again, A and B, Toronto Ultra probably have the advantage when they go on the attack again. Zeta Division, can they actually finish the map here? Primal coming online very soon, but not much else to play through.
Even then, someone still 35% away, can build it up rapidly, but has to be able to get in on top of this back line. Nano maybe to try to escort him forward as RuPaul tries to build that one up. 25% remaining towards it. Violet tag down low. Still under some duress, but ultimately will be able to survive. As Merit going to be picked off. Pulse bomb out from Flora. Will be taking a quick little nap here. Shut down as someone finds the kill, but Vega going to be the cost. And that is a trade that you happily take here if you're Zeta Division as they try to continue this one. The payload keeps moving forward. 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining. It's on the final stretch. Someone taken down. The beam to shut him out before the problem can come through. He needs to respawn right here, right now for Toronto Ultra. But Sugar Free dead means that the contest, it's likely not going to be there. Vega zapped, eliminated the push forward. It's just body after body spilling forward here onto the cart. But they cannot buy enough time for someone to re-arrive.
Finn doing God's work on the final push there. That could have been really dangerous. Flora slept there initially 4v5, but he's a Tracer. Comes back quickly. Someone at 99% moving over towards a Primal. Eats a Sleep Dart, cannot Primal to save the point, and we have a map completion with time, Achilleos. That's really, really good for Zeta Division because they need C. C is so important. They struggled on A and B, so this is where they can actually find a win on this map.
I mean, and just that steady stream forward on B is what really kind of allows us that, and just the back-breaking performance from them to be able to get to the finishing of the map. Because, I mean, to get to the end, they completed with just about as much time as they had roughly when they completed
They actually didn't get reset on C. It was a one push from start to finish. Cap B instant, well, not instantly, but with a single push all the way through. They cap C, and guess what? Merit swapping over to the caster. He died like 2 times in a row. He respawns after dying on Widowmaker, dies as the 6th man, so to speak, upon respawn, and then he was the first pick by Flora when the neutral came underway. So, no impact from the Cassie, from Merit on that C point. He had all the impact on the Widowmaker for A and B and just was missing on C.
Toronto now, their work cut out for them here. No win condition achieved, so we'll have to take it to extra innings if they want to close out this series in 4-2 fashion.
I'll tell you what, Echo is really good on rooftops here. Early A rooftops, Echo is fantastic. Once you lose rooftops, you go towards the, open square. Alfie might struggle just that much. Merit is not even going to snipe out of spawn. He's just going to go straight towards the Cassie. I think once maybe they get through the archway, Merit can then look for a swap again.
Mace to the face. That little clang there, but someone not too worse for wear. Drops down, but that anti, that would certainly make things worse for him. Does manage to jump out, keeps himself alive.
It's going to give RuPaul a lot of ult charge though because they don't get the cleanup. Finn initially was ahead, now RuPaul has caught up just on that damage and the healing alone. The payload is slow moving for now. Flora doing a good job just contesting. That's the Tracer's job, that's what you need to do. As it's going to be Toronto Ultra taking the long flank around up the stairs, going to try and challenge this high ground. They got Merit up there. They got Vega up here as well.
Again. Yep, Bio coming through. Finn just absolutely nailing him with it. And his double anti does come across, but damage can't be found onto those targets. Flora will get taken out as Sugar Free finds that elimination, and now Alfie gone. Wow. Sugar Free starting to take over a little bit. Merit on a way too far forward push, though, will get punished. Fearless going to be slept, antied out, still hovering around half HP as Nano's going to go over to Violet to try to keep him alive, maybe get the rally online, but This is not working out here for the side of Zeta Division.
I mean, that was all Sugar Free. Double kill on the ground. Flora down as well means you can start payload pushing, and Sugar Free still going.
Nothing.
Still getting kills. Violet got Nano, but Vega also got Nano as well. And there's no rally here because he knows he doesn't have the teammates. If it wasn't for Sugar Free on the double, this would have been a Zeta hold still.
Yeah, I think pretty much collectively killing off just about everybody.
Fearless 98!
Fights, and now he's got the pulse bomb, and Fearless dead before the Primal can come through. Sugar Free, where has this been? This guy is starting to absolutely dismantle Zeta, ripping them limb from limb. The cap on 8 comes in. It's 4.5 minutes for the next stretch. Zeta Division starting things off, looking really good on that A defense, but Sugar Free has taken over.
I'll tell you what, this guy has been definitely getting hot on the mic with the smack talk, but he's got the gameplay to back it up, and honestly, throughout the entire tournament, Sugar Free has been lights out, one of the most important players for the Toronto Ultra, proving it once again now. The value is there. Zeta Division wanted a lot more time by on B, and they did not get it.
Maybe an aggro push here around the corner, but no, Alpha E on the quick peek out. And spots the positions, forces them back down to the low ground. Dupe about to be online. Fearless playing forward, keeps it contested. It's a bit of damage, just trying to feed Finn up towards that next nano. There's Flora. Ooh. Would love to try to find a kill here, but Toronto.
Someone low HP here.
Pushing forward here as Deadeye's going to be popped from Merit.
It doesn't seem much though. This is just some, you know,
zoning.
Space buying, some zoning. But a shot into Violet Shield there. Zeta sitting on 5 ultimates in an excellent position. The difficulty here is Merit's on a Cassie. He can't take high ground with the rest of the team.
Okay, Primal has to be popped here by someone, pressured out. Nano is available here on the back end of that one, should they need it. Just continuing to try to inch this one forward. Ante on the 2. Vega getting tagged up. Nice little whip shot there, keeps Fearless at distance. Sleep coming in. Flora looking for a pulse bomb setup, cannot find it. Target not going to be found, but Fearless does manage to find RuPaul woken up with that nano here in play. Merit has one on the opposite side, the Electric Cowboy coming through, is able to find one, but still needs a lot more than that. Sugar Free takes out Alpha E, takes out Violet. Can he do it again?
1v2, he needs to do a lot here, has to take down support first.
Finn will shut him down this time around, gets his revenge. The cart now halted.
I mean, the payload positioning is good though. Despite all of that, Toronto Ultra can now open up the map a little bit more, allow Merit to try and take the high ground. So the biggest issue here is because Merit is on the cast instead of the Widowmaker, they're just struggling to be able to aggress on the high ground at all, and the dives, the Bionades, Finn just sitting on top of the bridge, lobbing in these Bionades have been so effective, but like I said, because the payload has moved up, they've opened up the map, now Toronto Ultra go on the big flank, take the opposite high ground, and finally they can start playing the game a little bit more.
Some decent shots across here. As we completely split the teams across the map. The push down from Sugar Free and someone, trying to grab that cart and start dragging it away from Zeta Division's position. To get a little bit of distance here, but as the fight gets ready to break out, let's go ahead and hear from Toronto.
Yeah. She didn't break. Continue point. Done it. Minus 3 seconds. But my angle's so good, Ham. Fight card. Take it. Focus try. Focus try.
Yeah, shooting try.
Nice. Big nade. Break one.
Oh, no. Nice, super.
Make it show. Monkey see. Come, monkey.
Cool. Monkey. Nice.
Alright.
Copy, rally.
Nano
Primal pulse?
Nano Primals.
I can press and we can walking.
Nano cast. Hey, push guard first, push guard.
They're not here. We can make each other.
We need to touch
I'm gonna focus enemy echo, okay?
Okay.
And the fight victory going the way of Toronto, keeping this competitive. 1 minute and 7 seconds of time to beat. We've got 2:40 to try to make it happen.
Still Nano available. Finn didn't get to use that on the B fight, but the ultimates are basically even at this stage. Feeler's still 4% away. Someone very low has to Primal just to live.
He Primals, but he's immediately right back into the back line, trying to get an isolation pick here onto Violet. Deadeye popped from Merit, seeking target, just going to be softening up that Primal's Fearless there for a bit, but then peeks up into the sky, finds Alpha E for his trouble. Echo taken down, Pulse Bomb going to be going wide. Sugar Free, however, still a bit of a menace. Sleep Dart connecting here onto Merit, but can they collect the elimination? The answer is going to be no. He steps up, finds a flashbang into Fearless' face. The cart continuing to push forward. RuPaul finds Flora. 2 members now dead. The rest corralled back, contained within the spawn room doors.
Can they touch?
They're going to have to try for it. Merit will fall. Alfie coming up with that, but he's down to a sliver. Fearless rejoins. as the shield bash comes across. Vega with the rally will help shut it down. Recall out from Flora, and the card glides in. It's a damn near 40-second advantage here for the side of Toronto Ultra, but narrow margins all the same.
And you know what the difference was? A slightly faster B take there. It was slow in the beginning. Merit couldn't really do too much, but once you start pushing through the other side of the map, get the payload into the courtyard, suddenly you take the opposite high ground, you get better ult rotations ever so slightly, a couple of picks here or there, you push over towards C, you still hold momentum. You didn't actually spend that much going into the C. And then you have to talk about this A play again. Sugar Free really opened up the map here. If it wasn't for Sugar Free with a massive multi-kill coming on the A push, I think there would have been a lot less time available for the side of Toronto Ultra. If they do finish the map, they probably finish the map with no time compared to having a 40-second advantage.
A huge rally back here for him, and now still very much anyone's map. But for Toronto, if they can claim this, they claim the semifinal, they claim a spot in the grand final in just a bit of time versus Crazy Raccoon.
This is the interesting thing. Merit's going to start on towards the caster here. Doesn't want to go towards the Widowmaker. The Widowmaker was causing problems for Zeta Division on their initial attack. Zeta are probably expecting it. To be honest with you, the cast is a little bit harder to die, but I think they lose a little bit of the poke power coming on through, and Alpha Yi might feel confident to play into the Pharah once he realizes, he's already locked the Pharah, but once he realizes Merit is on the cast, I think that should open up Alpha Yi a lot.
Gates now opened. Minute and 7 seconds down to that minute now here, Zeta Division. It took them a while to be able to get the cap on A. They need to go and close an immense amount of distance here with much more limited time.
Both teams did a well and truly good job on the A point, but I think Zeta Division had the slight advantage there. The A looked just that much better. Can they do it again?
Nearly picked off, but Finn yet will end up going down. Sugar Free once again, the player to collect. Looking for a little bit more. Flora dashing around, manages to make his way over towards that Mega Pack, but for now the cart going to be stagnating. Alpha Yi out into the back lines, taken down. Violet as well. Further staggers found. Fearless antied should be eliminated, and it is as Merit finds a headshot, and for now it's ironclad on the hold here for Ultra.
Yeah, it's going to have to be an OT push for the point, and guess what? The ultimates all go the way of Toronto Ultra. They have all of the caps, they have all the kills so far, all the damage so far. 10 seconds roughly remaining here. RuPaul outpacing Finn by so much, and Violet even on the Zen now. I don't think this is a good idea. He probably needs to go back over towards the Brig.
Need to have the touch. The drop down's there. Fearless keeping it in overtime. As for now, some space going to be opened up. Someone backing away as the Discord orb connects onto him.
RuPaul's still so far ahead.
Ult's so far away here from the side of Zeta Division. Anti on the 2. The back line broken down. Sugar Free able to find Alpha Yi. The pulse bomb stick. Violet annihilated. Sugar Free. This map has been his playground. And Zeta Division, they're the ones with sand kicked into their eyes. Toronto Ultra setting themselves up so critically well for a victory here, for a spot in the grand final. And all it's going to take is a scant few meters.
You have a situation where Flora just can't contest. I mean, he's not as good on the Tracer, but even seeing Alpha Yi being shut down by Sugar Free, I mean, that's unusual. That really shouldn't be happening. But when you look over towards the rooftops and the high ground on Dorado, Alpha Yi, he's got limited skybox. That allows Sugar Free to suddenly make his play in. And this is the situation where so many of the memes, so many of the criticism of Merit being unable to play the Tracer as a hit scan now is applied onto Flora. It's the exact same situation, flipped over the other side. Sugar Free has been so clutch for Toronto Defiant on this map, but in the series, but also in the tournament as well. And now, off the back of a superior Tracer, might just be sending Toronto Ultra to their first ever grand final.
65.5 meters, the distance to be closed here in overtime. 1:46. Can Zeta Division conquer that 40-second advantage that Toronto was able to gain? Merit at the start at least going to be looking for an opening shot here with that Widowmaker.
See if he stays.
No, will not.
Okay, it's going to be the cast again. Now remember, Zeta had a pretty reasonable defense on A, broken by the fact that Sugar Free completely outplayed the ground. And Toronto Ultra now have to be very careful.
Fearless
playing back into the Alpha Echo, which is so good on rooftops. Good damage on the Fearless early on.
Already worked low. The headshots continuing to ring out here as Merit, accurate as ever. Gonna look to reroute, work his way up on towards that high ground. For now, won't really find himself too contested, but will be scouted out. Fearless lob jumping over, and okay, yeah, Anti coming through. They try to collapse, they try to get the peel off, but ultimately this is going to lead to multiple deaths here for the side of Toronto Ultras. RuPaul also falls. A minute now remaining. We're at the starting point for Zeta Division. There hasn't been that much distance closed.
Zeta can't afford to have too many deaths yet because their respawn distance is long and the payload doesn't need to go too far. The payload is in a good enough spot for Zeta to continue defending, but honestly, too many mistakes here. One or two wrong deaths, especially if Finn or Violet die, that is critical. They'll have to come back on a much faster hero and forgo the ultimate. Speaking of which, this time, Finn, defensive Ana, way further ahead than RuPaul. Similar storylines as to what we saw before. You're going to need to see some heroics out of Ultra again.
Cart once again advancing forward, less than 20 meters left to go. Someone shrugging off those sticky bombs. 61% towards that primal. Pulse advantage to Flora, but ever so slightly here. And Sugar Free looks to get his own online, but the Nano is there for Finn, and that could be everything here for Zeta Division to try to cling on, to try to hold out hope. 14 seconds left remaining. The Nano going to be invested. Fearless looking to jump forward. Bubble's going to be exchanged here.
Not the best Nano engaged. I mean, the Nano's basically gone. This is huge.
The Bionade is absolutely monstrous. They get RuPaul both going to be taken down. Sugar Free sent to the pulse bomb. Nothing found. Merit dead. And my God, I think they've done it. The overtime will bleed away. They had it on a platter, but it's not done yet. Zeta Division, they pull off the defense in overtime, and they take us to our first map 7.
You say on a platter here, but guess what? Finn says revenge is a dish served best on cold or whatever. It doesn't matter at this stage. I'm gonna screw it up. It's all right. It doesn't matter. We're going to map 7. He's got his revenge. Dish best served cold. Thank you. You're welcome. Finn, Bionade, humongous. He had the Biozone B. He's got the Biozone A. If it wasn't for that, it could have been a really rough situation. He had the earlier Nano, but it was the Bionade onto the backline that really secured it. Amazing plays there. And this time, Flora holding his own on the Tracer, isn't going to go down to the ground battle. Not a huge sugar-free carry on that ground this time around. He's done so much in this map, so much in this tournament. But when push comes to shove, you have to trust in the fact that an early Echo defense on the A rooftops extremely good. Fearless on the Winston, still the prime Winston left in this tournament to play through. And like you said, our first map 7 in the EWC now confirmed.
It all comes down to this, and Toronto, of course, will have their map pick for that final map. Let's pass it back down to the analysts, though. Check in on them, make sure they're still doing well, because this series has got our heartbeats racing.
Yes, my heart's racing. We're getting tired already, and so are the players. This is an exhausting, grueling mental warfare that we're watching right here. So, Matt, walk me through this map, because it looked like, as Achilleo said, they had it on a silver platter. Well, this match was waiting for them to take it.
Well, the biggest thing was at the end. I know we were watching it, and it's like, you had such a nano boost advantage for Finn and Zeta Division. He had the nano. RuPaul on the other side was like 60% or so. They actually probably played it, Toronto, as well as you could. They use a nano on the Fearless. He actually jumps up and gets knocked down by Vega, and they start to rotate around. What they don't account for is just a sick bio grenade as well that comes in from Finn.
Yeah, that was a great save from Finn because the Nano Winston missed entirely. Vega did hit that flail there to stop the Nano Winston, and then Nade saved it. But I think the big highlight of this match is the difference in the DPS. They took it somewhere else. They ended up going with the Echo Tracer. They made Merit think a little bit. He started on the Widow, didn't get a lot of value. And if you don't hit headshots, you don't have a really good ult.
Yeah, a little bit of mind games here as well, because it was Toronto who actually got rid of the Ashe here for this map. And Zeta's able to win it. Like, they could even be like, hey, let's run it back with the Echo Tracer yet again. Maybe it's something we see them kind of go to.
We're going to be talking more before map number 7, the only map 7 of the playoffs. Don't go anywhere. This is the Esports World Cup.
liked me better than anyone. We cannot talk, we cannot just shrug or dust it off, erase that thought. Cause I cannot pretend I am your friend, I am your nothing.
Welcome back in, everybody. We are here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia for the Esports World Cup. This, the second semifinal, and there's only one map left to play. We haven't seen a Game 7, so the ball is now back in Toronto Ultra's court. They are going to get to choose where we're headed. McGravy, Mr. X here with me on the desk. This has been a blast so far, McGravy. It's been a long, grueling matchup. So who's able to seal the deal?
It's been an absolute slobber knocker. It's so hard to tell, man. My brain's shutting down. I have to imagine their brains are shutting down as well. It is hard. It is grueling to play 7 maps of Overwatch. Scrim blocks don't even last as long, and that's usually 2 hours of work. This is even harder than that.
Great call out there. So Matt, let's talk a little bit about what you do if you're a coach right now. Toronto Ultra with the advantage. They got that advantage by winning game number 1. After that, whoever picks the map seems to win the game.
Yeah, we've seen, for game number 1, right? It was like Busan. We've seen that gone. Midtown would be an option here potentially, right? But that's off of the table. Could be push. We saw Coliseo gone and Runasapi still in, and that's where a lot of teams have decided to go.
Any reason to maybe force out of control just for a little bit of short-term chaos?
I think control is so varied. It could potentially favor Toronto because it's so varied. You do have someone on the tank, but I think this is probably going somewhere a little faster. There's not a lot of double flex maps left for the Vega to play. I'm not really sure because the Midtown's gone, Circuit's gone, Dorado's gone. There's not a lot of options.
You wouldn't go like Eichenwald or Hollywood because of like the dive potential, right? And New Queen Street, I don't know if we've seen it once.
No, I haven't seen it at all since I've taken the stage. Let's take a look at the remaining game modes. We have Control, we have Hybrid, we have Push or Flashpoint to choose from. Escort is not on the table. And reminder, we cannot repeat any of the matches here in the best of 7.
And we already saw Servas, so like New Junk City, like you're gonna have to play Lucio. That doesn't kind of play into double flex.
That's not Vega.
Yeah, Lijiang Tower, like that is like a traditional like rush type of map.
I don't want to play Fearless on there.
I would say it's going to be Runasapi.
Would you rather have Bernard or Fearless in the game right now? That may be the ultimate decision for Toronto Ultra.
Yeah, it really depends on the bans. I think at this point, you want to avoid any sort of chance for Zeta Division to play the Winston, play the dive. So I think you might want to force Bernard into this game. And yeah, I think you might be right. It might be Runasapi simply because we talk about it multiple times this series. I think the team just like the map. I think you have to go something comfortable at this point.
Let's go to Push. It is Runasapi. You guys called it. Let's take a look here at our map as we put 10 minutes on the clock. That's what you get to work with, Matt. There's a lot of attention right now on the internet about this matchup. Everyone's getting ready for the Esports World Cup Grand Final. Who moves on? How do you get there? How is Push going to work?
I mean, we've seen every team that has selected their map win it in this series. I'm really curious at what we're going to see from the bans. I think that would really kind of determine for me like who we see coming out on top.
That's a great way to not give me a prediction. Let's head over to the Katia Arena for the final map. Matt needs to see the bans before he's willing to pick a winner. This is so much fun, McGravy. I'm sweating and I'm not even playing for a spot in the championship match. Who do you think Toronto Ultra is going to remove from the game first?
Oh, man, it's so hard to say. I think you could potentially look at banning something like the Break. I'm not sure if it's banned yet before. You want to avoid Wrecking Ball. Fearless has shown that before, and this is also potentially a tank protection pick. You want someone to be very comfortable here. You want to keep his options open.
I also think it's a pretty clean read now of like, okay, what they decide to do if they swap him in, as Soldier 76
he's so handsome.
Is gone as well. So that's a little bit of an odd selection here.
And it looks like they're just, of course, protecting a DPS with that, or they're just saying, hey, we've gone to Game 7. We know what you're doing. It doesn't really matter. Bernard's back in. We're going to see Fearless on the bench. Matt, You got an eyebrow up in there. What's happening?
I mean, now that you kind of get an idea of 100% on the Ultra side of what you're going to see, right? So if they would have left Fearless in, you would have known it is going to be strictly Winston probably all day long, because he probably would have gone to the ball, right? I know that's really kind of one of the other Doomfist, like what we see Fearless play. And with Bernard coming in, that tells you probably going to see a lot of D.Va.
Yeah, potentially a lot of D.Va. We've seen some teams throw the Zarya in there every once in a while on this map. We've seen Ram rush mirrors, Sigma rush mirrors, so there's a lot of options here for the off-tanks. I'm interested to see what someone does. Do they counter with the dive, or do they go mano-a-mano versus the off-tank?
This is Overwatch's version of tug of war, reversed, Matt. Let's see who can push to the other side of the map faster. I broke your brain with that one.
Well, I mean, if it's tug of war reversed, I mean, it's not really tug of war at that point.
I was just thinking the reverse of push is tug. Anyway, let's get into the game, shall we? Achilleos, Avril, please take the mics away from us.
We absolutely will. You guys are getting a little bit too silly, having a little bit too much fun down there in the cube. So let's go ahead and make things a little bit more serious. A final map, our first 7-mapper here in the playoffs. Winning team moving into the grand final later tonight to play against Crazy Raccoon. Is it going to be Zeta Division clashing against the Korean Brethren once more, or will it be Toronto Ultra carrying the banner for North America, challenging to see if they can take down their second Korean squad in a row? We are about to find out. Everything on the line. Losing here means elimination, your key crushed, and you lose that opportunity to double up your prize pool. You lose the opportunity to be able to claim that $400,000 at the end of it all in first place.
History could be made here for Toronto Ultra, their first international final in franchise history in an NA versus Korea matchup for their final. But first, they have to get past the Korean team. For Zeta Division, this will be their first final for this team as well in their current form. They've been third place so many times in the Asia OWCS. They want to get top 2, guaranteed. Final map coming into play. No Wrecking Ball, no Fearless in. A strange Soldier 76 ban coming through in Zeta Division. Honestly, I think the Tracer should have been banned here. You need to shut down Sugar Free, and because the Tracer's available, Sugar Free's going to go for it.
That he was delivering, despite the loss there on Dorado, in such big ways. Made that map competitive. And someone now coming out here with the Sigma to go up against Bernard on this D.Va.
A good call there. D.Va, obviously a fantastic pick for Runasapi. Honestly, a lot of counterplay on this map, though. We see a lot of D.Va, and then to the Zarya swap, potentially for the Ram to come through as well, and that's online for Zeta Division. They want to go towards the Ram. That's a good matchup into someone. It's a very different style coming through from both teams. You have the very classic Toronto Ultra, the horse they've been riding on the entire tournament, double flex into the Sigma versus a D.Va dive from Zeta.
Drop down here, Alfie getting aggressive, does recall out. Puts himself in too rough of a spot to be able to escape. Sugar Free, similarly, gonna have to burn the recall. But for now, except 2 meters scooped up here for the side of Zeta Division. So we wait for some neutral kills to come through. And Zeta Division right now on the hunt, looking for them as Merit's going to be taken low. But now Flora maybe in a bit of a bad spot here as the Immortality Field gets cleared out. RuPaul will fall. Flora gives his life to set up for these picks. Vega taken down. Finn now last one standing as far as the supports are concerned for Zeta Division. Just trying to stay alive, trying to keep Bernard in this mix. But he will be able to barrel over someone. The push can now begin.
All in power, so strong for Lucio Kiriko into the D.Va. And Vega knows that he's going to swap over towards the Brig. And for Toronto Ultra, RuPaul nearly had the window there, but timing was not on his side as Zeta Division decide to push down on the pedal and go for it. Now Finn is the one sitting on the Katsuna Rush. Maybe a little bit difficult for Toronto Ultra to absorb here, but having the Brig will at least help a little bit.
High ground situated there from RuPaul. Decent spot potentially for him to try to utilize that window, but we'll have to drop down and take some more forward space here. Spot getting closer towards that checkpoint. Someone holding up front, just trying to keep this locked in position for the time being. Pulse bomb available on both sides.
Zeta a little patient here. I mean, they have ultimate advantage. They must realize this. Vega also swapped heroes, so they might just be waiting for Violet, but now they have everything to play through.
Okay, well,
oh my, Violet Ajax.
That's
no
an
way.
Ajax to
no
start
way.
things off. Violet still does, or Finn rather, does still have That Kitsune Rush invested Merit with a headshot, however, able to take down Flora, Alpha Yi, Bernard all dead, and Violet
Not like this.
out in the open.
Not like this.
Hands the keys to the kingdom over to him.
I mean, you are just peeking into a window for RuPaul. What is going on? Violet's getting money again. He's getting the money again. We saw it versus Atlanta Rain in 2021. He jumps for no reason, and now he's going to Ajax in map 7. Such an important map, and momentum so important because they had all this momentum, and they just throw it away. Violet, what are you doing?
Lit by Violet, die by Violet. That time it was a die. Let's see if they can get resurrected, though, and get back into this map. They only give up 18 meters here on the push. The recontest comes through. There's still an opportunity for Zeta to spare the blushes of their Lucio. Pickup coming through. As the Flux gets invested, Bernard widely untouched by that one as Deadeye clears out some space. Flora just shoving them back, so ultimately things have been mitigated. Finn taking a bit of damage, flashbang going to be lobbed in, but Flora ends up falling. Finn eliminated, and now the pushback comes through here for Toronto Ultra. HP bar is going to be going low. Bernard able to get on top of one, but will just surrender the mech. Doesn't want to commit that self-destruct. Needs to die and reset fast.
Yeah, well, they're going to stagger him just at least a little bit here. At least Zeta Division still have barely a lead as Toronto Ultra is going to try and fight for the flip. They'll probably get the flip, but can they get the cap? That's the most important thing. Zeta Division have mostly, they have used up their entire ult bank. Toronto Ultra have only a rally to play through, but RuPaul is going to find the timing on the window yet again very soon. Zeta, you can't just allow the cap to come through. They got to contest.
Contest getting ready to come in, but a lot of tools to try to slow things up. That rally pop, Vega, the shield bash has to be respected. Looking to try to put some damage down across here onto this Brig, but Vega more than healthy. As Pulse Bump from Sugar Free going to be going a little bit wide, lands on the ground, cannot find that kill. Bernard taking low, dashes back. Kitsune Rush nearly online as they just desperately try to keep Violet alive this time, but Bernard will get broken out and the cap does come through.
Yeah.
There's too much poke, too much prodding here. Zeta Division have to play back, but now they're looking to counteract. Kitsune Rush comes in, they go forward, looking to try to get on top of someone. Heels coming across, but he's still going to be hovering quite low, and eventually Will falls for it, finds that kill with a bomb from Marin, able to take down Alpha Yi. Bernard now at risk, Violet similarly falling low, taken down as Sugar Free finds the kill. And that is going to be Toronto Ultra losing out on their tank, but still persevering and now continuing the push.
I mean, the bomb actually did a lot of work there. Doesn't have the greatest angle, but it prevents a dive from Zeta Division. So actually, Alpha Yi being caught out, didn't realize the bomb angle maybe. That is a really unfortunate death. And because Sugar Free's still alive, the clutch potential is still there. I mean, we talked about it. Soldier 76 band does nothing in this matchup. Toronto Ultra, they're going to continue pushing on through. They have 80 meters, though. They've doubled the meters.
It's been a big rally back here for him. As Sleep Dart not going to connect. Finn lobbing in, but Bionade going to be shorted. Immortality Field taken down. Floor with the Pulse Bomb, able to find a root ball, and that's the kind of momentum that you want to be seeing here if you're a Zeta fan. Solid push back, but still quite a bit of distance now to try to make up for. Down by 42. We'll take away the forward spawns to start things off. For now, just the barrage here for them. Plenty of ultimates, though, on the way for Toronto.
Yeah, I mean, Zeta Division still have an opportunity here. There is time remaining, but the issue is now Toronto Ultra. More ultimates coming online.
And Violet not there yet.
You need to still cap here. Zeta do not have cap. They do not have any setup for the cap. They have to win this mid-fight first and ideally force a lot of Toronto Ultra ultimates out, but yeah, the pick count to Flora is just going to reset the mech all the way back for Toronto Ultra to get even more distance.
Oh, what a stick. Finn going to be taken down. Sugar Free starting things off. Alpha Yi will be able to find one. Immortality Field broken down, but now supportless here are Zeta Division. Bernard going to be broken out of the mech this time. Does pull the trigger on this one. Sends the self-destruct, and while in pilot form, actually finds a kill here on Merit. Solid return fire ultimately here for the side of Zeta Division, but they still have so much distance. The bot is right back into a push spot, so they have to reset once again.
Yeah, well, and they got about a minute less to work with. I think a minute 30 actually less to play through. They really can't afford to lose too many fights. Again, they still have to cap. It was only the rally burned as well. They need to burn a lot more. Ideally for Zeta, someone in RuPaul also put in ultimates in that fight. Ultra 3 minutes 20 away from confirming a grand final. Again, first in their franchise history. Be so big for North America to finally take down a Korean team, and they're ever so close. Zeta Division, what are they going to do here? Flux coming through from someone.
Flux
no
is
good
out.
defensive ultimates.
Yeah, drop down, not going to be finding much. Nano across here on to Bernard. Diving into the back line, looking for RuPaul. Immortality Field. Not quite dealt with fast enough to be able to get the punish there, and the return fire is solid as ever here from Toronto Ultra. not dissuaded, not flinching. They shut them down, they get the team kill, they usher the bot back across the map.
Zeta are not getting any distance, they're not getting any momentum here, they're using ultimates, they're not getting any real purchase in this entire map. I mean, 2:30 left, this is down to the wire. I mean, last map, Zeta Division had such a great start, thrown away, trying to Ultra now. Just have to play a good defensive game, keep shoving the payload deep into Zeta Division, and they don't even have to push. Look at this, Toronto Ultra can just chill here.
Dead-eye now from Merit. Zones them back, Sleep Dart will connect. Interrupts the ult, but Sugar Free on the hunt. The drop down coming through. The pulse bomb. It's stuck once again. Fine spin. Merit going to be traded, but they can take it down at the same time.
Sugar Free,
Equalize now,
man.
Violet will fall. Sugar Free doing his damnedest, but now he's all alone. Cannot find Alpha Yi. It's a return team kill here now for Zeta Division, but they still only have 2 minutes, and they have not gotten any additional distance.
They have to do this. If Zeta Division do not get capped off of these next 2 fights, it's a huge problem. Someone going over towards the Winston. Bit of a change up now from Toronto Ultra. Okay, I mean, the Sigma was working. I'm not too sure about this, honestly. They're ahead. There's no time remaining. Toronto Ultra could have slowed down the game just by continuing to play the same comp. Now, taking a bit of a gamble here. Zeta Division, as I said, with this amount of time remaining, this is basically must-win fights. In fact, they've already got the mid. They're threatening the cap.
Threatening it, but this is where things had unraveled for them last time. Dive forward from someone. He's in deep, and Violet taken down. Finn antied out. Still alive here for the moment, but now will be taken down as Sugar Free continues on his reign of terror. Long shall he reign. Another elimination for this Tracer. He is unassailable, untouchable, and what he's doing is unthinkable.
And what he's doing is sending Toronto Ultra into the grand finals with 1 minute left to play through Zeta Division. Finn and Violet eat a huge baronet from RuPaul. Violet gets taken down, can't use the sound barrier, and that might just be the play that wins the map for Toronto Ultra. Zeta Division still have ultimates to play through, but look at the payload. It's reset all the way on the other side of the map.
Nearly
and
5.
We're down to 40 seconds.
There's another pulse bomb here, and Alpha Yi dead off the rip. Rally, pop, Vega will get melted. Bernard able to find 2. Merritt going to be taken down. Sound barrier goes across this time here for Violet and Bernard. He's going to be the one filling up the kill feed. Sugar Free with a recall, just looking to wreak havoc here even further. Take out a pick if possible, but also keep this bot locked in position. He knows he can rejoin quickly.
Oh, the
He looks
D-Mech.
to do so. The D-Mech is there. The self-destruct force. Someone will get taken down here in the end, but still there's so much cost.
Yeah, the cost is a time wastage. We're into OT now. This is going to be final fight. This next fight could decide the entire semifinals. 7 maps to get down to this with still 40 meters left to push if you're Zeta Division. 2 good ultimates, but guess what? Someone has the primal, a really good stalling tool, and Zeta still need to cap. They have to do it now.
Finn gonna have to be Johnny on the spot. Take him out with that sleep dart. Maybe set up for the execution. Sugar Free gonna be noted there on the flank. Bot now pushing forward, the checkpoint nearly obtained. Nano across onto Alpha Yi. They don't have it for the tank. Flora dead as he tries to go for the pulse bomb. Bernard knocked out of the mech, and that is going to do it. The Deadeye finds Bernard. Violet is eliminated. Everyone on the floor, but Toronto Ultra out of their seats and into the grand final.
And finally, redemption for Toronto. Years being in the Overwatch League, the mid allegations have been put to rest. And a Zeta Division with hands in heads. Kasaurus, amazing bands coming through. The coaching staff for Toronto, including Danny, such a good run in this tournament in terms of how they've approached this entire tournament. Sugar Free, no doubt in my mind, the true MVP of this series and potentially for this entire team of the entire tournament as well. What a marathon game. And the first time now, North America versus Korea in an international final. We asked at the start of the year, Toronto, you've got an infinite budget essentially to build whatever super team you want. They disappointed in Dallas. But now, here at the EWC in Riyadh, they're gonna go all the way to the top 2 guaranteed.
What an unbelievable performance. And that DPS2, absolutely incredible. Merit in his own right. Some fantastic moments from the outset with that Ashe. Taking names, clicking heads. But Sugar Free, since Toronto onward, this guy, he dominated the lobby.
And Zeta Division, maybe some regrets towards the end there. Again, a questionable Soldier 76 ban. Sugar Free, his Tracer was bannable. It never got banned the entire tournament, and it comes back to bite Zeta Division. And then unfortunately, you have to talk about it, the $80,000 Ajax, the most expensive Ajax possibly of all time, maybe the most egregious Ajax of all time. Third place, fourth place, that's 80K. Second place, guaranteed 160. So for Zeta, it's very expensive for them to lose that map the way they did.
It is indeed. And now, with one of these teams out of the way and momentum on their side going into the grand final, Toronto Ultra, can they take down Crazy Raccoon, the team that has been at the top all year long? That is going to be the question, but you have to give props to Toronto, to the org, being one of the very few remaining, holding over from the Overwatch League era, saying we still believe in this scene, we want to support these players. They've done so, and they have been justly rewarded. What an incredible run from this squad. I cannot wait for that grand final to kick off, but first, let's go ahead and hear from the players down on stage.
Thank you, gentlemen. What an intense match that was. The audience was electric. But this marks the first time Team Toronto Ultra beats a Korean team. First time they get to the grand final, and for the first time on an international stage, they get to the 7 maps to be able to get to that point. Congratulations. There's so much that we need to talk about, but for now, I just want to ask you, you told me in the interview last night that you're so confident that you think you guys are better in every role, in every hero from Zeta Division. How did you guys get so confident?
Dude, I mean, they're all has-beens, you know what I'm saying? Like, their time's up. It's like the new generation's here. That's fun.
I mean, honestly, the new generation is here, and you guys just proved it on stage at the Esports World Cup. But RuPaul, I do want to ask you, how do you feel about this big achievement for the first time getting to this point as this roster with Toronto Ultra?
It feels really amazing because we spent a whole week in Korea kind of getting beat up by a couple of Korean teams, only the 2 best ones. And we came here such a better team, and we're showing that we can compete at the international level, and we're in the grand finals.
You absolutely can compete on the international level. You guys just proved it. So congratulations once again. But we have Finn here to hand over their key for it to be crushed before you guys head to the grand final. So Finn, please come over here and hand over your key. All right, for the last question for this interview, I know you guys have to go on a break because you're about to go on the grand final for the Esports World Cup for the first time ever. A lot of things to think about, but do you guys think that you were confident enough to get to this point and reach the grand final and face Crazy Raccoon?
Dude, it's gonna be free. Free as hell.
It's gonna be free, you guys heard it here first, but for now, let's get that key ceremony crushing going, and we're gonna take it to a break and into the studio because the guys have to rest before we head to the grand final of the Overwatch at the Esports World Cup.
What an awesome way to finish our second semi-final. It goes the distance all the way to a map 7, and we had electric moment after electric moment. Let's take it all the way back, though, to the beginning. I mean, Matt, this was such a sick fight, such a sick battle.
This one in particular, Bucket's favorite fight. Yeah, no, I mean, this is just a barn burner of a series. So many, like, ups and downs for both teams all throughout. Really, you kind of look this far back. I mean, they're still kind of playing the same type of comps towards the end. With a lot of the bans, I think the biggest thing you'll look at the end of this series is the soldier ban at the end.
Yes.
I feel like a lot of better options they could have done there for Zeta.
Yeah, I felt like Changoon was a little off the chain goop on that one. I mean, it didn't make a whole ton of sense. Yeah, but these early maps, they feel like an eternity ago, truly. This was such a long series, grueling. Look at Finn's face. Like, he knows how stressful this is. He knows what's at stake. It's an extra, what, $80,000 added onto your
You double up your money.
That is an insane amount of money to be losing out on. You have to feel for Zeta Division.
And with a series this long and this emotional, you kind of worry about a little bit like an adrenaline dump at the end here for Ultra. Like, cause like, you have this crazy, game 7. You kind of have the crowd going crazy. Now what? You go into the back. I don't know what the process is. What you probably do better than me. But you go into the back. You probably hang out a little bit, and then you come back out against a Crazy Raccoon roster who's very well rested.
Now, McGravy, this is kind of like a double elimination tournament. The team that wins first in the semifinals could be cold because Crazy Raccoon took care of business with 4 quick maps. On the other side, they had to watch these players. Do you think they were studying what was seen here from Toronto Ultra, or are they just relaxing, getting ready for this final?
I think Crazy Raccoon is absolutely kicking back right now. I don't think there's a ton of depth to what Toronto is doing. I think they've shown their style. There's not much to learn, in my opinion, for Crazy Raccoon.
This was such a sick highlight. The triple kill from Sugar Free. You saw the attempt by Zeta Division at the very end here, Matt, and you guys called it. This remake, ultra costly, could not get it late in the game. The celebrations across the stage as someone knows he won the tank battle.
Really good to ban the soldier to protect that Tracer for Sugar Free as he was going absolutely crazy. The entire series, he was just dominating on the hero. Yeah, and he does it there at the map 7.
McGravy, what was the highlight for you in this whole matchup? 7 maps. Whoever picked the map ended up winning it, but so many came down to the wire.
Oh, I'm not sure about highlight. It's more of a low light, and I think Avril spoke to it. That's potentially one of the worst Ajaxes in the history of the game. Flying through the air into a window, amping heals so he's not even moving fast. That is an all-time blunder, and you have to feel for Violet.
From a 2-time world champion, you do not expect mistakes like that, but Sugar Free says this is the new generation. The MVP honor, though, goes to his tank. We gotta highlight someone. So much pressure. The flexibility showcased across these 7 maps and the way he finished on the Winston, definitely deserving of this honor.
Yeah, I mean, he's tremendous, and I think it allows them to do what a lot of other teams can't do, right? Is that they don't have to make any changes in terms of the tank role. Like you see even for Crazy Raccoon, right? It's Max and Junbin. For Zeta Division, right? It's Fearless and Bernard. Someone can play everything at such a high level. Like, you may not say he's like the best in the world at one tank or another, but like he's lingering in that top 5 to 3 in just about all of them.
Yeah, I think that last map kind of encapsulates why someone won MVP last year. All of the bans were used up, and they ended up playing that bat break style, and Bernard had to come in for Zeta Division, and they couldn't play the Winston Ana to beat the bat break, so they were winning on a comp difference. They were equal in skill, but by the end, Toronto was playing better comps because they have the most flexible tank in the world.
Someone winning MVP last year, and he is in the running for MVP of Esports World Cup. Without a doubt, he's got the crowd on their feet, and Toronto Ultra will be the favorites in the Qiddiya Arena if you ask anyone in the stands. But Crazy Raccoon are still waiting for them in that championship match, Matt.
I mean, they're so good. It feels like you're just waiting for the inevitable that they win, but Toronto, they have like the fans on their side, I think, in the venue. You get a little bit of momentum from this series, and a part of me wants to see Soon do that celebration with the MVP trophy here. I mean, he'd go crazy with that.
It would be fantastic, but we still have several more games before we get to that. For now, though, we have to say goodbye to Zeta Division. Here's Alpha Yi.
Thanks, guys. I'm here for a final interview with Zeta Division. We got Alpha Yi from Zeta Division. That was such a close match, but unfortunately, you guys did have to lose. But I want to hear from you. How do you feel right now? 자, 오늘 너무 마지막 경기로 진짜 너무나도 아깝게 패배를 하셨는데 좀 지금 소감 어떠신지?
뭔가 저희가 준비한 게 잘 안 된 것 같고 좀 아쉬운 경기력이 많이 나와서 좀 그냥 정말 아쉽기만 한 것 같아요.
It's kind of unfortunate. I'm kind of sad that we weren't able to show everything that we prepared. So it was very unfortunate, and I do feel a little bad that we weren't able to show off everything that we have prepared. I mean, this was sort of a long journey for you guys. How did you enjoy EWC? 자, 이렇게 경기는 끝났지만 그래도 지금 여기 저희 사우디까지 와서 e스포츠 월드컵에 참여하셨는데 e스포츠 월드컵 좀 어떠셨는지?
저한테는 뭔가 정말 좋은 경험이 된 것 같고. 정말 재밌게 대회한 것 같아요. 다음에도 이런 기회가 있으면 정말 좋을 것 같아요.
Definitely, I had a great time. I really wish to come back for another opportunity. It was something that was very interesting and very unique as well. All right, before I let you go, Alpha E, anything that you want to say? 자, 마지막으로 이제 알파 E 선수 가시기 전에 하고 싶은 말 있으시면 한마디 부탁드리겠습니다.
오늘 졌다고 다음 기회에 오늘 다시 해도 되나요?
네, 다시 해야 돼요.
오늘 지긴 했지만 다음에 더 잘할 수 있을 거라고 생각해서 더 열심히 해서 더 좋은 모습 보여드리겠습니다.
Yeah. Definitely, we did lose our match today, but I'm definitely certain that we could come back stronger. We're gonna show better performances in the future. So yeah, that's all for you, for Alpha E and Danny. Thank you so much. Let's head back to the studios.
Fantastic far play from Alpha Yi from start to finish, but unfortunately, it was Sugar Freeze Tracer that won the final fight. Someone earning the honors to crush the key of Zeta Division as the Japanese org is sent packing.
Crush that key. Crush that key.
The words of Danny
Crush
Lim,
that key.
they had to lose.
They had
no other option. They had to lose. Foot to pedal. Hydraulic press to key.
It's gotta feel bad to get your key crushed by a guy who's constantly dancing with the crowd, doing the Ronaldo impression. It's gotta feel bad for Zeta.
So the key doesn't break, it bends this time around, Matt. And you gotta think, there's only 2 keys remaining.
Yeah, and you know what I was thinking watching this? I was like, Ultra, they gotta stare at their key in good shape for a little bit in the back. Enjoy that, because Crazy Raccoon look to be coming for it.
They're coming for it.
Did he snap the top?
Little drop top?
A little bit. Someone is saying goodbye, Zeta Division.
Taking a selfie with it.
As finally, Toronto Ultra gets the best of one of our Korean squads. A fantastic matchup there. And we still have one more best of 7 to go. We're going to give our players 10 minutes to rest. When we return, it's your championship match. Crazy Raccoon taking on Toronto Ultra. This is the Esports World Cup.
Ready, set, go.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hours silicon carbon battery, 100 watt. Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
What's up, everybody? My name is Jules. I'm joined by
Matt, Mr. X
Matt,
here.
Mr. X.
We're exploring the boulevard. Is right here. This is like kind of where we see all the esports arenas. Like we got our production, we have the Kidia studio, the Amazon arena, just so all the games are taking place. But I was a bit, surprised and like just it's so exciting. Like all the other stuff there is here to do is like. Didn't really understand how big this area would be for Esports World Cup, but it's massive.
We have to take a golf cart.
Yes.
We're traveling on a golf cart right now to get around the whole place because there is a lot of stuff happening here, a lot of stalls everywhere, a lot of like small buildings to get food and drink, and
there's just so many things to do. Like we're still even passing the arenas. I mean, that's how massive these arenas are for all these different games.
And this over here too is like a stage. They've been holding a little music festival, small thing kind of here. It's kind of sick actually. There's a lot of, like I said, a lot of stuff going on. And little districts too. Everything is separated into its own district. So you have the esports district, then the gaming district, and yeah, there's a ton of places to visit.
Well, what's been the favorite thing that you've seen so far that you point out? I mean, the stage that we are on for Overwatch is absolutely nuts. I mean, like augmented reality, like the absolute works.
I'm sure you've seen it on stream already, like with all the picks and bans and like the team reveals and stuff.
Yeah, no, it's been super sick. I also think as we kind of move into like, this is like the gaming district, right? As we kind of like move past the arenas. But you have a movie theater here, probably the best, event kind of catering we've ever had. It's like a coffee shop that's open all the time. Cold coffee, I mean, that's all I can think about is the coffee all day long. And then I just saw you with Astro and some of the guys from Space Station over at the Aramco building. With, it's sim
F1
racing.
sim racing, yeah. So they got the full sim racing like kits, and it's like moving share and like actual like proper wheels too. And there's a ton of them you can play. It's really cool, and they've got one of the F1 cars in there as well.
Yeah, and like lots of merch shops, right? So like Toronto Ultra merch as we go by, like all of the teams that are here, like their merch is like live on site. So you can pick up whatever you want. I know I see a lot of jerseys for Falcons going around, right? They're obviously the hometown team, #1 in terms of the club points. I know right here we have Falcons HQ, it's like a whole building for Team Falcons,
just
right?
for Falcons.
They're dedicated to their fans, their players, all the awesome stuff going on. It's just really impressive to see. When we were coming, I knew it was going to be leveled up than like what we're normally used to, but I did not expect this. This is super impressive. That's like a Five Nights at Freddy's building.
I have not seen this part yet. Giant Five Nights at Freddy's building over there, mixed with a ton of other statues and carnival games like you were saying, Matt. Maybe we do the boxing game later.
Yeah, we should try the boxing later. Once I'm actually done with the 2 matches I cast with you, I'll be just jacked up enough
with rage.
To break a world record there. Man, this has been such an awesome experience coming over here, seeing all this in person.
It is very hot too, mind you. So yeah, sunglasses and don't wear a big jacket like I'm doing right now. But there's a ton of like fans too, just blowing mist everywhere, making sure everything's kind of cooled down. Because even in the evenings it gets a little toasty. But when you're walking around here, there's a ton of like ice cream shops, like you were saying, just like you can pick up anything you want. So yeah, it's been a good time so far, and yeah, make sure you tune in for the games, of course. What's up, everybody? My name is Jaws, and we are at a sim racing building. We're gonna have a little competition today to see who is quicker between Astro and Backbone from Space Station Gaming. All right, let's go. Okay, so I managed to get inside somehow. I made my way here. I have 2 Space Station Gaming players. Backbone.
That's my name.
That is your name. Yep. Are you good at F1?
Nope. Not at all.
Not a good start. Astro as well. You should be good at F1. You are a Lucio player, so you go fast. Are you good at F1?
We'll find out. He knows how to drive. I don't.
You don't know how to drive? You haven't got a license?
Nope.
But you have?
I have a license, but I've not driven since I passed my test. You got the 2 best people.
Okay. All right. You guys ready?
Yeah.
Okay. We're gonna load on in. Put your headset on. That would help. And then we're gonna go. You're actually pretty quick. Backbone's actually pretty good at this. Okay, here's the verge a little bit there, but we're all good. Keeping the lines. Oh my God. Okay, you almost crashed. You got a tilt back. Okay, good lines, good lines. Okay, I like it. 32 seconds, pretty good so far. Have you hit any more wall? Oh, you're okay. You're about a second behind, it looks like, ish. In F1, that's massive times. Okay. Whoa! They need to revoke your license.
Might be on track limits a little bit here.
My guy is about to crash into the wall. Still, though, only 0.4 seconds behind the PB right now. He's got 2. How many miles an hour are you going? 180. Okay, now he's slowing down for the corners. Okay, thank goodness he learned that. 126. Okay, looking good still. Current lap 1 of 2, still going for it. That's your second lap, I think, although soon. Ooh, okay.
136.
Only a second behind the PB. Okay, 136 for Astra right now.
Are we even racing each other?
Yeah, and you're like at least 30 seconds behind.
Huh?
You're 30 seconds behind.
I swear he wasn't there when we started.
No, you're 30 seconds behind.
All right, okay.
Oh, that's an aggressive corner.
And not in the wall.
My guy looking like Lewis Hamilton out there, actually. Oh my word. Okay, 150. Oh no, wait.
Wait, what?
150.
We're not even racing each other, bro. He's on a different map.
No. You got 150.
I swear this isn't even the Saudi Arabia. I know the Saudi Arabia map. That's not the Saudi Arabia. It's the only one I've played.
No, you're on the same map. You're on the same. I think you're just, you know, Lucio player versus Zen.
What time did you get?
May one trick.
20 seconds.
20 seconds. He's
lying. 19.
He's like, he is lying. You easily beat him, bro. 135 to 150. Well, thank you very much for joining us here at the Sim Racing. Astro, you did win. You are the faster player after all. Any words for Backbone?
Easy.
Easy. The next game is not going to look pretty when they're both on the server together. Yeah, we'll see you soon.
Here we go. This is what it all comes down to. The grand finals of Overwatch 2 at the Esports World Cup. Crazy Raccoon, Toronto Ultra fighting for the first club championship points. Both teams guaranteed 600. Winner, though, gets 1,000 and a chance of taking home the $7 million in the top spot. For now, though, we're focusing in purely on Overwatch. We have Hunter, we have McGravy, and we have the showdown. Crazy Raccoon, Toronto Ultra. And if you've been watching since the beginning, you'll know that these two teams have already met up. That was way back in groups. In McGravy, it was a one-sided affair.
Yeah, it was a bit of a clubbing. And to be fair to Toronto Ultra, everybody's got a bit of a clubbing besides Team Falcons earlier today in the other semifinal. Like Mr. X said, there's probably a bit of adrenaline dump here from Toronto Ultra. A lot of energy expended in a 7-map series. Crazy Raccoon, well-rested. What do you think, Hunter?
Honestly, I think Toronto Ultra, they're playing on a completely different level now to the groups. You saw Sugarfree's performance in that Zeta division match. He's in the flow state today. So I think we're going to see a much more competitive match than we did in groups.
I love that call out. And of course, we want to know what the fans think about this matchup. 4-1 was the series score for Crazy Raccoons earlier. They've only dropped one map this whole time. So if you feel it's Crazy Raccoons, head on over to stcplay.gg. But if you're here in the arena, it seems that there are a lot of Toronto Ultra fans all cheering on our purple team.
Yeah, I mean, they've got the branding, and I think a lot of people have talked about the Defiant Curse. It seems to be gone. They've just made an international file after dropping the name. They're now the Toronto Ultra, looking competitive. Like you said, Lenny, leveling up. Dropping the name might have done wonders.
It's working across the board, at least up to this point. We'll find out if they can go the distance and make it 2 for 2 here on the final day of Overwatch 2. Hunter, though, before we get started, what stands out about these two teams? When you think about Crazy Raccoon, when you think about Toronto Ultra, what pops in your head first?
I think the thing about Toronto Ultra that really stands out is the fact that it's never truly possible to predict what they're going to do. This is a team that is not only incredibly flexible, but they do it without making any roster substitutions. They have a bulletproof starting 5, so it's much harder to read what they're going to do on any given map.
We talked about it after the Overwatch League. Super teams were created. Crazy Raccoon, definitely one of those. Let's start with the Koreans, and this is a team that were favorites. They've won both of the major global tournaments so far. This, the biggest stage they've played on this year, and we've seen some phenomenal performances from all of their members, knowing that they have several players available on the tank, especially Max filling in for Junbin at times on that tank role.
Yeah, the tank role is a huge one. The fact that they're able to bring either of these tanks and bring S-tier tank play on whatever side is super, super important. But the player that I like to highlight is Shu.
Yes.
I think he's kind of gone underrated, in my opinion, as we've been talking throughout this tournament. He's potentially the best flex support to ever play the game, but this roster is so stacked, it's hard to talk about everybody.
Who's a bigger fan of Shu? Hunter, who used to coach him, or McGravy?
Oh, I don't know.
I don't think it's possible. Yeah, no, I don't think it's possible for you to beat my love for Shu. I'm going to be honest. Nobody ranks higher than Shu in my mind, ever.
That's all I've heard every time he takes the stage. And you heard Sugar Free say, you know, it's time for the has-beens to be washed up. The new guard is coming in. The new blood is here to take over Overwatch 2. If you haven't seen some of the new faces, let's introduce you to Toronto Ultra, because Sugar Free on that Tracer has been phenomenal. Merit on hit scan, sniping players out of the sky, but it was someone who earned our MVP for the last matchup.
Yeah, I think Toronto's really going to have to rely on someone here, pointing out all of the stops on the counter picks. Hunter talked about it. Their flexibility is going to be the way they win games. They have to be unpredictable. They have to find counter comps at every stop, because if they don't have comp advantages, they're not going to win maps, because Crazy Raccoons across the board has the better players.
Both of these teams having a long journey from groups to this grand finals. It's been a slightly longer trip, though, for Toronto Ultra, especially today.
Yeah, Toronto Ultra having to play a best of 7 that has gone the distance right before loading into this grand final. You know, maybe there's some momentum that can be carried forward all the way to the end there. But on the other hand, they could be a little bit tired. There could be a bit of exhaustion coming into play there for the Ultra guys.
You've coached the Gladiators to multiple titles. You've coached, of course, the Mayhem to a world championship. Two fantastic coaches on my stage. I feel honored, gentlemen. But what do you tell your players on both sides? If you're Crazy Raccoon, they've been on the sidelines. How do you get their game faces on, Hunter?
You just tell them that they're better. If you've got a roster like that, all you need to do is say you're loading into the server and you are going to win. You know that you are better.
McGravy?
Yeah, I think for Toronto Ultra side, I think you just have to look each other in the eyes and say, listen, this is a tough team. This is a tall task. I think if you're gonna win, you gotta have fun. You gotta play loose, because if you stretch yourself out too much, you're gonna self-implode.
We know we start every best of 7 with Control, but if you're just joining us, we are playing 5 different game modes. Let's take a look at the maps and modes that'll be playing out on our Kadia stage. Control, Hybrid, Escort, Push, and Flashpoint. And of course, there's the pick and ban system. Loser of our first map will choose the second map, and not only that, they'll get the first opportunity to ban. But now that we're starting on Control with an even playing field, Crazy Raccoon is going to have the map decided for them, but they get to choose whether they want to ban a hero first or wait and respond to what Toronto Ultra does, and that's exactly what they did in the previous semifinal.
I would be surprised if Crazy Raccoon went for the second ban this time around. I think now that we're in the grand final, I really think they will favor the first ban. That being said, Toronto Ultra having this incredible flexibility, the fact that they never need to make a roster substitution, that could play into things too. Maybe they want to see what Toronto Ultra wants to take out of the game and then respond.
Yeah, I think what I want to see from Toronto is no matter what the ban looks like, I want to see some flexibility. I would like to see some compositions that we really haven't seen, maybe all tournament, because I think you have to throw some wild card compositions out there. I think you have to throw something for Crazy Raccoon to think about, because if you just play standard Overwatch, they're just better.
Crazy Raccoon has been monstrous. You've only dropped one map all tournament, and that just happened in the semifinals. Can Toronto Ultra draw blood? We'll find out here as we're about to get these maps started. I want to pick your guys' brains, though, a little bit deeper here. We've seen MVP performances from Sugar Free. You've seen MVP performances from someone. On the other side, who is the most dangerous player for Crazy Raccoon coming into a grand final matchup?
Well, you know my answer already, right? It's always Shu. It always winds up being Shu.
But the healers.
It can't just be Shu, of course. You know, we've also got Lip in the front. We've always got Lip taking over the server. So, you know, we got a bit of both in either role.
It's going to be a great showdown.
Yeah, I think for Crazy Raccoon, I'm looking at Heesang. Lenny Time has been going absolutely crazy. He has been dominating the server, and you're looking towards Heesang to extinguish the fire that Lenny has right now. Sugar Free has been an absolute beast, so yeah, I'm looking towards Heesang.
Remember, this was a 3-0 the first time they met up in groups, but that was 4 days ago. It's a totally different ball game as we enter the championship match. The crowd behind Toronto Ultra. I want to know, is Jaws swayed? Jaws, can you come over to our side here in North America? Do you think Toronto Ultra has a chance against the best team in Overwatch?
Do I think they have a chance?
There's always a chance.
But how big is that chance? That is the question. After we saw Crazy Raccoons play, it's pretty small, honestly.
Yeah, I think it's small. I think it's much smaller after the fact that the last series went 7. I think if you got through that series pretty quick, and you didn't kind of drain like all your energy, a big emotional dump. It's your first time beating like a Korean team, whatnot, crowd going crazy. I think then you had a better chance, but I feel like Toronto, maybe a little bit of emotional letdown here coming in.
I like that call out. If we're going to see one player pop off, Matt, from Toronto Ultra, is the pressure on Sugar Free? You were mentioning Merit quite a bit in the previous matchup against Zeta Division.
Sugar Free has been, maybe the best damage dealer here outside of like Lip and, Merit, right? I mean, he has been that good throughout the event, specifically on the Tracer. It's like the best event he's ever had. So I would look at Sugar Free for me. Like if there's somebody who can kind of like even the odds here, so to speak, I think it's him.
He is one of the best players, if not the best North American player of all time at this point. I'm convinced.
Sugar Free, best North American player of all time. That is high praise.
Gravy.
We'll say goodbye to the casters. We will see you soon enough. Matt and Jaws, best of luck on the cast. And Hunter, give me some final thoughts because we are moments away from kicking this one off.
I will say, Sugar Free, he's had an incredible performance here at the tournament, but the one person that I just can't count out is someone. His ability to play the main tanks and the off tanks to this incredibly high standard, something that essentially no one else here can do. I think that's the edge that Toronto Ultra has over everyone else here at the tournament.
McGravy, the countdown has started. We got 30 seconds. Final thoughts before we get into our first map control.
I'm actually looking towards the Toronto backline. We talked about someone as well, but I think this team needs a little bit of stability as well. You can't always rely on your DPS. I think I really like the look of the Ana Brig from the backline. I'd love to see RuPaul and Vega have more of an impact on this series.
Can Vega stay alive on the Olari against the Korean Dive? It is time to find out. The grand finals of Overwatch 2 kicks off right now.
Coach Moon, this is it. Final match against Toronto Ultra. I want to hear from you. What are your thoughts on Toronto Ultra? 자, 마지막 결승전 토론토와의 경기만 남겨놓고 있습니다. 코치님, 감독님, 토론토는 어떤 팀인가요?
우승컵을 들기 전에 갖는 티타임 정도라고 생각합니다.
A team that's really good for tea time right before winning it all. Spicy words from Moon. Thank you so much. I'm curious to see what Toronto has to say. Jake.
Thank you, Danny. I'm here with coach of Toronto Ultra, Kasoris. You guys just came off one of the closest matches in the tournament. The crowd is behind you, but it was a long one. Now you stand facing down the juggernaut of the tournament in Crazy Raccoon. What is it that you see in your team that allows you to be confident going into this grand final?
I believe our flexibility is unmatched. We have 5 players that can play any comp, and we're looking to take Crazy Raccoons by storm.
There you have it. Let's get this grand final started.
North America, South America, EMEA, Asia, China, OCE. The best 16 Overwatch teams in the world landed and set foot in Riyadh only a few days ago. But on Championship Sunday, only 2 remain. For one last time, we're your hosts, Milosh and Fancy, but you can call us Habibis. And ladies and gentlemen, it all comes down to this.
One singular best-of-7 series decides the fate of every player on this stage. Korea has dominated all teams at the Qiddiya Arena at the Esports World Cup for the past week. And our players only have one thing on their minds. It is to immortalize their presence and their win at the Esports World Cup and be the first ever champion of Overwatch at the Esports World Cup. So ladies and gentlemen, let's not waste any more time. And for one last time, let's welcome the top rated team in the world. It is Crazy Raccoons. Adding to their accolades of smashing every region and dominating both on home soil and internationally, they took down their bitter rivals, Team Falcons, in a brutal display of strength. Once again, they have won trophies in 2027. So why not add the biggest one of them all at the Esports World Cup?
And their opponents, please welcome Toronto Ultra! They sit firmly as the best in North America and earned the title of the best of the West. They did so by conquering their biggest fear and their greatest letdown, defeating a Korean team in a heart-stopping 7-mapper. Can Lightning strike twice and back-to-back? Can Toronto Ultra defy all odds and finally defeat Raccoon on their 3rd ever head-to-head? Gentlemen, please place your keys and take your seats. The ultimate boss battle is about to begin. Crazy Raccoon may have won 17 maps at EWC, but their 1 map loss shows that they can bleed. So Qiddiya Arena, are you ready?
2 teams, 1 trophy, and over $500,000 on the line. It is the Overwatch Grand Final at the Esports World Cup. So for one last time, let's get it on.
We can set the world on fire. We can set the world on fire.
The final test here for North American Overwatch. Toronto Ultra in a 7-map series take down Zeta Division and now meet Crazy Raccoons here in the grand final at EWC.
Yeah, I loved, Milosh earlier when he was like, Crazy Raccoon, we know they can bleed. They've lost 1 game.
They've lost 1 game.
It's like, man, they are so good. This is Matt Mr. X also here with Joss as the Kariko comes in here with a ban from Crazy Raccoon. This is a hero that we have not really seen Toronto Ultra playing that much.
No, not really at all. And a Wrecking Ball ban for Toronto. Seen a lot of Jumping Ball recently. And it's hard to gauge really as well how this team does up against any other team, obviously apart from Falcons, because they've just been so dominant for so long. I mean, Matt, what are your chances here? What do you rate Toronto Ultra coming in?
Oh, I mean, look, I think it's a large hill to climb. I think even Toronto would probably say they know this is a large mountain to climb. I think they're somewhere in the 20-30% range. I don't think it's like 90% for Crazy Raccoon. I think there's paths to victory for the Toronto Ultra. You see the players on stage; they're having some fun here before we jump into Ligier Tower, just waving at each other. I think though for Toronto, if they're going to have a shot, Sugar Free needs to keep playing at this high a level. He has been phenomenal here throughout the event.
I said it to Puckett a minute ago. I genuinely think Sugar Free is one of the best North American players.
Well, that's not what you said.
Time.
You said that Sugar Free is the best North American player of
one
all
of
time.
is
No,
currently right now is the best player in North America.
Currently at the moment.
Currently
Yes.
at the moment. I mean, it's the same thing. Currently and at the moment. All right, the gates have unlocked. Crazy Raccoon and Toronto Ultra. EWC Finals. A lot of prize money on the line and a lot of keys to be crushed still. Jumbin on the Doomfist map.
Yeah, double flex support backline here for Toronto Ultra. You will have someone playing the Sigma. So the Doom once again past that Sigma shield, cause chaos in the backline and allow Heesang to just put down some big damage and let Lip clean it up.
Yeah, pointing along just a couple of seconds. Toronto Ultra struggling to get over the bridge, but that's a good start. Sugar Free with a kill on Chara.
He has just hit such another level. Like, we obviously know how good Sugar Free is. We cast him a lot, in North America. But to see him come here today, in this event, Toronto Ultra with a point cap first, and level up like this, I think we all knew it was possible, right? He's so extremely skilled. It was just like, when would you kind of see that type of rise? I mean, now doing it in the biggest moment, I think probably the thing that's a little bit surprising.
Winston change for Jumbin, Matt. Genji for Heesang. They do make their way slowly across the bridge. Nano for Shu. Built that up pretty early on, and already Jumbin's found an opening pick onto Merit. We'll see if someone can sustain himself through this fight. It's going to be a hard-fought one, that is for sure, but manages to do it. Jumbin's Nano ends up fading away, but Crazy Raccoon, regardless of them getting only a single kill on Toronto Ultra, still managed to get that point.
Yeah, this is where they want to punish this backline, right? Just screw playing around with that Sigma. Sugar Free still kind of going on a little bit of a rampage here towards the end. They want to just completely ditch that Sigma. Who cares? Just everybody pass the Sigma and make a play for that backline, right? Not a lot of mobility with the Ilari Baptiste.
Sugar Free still alive, of course. Now on the point, forced to recall. Lip with the pulse bomb. Playoff Merit in the building. Headshot on Lip through that window. Sound barrier though. From Choron, hits 3. Dynamite's going to do a fair bit. Same with that window, but Merit now has to be careful. Booted all the way back towards Shu and off the map. Jumbin's Primal Rage, not only finding Merit there, but also finding the Bob. Sugar Free, nothing to say in this fight as Crazy Raccoon continue to hold.
Yeah, this is also putting a lot of pressure onto Merit, right? Close the gap with the Ashe. The Ashe doesn't have a lot of mobility either. Is quick shot to Widowmaker. This is maybe just to get a little cheeky catchment off a spawn and go over to the Cassidy. So Cassidy way sturdier, right? Larger HP pool, way harder to take down than Ashe.
Played for Heesang already. See if Shu ends up going for like a Nano Blade, or if it's just going to be applied to Jumbin again. Well, they're going to go in regardless. Oh, Vega cleanly taken out of the skies there by Heesang. I think Vega didn't expect Heesang to save the dash there, but that's a ultimate from the Ilari, all but gone now. No chance to run away there, RuPaul, either, as the Flux comes in. Heesang still out for blood. There's a triple kill for the Genji already in this fight. It's Crazy Raccoon, Matt. Looking to put Toronto Ultra on final fight here.
Yeah, I mean, you just have a few players here kind of lurking around for Toronto Ultra. That time it was just Jumbin and Heesang and Choron getting into the backline, getting right on top of Vega, and just letting Lip contest the point, as it'll be Sugar Free Inco moving on to the point, trying to send it to OT.
Yeah, Sugar Free still got this pulse bomb. He's been filthy with it so far, but Vega and Merit already dead. Wow, just like that, Matt. That's round over.
Yeah, I mean, it starts off good for Ultra, and then once they switch to this dive, it is nothing happening there game for Ultra, where I think he kind of, it's like, hey, we dare you, switch off of this backline, right? They're playing the Ilari, Baptiste, and Ashe. Not a lot of mobility with those characters. They are quite squishy. The thing that they're successful, though, is when teams aren't playing that aggressive, right? You play at that range, you're able to punish. When you're playing Tracer, Genji, Winston, Lucio, I mean, you collapse on those targets in seconds.
It's a slow comp, no speed, and it's quite greedy in a way too, especially on these kind of maps where you need to go quick. I mean, that is just filthy from Heesang. It is quite greedy because you've got no speed and you've got no defensive ultimate either. You're relying on the lamp to save you most of the time from these big ult plays from Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, and also has to feel pretty good to force Merit off of Ashe. We've talked about how much Ashe he's been playing throughout this event. So this will be a Junker Queen look here. So the Junker Queen versus the Diva is a little bit of an interesting kind of matchup, right? Where Junker Queen and Diva can both brawl. You know, 1v1, probably the best in the tank pool. The Queen wants to just kind of stack up those bleeds.
This is really awkward for Merit, Matt. I mean, look at how close he is to this window. He's got a bit of a sight line here, luckily. Triple headshot onto Jumbin. He's got a very good sight line, but...
Yeah, they just push all the way in. I mean...
They got speed, they just run him down.
You're going to have both supports and Merit here on the back side of things. They're just going to now focus on, you know, tracking these players down.
Nice
that
kills.
is just so clean from Crazy Raccoon.
Nice kills from Lip there. And it's going to be the big problem. Again, you're playing a very conservative comp. You want to play slow, but Crazy Raccoon not giving you any time to do so.
Yeah, and we talk so much, you know, really, we kind of give praise to everybody on Crazy Raccoon, but the support line, right? I mean, Chorong in Shu, so good, you know, as a unit. Toronto obviously knows how good, you know, Chorong is, you know, from that Florida main core last year.
Choose the goat. What can I say? All right, Mary, see what you can do on the Ashe at this range. It's going to be tough. I mean, at least Jumbin hasn't got an ultimate yet, but they're going to have to be careful of Shu's window next. Here comes the wrap. This window doing a whole lot of damage. You see Shu putting down that lamp there, making sure everybody survives. He sang first to fall, but someone is getting focused out. Here's the kills from Vega. He's got one onto Chorong, and now it's only Shu and Jumbin left alive near this mega health pack.
Well, here's the benefit of having someone, right? The Ramatra is better in this mirror than the Junker Queen, right? You would say the Junker Queen has a little bit of advantage over Diva. In the Ramatra, I don't think the Queen really kind of has that advantage in terms of the matchup, right? Ramatra, once he goes into Nemesis form, can kind of stay in there toe-to-toe with just about anybody.
Oh, yeah, 100%. And the Vortex, too, can be quite annoying for the Queen to deal with. It's kind of a slimmer hitbox on the JQ, but still pretty easy to focus when you got cracked down. Oh, there's one. Two, in fact. A lot of detonations coming in. Oh, not enough overhealth there to save Shu, unfortunately. Lip hits the roll as the pulse bomb was attached to him. Jumbin is on the wrong side of this fight right now in no man's land. As he has to retreat. He does end up hitting the Rampage map, but there's no follow-up because of the Alario.
Yeah, it doesn't really go for anything. As you're going to have Jumbin getting taken out late here, so...
Oh, wait! Vega just shifted into RuPaul, I think.
I don't think they can do anything with this, though. You still have someone Sugar-Free in Merit here. Chorong will get on, get a touch.
Oh, the outburst. Little troll, all good. I mean, you say that, Matt, but Lip's already killed one. He's hanging another. Oh, dearie me. Expect RuPaul's looking over at Vega there with a dirty look on his face. So Crazy Raccoon get the cap again.
Yeah, and I mean, that's where you see Jumbin come back on the Doom and wants to play quite aggressive. That's going to have Merit going away from Ashe yet again and just trying to punish the greedy backline, right? That double flex support, you know, backline here, you know, with that fast, aggressive style of play as Merit and Co. just trying to find a way to enter towards the point. Lip actually, and it's actually Heesang up on the high ground, just kind of lurking. Now going to go on a flank.
Annihilation pulled as Heesang, forcing Vega to use that outburst. That window is going to stop someone's ultimate from getting really anything there. So with that Annihilation fading away, this is going to be Lip and Crazy Raccoon's just trying to force Toronto Ultra to do something about this point capture. They're up to 90%, final fight. Captive Sun almost available.
Toronto's going to have to get on, get a touch. It'll be someone on first. It'll be a Deadeye here from Lip trying to zone them out.
Got one skull already. They just need them to peek again. Oh, nice duking there from RuPaul. A Captive Sun does hit in the back line as Vega snipes Shu. I can hear those little sunstroke things happening. There you go. Okay, double kill for Vega, but is it going to be enough? Sugar-Free with a pulse bomb on the point, contesting permanently for Toronto Ultra.
Yes, Sugar-Free has continued his strong play here. In our first map, as it'll be someone moving over to Diva now. So just a never-ending battle in terms of tank. Who can try and get the advantage here in map number 1?
All right, Heesang forcing Vega away, Jumbin on the Doom. Slowly but surely they are capping. Toronto just let this go for free. Someone couldn't step on. Still 2 DPS ults available though. Merit Rips the high noon, but the sound barrier stops him from really doing much. And now the lamp focused out. Lip more than happy to face him in the 1v1, but someone to the rescue. And now Merit in desperate need of help, but Jumbin takes him down with a slam on the ground. Crazy Raccoon chasing Toronto Ultra off of this point, wanting to secure this first map. There's nothing stopping Jumbin now. A D-Mech onto someone will result in the round and the capture for Crazy Raccoon as they start off the finals with a bang.
Yeah, as Crazy Raccoon just gonna pick up where they left off, right? Just been dominating everybody here at this event. They have only dropped one map, which was earlier in the tournament. As they come out here in map number 1, they look great. I also think for Toronto Ultra, I don't think there's any reason to panic just yet, right? You just came off of a long series. Even if you lose, map number 1, that's okay. Here now you get the advantage in terms of being able to pick and also being able to kind of go with the ban here coming up next.
Where are you going in terms of bans in that case? If you're Crazy Raccoon, do you go ahead and ban something like an Ashe that Merit's been so good on?
So I think it's really depending on where we go in terms of map, right? With how much they want to play the double flex support in the backline, I wouldn't be surprised to see something like a Midtown or a Circuit, right? That could also force Sigma into the mix. So I'd be looking at something like that here for Toronto Ultra.
Okay. Well, we'll have to wait and see what they end up picking. We're going to send over to Jacob McGravy down on the stage to give us some insights.
Thank you, guys. Super happy to be here. That's a blistering pace for Crazy Raccoon in map 1, just the way they wanted to get it started. Do you think Toronto can have an answer for this series?
I think they're going to continue to play slow. I think they're really going to struggle. As you can hear from the crowd, Ultra they really want it to happen. I just don't see it.
I think map picks and bans are going to be critical. Pressure on Kasaurus. He has to shape this series and keep his team in the comfort zone. I think if that pace stays hot, Crazy Raccoon looks so good.
Yeah, if I'm Toronto Ultra, I'm looking to ban that Lucio potential. We need to slow the game down, get Vega on that Alare. That's where they're really strong.
Yeah, I will say, Toronto, if they can settle in for a long series, right? It's been a long day for them already. But if they can stay calm and stay focused, maybe they can start to get the momentum back in their favor. But this Crazy Raccoon team, they are a juggernaut. I mean, when I look at this squad, I just think like Lip and the supports are like clearly #1 on their roles in the world. And then Keesang and the tanks, I mean, this is a monster of a roster. They're world beaters.
Yeah, I don't think you can really target anyone on Crazy Raccoon. I think you just have to worry about being better as a team, playing to your strengths. And I think you sat on Li Zhang, but potentially need a different look.
Li Zhang could be a bad map though for Toronto Ultra, right? Like that's such a high-paced map. It's a control. It's going to be tough. It's scary because there's probably more hot maps coming in. Flashpoint, potentially Runasapi. But I think you're right. If Toronto can slow things down, that'll be the key. Vega has looked great, right? That's the rookie on the stage here, but he still looks solid, still playing incredibly well, especially on the Iliari.
Yeah, I think keep the pressure off of Vega. Keep him that Alare. He got swarmed by the Genji. Keep Crazy Raccoon off of those heroes and let Vega cook.
Couldn't agree more. Well, that's it for us here on the stage. We're going to send it over to the studio, see what Unter and Puckett have to say. What do you guys think the answer is here for Toronto Ultra?
Get Jumbin out of the server, maybe, Unter?
Sounds about right, to be honest. Jake, he's touched on it already with McGravy, but I think trying to lean more into this slow style on the side of Toronto Ultra, that could be the winning ticket here for them. Li Zhang, a very difficult map to play the slow comp, but we could see that they were forcing it. They were really trying to play the Sigma comp, play the double flex.
I haven't seen a Genji all day. Heesang coming out in the opening round, putting on a highlight reel. That was a big highlight for me. What else caught your eye in just the opening 10 minutes of gameplay?
Just terrifying fast comp play from the Crazy Raccoons. As soon as they're on the Lucio comp, they are running over Toronto Ultra. They try to go wide, they try to take risk and get angles, and straight away, this fast, explosive Lucio comp is all over them. Junbin picking the Junker Queen on control center, enabling people to go even faster, catch these wide players. Really good stuff.
Hybrid, Escort, Push, and Flashpoint are all up for grabs if you're a Toronto coach, Kasaurus. So where do you think he's going to take his team? They didn't have great success on Dorado. I don't think we'll see that anytime soon, but they did have nearly a full hold on Circuit Royale. That was a devastating beatdown they put down on Zeta.
Yes, I feel like I'm starting to become a bit of a one-trick in terms of advocating for flat maps, but I think we're going to see it again. We've seen that Toronto Ultra wants to play the Sigma. They want to play the slow comps, so I would not be surprised at all to see them taking us to something like a Midtown, a very flat, angular map, or again, a Circuit Royale where they can play something that they already appear very comfortable on.
Guess what? We're going to Circuit Royale. I had a feeling that was going to be the move. We saw it just one series ago. So if I know it, Crazy Raccoon knows it. So let's talk about bans here. Do you waste your Lucio ban right now, this early in a best of 7?
I don't think so. I think that this map, it's double flex favored. I don't think that you want to waste a Lucio ban on it because I don't think that we're going to see Crazy Raccoon play a Lucio on it. We know that they have the roster depth to throw in Max and to square up in a Sigma matchup. So I think that's what we're going to see.
Crazy Raccoon already has the edge. They're up 1-0. But when it comes to their ban, what are you trying to slow down? Do you remove the Tracer from the equation potentially?
Honestly, I think taking a Tracer out of the map, probably not so important on Circuit Royale. I think we're more likely to see them try and hamper them by maybe taking out the Sigma, taking out something even more essential to their comp, taking out Vega's Illari and putting him onto Zen, something he's much less comfortable on.
I like those calls. With that said, do you protect if you're Toronto? I hear there's going to be a bit of a roster change. That tells me Sigma's probably still in and Jumbin's probably moving out. Let's take a look. Max is here. We're going to see Heesang, Lip, Chorong, and Shu as the starters here for map 2.
I see. Well, if Max is in the lineup, it is probably going to be an off-tank matchup, probably Sigma's at that, and I think you might have been onto something with a protective ban there, because if Toronto protectively bans a support, then again, Vega can stay on his comfort heroes, and that will be perfect for the double flex lineup.
Big decisions being made. The difference? Well, some serious money. 400,000 and 1,000 club points goes to the winner, Toronto Ultra and Crazy Raccoon, the first one to score for their club. This is a very meaningful matchup and a huge battle here in map number 2, especially if you're Toronto Ultra. Last series, we saw it go, whoever picked the map, won the map. Whoever won map 1, though, has won every series that I've seen here on the stage.
Yes, when these series go long, that 7th map, being able to control the pick, it is so valuable. But again, Toronto Ultra, they have the ability to flex all throughout without changing roster. They can change tact at any point. We can't sleep on the flexibility of their tank player, someone. So no matter how down they are, they will never be out.
Underneath all that hair, chat, is one of the biggest brains down under. Hunter giving us his predictions. You can see there is not an empty seat in the Kadia Arena unless you're a VIP. And of course, we've got our map locked and loaded. We're going to Circuit Royale. This is going to be Escort. What do you need to do? Push the payload as far as you possibly can. But it's going to be tough with snipers like Merit and of course Lip on the other side in this map. We've got the Pharah ban, so they went with the DPS ban.
I like this Pharah ban here from Toronto Ultra. We've seen Heesang throughout the tournament causing massive trouble on the Pharah. A huge poke matchup taking place again and again, and this means that it'll be much more difficult for the Pharah to poke. Now, we see a Lucio ban coming out from Crazy Raccoon. I'm very surprised by this. I would have thought that, you know, maybe they were worried more about an Illari on the side of Vega, but they're going to let him have it, and they're going to try and avoid a Lucio comp.
Crazy Raccoon, happy to slow it down. Poke comps, no dive, yeah?
No dive whatsoever in this case, I'd say. Maybe, just maybe, Crazy Raccoon was scared of something a little bit SSG adjacent, you know, a little bit of Symmetra action. Someone is known for pulling out the Reinhardt in the clutch. So maybe they're trying to avoid that by banning out the Lucio. That's something that Vega's very comfortable on.
Is there a May potential from Toronto Ultra? We saw it in the past, Hunter, yes or no?
Probably not. With the Lucio going out, I don't think we'll see a May.
All right, we're keeping it simple. We're keeping it safe. We'll see the normal heroes here from both sides of the stage, I have a feeling. So let's talk about who has the most pressure as the map is loading up.
Toronto Ultra probably has all the pressure on them at this point. Crazy Raccoon, they know that this is a comfortable matchup for them. No matter the matchup, it's something where they're comfortable. So honestly, I think all of the pressure is on Toronto.
We're in the game. Let's send it up to our casters. Jaws, Mr. X, let's go to map 2.
Thank you very much, Pocket. Yeah, map number 2, Circuit Royale, and a ban from Crazy Raccoon, ban of the Lucio. I gotta say, I think that's probably just a protection ban for later on. That's what I got. I mean, maybe, yeah, I guess so, but I think you probably could have used something like Unger was talking about. So you get rid of the Sigma, you get rid of the Illari.
It's, it seems like obviously Vega definitely favors the Illari over like a Zen, right? And then the Zen is also obviously much riskier. If you're going to commit to that double flex, really make them do it.
TP, Lip, looking. Oh, not quite. I like that TP strat though. It avoids the enemy Widowmaker if they're peeking spawn.
We haven't seen this in a bit. Double sniper setup, right? So Widow Hanzo here. So with that far ban, they were talking about how that's kind of targeting, Heesang potentially. Is we haven't seen much far at all here from Ultra. So they'll bust out the double sniper. They're going to have a slight advantage here, Jack, in terms of burning down this Sigma shield now.
Yeah, I really like that. Puts a lot of pressure on someone. Does immediately get rocked as Crazy Raccoon near the first corner. Liv not even attempting to take that first shot, but oh boy, is he taking that second one. Vega already dead, but Merit trades it back.
Yes, Vega has to play aggressive right in the Illari, trying to put damage down, but gets hit with a headshot, Merit with another. That's both damage dealers gone.
How did he not get that kill?
I don't think it was charged up. I think he may have got 2.
1% more there. I think maybe that's a kill. That is an extremely aggressive peek there by Shu. Proper ego chow on Merit there.
Yeah, he is not worried. I mean, he drops the immortality field there towards the end. And fights, I don't think they want to give us this position, that's why.
Wow, that's a very early window from RuPaul. Lip in danger. Doesn't end up getting taken out. Vega with the double.
Yeah, I think they wanted to try and get this position back, right? I know Toronto Ultra ends up using the Ant Matrix, pushing them further back, getting control of that bridge there. It's something they didn't want to allow Crazy Raccoon to hold that space, hold that position, and then just move out from there.
Okay, well, we're closing in on 2 fluxes. Max only 10% away. See if this Hanzo can really be the difference maker. Sights opened up from Merit.
I don't think anyone's going to peek this too much, right? Not going to peek Merit with the walls, right? Already so good even without it, but you see that Ant Matrix, that fight win, it's allowed them to push up and take this space. It's going to be flux here from someone.
Oh, RuPaul's dead. Double Storm Arrow to the head from Heesang. There's almost no healing coming through now from Toronto Ultra. And Sugarfree's on the wrong side of the map there. Heesang with 2.
Yeah, that's 2 there for Heesang, and then more importantly, you're going to get this going again for Crazy Raccoon with literally no investment in terms of ultimates, right?
Good headshot there by Lib. Oh, Vega, though, beating him to the punch using that pylon as a little body block.
The pylon pretty strong, right?
It's pretty sick. No, someone's flux there going by the wayside, too. Didn't see that go off. 5 ults for Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, you see RuPaul there using the life grip in spawn to get somebody closer to spawn door, then get them out, see if they can maybe get a touch, but I mean, they're gonna get a touch. It's not gonna be a good one, though.
Dragons on the point, too. Yeah, not gonna be a good one at all. Both Sigmas eating the captive sun there. There's a slow bleed out from Toronto Ultra. As Crazy Raccoon secure that first point.
Decent hold, though, from Toronto Ultra, right? They get it very close to OT. Now, Crazy Raccoon, they will push up, take control of this area. They know that Merit's playing around this corner as Sugarfree now over to the Genji. So look at this. This is a little bit of an interesting matchup, right? Sugarfree goes Genji, and Heesang moves away from the Hanzo. Now we'll play an Echo in the sky.
We gotta stop peeking these Widows. We really gotta stop peeking them. Stick firmly behind your Sigma shield and you will be safe, because if Merit and Lip are on the field, no one, absolutely no one is getting away. Oh dear. Nice little flank there from Heesang. A lamp from RuPaul a little bit later than expected, but pretty heavy burst damage coming out from an Echo. Flux hits, Sugarfree in trouble. Same with RuPaul, who's just gonna get focused down. Those spheres just landing direct body shots there from Max. And now these kills, if they come in any later in the next couple of seconds, it's going to be disaster for this second point, because Crazy Raccoon, they are hot on the tail.
Yeah, and the payload is still moving here. It's going to be a nice immortality field here as Max is pushing up.
Yeah, good luck. Someone could touch, I mean, 0.8 meters, but there's no front line at all. Merit using the lamp to full effect. Even a window has been deployed. RuPaul does manage to kill Lip, but it's just coming down to the... Yeah, it's just coming down to the last stagger kills. Sugarfree eventually finished off. There's 3.5 minutes now for Crazy Raccoon to cap third.
Max and them just bullied someone and Vega into the corner there, and we're able to just put down so much damage, lock them in. You know, someone trying to fight out that with Vega. The immortality field comes out to just keep Max topped up. Nah, just kind of those staggers. What, it forces Merit to get on, contest the objective. Not exactly what you want with your Widowmaker diving in there head first.
Sight for Lip in about 10. Captive Sun, use Lip, dodging away. Hisang does take a headshot in the end, but someone is already dead. And Vega with an incredibly aggressive peek. 5 HP, gets healed up by RuPaul. No one can die here. Vega goes down, or if RuPaul, this is disaster. Oh, and they're going to force it too. There's the Flux, Captive Sun, everything laid on top there is Toronto Ultra. They're just getting scattered to the 4 winds here as Crazy Raccoon continue their assault on third.
Yeah, as soon as you said nobody can die, there was just lots of dying going on there, as it's going to be in for sight here for both Widowmakers. So Lip trying to seal this one away.
Ooh, good deflect.
It's going to be the someone Flux out of spawn. Doesn't really get anything.
Yeah, doesn't get anything at all. Max holding an off angle too. Hisang, triple support on the field, double Alari, a whole lot of summons and a whole lot of damage. A 2-minute time bank for Crazy Raccoons. I mean, this is an absurdly quick pace on this map. Normally it's OT, if that. Hard map to finish.
Oh, and it's such a statement as well, right? Where if Crazy Raccoon wins and they just look back at Ultra, it's like, all right, well, what do you want to do? We can beat you fast, we can beat you slow. We can ban a Lucio. Even
how would you like your eggs in the morning?
Yeah, exactly. How would you like your loss to look? Would you like the key put in the trophy or in the totem? What would you guys like?
We'll let you choose where your key is placed, because we win in this.
Oh, I got a feeling for Crazy Raccoon, if they come out on top, this Ultra key's going in there. That Falcons one as well.
Falcons for sure. Been their arch nemesis for a little while now. Oh, he's saying Venture on the defense.
Huh. Okay, so we've seen a decent amount of Venture throughout the tournament, right? Mostly in combination with like Sigma and Zarya-based compositions. So we'll see. Maybe it feels it's a little bit safer to access that backline. As compared to like a Tracer here, right?
Yeah, you can use that burrow to get away. Can be hard to lock the Venture down. Very slippery character.
Venture, they also like, obviously regen shields, right? So pretty tanky.
Yeah.
Well.
You don't even have to hit the shields. They end up just getting shields from using the abilities. Merit grapple shot.
Yeah, it's not like old Doom, right? Where you have to like connect or whatever. It's just like by doing.
Yeah. Just by doing things.
Just by hitting your buttons, you're gonna gain shields.
Exactly. There you go. Case in point. Sugar Free on the Genji, trying to match Hisang here. See if Merit can come up with any magic. I mean, Merit, Shy, and Lip have just been unbelievable. Some of the best duels I think we've seen in quite a while on this map over the last couple of days on the Widows. Insane highlight clips, put it that way.
That Lip just looking for Merit.
He's waiting.
Both these Widows just gonna have a little bit of a duel.
Oh, the Widow! Lip. The Widow shot going over his head as he connects one with Vega's.
Yeah, not exactly sure the idea there is to just use Vega as just a meat shield. But
like, hey, look at me! And then we got to get the kill onto Lip,
right,
is
guys,
the thing.
Here's the strat. I'm going to outburst around this corner, and then you peek at the same time. Not exactly sure that's the route.
Lip knowing these grapple spots. Like a true Widow player.
Toronto just trying to get around this first corner, open something up.
Sneaky beaky like here for Hisang.
He's behind the Widow.
Oh, gotta be careful. Drill dash, easy kill.
Goodbye.
Little burrow too. Could add insult to injury here. Yeah, that melee, you have to connect with the entire thing, but it does so much more damage than regular like quick melee.
Yeah, and he just lurks in a corner, and there's no way you're going to be able to keep Merit alive through that.
Yeah, I really like this, actually. Like, thinking about it more, you just have Hisang sit there. That's all you have to do, because Merit is then constantly, same with Vega, just constantly 180, right? Like,
yeah.
Where is Hisang?
He's going to, unless Merit, like, 180s, and just, like,
no-scope, boom.
Yeah, just, like, no-scopes him, right? Like, a little trick shot. Unless he lands one of those, he's going to get out with his life. Yeah,
there you go. Spurs away. Hisang is chilling. Sights available from Lip, Max, and Shu, and Chorong all have ultimates. It's current moment in time. Merit finally finding a pick. There it is. That's what you need. Captain Sun utilized though. Oh, and he's aiming for the Widow. Gonna make your job a little bit easier now, Lip. Nice little detonation there. Lip actually ends up going down in the end. Max dodging out of the way of the rock, but this Flux, oh, it's going to connect. Slamming Vega back down to earth and finding a kill, but unfortunately for Max, the rest of his team sent back to spawn.
Yeah, it is just Max at that moment in time as just about everybody else had fallen. You'll have Inversight here, and then you're also going to have your Venture ult, as this is a nano boost that goes on to Sugar Free, right? Sugar Free flexing over to the Genji here, showing some really nice plays.
Can always expect him on the Tracer and every other hero Sugar Free picks up, to be fair. There's sights for Lip. Only 60 seconds to go. This has been a slog. There's the Flux. Hits one. Max in a little bit of trouble here, but an instant shield and then a bit of extra healing coming through. Heesang dead, so it's a 4-on-5.
Yeah, I think that was actually an accretion that connected onto Heesang, and then they just finish him off after that as
this
is
blade
going to be a blade here from Sugar Free. Damage is done. That'll be Ultra with that first checkpoint.
There it is. Venom just been triggered there. 3 minutes to go, yeah. Max and someone doing a marvelous job in the Sigma head-to-head. You don't want to get rocked. The amount of burst damage from both sides is ridiculous. Oh, hello. Okay, Tectonic shock in the back. Sugar Free, you've outstayed your welcome, my son.
I mean, is that kind of worth, right? Just to
not anymore.
Trade here? Yeah, not anymore. Right now, you're even. It's Vega? Vega's kind of on a little bit of an off angle here.
Outburst, Captive Sun. Not going to test it.
I think they're waiting for Sugar Free to get back, as he's now over to Tracer here. Kind of counter the echo that we see Heesang bringing in.
There it is. Outburst, Captive Sun. Body shot lands onto Shu. Does manage to scurry to cover. Same with Lip, using that grapple to get out of the way. Merit aiming at the Tootsies there.
Yeah, Matrix potential here.
Oh, Shu again ends up going down at the hands of Sugar Free this time.
That's a nano on a Sugar Free.
Yeah, I mean, the guy's an absolute beast, but Lip is there to match him.
So you are getting good cart progress here for Toronto, right? This be a long-range Flux there.
Yeah, it does end up slamming people back down. Merit's the focus. Merit already with a kill. Make that 2. Lip in his sights as well. And that'll be Vega taking him out. Yep, and it's all on the Widowmakers. Classic Circuit Royale. As Merit opens up the fight and closes it out.
Yes, that was the Inversight there used by Merit. So Heesang will match the Tracer here of Sugar Free. Sugar Free was going crazy there.
Got it in there, didn't he?
Oh, that is sick.
Disgusting stuff from Merit. Playoffs Merit, well and truly in the server right now. See what I mean? Told you, don't go past the Sigma shield. You will die.
Man, and you know, even in map 1, I thought Toronto played well, right? It's just crazy Raccoon was playing, you know, on another level here. Yeah, I mean, it's Max just trying to fight for this position.
Well, Lip's already taken Vega out of the picture. Lamb comes in. But that nade on top, Max and Shu in a whole lot of danger right now, but Lip has killed your backline. So where'd you go now, someone? Yeah, I mean, I guess you can try and hold up here, but...
Yeah, and you'd lost both supports as well, right? But you're going to continue to move that payload as Merit takes out Chorong in a 1v1 battle on the opposite side of the map. So the payload will continue to move. Even if Toronto captures it, it will be a better time for Crazy Raccoon, though.
Inversight advantage for Crazy Raccoon. Probably don't want to use it until Toronto Ultra actually make a play, make a push. Merit now seeing that trace around from the Widowmaker. Whistling past his head, knows exactly, or like roughly, where Lip is.
This is a hard area of the map to push,
oh,
right? Sugar Free is off
Excuse
the
me?
side.
Well, you trade. Shu still willing to test it. Shu, yeah. Large cojones on him, that's for sure. Double support ultimate for Toronto Ultra. They're going to have to wait for Sugar Free to come back, though, Matt.
Oh, now you lose Vega, so you lose Sugar Free there, just kind of falling off the map or something. Now you lose Vega. This is going to be even more time off of the clock.
And it's even more time.
And you're going to have Inversight for both Widowmakers, right? So that's going to burn about, like, what, 10, 15 seconds or so? This is starting to look pretty good here for Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, and Heesang can... If he just connects this pulse bomb, that's going to be a force of a final fight. Toronto Ultra,
I mean, they have 5 ults and they're at the door.
Yeah, double sights. 2 ults off the board at least, 1 for each side. Merit being a bit cheeky. Pulse bomb thrown wide from Heesang.
Yeah, but they're going to have to walk into this Captive Sun, right?
They're having to use ult here. They're going to nano Sugar Free. It instantly gets rocked. 45 HP, no recall. Eventually gets it online as Shu ends up going down. Oh, a good melee kill there onto Max, who tried to use the Flux super far forward. Can Choron get a pick? No. Denied. 24 seconds to go now as Toronto Ultra make their way to the final point.
Yeah, this is going to be a captive Sun, though, from Choron coming out of the spawn, right? As it'll be a contest here.
Oh, no way. Oh, my word. The amount invested there onto Lip was exemplary. I mean, you're looking at another captive Sun. Can they get the connection? No. Choron ends up missing. A Pulse one doesn't end up connecting either, to be fair, as Max saved by the lamp coming through from Shu. And now someone in the 1v1 easily cleaning him up. There should be a completion of the map from Toronto Ultra. So Choron on the point, but he's got a whole lot to deal with as Sugar Free cleans up. 1 minute versus 3 on the side of Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, so the crowd still here heavily behind Toronto Ultra. So they will get 1 minute in the time bank. We'll throw another minute on the board here for Crazy Raccoon. But 3 minutes for Crazy Raccoon is like an eternity, man. This minute, it took a while for Toronto to even get things going. Now, once they did, they started to look much better, and they complete the map, which is huge.
Yeah, at least they, you know, that's the kind of thing you're saying to yourself, right? We got the map at least. We completed the round, all good. We get another chance. We didn't get halted, but you're not wrong. 3 minutes versus the singular, not exactly the situation you want to be in. Plus, with how these fights end up going too, Lip finds a pick. Okay, Merit maybe gets one. It's just slowly but surely you're just burning the time bank just on these single picks. And I mean, it's Vega a lot of the time. I wouldn't say Vega's out of position a lot. It's just Lip finding insane angles or like ridiculous grapple shots.
Yeah, well, I totally agree. So we'll see Crazy Raccoon on defense here at the start. They will not play the Venture. It looks like they're going to play the Echo here off the rip, as probably want to deny space around that corner for Merit to get anything going. Sugar Free as well here. Looks like this will probably be just a Sonic just to see what's going on. Then a swap potentially. No, Tracer, right? Tracer pretty good against the Echo. Yeah, you gotta play they're gonna play the Hanzo. So they're actually gonna match what we saw Crazy Raccoon play on their offense, right? So they'll have a slight advantage in terms of shield pressure now.
Yeah, as soon as you saw that shield go up, you saw there, just unleashes the Storm Arrows. Lip has to be a little bit more careful too. One of the only DPS can get a single headshot now.
Venomine gun.
Oh, Lip hitting the body shot there. That would have been a ridiculous flick if he managed to connect.
20 seconds left already.
Parlin doing a lot of work for Heesang. Doesn't really need to be healed at all, just needs to chill. 10 seconds to go. Lip still trying to find an opening pick, same with Merit. Grapple already used. Sticky bombs are flying past his face, but he needs an angle. They need something here.
It's a Max trying to deny that room there.
Heesang on this disgusting off angle too.
Yeah, they do find him though.
And the window for RuPaul. This will be the difference maker. They might not even need to use it, to be fair. There we go. Vega through the window. Kills Choron. Still going to deal with Lip on the high ground. Connecting with heads. No, not to be. Toronto Ultra capping first.
And that's huge because Choron was actually going to build that Captive Sun faster than Vega potentially had it when they turned the corner there. As now Ultra gets control of the payload and move their way through the second phase of the map. You have this dragon that just kind of like the turn push that could come through. As Heesang now will bust out a Genji of his own.
You could even just, if you really wanted to, you need to get as much meterage as possible. Flux into Dragon below, boom, they're going to insta-die. Oh, Lip, that's a good pick though. No more dragons available from Toronto Ultra. And Heesang on the flank. RuPaul knows. Captive Sun utilized. Oh, it got eaten by someone. Quite a far away, very slow moving ultimate. Now is the time to pounce it if you're Lip. He finds a nice angle, but they will disappear because they're already dead. Toronto Ultra halted.
So they get first point, right? That's massive, right? It can be pretty easy, especially with a Widow like Merit, to, put together some headshots and hold on first point. And they make it a pretty fair, decent way where they'll give themselves another opportunity there on that second checkpoint. As Heesang playing that off angle, that lamp, but maybe just a second too late there from Shu to try and keep him alive.
Boom, look at that. Good shot through the window from Vega. Another one too on Shu. Good stuff so far, but still 3 minutes to grapple with.
It's a lot of time.
It is.
So see, once the door opens up, the box of victory, you can kind of see it on your screen there, just around that first pylon. So this will be enough time for Toronto to get another fight on defense, as it will be the Defiant, the Ultra on defense. I will get that one swapped at the top of your screen, but they will play the Mei here at the start. So we do see Mei usually in combination with the Lucio, but the Lucio banned.
Just going to be double Alaris. With the Mei here, again, just kind of stalling as much time as possible. A little bit of a surprise tactic from Toronto Ultra. We'll see if Crazy Raccoon want to respond with anything. After seeing the Mei, Hisang was starting off on the Hanzo. But it looks like he just wants to go on the Genji. Okay, let's see how they end up doing this. Oh, you can see Hisang, top right of your screen right now, just trying to dash over onto this high ground.
And they're playing the Brig here as well, so the Brig can definitely brawl a little bit more with the Mei, right? Than like if you were playing that double flex backline. The Brig can also be good in combination with that Genji.
This is mad respect being paid right now by Toronto Ultra. They just want to play on this first corner. A bit more difficult, to be fair, with the Mei on the straight lines.
Yeah, you can get those walls, kind of section players off.
Yep.
That's the outburst that knocks Hisang back, but that's going to open things up.
Merit down, and now guess who's free in the back line? Oh, it's Hisang. No one can pay attention to him because they need to heal up the front. Oh, Vega, 1 HP. No chance there at all. Deflect from Hisang, just runs away as well. Crazy Raccoon. A little pause running all over Toronto Ultra. That's going to be first point here.
Yeah, and they're still going to have a good amount of time left. I was wondering if you maybe saw Sugar Free decide to change off of this Mei. They will continue on with the Mei in the mix. You probably got one more fight here that they're going to have to win. The bad thing for Toronto, right, is if they have to play aggressive, kind of get in their face, they're going to build this rally up. You're going to have, like, Flux rally. You're going to have a lot of good ultimates to use here for Crazy Raccoon.
You can deny so much space with this window. It's coming up so quick, 85%. Max ultimate, though, to be fair, a little bit quicker. Merit playing so scared right now. There it is. There's the Flux. Can it be interrupted? Someone... Dire straight right now, almost negative HP. Straight from the skies like the meteor that killed the dinosaurs. Merit disintegrated as Crazy Raccoon's just pushing on. There's the rally and the overwhelming amount of ults here. It's just too much to bear. Hisang once again shutting Vega down mid-ultimates as they find another map.
So they had dropped a map to Falcons, but other than that, they have been perfect. They remain perfect. A 2-0 lead here now for Crazy Raccoon. Now look, they've looked down Ultra like, all right, you know, we've slowed it down. We beat you there. We beat you fast in map number 1. You guys pick again. We'll do whatever you guys want to do. It's a big statement to make that they're able to win in any fashion.
And this team is just built different.
Yeah, I mean, they're just like, where is the weakness, right? I know, how do you kind of tilt the game in your favor? They kind of did there, slowing the game down. But I'd love to hear from Puckett and the analysts and what their thoughts about how Toronto Ultra can get back in the series.
Not only are the fans in the venue cheering for Toronto Ultra, so is the chat. Spam this Bronto for Toronto is in the chat over and over again. But Jake, no matter how much the fans want it to happen, Crazy Raccoon are in control.
This is just a different level of play. I think we're seeing the birth of a dynasty here. I think this is maybe the best team ever assembled in all of Overwatch. They just look untouchable. Merit just went Super Saiyan, and it was nothing.
All-star performance, right? You can't ask for a better performance from your sniper. On the other side, what is Crazy Raccoon bringing to the table here?
What aren't they bringing to the table? Like you said, even when Merit's going crazy, everybody is giving individual contributions. We saw the Venture there with a lot of value, honestly, at the start of that map, denying space, flanking into their backline, getting solo kills. Everybody, like Jake said, this is a dynasty. The expectations for everybody, even for Toronto themselves, Sugar Free went up on that stage and said, yeah, I'd like to get a map.
I mean,
that's the bar.
A pretty realistic expectation at this point, because anything more seems like a reach. honestly, like, look at Heesung. He's playing musical heroes every single fight, counter-swapping to cut out Sugar Free again and again. It honestly seems like a borderline unwinnable matchup for the Ultra guys.
So if you're looking as a coach, Circuit Royale was your best map, arguably, in the previous series in the semifinals. Where else can you dig deep here, Jake?
I mean, I think that was their strongest punch, right? You take it to a map where Merit is king. The Widowmakers often just decide the game on Circle Royale, and Merit just gave you everything you could ever ask for. Like, almost impossible to do more on that map on Widowmaker. He looks like a god, even against one of the best teams in the world, but the punchback is overwhelming, right? It's not just Lip. When Lip falters in the Widow duel, it's Heesung cutting up the backline. It's the support. Shu makes no mistakes on Baptiste. And then even the Sigma duel is going Max's way. This team, I don't think there's weaknesses, frankly, on Crazy Raccoon. I think what we need is for another player to step up alongside Merit. Merit needs to do that again, which is ridiculous for one, but we need that from Sugar Free. We need that from Vega, right? We need that follow-up from Toronto Ultra, but it's asking so much.
They are shutting down Sugar Free so far. How does he heat up? What can you do to enable this Tracer?
I think you keep the script the same. I think you take it to Midtown, you put him on the Tracer, you hope that maybe you get that Tracer Pharah matchup that we saw earlier in the semifinal where Sugar Free was able to run the server and able to claim the space because there was a Sky character with the Pharah. So yeah, I think you take it to Midtown. I think the script stays the same for Toronto Ultra. I don't think you can really change anything. Like Jake said, this is the strongest punch they had. And I think Midtown is just about the same in terms of the strength, so I think you throw another one.
Can we go ahead and just give props to EWC for those bomber jackets that Kasaurus is rocking? You may not win this series, but you got some sick swag to bring home.
Yeah, no, you get to take home an incredible personalized jacket. You get to customize it a little bit too. I mean, EWC has done a wonderful job of giving you everything that you could possibly ask for as a competitor.
We have the map officially in. Do you guys want to take a guess?
I'm going to say we're going to go to a Winston Dive map. I think that's the next look for Toronto Defiant. I know that's crazy going up against Shu and Chorong, but I fear that this double flex sport comp is just too dominant from Crazy Raccoon.
I think you just have to stick with your guns. I think you have to play double flex, and I want to see Midtown.
Midtown. Go ahead.
I think I'm with Jake on this one, to be honest. I think that, you know, 2 maps of Sigma, it's time to switch it up.
You guys are wrong. We're going to New Junk City. Did you see that one coming? Flashpoint for map number 3. Hunter, what does this tell you from a coach's perspective?
You know, I'm thinking if we're on New Junk City, we could be seeing something of a rush matchup. We saw Junbin out on the Junker Queen on Lijiang, and we know that he loves to play a few of the rush heroes as well. Maybe we could be seeing a more aggressive rush matchup here instead of something where Winston is viable or Sigma is viable.
Do you like to see the U-turn here out of Toronto Ultra?
Yeah, Felix's interview might actually come true now. The rush might actually be coming out from Toronto here. Yeah, I think if you don't want to continue with your normal strongest punches in the Sigma Alari comp, yeah, I think you need to speed it up. You need to get in their face, play something unusual.
Jake, we haven't seen this map in 2 days. So for the new viewers tuning in here, what should they know about New Junk City? What works on this game mode?
Almost everyone plays fast comps. They play rush or they play dive. But the last time we saw Toronto come out here against OALGD, they played the Sigma. They played the Alari. This might be a bit of trickery from them, maybe trying to bait Crazy Raccoon into a conventional fast style, a rush style, a dive, and then have their own Sigma come out, believing that that is the stronger comp. You mentioned this backstage, Hunter, but if you can get Junbin out into the lineup, put Crazy Raccoons in a spot where they're committed to playing fast, and then maybe sneak in a Sigma on an unconventional map, that could be a different way to shake up the series.
All right, I have my eyes on Sugar Free for Toronto Ultra. I need to see him get back to fragging out like he was in the semifinals. But if we are going to be looking for an MVP after 2 maps from Crazy Raccoon, McGravy, is there one of the 5 you can call out?
I'm going to stick with what I said earlier. I think it's Heesung.
Heesung? Okay.
Absolutely able to shut down Sugar Free like we've been saying. Lenny time hasn't been like it's been earlier. He hasn't been as effective as the series before. Heesung's been pointing out all kinds of characters, the Echo, the Tracer, the Pharah, the Venture. He's played just about everything. You have to love it.
I love the Venture pick. That may be the most fun hero to watch. They are causing problems. Hunter, thoughts here as we enter New Junk City?
Yeah, I think we're very much looking to see Sugar Free step up here. Same goes for Vega. He's had a rather quiet series as well. These two really need to step it up to Merit's level if they actually want to be able to take a map here.
Crazy Raccoon are halfway to first place, 1,000 points in the club championship, and $400,000 as a squad. On the other side, Toronto Ultra guaranteed 160 grand. But you know they are hungry for at least a map win. It's their pick once again. They get the first hero ban, and they say no diva.
think this is, you know, wanting to get Junbin into the server, right? Banning D.Va, one of Max's best heroes. This further pushes Crazy Raccoon towards Junbin's hero. And the counterpunch is Yari. So that's what we saw last time for Toronto Ultra. We'll need to see a new look. Maybe the Brig from Vega could be just what they need, though, right? Slow things down, keep people alive. I feel like it's hard to get greedy against a team as aggressive as Crazy Raccoon.
And you can see the subs. Junbin is back in. Max will be on the bench. Crazy Raccoon showing everybody in this series.
Yeah, I think for Toronto, I like to see the Sigma Bat Brig, like Jake said, really slow it down. I almost think you kind of want to bait Junbin into playing the Winston. This isn't the traditional Winston map. It's very flat. So if you play the Winston on a Brig, you don't really have the speed that you need on this map.
McGravy, we got to send it to the venue. We got Milosh live with the fans. What's going on, guys?
Yes, gentlemen, you've heard it from the analyst desk. You're going to hear it from the casters in a bit, but I want to hear it from the Qadiyah Arena here in Riyadh. Are we ready? We're going to have to hear it because this seems like more of a house divided, if anything. Do we have any Crazy Raccoon fans? Any Toronto Ultra fans? It's a lot of booing, a lot of screaming on the other side. One more time, Crazy Raccoon fans! Toronto Ultra! And it's always difficult to stand in the middle of everybody that are booing or screaming on the other side. I really want everybody to give me from the bottom of your heart. Min qalbkun, I want your biggest scream. Are you ready? There's nothing like Championship Sunday. Our crowd is hyped up. So, let's get this game on the way!
The crowd pretty divided there, Matt, but the series is only going one way right now, and it is Crazy Raccoon. They're in the lead 2-0 as we head over to New Junk City.
Yeah, we're in Championship Monday at this point. I mean, we're championship. It's a new one there. No, we are going late night here. That best of 7 between Zeta and Ultra sent this one deep into the night. But Crazy Raccoon, they're trying to get out of here fast, right? Up 2-0 in the series. They have dropped one map throughout all of groups, throughout all of playoffs. Look at this. So the desk, they were talking a little bit about it. Fearless, mentioning maybe the rush here from NA. Seems like they're kind of falling back to something that we've seen for a reasonably long time, whether it be in the OWCS or, even teams try it here. Maga-based compositions, right? Maga changes a little bit with some of the new tank stuff going on. Not exactly the strongest, but Ultra will try and bring it out.
Ooh.
Soldier.
We're seeing Soldier again, yeah.
We saw Seeker run this during this event, but really we have not seen much 76.
We saw on Busan Sanctuary a little bit.
Yeah, good at taking off angles. You see right there, putting damage on Sugar Free. Gets him quite weak, just pumping out consistent damage.
Oh, that's not good.
No.
Maybe it is Lenny time. Nice little first blood there from Sugar Free. Moving his unit. That's ideally what you do in this comp, right? And I really like the Pharah with the Mauga. Oh, okay, not when you get taken out like that, but you gain so much health back when you pop that cardiac overdrive, but unfortunately, Shu's anti-nade connects directly with RuPaul.
So here's the issue for Toronto Ultra, is their comp wants to just run players down and just collapse on them. Who are you doing that to on Crazy Raccoon, right? Shu can play at such a distance. Lip and Heesang on the 76 and Tracer can kind of play alone. Same with, obviously, the Lucio and the ball. There's just not a clear target. That's a bio-nade into the spawn there, and then Lip just takes out Vega.
Easy does it. Really pushing Toronto Ultra to their limits right now. Yeah, even forcing Merit to quickly switch to Widow to try and find a pick. Let's go quickly switch back to Venture again.
Which I don't really think we've seen a ton of Merit on the Venture.
Not really.
But this is more of like a double down on getting aggressive into the backline. And I'm like, who? Like, who is the target here? Like, to try and, capture Shu, I mean, he can play so safely at a distance.
They got so many ults coming up too. Nano Visor, I mean, Pulse, like, it's going to be rough for Toronto Ultra to almost wholesale comp swap. Sugar Free going pretty low, forced to recall already. Look at that, just the harassment coming through from Jumbo is just too much to bear. There's the Visor, pop with the Nano. Everybody's dead.
They're
Last
trying
point.
to make a play for Shu, but I mean, they just get, Chorong right there and Lip just putting down damage. That is the first flashpoint done here. Then Nanovisor seals the deal and now what? You're going to be kind of like marching on in here, potentially just walking directly into a minefield as not the best situation here for Ultra yet again.
Yeah, unfortunately, it was a kind of a dismal first attack from Toronto. I mean, someone's got, 25% towards the cage, but again, like you said, it's all about locking a single person down, and Chorong and Shu are just permanently together. There's a small little duo in the back line. I mean, look at that, how far he's playing away. It's absurd.
Yes, Ultra get control here early on up in the high ground. That's actually Vega taking a chunk of damage, getting quite low. So they'll have to jump on down. This will be the minefield.
Yeah, minefield on high ground. I'm sure a couple landed on the point eventually. As Shu just helping Chorong getting into a position maybe where he can help the team with the sound barrier. Here comes the rush. Good first pick, though, from Junbin.
And this is during Kitsune Rush. This is actually with the rush going. So RuPaul gets into the back lane there with someone and gets two. But is it enough to make their way back to the point? They will get rid of Junbin here.
Yeah, look at him spin. Yeah, eventually they get rid of him. Well, Heesang still finding kills somehow.
You have sound barrier here, and Chorong was lurking, so not going to end up using it. He will fall, but Heesang still lurking around as this will be the point flipping now to Ultra.
Yeah, now the danger really poses itself in someone's cage. Crazy Raccoon are going to have to move in at some sort of angle. Junbin now on the Queen.
Yeah, they're going to play the Queen. So a lot of people have tried this, like the Queen into the Maga, right? This is going to be the case right here.
Well, Chorong has got the sound barrier. It will be a three-man, but the stick is good from Sugarfree. A whole heap of damage as he gets to the point. Make sure it doesn't get capped. Cage pulse. Easy as you like. Toronto Ultra, hold for now.
And we really haven't seen much success with, like, Queen, like, battling with the Maga, like, up close, right? As Junbin will play a Maga of his own. It looks like potentially getting closer to a mirror matchup. Maybe you're just holding on to Shu on the Ana to get this Nano.
75% of building. Going through the small corridors is normally a disaster, but with Shu, if someone does want to make a play with the nade, it could be rather tough. Merit anti. Little slam from Junbin there, maybe to try and split the team. Yeah, Vega knocked up briefly, quickly taken out by Shu as Junbin rotates to the point. Left his backline completely alone to defend themselves. Chorong has got a mean fist on him and takes out RuPaul, but can they do anything else?
Yeah, someone needed to go on and get a touch, and that was Junbin. He's saying, trying to put pressure onto Sugarfree. Seal make his way back to the point. Is Toronto at 99? The Crazy Raccoon now. Look at this, Jack. They're going to have this Nano to use here. You can, Nano Lip. You can Nano Junbin, right? A few different options. We also seen, like, Nano Tracers throughout this as well.
I mean, some of the time on Toronto Ultra side, they're just nanoing Sugarfree, just sending them in. Hopefully you can find a one clip. Very doable. Junbin charging in. Look how low someone is already. Pots cardiac overdrive, but Merit. Oh, antied. Even in the high noon, you're not surviving that, unfortunately. I mean, slow bleed out from Toronto Ultra. It just feels like Crazy Raccoon just have them beat on every level at this current moment in time.
Yeah, that's the Nano onto the Maga there as he goes in with a big old stomp. And
sorry, I'm assuming RuPaul is switching because that is an aggro rush from RuPaul.
Yeah, I think
the Ana.
Maybe play the Ana here.
But even then, I don't know if I like throwing ults out like that, because when you change, you still retain some of the ult charge, so...
Yeah, well...
No, RuPaul's sticking.
At least for now, looks like we're holding on here, so... Maybe you were using that to try and get them to kind of invest something else into that?
Maybe, yeah.
Maybe see if they, like, end up using the cage or something along those lines, but that is a Kitsune Rush that goes for nothing.
Absolutely nothing. Hisu spotting the rotation, calling it out. Rosmero just moves on in, just checking his sidelines, checking his wing mirrors. As that high noon just connects with RuPaul's dome. Toronto Ultra, I mean, it's trades all about the place, but it feels like Crazy Raccoon, that is where they excel in these trades. Oh, the cage! Run, Merit, run! Here in Vega on a little roundabout right now. They pop the beat. It's only a two-man, of course, but I'm not sure Merit is going to be long for this world. A charge in, and Merit, he's still dancing.
Junbin's still firing, though.
His shoes have a couple of holes in them now, sadly.
Yeah, and they get those 2 kills so late, and nobody else really able to make it back from Ultra. you're going to get a little good amount of percentage off of this. Chorong also ends up holding on to his sound barrier, so he's there at the time because RuPaul ended up using the Kitsune Rush the previous fight. You have double support ult here for Crazy Raccoon. I mean, you were set up in a great spot.
Maxing, relaxing, chilling, vibing, all of the above. Not sure you want to beat into them, but knowing that someone has the cage, or Raccoons probably have a decent idea. He's on with the stick. Oh my word. Little teleport away there, or a Suzu coming through, I'd imagine.
The longer this kind of gets stalled out, the worse it is for Ultra.
Mauga comp moment. You just look at each other for about 6 years. They do end up capping the point with the help of that. Oh, what a flick from Merit. All right, cage comes through. Sound barrier in response from Crazy Raccoon. Same with the rush. Merit's hightailing out of there. Same with the rest of Toronto Ultra, but can they actually contest with this point?
I don't think they're going to be able to. I think this is going to be an Ultra fight win. Yeah, I think that
they're backing up, Matt.
Even, you know, using both of those support ults on top of each other, they're not able to kind of hold on there. So Crazy Raccoon, you'll lose your Lucio in your Mauga. You will be forced to back up.
You're in good stead, though. I mean, Toronto Ultra, double support ultimates coming up.
Yeah, now they have an advantage, right? I think for Crazy Raccoon, like, can you take a fight fast? Lip with a Deadeye. Junbin will also end up with a cage for this next one. So Merit was starting to come alive in the casting, right? Some of those shots were nuts.
See what Lip can do with this high noon. Look at that, though. Unrelenting aggression from Toronto Ultra. You just got to rip it. You know Crazy Raccoon can't come back now, so that's at least a point on the board.
This might be a go again here for Crazy Raccoon. They will give up the point as Ultra getting closer into this one. Chorong throwing his body on the point there. That's actually going to give them a little bit more time to actually rotate over and get positioned first. Just that brief second. Then he's on Lucio, right? So he's going to get back there in a second. So this will be a fast rotation there for Crazy Raccoon. You see how close they are already as Toronto has to truck it across the entire map.
Shu changing up for this point as well, going to the BAP. I really like BAP on this point. The high grounds here are so important to maintain.
It makes it harder to heal Heesang, right? But I think it's just overall probably a net positive.
Sound barrier for Vega 2. They end up just wrapping on Crazy Raccoon. Just trying to feel out the situation currently. Crazy Raccoon wiser to it, though. Oh, double heady there from Merit yet again. Oh, he boops him out of the lamp. Perfectly played from someone. Merit's aim is crispy as ever. 180's trying to kill Heesang, lands one shot. Sugar Free follows it up. The assist coming through for the Farah. And there we go, Ultra on the board.
The Merit aim is sick. Able to just kind of like do like such a fast turn and fast flick and able to locate the head there. Is, you know, he's trying to single-handedly kind of bring Toronto Ultra back into this series. This feels like a must-win map now, Jack.
They've got to get somewhere in this series. Might as well start it here. Rotation, amp speed from Chorong. Uh-oh. This cage is going to be quite the nuisance for Toronto Ultra. I mean, look where Heesang's playing. It's just cheating at this point. Nice direct there onto Sugar Free. Taking aim once again is a return cage coming through from someone. Jumbin, caught unawares, ends up getting melted by someone. And hey, look at that. Toronto Ultra win another fight.
Yeah, they may be able to just kind of combo a few points together here, as you saw there from Shu's POV, his face, you know, just a little bit
not happy about it.
Wondering what is going on at the moment, as the beat from Vega was good there, ends up, you know, keeping players alive through that cage that comes through.
Very aggressive push there from Sugar Free. Smart from Lip to kind of suss him out. 99%, yeah, they got a touch. Oh, nice direct. Heesang in trouble. Here's the return direct. Oh, but the Heesang back-to-back rocket. Oh, and now someone is in the danger zone. Ideally, don't use any ults here if you're Crazy Raccoon. You're not going to need to. They're so veteran at this point. Team for the stars. They're not going to make simple mistakes like that.
And I think having the Tracer in here, this is going to allow Crazy Raccoon to play even more aggressive, right? That's the style of play that's really been working for them, specifically here against Ultra, right? Playing that fast style of play. No, it worked when they slowed it down, but I think where you've kind of seen the biggest gap is when they really amp the pace. Look, they're in a great opportunity to do this here, right? You have speed boost with a rocket barrage around the corner with a sound barrier. You have an opportunity to get another fight.
Wonder how effective this barrage is going to be. They're running into a barrage from Heesang. Oh, right on top. Heesang's already killed Merit, but a good sound barrier from Chorong. Perfectly timed. Main support extraordinaire there for Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, it was a good immortality field there for Shu as well. That was going on when Heesang was using the rocket barrage. Just Sugar Free over to Tracer here. Now it's his turn to just try and move into the point, get a touch.
I really like this forward aggression from Crazy Raccoon. I don't see a lot of teams doing it. You can see Lip on the sidelines as well, harassing the back line. He's got a pulse bomb in his back pocket. Force Toronto Ultra to walk through you. There's the rush. Oh, Suzu missed. Someone is super low. Has to 180, like rotate to the rest of his team. Sound Barrier comes in, doesn't hit the Mauga as the window's put to good effect there by Crazy Raccoon. Shu falling is not great, but Lip is still alive and well on the point. Oh, he's still killing too. Someone's going to get pushed off, and this might just be the Mat. Crazy Raccoon. They're going to throw down the cage, throw down the gauntlet here in the finals. That's match point. I mean, Matt, it's all Crazy Raccoon. Lip MVP, absolutely so far this tournament. Can't agree more.
I mean, one map away is Crazy Raccoon from the Overwatch 2 EWC Championship. You know, Jack, it just feels like maybe it's inevitable at this point. This is a team that has won just through basically every game with perfection. They dropped one map. That was earlier today to Falcons. Other than that, I mean, dominance against ENCE 4-0. They beat Ultra 3-0 in groups. They beat Gaming Gladiators 3-0. They beat Rock Esports 3-0. Just crazy performance here right now.
It's just dominance.
Even if they dropped like 2 maps, it would still be one of the best runs at an Overwatch event that we've seen from any team.
Yeah, pure dominance. Of course, they lost to Falcons once, shrugged it off, won the finals in Dallas. Like, this team is built from the ground up to be one of the best teams ever to touch Overwatch. Let's jump down to the studio, though. We'll see if there's any hope here for Toronto.
Welcome to the best-looking group of analysts you'll find at EWC. We got Jake McGravy and Unter joining us from Down Under, and we just saw another beatdown. The good news is, Jake, North America got a point.
They capped the point.
They capped one.
You are right.
They got one.
The point.
They got one. The other team got 3, though, so let's start with Crazy Raccoon. I first want to start off and just say, that backline is so good, so clutch. How many times did they keep their squad up when they should have lost?
It's a countless number of times. This is the best backline in the world, and I don't even think it's close. I think Shu right now is the best flex support in the world, and I think Charong is the best main support in the world. Charong is flexible. He's strong on the traditional main support heroes, and Shu he's easily the best Ana, not just flex support. He has all the heroes locked down. He's good at everything. I mean, I just don't know how you beat these guys.
Unter, Jake was over here spewing some North American hopium. You shut him down. What were you expecting to see as this game rolled on?
I mean, I feel like the writing is on the wall at this point. It gets close sometimes, but every single time, Crazy Raccoon, they're ready to clutch it out. It looks like the point is about to go one way for Toronto Ultra, and suddenly Lip is on the Tracer. He gets the clutch touch, and then it's all turned around. The retake happens for Crazy Raccoon, and we've seen this so many times throughout the tournament. Their backs are to the wall, it looks unwinnable, and they do it again.
That was so fun to watch. You saw the teamwork still coming in. They're not giving up on Toronto Ultra's side, but they simply look outclassed. This Crazy Raccoon crew is really bringing it to Toronto Ultra.
Yeah, you still have to give credit to Toronto Ultra here for still trying. They have to feel the overwhelming pressure of this series. I'm sure they're exhausted at this point. It's super late. They've played so many games of Overwatch. Merit in particular is still pounding. He has no mental strength left, and he is still just dominating on the hit scan. You have to give a lot of credit to Merit.
Jake, you may be the biggest Merit fan in Riyadh right now, so tell me about this guy, and how does he stay locked amongst this chaos, amongst these 3 defeats back to back to back?
I think Merit is just a guy, he's born for the big stage. In this moment, right, it's been such a long day. He's had this long, drawn-out battle just to get here to the finals. And even with his team getting, frankly, crushed in this series, he is that guy. He is out there popping heads. Crazy Raccoon are feeling that too. I mean, you've got to put respect on Merit. I've seen some initiations from Crazy Raccoon. They're dumping ults onto Merit. Get that guy off the server. He scares me. Once he's gone, we can rest. We can get the cleanup. We don't need too much. But, I mean, come on. For Merit, I think, honestly, his performance in a way is more impressive than anyone else on the server. I know they're losing, but to be that one guy standing against the wind when everything is against you, it feels like there's nothing you can do, and he just keeps delivering.
We're going back to Runasapi, it looks like. And do you like this pick from Toronto Ultra? This might be all over here at the end of this one. Crazy Raccoon, one map away from taking our title.
I like the Runasapi pick. You know, just to sing Merit's praises, again, he is the one willing the team across the finish line. He is the one opening up fights, closing fights. He is the only one contributing to the wins here for Toronto Ultra. And Runasapi, as we've seen throughout the tournament, it's a great hit scan map. He can play the Cassidy, he can play the Ashe. There is a very real chance that Merit can control the game here on Runasapi.
Kadia Arena, lock in for what could be the final map of the tournament. Crazy Raccoon, a ridiculous run, only one map loss the entirety of the event, and they are just moments away from putting their key in that trophy. Toronto Ultra down 3 maps, has to win 4 straight. They're gonna ban Lucio. Will it matter, Jake?
This does slow down some of the aggression that we've seen out of Junbin. Make a little bit more space and time for players like Merit to work. I like this play. Crazy Raccoon banned the Malga. You know, they're not interested in this overwhelming deathball team play. I think it's harder to differentiate yourselves with the individual skill. But I like this. Sugar Free still smiling.
Right.
If Sugar Free can get back on the Tracer, lock it in, right? That's been his best hero all tournament. If he can match Merit, they could make magic happen here on Runasapi.
Runasapi, final battleground potentially, as Crazy Raccoons seem unbeatable unless that man can take over the game. Keep your eyes on Merit from Toronto Ultra as we send it up to Jaws and Mr. X. Let's get it going.
Runasapi, Matt, it was the only map that Crazy Raccoons have lost this entire tournament.
Yeah,
that was the Falcons.
And what's interesting is on that map that they end up losing to Falcons, Crazy Raccoon bans the Lucio. So this time Toronto Ultra just gets rid of the Lucio straight away. Crazy Raccoons ban actually Falcons was with the Ashe. So they want to get that Mog out of there. Don't want to play that rush mirror type of style. They will go back. This, you know, the Ana Brig is a really strong backline, right? Ultra doesn't really want to play it, but it seems to be, you know, one of the best combos I think you can get. Like, you know, maybe not exactly the ball. Maybe you want to play like a Diva or a Sigma with it, but interesting that we have a Bastion play here now.
Bastion Sombra. Oh, they've been cooking. This is not exactly something we've seen a whole lot of. In fact, 0.
I mean, this is what, hack the ball?
Yeah, hack the ball, hit shift on Bastion.
Yeah,
and just,
there's a hack on the Junbin, and they get an Onanate on him, but finish him off.
Okay. I'm listening, Toronto. I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Well, doesn't it feel like you can just go Diva, potentially?
Well, I mean, this Bastion pick's a little bit unorthodox, but maybe they've got something to say and maybe let us into why they picked it. Let's go for a listening.
Curie. Where are one? He's in our spawn, I'm trying to kill him.
Look at him.
I'm touching now, John. I'm playing middle mirror. Yeah.
Bro, I can't see him.
I can't kill him. He's low. I'm back up.
He's out.
Try me, him, Kinja.
Yeah, I go back top.
Sure. Try Nico. Coming. Chill, Nico. I need care. We're all well. Okay. Yeah, I tried to act him. Fair. Front. Loading.
No.
Trade me. Kiddo.
I'm pushing.
Yeah. On here. I need camera. Doom. Fair one. Doom one. Come in. Trailer. Yeah, I'm okay.
Another one.
Got him. Yeah, I can carry soon.
Nice.
These balls. You're leaving the word? Actually, go Nina Best.
One map.
Make a placement if they go to you, I'll Nina you. He's like Genji now.
Okay.
Our Bastion and Larry placement, whoever they jump to, I'll Nina, okay?
Wow, I'm right.
I'm just gonna hack him when he goes in.
Plan for this next dive. They got a checkpoint though, Matt.
Yeah, whoever gets Dome is going to get the benefits of this Nano, so we'll see this from RuPaul's POV. Is vibe still high there for Toronto. Seems like just get a map. That's kind of the goal here.
Oh, Nano on the Alari. I like what I'm seeing.
And he slept Junbin as well.
Vega kept alive. Junbin dead.
And that was the Nano used from Crazy Raccoon.
Oh, good shots from Vega. Oh, the Bastion ult as well to kill Choron. Hey, they're still moving the payload. They got checkpoint. Crazy Raccoon. Not sure they expected Sugar Free on the Sombra and Merit Bastion, to be honest with you.
No, probably did not scrim too much against this or have seen too much of this, as this feels like it's like a direct counter to like the ball type of stuff that they were trying to do.
Oh, okay, good start. Here we go. Flipping this one on his head, maybe. RuPaul and Merit down. All right, okay. Tempo shift for Crazy Raccoons.
Yeah, you'll have EMP, though, available here for Ultra coming up next, right? EMP plus Flux. And you should be able to kind of contest this once you get back towards mid-map, and that's already the checkpoint. So Ultra put themselves in a fantastic spot.
Yeah, Merit onto the Cassidy, no more Bastion, no more surprise tactics. Although Heesang going down first isn't a great start. Can actually just go in here with a Flux. Sugar-free, nice hack on to the Doom. However, the cleanse is going to help him survive, at least for a brief moment.
Yeah, they don't end up burning the EMP, right? Just the solo hack. Just see that Junbin's up in the sky. Decide to hold on to that EMP for another day as the bot will move now deeper back into Crazy Raccoon territory as we'll see Junbin pick up the Winston.
Just cycling heroes at the moment, just trying to find something that actually works. EMP is going to be devastating. Look, straight in, over the top. Hello, goodbye, Chorong. Nothing Junbin or Chorong could do about that. They knew they had to get that EMP out at some point. Any kind of small kill will be great, but Vega, a crack shot as he is, and they're just going to extend their lead over 100 meters now.
Yeah, you won't have speed here for RuPaul to get back, same with Merit, so just be 3 players up here for Ultra as they just get the bot closer and closer towards the end of the map. The bit of a surprise here, but Ultra will be able to get their first map on the board.
Nano boost. Junbin set up for success. Heesang dicing with death too. And a few more seconds on that recall. We'll see how they want to end up positioning here. Nade into the background. Doesn't end up hitting anybody. Oh, the hack! He can't apply the nano. Nice sleep still, though, from Shoot. He's still one of the very best, but still taken down by someone in the end. Merit versus Lip, and Lip hightailing it out of there. Doesn't want any of this smoke.
Yeah, that was supposed to be a nano, though, that goes on to Junbin that they don't actually connect with. As Junbin just dives into the back line. A little bit of a surprise, doesn't get the benefits of the nano. Does get one, though. The bot's going to move into Toronto Ultra territory here as Crazy Raccoon puts some kills together yet again.
A little bit more normalcy now. Okay, we're chilling. Still sugar-free on the Sombra. I'm curious if he's going to switch off after this next EMP. He's 50% to the way there.
Yeah, I mean, well, you would switch off your play Tracer potentially,
Yeah.
but it feels like they've been able to use this Sombra to easily, set up targets, right? Who you're going to attack. It feels like they've done a nice job collapsing onto those targets.
It's weird, you're just playing Sombra in like the mid-range at the moment because you can't go any crazy off angles anymore, and of course against the Winston, going to be a little bit worse for wear as well. All right, there's the successful Nano engage. Lip with a crack headshot on to Vega. Good sleep from RuPaul, but this checkpoint is closing in here for Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, I think you're going to get checkpoint. Saw Junbin pushes up, just trying to finish this kill off on RuPaul. Also has the Primal, not going to have to use it. This next fight, though, is going to be tough, right? Crazy Raccoon making a comeback here. You're going to have Rally and Primal for them. Nothing really available at the moment here for Ultra.
Yeah, this Rally too. Save it for the next fight, potentially. Just send Junbin in with the Primal Rage. Just contest this high ground. Closing on the EMP, 5% away.
Yeah, you're giving up more progress, though. And
Merit.
you lose Merit. So now you're going to gain even more progress out of this. They don't exactly think Ultra wants to fight. You may end up actually, kind of getting close to giving up a lead.
They could nano someone in, I guess, after the EMP. I mean, it lands. Nano is actually on Vega, of all people.
The rally's going.
The rally is going. Sugar-free, someone dead. I mean, Vega. I mean, Nano Alari. It looks pretty sick, and it sounds pretty sick too, but unfortunately, slain quickly by Junbin in his Primal Rage. That unbelievable lead from Toronto Ultra shrinking by the second.
3 minutes basically still on the clock as well. They're going to have a nano here for Junbin yet again, so the cycling of the ultimate's so good here for Crazy Raccoon. So Lip getting back in the fight here. You're going to have a Bob as well.
Oh, nice nade onto Shoot. Look at that. 24 HP. Chorong to the rescue. Primal Rage for someone. Popped. He's looking for a kill, and he's looking at Junbin. Popped him on that little mini health pack. That's all the health you were going to get because your supports are busy dealing with the rest of my team.
Well, he also gets knocked out of the way, Junbin, so you're not actually able to give him the benefits of that nano. So it gets kind of blocked out of the line of sight of Shoot. So the bot going to move back around. They'll get jumping back to this fight rather quickly. I think they want to take an early fight to try and end up taking the lead on that next push.
There's 2 minutes to go. Can Vega open this one up? They've still got
so
lead.
Careful not to get picked.
Yeah, they can still play around this. Make Crazy Raccoon use ultimates. Can't really get a reset in though, just where the bot actually is. Captive Sun ends up missing. A little pylon to assist you, but oh, you're matching up against one of the very best. Yep, an easy kill for Lip, even if he did miss a couple of shots at the very beginning. And oh my goodness, Matt, this lead that Toronto Ultra had, like sand slipping through their fingers, it's not going well. They're going to have to get a quick reset, Matt, but they got nothing in the tank.
Yeah, the nano was used there from Shu onto Junbin, pushes him into the back line. You're going to end up getting rally if this fight goes, pretty long, which we expected to do. One fight away here for Crazy Raccoon to make a crazy comeback.
True to their namesake, most definitely. Bob comes in. Oh, that bot is going to have to be perma-contested. It's only a couple of meters away. Luckily for Merit, I think that Bob was actually tagging the payload too.
Oh, they lose someone. I thought they were going to hightail it out of there, and I think they were because they end up losing Chorong, as this is going to have them forced to use this nano, so you're just going to back out.
Desperation nano, another good sleep. Still buys them time though, Matt. That's the important thing. They have the lead.
So they do get heat.
But they're still in it.
On the exit.
What? They're still in it.
Oh, man.
Long-range Bione from Shu takes down Sugar Free.
There's no way you can lose like this, right? I mean, you're going to have Primal and Nano.
They've got Rally too. They've got so many ults to work with. How did Toronto Ultra even respond with this? The outburst does absolutely nothing to get Vega out of the way of Junbin, as they are closing in once again. Someone has to touch. Riley's going to get popped. Pressure mounting. A Nano onto an anti-Junbin. He doesn't get healed up in time as Sugar Free finds the chase down, but the Bob is also going to try and match a pulse bomb onto the tank in the front line and someone taken down. The rally, it was just too good. Toronto Ultra, they're going to lose this lead. There's only a meter to go. And there it is. 10 seconds to go. And Toronto Ultra have lost the lead.
Oh, there's losing, and then there's this. This is all falling apart here for Ultra, as they had a massive lead that they've squandered.
Primal Rage and OT, Matt. They've got Captive Sun, a big component of why they've been winning thus far.
Ultra, you probably need 2 fights. Captive Sun available. It's a bio on the side though there from Shu, that's good.
Good connection, but Vega's already down. Heesang takes him out. Sugar Free with a double kill.
It's just Lip and Junbin. They're gonna get like staggered out here, I think, as well. Okay, so you end up...
That's not good.
Yeah, you lose someone. This is actually probably worse.
He's just bubble dancing too. Okay, eventually slain.
So now Ultra continuing to move into Crazy Raccoon territory. Crazy Raccoon, they have nothing to work with, Jack. They use everything to get that payload over the line before to take the lead. And look how greedy they're going to go. They're going to have Chorong playing the Zen here. You figure you're not going to get that ultimate, so you may as well play extremely greedy for all-out damage.
Yep. I think it's the smart call, honestly. One volley will do it, but you've got to be careful. There's a Nano Boost, there's a Pulse, there's a Bob, there's a Primal Rage. Someone's already in, pops the Primal. His focus turning towards Lip right now, but still has to look at the bot. Shoot down, RuPaul takes him out. Merit trying to click heads, hits the coach gun, swing and a miss, but it's all good because Sugar Free's on the case.
Yeah, that's both supports gone here though, as that
still connects with a kill. There's 2 meters to go. Can they get the touch? Jumpin's in, but he can't get there in time. Toronto Ultra, not out of the woods just yet. They find a map win. They give Crazy Raccoon their 2nd map win of this tournament so far. A nail-biting finish.
If Junbin is able to make it back, that's probably it, because he actually gets hit with a pulse bomb and actually gets Suzu there, and he actually just is like maybe like a foot or 2 away from contesting, and he had killed both supports already. So that was just an insane clutch play there from Toronto to battle on through that. Take another map here from Crazy Raccoon. Gonna need to take a few more though to make this series interesting.
Reverse sweep starts now for Toronto Ultra. 2nd map loss of Crazy Raccoon, like you said, but now, Matt, now is their time to choose. Lenny cheesing on the stage, of course, you've got to be happy. Taking down one of the best rosters of all time. Let's toss to the studio, though. They can break that one down further. Guys, can Toronto Ultra find the reverse sweep?
Jake?
Yes, guys, this is the beginning of the comeback. Toronto Ultra, they brought it together. They found their way through. It's the Bastion, it's the Sigma, the comp no one saw coming. The NA ranked special is going to deliver. Toronto Ultra, the comeback starts now. Guys?
I think 15 seconds of a blind pick to counter Wrecking Ball, that's all Toronto Ultra need to take it all the way. It doesn't matter that there's multiple loser picks on the side of Crazy Raccoon going forward, because if they can just cheese their way through another 3 maps without any hiccups whatsoever, should be.
Jokes aside, McGravy, this one was ridiculous. We thought Crazy Raccoon were going to allow them to push 120 meters just to take it all the way back and steal victory away from Toronto Ultra. Talk me through the final moments, though. Who clutched up? How did Toronto Ultra walk away with this dub?
I think Crazy Raccoon kind of just over-gambled to the fact that they thought once they had flipped the lead that it was over, but Toronto Ultra still had all of their ultimates. But yeah, I love the Sigma Bastion, even if it were a little bit of a troll to start. It reminds me a little of the Overwatch League Grand Finals. That's a composition we abused to steal a championship in a 4-0 fashion, so there is merit to playing this comp, no pun intended. No pun intended. But yeah, I mean, Toronto Ultra, they have to be happy. You heard Sugar Free in the interview. He wanted his 1 map, and he got it.
I want Crazy Raccoons. We're going to wipe them in 1 map. You got your 1, Sugar Free. You got your 1. Congratulations to Toronto Ultra. Hunter, why is this bad news that you just won if you're Toronto?
Because now Crazy Raccoon, they can pick to their absolute strength. They will get the first ban. Toronto Ultra now, for every map so far, they've been able to set the pace. They've been able to go to the map that they want. They've been able to ban first and dictate the bans. Now the ball is in Crazy Raccoon's court, and they get to control the pace.
If you are the coach of Crazy Raccoon, are you trying to bring out your A game, your 100% here, your 110%, and send Toronto packing with a little bit of pain? Or are you okay with this going into a game 5, knowing you have several more opportunities here in the best of 7?
I mean, you take an L, you lose 1 map, whatever. You already lost 1 map this tournament. It wasn't going to be perfect anyway. I got to hand it to Toronto Ultra. It's well played, well cheesed, but we're going to maps that I just don't think you can cheese. To be honest, I think right now, Crazy Raccoon, take us to an Icon Wall, take us to a Hollywood, classic Overwatch maps, force the Winston dive. You even got band control, so you ban out the Bastion. Get rid of that. What else you got, Toronto Ultra?
Shout out to all the Brontos in the chat, powering Toronto to a game 5. But now Crazy Raccoon gets to decide where we're going. McGravy, if you were going to choose one of these maps, where do you feel the Raccoons are most dangerous?
I feel like you just take them to Hollywood. You saw the dive mirror once. Toronto had made those swaps and said, yeah, we'll take the Winston mirror. We have a 120-meter lead. They blew it. Why wouldn't you take them to Hollywood?
I like that call on Hollywood. Would we see more Genji from Heesang? Because that's been the highlight of my day.
It could be. I think with Winston's on the field, the Tracer much more flexible, very difficult matchup for the Genji. Right now, Toronto Ultra needs to give all of their energy to Merit. This guy is the Iceman. He can be the only player I've ever seen pop off like this with his back against the wall. His team's getting destroyed, and he's still delivering kills. That's like your prayer right now for Toronto Ultra. You've got to believe, because Merit has not given up. You are not allowed to give up until Merit is done.
I love that call, and we are asking, can you give an MVP award to the losing team? Merit is trying his heart out regardless of the situation. He's had some insane picks, especially on the aggressive Widow. It's always easier to be the defending Widow, but he was making stuff happen. There on push, you saw what he can do with the Ashe. Do we see an Ashe ban?
An Ashe ban would be very potent for the Crazy Raccoons. As we've talked about, Merit is probably the scariest thing on the side of Toronto Ultra to shut him down, take out this very strong pick, and Ashe is very good on hybrid. That could be a high-value pick for the Crazy Raccoons.
Well, we'll have to wait and see what the coach has banned. For now, though, we do know the map Moon is locking in. Let's head to Germany for Eichenwald. Did you see this one coming, McGravy?
Yeah, I mean, it's within the realm of possibility, like Jake said. I just think you stay away from Midtown. You just keep the double flex off the board. You keep it honest. Some clean, honest Overwatch, I think is what Crazy Raccoon wants.
We all love some clean Overwatch, Jake.
This is just confident. I mean, I think this is the least cheesable of all of the hybrid maps. Hollywood, second and third point are pretty stable for dive, but first, I've seen some tricky Sigma, Bastion, Torb type cheeses work out and hit full holds, and you want to just take that off the board here for Crazy Raccoon. Simple, honest gameplay. There's pure strength on the side of Crazy Raccoon, and that's how they want to close this series out.
Here we go, back into the Kadir Arena. You can see Crazy Raccoon is on match point. Toronto stole game number 4. But we can find out if they will close this out and walk away with the $400,000 and put their key in that trophy. It's been a ridiculous weekend, and here could potentially be the final ban. They're just protecting their supports, right?
Oh, styling on them.
Definitely a support protection ban right here with the Lifeweaver. I don't think anyone was expecting to see a Lifeweaver come out on the side of Toronto Ultra. So for sure, this is a support protection.
And on the other side, they say no Winston for you. Jake, you said this is styling on him. Talk to me about that.
Well, I think you could have banned the BAP, honestly. That was the ban I was expecting because not only does it protect your supports and make a dive mirror stronger, but RuPaul, one of his best heroes is the BAP. It's a hero that kind of enables a lot of these cheeses.
We've seen a comp from Crazy Raccoon where they play the Orisa BAP Brig on that first point defense, so maybe they're trying to keep that as a viable option for them.
Good point.
And of course, we've seen some huge clutches from some electric cowboys on this point, eh? Who's got the better Cassidy on this map?
Man, with the way Merritt's playing, it's honestly hard to say. They're both elite at the character, but I think Lip might wake up. Listen, you got your map, but I'm Lip. I'm potentially one of the best players to ever play the game. I'm in the GOAT conversation. It's my turn to take over.
It's time to head to Germany. Mac, Jaws, take it away.
Thanks, Pocket. Yes, Eichenwalde is the map. Map choice by Crazy Raccoon. Oh, they can close this out with just this one. Lifeweaver ban.
That Lifeweaver ban.
Yeah,
I mean,
that
is...
Come on now.
It's massive.
It's pretty sick.
Lifeweaver is never going to be played.
Nah.
No, it's just a little bit of a, it's like a protection and then also a little bit of a shenanigans there from Crazy Raccoon. But I think they want to continue to play these dive-centric compositions. I think like how the desk was talking. Don't want to go to Midtown. That kind of enables some more of that type of play style. Take it here to Eichenwalde, where you can play all-out aggressive.
Monkey ban equal ball time. Or maybe not. Auga, okay. Okay.
So look, they probably have a good read that they're going to play Sigma on defense, right? If Winston's gone, what else are you going to see them go to? And this is a comp for Crazy Raccoon that has been so good against Sigma-based compositions.
Sugarfree maybe anticipating the Wrecking Ball here and just locking in the Sombra to start us off with. Slowly making their way, small rotations. Nice Suzu onto the Mauga. Unfortunately didn't cancel that rock, but his charge into the backline, look at that. The damage is overwhelming. Someone is still alive and well. Even if Flip gets a double kill here, this Crazy Raccoon still need to close this one out.
You're going to have Junbin now coming off a spawn. Lip on the point here, just kind of contesting is, I feel like just kind of these spread out fights definitely favors Crazy Raccoon. Look at this, Junbin now going to come back on the Zarya. So the Zarya, we've seen get a decent amount of play here, throughout EWC, mostly with Adventure in the mix, but could still kind of play it here, with those double bubbles onto these flankers.
I'm very surprised. Okay, Sugarfree's now changing over to the Mei. Pulse bomb on the shield. Still a lot of damage onto someone, actually. Yeah, look at that.
He's saying dashes on through, not going to make it out with his life, but still, they want to play it fast as Lip somehow, I don't know how he takes out Merritt before he falls. I mean, that is crazy.
They're going to get a free push here. They're not going to get halted at this gate. Jumbin on a little rotation of tanks as well on the Doom.
Any tank with mobility.
Oh.
That's a sleep. What follow-up do you have, though?
Shoot deads. Nano not available, but Heesang probably doesn't need it, to be honest with you. Oh, Vega taken to the skies. Easily dodged by Heesang. Quick step to the left, but no resets for the Genji.
Yes, now Toronto starting to put together some defense as Vega able to come up clutch there with a big captive son. Just kind of stay alive from Heesang. Let's go to a listen in here with the Toronto Ultra to see if they can come out clutch on D.
Get you on me.
How on top, by the way.
Get the coming top, I think.
I got back up.
I can carry you, man. 2 seconds, 2 seconds.
You don't mean on that.
No, I'm not with you, Merritt. Whatever. What one? I'm here. Jump on me. I don't care. Alright. Ham, you lied?
Relax.
Lucio one.
Get there.
This one. Oh, buddy! Okay.
Oh, what the fuck?
Get you one.
Nice.
You don't mean
Anybody gonna comment on Vega dying to Widow twice?
Bro, he's hiding.
And him lying about B.
No, I got to.
There's a Doom here.
Not my fault.
Did they carry? Did they carry?
Base B. They have carry. Carry Dim. Carry Dim.
Carry Dim.
They
Yeah.
wanna go play. They wanna go play 100%.
Yeah. Be careful, Hoop.
Taking it, would
They 온다.
Jump point. Pick up Hoop. Jump point. Get it. Nice. I'm touching point. I don't know.
All right, my favorite kind of comms there. Are we going to call out Vega for dying to Widow twice?
Yes. Not really much that he could do, right? Lip with those jump shots, such a long range. Blizzard in play here. So jumping on the cart, getting the cart moving towards its final push here towards the castle.
Look how aggressive they're playing. I mean, RuPaul dead to just the slam. Big resets for Heesang. Oh, dashes into the wall. A little unlucky, but they still get the payload going.
Yeah, and they're in a really good spot to actually just kind of get it across the line, right? I don't think there's really going to be any type of contest here.
Blizzard, maybe.
Toronto Ultra, that's going to be Shu using the Kitsune Rush, but they don't come out and challenge.
Yeah, as soon as they hear that rush going down, they're like, nope. Let's back off. Let's go again. We can chill. Chill super far up in the gate now, actually, with the jumping and shooter.
Yeah, I would have loved to maybe hold on to that rush, right? For when you're kind of coming around the inside, but they're actually just going to play Ana instead. So maybe figured, all right, we're going to make some changes in general. Do you play the Widow here? The Widow's probably pretty tough towards this end of the map.
Yeah, I mean, no nano. Oh, look. Merit is 1 HP. I'm not sure how he managed to get healed up so quickly, but... What was that? Junbin? Just a double meteor strike kill, just casually?
Yeah, both supports just running away there for Toronto Ultra, and the meteor strike just lands right on top of their heads. It's a double support ult here for Toronto, but you're going to have sound barrier here. It's kind of that... Well, Lip's still playing the Widow here, the inside part of the map.
This is crazy. It's an insane place to play the Widow, but honestly, if it's Lip, I trust him. Take anybody would in this situation. You're not wrong, Matt. Double DPS ult, but got to steal with this sound barrier first. Vega is super low. Nano boost onto Lenny, looking for Lip. He's trying to pay attention to it, but Lip just kind of dodges out the way, and he's chilling. And also, still kills one.
The Sugar Free realizes he has to get back to the payload, right? To try and kind of contest this, that if someone falls, he's the only one kind of preventing it from going on through.
Someone's got to touch. Someone's going to touch.
The boot back there from Chorong allows them to get it over the line. 236 in the bank.
It looks a little bit slow on the second point, but that time back more than makes up for it. 230. See what a Toronto Ultra can do. I wonder if Sugar Free again is going to roll out on the Sombra. Let's take a quick replay. A couple of clips here from Merit through the grating of the castle doors. Getting some insane picks on the Widow.
Yeah, Lip playing the Widow even throughout the last stage of the map. Just, I mean,
look at that, man.
Yeah, that's the double meteor strike. I mean, that's where they got the Blizzard in there too. I mean. Yeah, RuPaul's like, I don't know.
Yeah, he's like, I don't know what happened, man.
So this is something the desk brought up, that they were playing the Orisa BAP break combination here on defense. Ultra, is this something we see, Jack? Ramatra Rush with a Reaper in the mix? I mean, that is it's a bit of a throwback there.
Ain't no way, surely.
It's like the zombie comp, if you remember back to like, I know Dallas Fuel, right? I know they were playing, I believe it was like a different tank at the time. They were playing the Kariko, but I know really around this Reaper, getting the Reaper in position.
Surely. Looks like they're doing it. Reaper May. This Pharah is going to feast.
The Ashe could potentially feast as well, right? Dynamites, getting big ticking damage on players just running on in.
Uh-oh. Well, that's exactly the person you want to go for. Lamp deployed, Vega already dead. They do trade supports, but unfortunately for Shu, those Exo's boots don't go all the way to the moon where he would have been safe.
Yeah, but how do they deal with Heesang, though?
There you go.
There you go.
He just runs into me.
Actually, he just takes him out on the Reaper there as over by the point. Junbin battling, he will fall. So Lip in a
I mean, Lim could probably kill both, though, I'm going to be honest with you, but this close to combat, oh, he still does it. Oh, he's just so good.
He almost killed Vega.
I know. Disgusting, but all good. I mean, that's a really nice rush play there from Toronto Ultra. Sugar Free changing over to Sombra, not sticking on the Reaper. There's absolutely no way on this point you can make that work.
Yeah, but like how Andre was saying, like, okay, how far can they get with, you know, quote-unquote cheese, I guess, right? You know, playing these types of comps and then end up kind of taking it as Sugar Free just laughing as he's playing the Sombra.
And the Sombra is really good against the Doom. If you can land a hack and then a little Vortex, your history. Speaking of which, that was close.
As this is where they should have a tough time breaking through this doorway, right? You have this Coalescence you're kind of holding on to, but the Moira not really providing, you know, much, right? It's probably trying to get used to this Coalescence, then switch over to something like a Bap or an Ana.
Yeah, who are you calling here? Everybody's got so much high mobility, or they're like high ground. And they're looking for somebody, but everybody knows that grapple shot at that point. Nice virus on Chorong. Well, that's the setup. Hack somebody, hit the virus, and then instantly use that Coalescence. Lib taking care of Merit, and this Bob is providing a lot of support for Crazy Raccoon. And the Barrage, too. Just playing so aggro.
He has Sugar Free, though, with RuPaul and someone are just kind of like roaming around the map, just taking out like one target at a time.
Heesang playing far out of the range of the rest of the team as we see Merit on Cassidy. Trying to put pressure on Heesang here so he can't get away with murder. Oh, but unfortunately, speaking of which, Vega down.
Yeah, top castle control still here for Crazy Raccoon and now Merit. I mean, this has been a little bit chaotic, right? You know, it's just kind of kills being traded out on both teams. Power block here as Junbin's hacked like in the spawn, backing up towards it. Shu and Crazy Raccoon, they will back up. They have this nano to use here coming up next. Toronto, though, making some pretty good progress.
What if Junbin changes? Close to the Meteor Strike again, so maybe not. And they can get nano too. Even just kind of getting this EMP out with the Doomfist just existing, maybe that's kind of the play.
They have the nano here as well, so just trying to keep line of sight on Junbin.
Oh, there's the nano boost onto the high ground. They went a little bit wide, but Sugar Free chased down. Vega 1 HP as Heesang just cleaves him from low to high.
I don't think they hit anything with the Captive Sun either, as now they're just trying to body block someone, prevent him from getting back to the rest of the team, and they do so. So, like we were talking about, RuPaul making a change, right? Don't want to play that Moira for a very long time. We'll play the Ana here.
Way better at dealing with the Doom.
Yes, just a way better pick overall. And they'll combo that with actually moving away from the Alari. One of the first times, you know, really rare times that, you know, when it's in play, they move away from it.
You can basically CC chain the Doom as well. If you land asleep, then you get a hack and then a virus, and then you might be able to take him out because he can't insta-punch away.
RuPaul's very dead.
Uh-oh, backline, watch out. Oh, well, RuPaul's dead. Yep. Meteor Strike, insta-kill on the Ana.
He tried. I know it was a seismic slam from Junbin, gets right on top of him. And then RuPaul goes for the sleep, but it's the Meteor Strike hit straight away. 6 sleep there from Shu.
Man, there's 2 minutes to go.
This looks like
EMP?
It's a solo EMP there onto Shu.
He gets the kill, but Chorong has rally, so if they need like the get out of jail free card, like escape button, they can use it. Again, surely this is Sugar Free swapping off of the Sombra, going Tracer potentially. Good rock.
Yeah, I mean, that's a solo EMP, and you're just getting a kill there onto the Ana, and you don't really have teammates. Not really going to result in much.
Another good sleep. Oh, post next to him too. Oh, a masterclass Ana performance from Shu. Who's really surprised? I am not.
It was like
Blocks on the Ana. Oh, the stun from the rally. From bad to worse, Toronto Ultra are just getting picked apart.
There was 3:30 on the clock at one point. I mean, now they are in the opposing team's spawn with a minute and 20 to go. Now we're going to see Ash from Merit. It's kind of been his go-to throughout the entire event.
Just send him Bob into. Play at the spawn doors, why not? Someone's on Doomfist, intercept naded. Matt.
Yeah, it's got to be brutal here because Toronto, obviously, you win that last map. You kind of keep it close throughout some of these, but
don't let him get away. Stop letting him get away with this.
And is just starting to get ugly. And I will say for Ultra, this is obviously a big step up from where they were in Dallas, right? Did not have a great showing in Dallas, came in here, played extremely well at EWC, but I mean, this is just a different team in Crazy Raccoon right now.
And the payload's been moving back this whole time as well, so they're going to have to reclaim that space. Nano boost, insta-kill onto Shu. Okay, here it is, Toronto Ultra. They are in this. They just got to find these Crazy Raccoon players that are just in the backline right now. Payload's been touched as well.
Junmin's still here.
He's out.
He's
long gone.
He's still in the spawn.
Fake it down. That was their rush.
And he was on the bomb contesting, and this is going to be a nano here on to Junbin.
Overtime's in session now. Toronto Ultra need to get back to that point in time. They do manage to punch their way there. But someone is super low. This rush to get out, I think this might be it, Matt. Overtime's ticking down, and Crazy Raccoon have done it. They are your Overwatch 2 Esports World Cup champions. A legendary roster. Rookies, veterans, and an unbelievable streak of wins. I've only lost 2 maps this tournament, one against Toronto Ultra, one against Team Falcons. Vega with a big smile on his face. It was going to be an upwards hill battle against some of the most dominant players that we've seen over the last few years.
Yeah, Toronto put up a great run throughout the Esports World Cup, but Crazy Raccoon just, I mean, losing 2 maps the entire event, both of them here today. Perfect up until this morning where they played against Falcons, but in the finals, I mean, they just displayed that they are just a different beast.
They're key now. They get to not only crush Toronto's, but they get to cement themselves in history now. That giant prize pool and an adoring crowd too. We saw Milos down on the stage, Matt. It was pretty divided, it really was, and I think Toronto Ultra have garnered a lot of fans. They have throughout the time in OWCS as well. Of course, America's last kind of hopes to stay in the competition after taking Zeta division down.
Just an unbelievable performance. I don't know who beats them in Overwatch 2.
Absolutely not. There's the key now inserted. They're getting there. They'll do it.
They're trying to figure out how to get it in, but once they do, this has been their toughest opponent thus far.
Danny, a little help. Their toughest opponent definitely inserting the key. Need a little bit more help by the looks of things. A lot of fans in the audience, like we mentioned before.
So, man, just a dominant performance falling short here.
Their hands are sweating, man. Their hands are sweating. They're a bit nervous. It's all good. And Crazy Raccoon are your Overwatch 2 Esports World Cup champions.
For your EWC Overwatch champions, Crazy Raccoon! Amazing stuff. All right, I just want to let's have a quick chat. That was an amazing game. All right, we're just gonna do this live. Who wants to do a quick interview? 자, 인터뷰하고 싶은 사람 손 빨리. 2명 없어요? 1명? 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 준빈 씨 나오세요. Everybody, give it up for 준빈. I mean, you guys were definitely one of the favorites in the tournament, and you guys, did it. You guys finally did it. So I just want to hear from you. How do you feel right now? 자, 오늘 경기를 들어오면서까지 제일 잘하는 팀이었고 또 이렇게 우승까지 하셨습니다. 승리 소감 한 말씀 부탁드릴게요.
일단 팔콘을 결승에서 만날 줄 알았는데 4강에서 만나가지고 그거 말고는 다 좋은 것 같아요.
I was a bit surprised that we were going to face off against Team Falcons in the finals, but unfortunately that didn't happen. So that was the only thing that really struck me, and I was very surprised that they didn't make it to the finals. Hey, you guys already beat them in semifinals, so thank you so much, Jimmy. Everybody, give it up for Jimmy one more time. All right, one more person. Hee-sang, hi. Hi, come on up. Come on up, Hee-sang. Hee-sang. You're a crazy good DPS. What makes Crazy Raccoons so good? 자, Crazy Raccoon이 이렇게 잘할 수 있고 항상 이길 수 있는 이유가 있다면 뭐가 있을까요, 이상 선수?
코치 갭.
Hee-sang says that it's a bit of a coach gap. That's why Crazy Raccoons is actually good. All right, Hee-sang, thank you so much. Talking about the coach, let's bring up Coach Moon, because I know that Coach Moon, you said that you had something to say if you won the whole tournament. So I'm gonna give you this mic. 자, 맞아, 아까 뒤에서 뭐 한 말씀 하고 싶다고 하셔서 지금 기회를 드리도록 하겠습니다. 짧게 부탁드릴게요.
뭐 다른 건 다 상관없고 지금 한국에서 혼자 육아를 하고 있는 와이프한테 이 영광을 돌리고 싶고요. 사랑한다. 고맙다.
Yeah, nothing really much, but I want to thank my beautiful wife at home who's, with my child. So I want to say I love you, my wife. Thank you so much. All right, give it up for Crazy Raccoons one more time. Let's interview one more person. Shu, can you come on up? Shu. All right, Shu. I have a simple question. Do you believe that you are the best Overwatch player? Yes or no?
Not yet.
Not yet? I want you to have that confidence. You have number one on your back. So with that thinking, are you the best? Yes or no? Number one 있잖아요. Yes or no로 한번 대답해 주세요.
네, 뭐라고요?
뒤 번호가 1번이잖아요. 그걸 이유를 생각하고 최고입니까 아닙니까?
Yes, I am.
I'm asking you this question because everybody, Shu is our EWC Overwatch Tournament MVP as well. How do you feel? 자, 오늘 MVP로 선정이 됐습니다. 축하드리면서 소감 한 말씀 들어볼게요.
제가 이번에 리그 토너먼트 3번 연속은 처음인 걸로 알고 있어요. 그 리그나 이제 이런 일부 리그에서 이제 이렇게 역사를 좀 한 장을 쓰고 싶기도 했고, 그다음에 제가 아까 난예시라고 한 게 이번 연도에 남은 대회를 다 우승하고 싶어서 마지막에 예스라고 하려고 난예스로 말한 거예요.
Definitely crazy. As part of the Crazy Raccoons team, we've been continuously winning 3 tournaments back to back, including the league as well. And the reason why I said I'm not the best yet is because there's still more tournaments to come, and I wanted to say yes after winning everything in 2024 as part of the Crazy Raccoons team. Congratulations, Shu, again. And also, right now, you also, because you're the MVP, you also win a lot of money. You're getting $50,000. So what are you going to do with all that money? 자, 5만 불을 또 상금으로 따로 MVP이기 때문에 받게 되셨는데 그 돈 좀 어떻게 쓸 것 같으신가요?
일단 저희 팀원들 소고기 거하게 쏘고요. 그다음에 저희 가족들한테 좀 나눠줄 것 같습니다.
I'm going to treat all my teammates to a nice meal. I'm going to buy them some beef, some meat, and also give it all to my family as well. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Crazy Raccoons one more time. And Shu, because you are our MVP, you're going to lead your team to the totem and place that frame, okay? All right, that's it. Everybody, one more time, give it up for Crazy Raccoon! 같이 오면 됩니다. 자, 뒤로 가시면 됩니다.
For Crazy Raccoon. Just 2 maps dropped on their way to raising that trophy, and the only main support to take an MVP award the entire weekend. You see this guy flexing across the board. His Ana was lights out. Shu earning the extra $50,000 to go with the 400K now in the Crazy Raccoon bank account.
Yeah, we love ourselves a humble king, but Shu is undoubtedly the best flex support in the game and arguably the best player in the game right now.
I think this is a team that, I mean, we've never seen the likes of this before in Overwatch history. We've had dominant squads, we've had favorites in the tournament, but this is a team that I don't know that the other teams even believe they can win. Maybe Falcons, but they were just slapped aside with only one map victory. No one has held a candle to Crazy Raccoon. They're meta-proof, they're hero-proof. We may see quite a few tournaments in the future of Overwatch where teams are fighting for second place.
It is a very real chance that we have witnessed the birth of a dynasty here today. You can see it in the losers' interviews. You saw it when Krusty was interviewed about this match. He said that, you know, this is the team. These are the guys where consistently they are so difficult to beat, and nobody can do it when it matters. And again, Shu taking home the MVP here, completely deserved. He is well and truly the best flex support in the world.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's honor for Shu to put his frame on the totem. Crazy Raccoons officially champions of Overwatch 2 here at the Esports World Cup 2024.
What an incredible, incredible performance. Truly the greatest squad ever assembled in the history of the game. At this point, I don't know if you can question it anymore.
McGravy, here is the best part of the Esports World Cup, though. The players get to select 3 opposing keys to put in their trophy to bring home. Who do you think they're selecting here?
Oh, I think they have to at least pick Team Falcons here. That was their hardest opponent, the one they thought should have been in the finals, just not the way the bracket shaped out. They're absolutely going to take Falcons here, though.
They got 2 picked out, Jake. Where's the 3rd?
Could be anyone. Could be a shout out to OALGD. Maybe Toronto Defiant or Ultra for coming this far, for meeting them in the grand finals. Maybe Zeta, a respected competitor from the Korean region. So many broken dreams here, Puckett, on the table.
They've selected Toronto. They have to put Sugar Free in there. After his smack talk, you gotta let them know. They've made their selections, as they'll drop the rest to be covered in resin as Toronto is dropped in.
Final moments, eliminating opponents. I mean, the question is, who do these guys even respect? They weren't tested. Let's be honest about it. Individuals stood up against them, but no one came together. There was no team that really held a candle to them, especially here at this tournament.
I think all of these rosters have to take a long, hard look at how they're constructed, because Crazy Raccoon is perfect. There's nothing better than this roster right now. Even Team Falcons' star-studded roster. But there are questions to be answered. Are they flexible enough? Do they have the star power to reach what Crazy Raccoon has? Everybody has those questions to ask.
You know, McGravy, something I always think about in Overwatch is, you know, if you have infinite money, you can have any players in the world that you want, build a super team.
Yes.
Aside from the Crazy Raccoon roster, I mean, this team, they're not breaking up. A dynasty like this, they're going to keep it rolling. But you have your pick of anyone else. Is there a team? Is there a team that can take them on? I'm not convinced.
I don't think there's anything that you can do.
Sorry to cut you off here, Hunter. You can see behind you the first team to go in their trophy, Team Falcons. And I also see a Zeta division. They are the Kings of Korea. And they will add Toronto Ultra as the final key into their trophy case. Do you like those selections, Jake?
It's respect from true competitors, right? In the end, winning's what matters. The teams who survive the longest earn the respect of the champion.
Incredible stuff, incredible coaching staff, phenomenal players. Congratulations to Coach Moon. You're taking that trophy home to the family. Congratulations to Pavan, a guy who helped lead NYXL that entire first season of the Overwatch League. He's still here. Everyone putting in the time and energy, and it all paid off on the stage, Hunter.
Yeah, this Crazy Raccoon roster, it's a phenomenal coming together of the old and new guard. A tank line and a flex DPS that are truly new generation players. Breakout players in the most recent Overwatch League season, coming now into 2023-2024. 2024 and absolutely taking over, coming into their own. And then you have veteran talent like Shu, like Lip, people that have been widely established as the greatest players in their role for the longest of time. And together, veteran talent and new up-and-comers forming a truly unbeatable roster.
Not only is the new guard up-and-comers, I think you have to speak to the strength and their will. This was a core that came from the failed SF Shock roster, a storied team with multiple championships, and they were supposed to lead that team to the promised land, and they had their issues. That was an absolute failure in Season 6. There's no denying it. So Junbin, Max, he's saying they all had the problems, but they came together. They believed in themselves, and they reformed. And the way this roster is put together, it's a miracle, truly.
It is an incredible roster. These guys said it. It's the dynasty building right here in front of your eyes. But we have to celebrate one young man in particular. Shu, our MVP, walks home with the $50,000 bonus and the highest honor we can give here at the Esports World Cup.
You know, you guys see what he does in the game. You know, we can analyze it all day, but it's clear as day. If you have eyes, if you are watching these games, you see what Shu brings to the team. What you might not see is that he's an incredibly great guy. I mean, he's actually a wonderful, nice person. In this level of competition, that's not necessarily a given. There are few players who are this well respected, loved by the professional community, by those that know.
The thing about Shu is that when you get to the level of play that he performs at, it's almost never your fault. Anytime you lose, you are not the guy that has the finger pointed at you. You are in a position to point the finger at your teammates. But the thing about Shu is that he never does that. He is always willing to take more responsibility, to say, guys, my bad, I'll do better, even though he's already playing better than everyone in the world.
I love his call out. I don't want to say I'm the best in the world yet. This man is still hungry despite all of the success here in 2024. He wants a clean slate. He wants a perfect run here to claim this year.
And who can blame them? They're absolutely set up for it. The road is paved right in front of them. All they have to do is take it. And speaking to Shu's character, you're talking about the $50,000. That is nothing to sneeze at. And the first he thinks of is his teammates and his family. That's the first thing he puts there. He's not thinking about himself. He's thinking about everybody else around him, and that's incredible.
Great guy and a great MVP and a phenomenal show from start to finish here in Riyadh at the Esports World Cup. If you enjoyed the show, if you hated the show, I don't care. Scan that QR code. Let us know what you thought. And of course, if you say some nice things about these guys, hopefully I can keep them around here more often on the analyst desk. McGravy, I can't believe this is your first time ever doing it. Unter, thank you so much for joining us, from coaching in the round of 16 to joining us here on the stage. But of course, we have to reflect on the epic championship. Toronto Ultra got their map, but it wasn't their match. Let's go all the way back to the dominance, starting with Heesang on Lijiang Tower.
Yeah, this was an absolute blitzing out of the first map, and I think this is what everybody expected. A fast, in-your-face style, saying, listen, we know we're better. We're getting in your face. Do something about it.
Merit, though, did strike back, made it interesting, made it clear that Toronto still had life in them, but it was cut short. Heesang's Genji was really the knife in the back here, in the throat, really.
Yes, try as Merit might to deadlift his team over the finish line, it just was not enough. The Crazy Raccoon squad, Heesang in particular, just doing far too much work to shut down everyone else on the side of Toronto Ultra.
I love the focus, by the way, McGravy, on Max and Jun, as we see Lip here cleaning up with a nano visor. Been a while since I've seen one of those, but Max and Jun been just so incredibly effective here, and so many people doubted them after that season, said maybe it's these tanks. You know, SF Shock, they're some story team. It's the tank's fault. I think we have to question that narrative now, right? 3 players who were doubted on Shock, here they are, dominating the world.
I mean, the Shock players that were heralded as the champions, they are the ones that are now losing at these tournaments, and the ones that basically had to shoulder all of the blame for the Shock's failings last year, here they are hoisting the trophy.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter which one of them is in. There seems to be no loss of teamwork, of camaraderie, of synergy. None of that seems to go away, and that is incredible for a role where these players are leaders. They have to be leaders. There's only one tank now. That job has to transfer between 2 people with 2 different personalities, 2 different play styles, and it seems seamless every single time.
Spawn door touched. Mission accomplished.
take home the trophy.
The Doom Fist to close it out makes a very happy Puckett as well, and you can see the elation, not just from Crazy Raccoon, hugs all around from Toronto Ultra. They didn't expect to be forced to go this distance, to go all the way after a Game 7 against Zeta Division, but they were able to get their map. At the end of it all, though, both teams walking away with over $500,000, $400K to Crazy Raccoons, $160,000 now to Toronto Ultra. We still have to revisit, though, the best moments, and it's not just the winning moment. We had some epic plays. Let's take a look at your Kadia plays of the day. And let's get it going here as we take a look at some of the best moments. We saw so many hero flexes. How about this one coming in? It's Sugar Free.
He left it all on the table here in the semifinals, was a huge part of his team's, the best result the Toronto Ultra have ever had.
Some huge bio-nades. This was what won Finn in the crew the map on Dorado after we thought it was Toronto Ultra all locking it up. And then, of course, we saw some epic Genji play. This was the highlight for me. You saw from Heesang. Here's one from Sugar Free as well.
Yeah, who doesn't love some Nano Genji? I think every Overwatch player in existence knows this combo, how powerful it is, how fun it is, how fun and fair it feels. It is true classic Overwatch.
Yes, Sugar Free with a nano boost, absolutely able to take over the lobby. Then now we have Lip with a absolutely classic nano visor just clearing up.
Lip, is he the only guy who can bring out a soldier in a championship match? This was ridiculous.
I love it when Lip brings out the soldier. I mean, I think that is one of those comps that is just a Crazy Raccoon special. They're all split up across the map, but you can never catch any of them, and somehow they're always surrounding you. I mean, it is absurd. You gotta think the caliber of players they're against, and they look lost. They look flat-footed. Falcons on Busan was just destroyed by the soldier.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how far apart these five are. They're always on a string, always pulling on each other, coming back and forth, left and right, front and center, and they always find a way to come together and win team fights.
Fantastic tournament from Crazy Raccoon. If you missed the start, let's walk you through the epic path here in our final bracket. A 4-1 finish, the final best of 7. But this was a grueler. We started with 12 teams as Game & Gladiators faced off against SSG. Eds was able to take down Fnatic, and Falcons powered their way into the top 8, sending M80 home. The real fights, though, kicked up in the semifinals today, Jake. I feel this is where we saw the best Overwatch of the entire event.
Falcons were vicious, they were aggressive, downright venomous, but it was not enough. Crazy Raccoon danced away from every aggression, crushed them 4-1. Honestly, not a close semi, as well as Falcons played. Crazy Raccoon is on another level.
It's a different beast. Crazy Raccoon are Esports World Cup champions, and they will take home the $400,000 paycheck, 160 grand going to Toronto Ultra. Congratulations to Zeta, of course, for banking 80K, as well as Team Falcons, McGravy.
Yeah, that is absolutely nothing to sneeze at. $80,000 is a lot of money. And like for Toronto, we have to give another shout out to Toronto. This is a team that has been hard pressed to escape that mid curse. Everybody's talked about it. No matter what rosters they've had, the level of talent they've had, they've always seemed to fall flat. And a finals of an international tournament is absolutely good enough for this roster.
Hunter, you made it all the way to Riyadh. You made it here with your team makers, and you guys banked $10,000 for participating in groups. What was it like to be on all sides of the court here?
I mean, it was really fantastic to get to experience truly everything that the event has to offer. Come as a competitor, get to play a few games on the stage there, show up on the analyst desk, waffle a bit here. It's really been an incredible experience. And then, you know, the treatment for the teams, for talent, everyone has been treated very well here. So it's been a wonderful experience.
Absolutely, McGravy. When you look back at the end of this trip, what's going to stand out to you?
Oh man, lots of stuff. I mean, my experience here working with some legends of the game, not just the game, legend of esports, you Puckett, an absolute beast. But I think the biggest thing is just how dominant Crazy Raccoon is. We talked about it. This is the birthing of a new dynasty. And to be here on the desk, witnessing it, I couldn't wish anything more.
And of course, Jake, as we take a look at some of the slow-mos, you can just see the elation from the players. The key plays, the trophy raised, and then you get to pick who is going to be in the base of your trophy case. They picked the other 3 semifinalists, a great show of showmanship and sportsmanship. And this isn't the end for Crazy Raccoons. They are the kings of Overwatch 2, and you said the building of a dynasty.
it's a rare sight to see other teams, frankly, playing for second, and I feel like they know it. I feel like they feel the limit. That's something I felt as a player. Sometimes you play against a team and you feel the limit. You feel that maybe this team is just beyond our reach. I think every opponent of Crazy Raccoon felt that. Maybe Falcons, those players, I don't know that they could ever accept that. And yet, a 4-1, the best they can manage as a map. Same for Toronto Ultra. They find their one, but this is a dynasty. I think it's fair to say the best team ever assembled. The level of Overwatch, you got to remember, goes up every single year. It's a young game. This Crazy Raccoon squad, you send them back in time, they sweep every single Overwatch League finals. I don't think we've ever seen a team like this, and genuinely, I think we might be looking at some more sweep grand finals going forward in the scene.
It's been an incredible day. Before you guys go, where can we find you, Hunter? I want to start with you.
Maybe twitter.com/HunterOW. That's the only way to find me.
Boom. How about you, McGravy? Who can hire you as a coach next?
I hope so. Hey, look, I'm still looking for work. But yeah, save the website, twitter.com, McGravy. Love tweeting my awful opinions out there. Love
You're
being
fantastic.
here.
We love it, and you look great in green. Jake Overwatch on Twitter as well. Jake, are you excited to go back to streaming?
I can't be excited after an event like this. I just need to relax, come down from the incredible high that's been the Esports World Cup. It's been my honor to be here on the biggest stage of Overwatch's calendar year. And to be honest, after all these years, Bucket, this game still gets me emotional. You know, seeing those kids, those Max, Junbin, you know, having their moment in the sun after, frankly, a tough rookie year for them. This is what dreams are made of.
There's no crying in Overwatch, Jake. I am Chris Puckett. It was a blast hosting Overwatch once again. Thank you all for tuning in to Overwatch 2 here at the Esports World Cup. I can't wait to see you all again.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?